Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone. Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app, broadcasting live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade. Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We have Aiden, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Monday morning with open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there. And on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. As we are brought to you by the fine folks over at the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, and Toyota. And now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. Cap, after the holiday weekend, it's so good to be back here at the Chicago Board of Trade because we can talk baseball. We are underway with the baseball season, and a pair of 4 and 5 baseball teams in Chicago, the Cubs and the White Sox. How about the Chicago National League Ball Club against the Cleveland Guardians over the weekend? Some good and some bad out of that 2 out of 3 that the Cubs lost against Cleveland.
Yeah, there was some awful. That's Cade Horton going down 17 pitches in. He's your ace, and he said felt something in his wrist. Then it moved into his forearm. Forearm problems are usually, not always, but usually a precursor to elbow issues. Not good. He's on the 15-day IL, and we're hearing he'll have imaging done today. And then we'll get the report from the Cubs medical staff and see exactly what happens. But that stuff happens in a long season. In 2016, Kyle Schwarber blew out his knee and heroically rehabbed his way back to be a factor in the World Series. What I didn't like was the bullpen usage yesterday. First of all, Jacob Webb, I'd rather have Joe Webb, Joe Friday or Jack Webb, whatever that famous TV guy was 50 years ago.
Just the facts, man.
Jacob Webb sucked. He was terrible. But my question is, why is the manager so freaking patient? Like, Hoodie, it really bothered me. First of all, you got a 3-0 lead, and it really, at 3-0, you're like, wow, feels like 10-0 the way the Guardians are swinging the bats. Mm-hmm. They got 0 runs in game 1, 1-0 Cubs victory. Mm-hmm. And we'll get to the lousy offense in a minute. And then in game 2, you have a 1-0 lead, Matt Shaw, thank you. Then you have a 3-0 lead, Dansby Swanson, thank you. I'd like to see my team manufacture a few runs, but unable to come up with big hits and big spots. Alex Bregman multiple times, thank you. But you bring in Ben Brown. He goes walk to the first hitter. Like, I'd like to have a rule on my team if I'm managing. If you come out of the bullpen and the first guy you walk, I'm not talking about intentional, you walk, I know I got to let you pitch 3, and then I'm taking your ass out. And you're going to sit there, and I'm going to scream at you. Quit walking people. Yeah, pop out after that. Yeah. Base hit, sac fly, base hit, single, and now we're tied. And then we go to this Mr. Webb character. This guy was horrible. Fly out, home run, single, walk, single. And then Craig says, all right, that'll be all. Guess what, Craig? After the home run and the single, and now walk, get up. Gone. I was so ticked off. And then they come up in the 9th. They get it to 6-5. Big hit and big spot again. Not going to happen. Unsatisfactory weekend from a baseball perspective on the north side. Conversely, your club had a hell of a weekend.
There's no question about
that. It's a bad take.
Well, that's exactly right.
No, Craig, it's not. It's just me being honest with you. You did a lousy job with your ball club this weekend.
He's not satisfied with your thoughts about the Chicago National.
His offense stinks. Stinks.
Well, how about this? Let's talk about this series, because I thought that if nothing else, you got productive pitching from Cabrera and Imanaga. Imanaga, in which you don't expect a lot of, kept you in the ball game.
He did. He was outstanding. Cabrera took a no-hitter into the 6th.
So Brown and Webb spoiled it for Imanaga, who gave you 5 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 run, and 4 strikeouts. Brown and Webb spoiled it for Imanaga. I thought that the Game 1 win in that doubleheader, Cabrera, he walked 5 2/3, but again kept you in the ball game. The key to Cabrera yesterday was 0 runs. The reason why he got the shutout yesterday is because Cabrera, the command was not there. I'll put it this way. The control was not there. The command at times was there for Cabrera. But again, sometimes you just win with 1 run, and that's exactly what the Cubs did.
They did.
So, I mean.
He made it stand up. He walked 5, which is why the pitch count got elevated to near 100. But in the 6th inning, he had a no-hitter going. He gave up 1 hit. He's had 2 starts. He's given up 1 hit in each start. He's been magnificent.
Exactly what you're looking for.
Correct.
Exactly what you're looking for.
That's correct.
And as far as Cade Horton's injury is concerned, I always say this when you have injuries early, you'd rather deal with it now than deal with it in September. So hopefully for the young man that he'll be able to bounce back, because Cade Horton is one of these must-see young players in Chicago sports that you want to see be able to flourish. And so the hope is that he's going to be okay. And again, it's April. If he returns in September, that'd be awesome for the Cubs, because now that's a call-up or an extra arm that you didn't expect.
Well, I mean, hopefully he's back in 2 weeks, but we'll find out. You got imaging that will be done today is what we're being told. And so at the end of that imaging, we'll find out, is this a precursor to Tommy John? Is it adjusted steel type injury from last year where it happened about the same time and he was gone for the year? He's still not back.
Yeah, I understand.
So, Colin Ray, come on down. You're going to have to step up and pitch your tail off. And then is Jackson Wiggins going to be close to coming up? Do they have a move they can? Nobody. Can we stop with the idiocy? Can we please go trade for a good starter? Nobody's trading you Tarek Skubal or any of these pitchers here on April the 6th.
Oh, no, that's not even a conversation on April 6th. The reason why is because if the Cubs are one of the favorites to win the National League pennant, then you should have more than enough to be able to get that done, even without Horton. This whole thing where you got to replace him right away, that's not how it works.
Correct.
You are supposed to be built to last, are you not?
That is
okay,
correct.
Okay, so then you find a way. You just continue to plow through. With Horton, you were expecting him to be able to have double-digit wins and be the leader of that starting rotation, but he's not available right now. So
That's
you just
correct.
move forward. If you're all in for this season, then you have enough. If you're a Horton away from getting where you need to be, then you really weren't really there. Let's put it that way.
Correct. Now, he's had a Tommy John before in his life. That's one. He had an injury with a broken rib last September, knocked him out of the playoffs. That's 2. He's had his share of issues injury-wise in the minor leagues, trying to stay healthy. You think about the inordinate number of pitching injuries, and then you look back at some of the guys over the years who all they did was take the ball every 5th day. Mm-hmm. Do you realize how impressive that is?
Sure.
To be able to do that? So many guys can't.
Yeah, and keep you in the ball game. Unfortunately, the bullpen could not do that for the Cubs yesterday.
Line drive and a base hit right center field. Around third, here comes Stephen Kwan. Guardians finally get on the board, and all the way to third goes Angel Martinez. Center field. Armstrong makes the catch. Tagging up, coming home. Angel Martinez. He will score. It's a 1-run game. Right back up the middle and through. Here comes the tying run. Kafus scores. Swung on, hit high, hit deep to right. It's got a chance. Gone. Oh, C.J. Kafus just took a nice, easy swing, and the ball jumped off his bat. A towering home run to right to tie the game at 4 as he gets his first home run. The pinch runner goes. Pitch swung on, line drive, base hit to left. Sliding into third was DeWater. He gets back up, now comes home. Guardians take the lead.
First of all, the guy at the end there was two different play-by-play guys there.
Tom Hamilton.
Tom Hamilton's going to the Hall of Fame.
Sure.
That is probably my favorite baseball announcer on the radio, along with Marty Brenneman. Listening to him in modern time, I'm not talking about Harry or Jack or any of that. I love listening to Tom Hamilton. I will put Guardians games on just to listen to that guy. I think he's amazing.
How about this series?
No, he could screw himself.
Okay.
I hated hearing what he had to call yesterday. And that Jacob Webb home run ball that he threw, come on, man. You scrapped to get a 4-3 lead on a home run by Ian Happ, and now you've got the lead. You're in the 8th. You got to put them down. You have to put them away. Nope, can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Really ticked me off. I was not happy.
Yeah, but the thing is that the Guardians are not necessarily what I would say playoff timber, and not overly
They're
impressive.
leading your division, aren't they?
You understand what I just said? They're not. That's not who. I don't see them being at the top of the division at the end of the season. I do not. Just because they were 2 out of 3 against the Cubs doesn't make them world beaters. Not necessarily impressive. Cubs are down right now, but it doesn't mean that Cleveland's up.
But weren't the Guard Dogs a playoff team last year?
That was just my prediction for this year, Cap.
Yeah, the Guardians are 6-4. The Royals 4-5. The White Sox 4-5. The Tigers 4-5. Take that, Shay. Twins 3-6.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not happy.
Yes.
That was an eminently winnable, sweepable doubleheader yesterday. And what really bothers me, you'll get bad days by bullpen guys.
Sure.
That's going to happen. Hey, Alex Bregman might want to come through once in a while with men in scoring position.
Oh. Is that you calling out Bregman?
Yeah, he was as bad as his horse I bet on the other day at Keeneland.
Ah.
I was at Keeneland all weekend for my brother had a horse in the Bluegrass, and I'm looking at it. I get a text from a buddy of mine. Hey, check out the 4-horse in one of the earlier races. Bregman Family Racing, Alex Bregman. Yeah, that horse hasn't even made the turn for home yet. He was like your offensive futility yesterday.
Let's make sure that we make a note of it, Jay Moore. Calling out Bregman on April 6th. Is it because of the cold weather?
Learn how to play.
That's what.
You should have signed with the Mexican League then if you need it hot all the time. or the Dominican or somewhere warm.
I just heard it last time they
Punta Cana have a team?
When that ball went past Bregman at third base, I said, "Hey, Bregman, you're better than that." And you said, it's not that kind of a tough play. And I go, he played in Boston. If he's cold, he shouldn't be because he played for the Red Sox. And now the bat's cold from Bregman. And the question was asked, is it because of the cold temperature?
Absolutely not.
That's what I was told. That was one of the questions.
Yeah, no. He has not gotten off to the type of start I expect.
Especially at the top of the order. Number 2 after Horner. $1.67, 268 on base percentage, and 333 slugging.
Correct.
It's cold early.
Take away the 2 home run game. What's that guy done?
Here we go. Mount Kaplan starting to bubble. He hasn't popped yet, but he's starting to bubble, folks. This is what we love. Damn. The early criticism of the 4-5 ball club. Here's an answer maybe for the Cubs. Here's Marcus on the south side on Kap and J Hood. Marcus, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How's it going?
What's up, Sparky?
Oh, man, doing good. I think that the Cubs are going to eventually turn it around and get things going, but I do wonder because when I look at this lineup, I still don't feel like they have a bat that really makes opposing teams afraid, like an Ohtani, an Aaron Judge, a Kyle Riley, even what we see happen on the south side with Mooney. That power back and really put it on.
Okay, let's slow down on Mooney. He's been here 8-9 games. Relax. I love the start he got off to, but Mooney's not proven anything yet at the big league level. Let's settle down. Michael Busch hit, 34 home runs last year? Seiya hit 32 home runs last year. I expect a hell of a lot more from Alex Bregman. PCA was a 30-30 guy. So let's wait until Mooney does something like that, and then we could give him the cute little nickname. Are we clear?
Oh, I think we can give him the cute little nickname. PCA walks in the door called PCA. He was always Pete Crow Armstrong, but he gets the cute little nickname because he's a Chicago Cub. You have to give him nicknames.
That's his initials, and that's what his family calls him.
No, but he's still Pete Crow Armstrong until he proves something. He had to prove something to be able to have the PCA nickname. See, that's the difference. See what you just did there?
It's not a PCA nickname.
Yes,
that's
it is.
his initials.
Yeah, well, I mean, then the man's name's Pete Crow Armstrong.
I mean, are we supposed to not call you back in the day Jonathan? We had to call you Jonathan? You're J Hood, man. He's Jay Moore. He walked in the doors, Jay Moore. Did he not? Were we not sitting in the conference room? What do you like to be referred to? Johnny? Nope, Jay Moore. Done. He's Jay Moore.
That's right, damn it. That's not what I call him.
Thank you.
That's not what I call him in the clubs.
Wow.
It's not key.
Yeah, I know him as a different person, but that's just me. It's funny, the dichotomy, Aiden, between the 4 and 5 ball clubs in Chicago. As Mount Kaplan starts to bubble, old J Hood over here feeling pretty happy about the 4 and 5 start for the Chicago White Sox, the American League Ball Club. We'll address them coming up next. And your phone calls, 312-332-ESPN. So do I. 332-3776 is our phone number. The only difference is I live in reality.
Bregman.
On Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
It's a bad take.
Are you tubing? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Water in your basement doesn't wait, and neither should you. This is Maria.
And this is Ken at Family Waterproofing, and we believe in doing the job right and respecting your time.
From foundation cracks to full basement waterproofing systems, we protect what matters most.
And now with our new Express Services option, if you already know the solution you need, you can book your project directly.
No extra appointments, no unnecessary delays.
Fast, straightforward, reliable.
That's Family Waterproofing.
Protect your home today at FamilyDry.com. Family Waterproofing, your basement's best defense.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Taking the kayaks out on the lake, hot dogs on the grill, and your sister's boyfriend pulling out his acoustic guitar.
Everyone quiet! Harrison's playing. Wow, you're so good, Harrison.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. Pull on my jeans and I feel all right. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Okay, it's about that time. You're tuned in to the Kap J Hood Show.
Everything ain't hardcore, you know.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here's hoping that you had a great holiday weekend and a great Monday on the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. The dichotomy of 2 4 and 5 starts, one for the Cubs and one for the Chicago White Sox. Sox swept the Toronto Blue Jays at the rate, Cap. I mean, the fireworks were pretty awesome.
There's a swing and a line drive center field base hit. And it gets past Varsho. It's going to roll to the wall. Mydroth scores. Vargas on his way to third. It's 1-0 Sox. Here comes the 3-2. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Murray's got it, and he's going to throw to first. Murakami digs it out. They got the out, and the inning's over.
How about that range of Murray? And what a finish with Murakami keeping his foot on the bag.
Murray swing and a base hit. Left field corner. Murakami around third's going to score. Lenine Sosa's got an RBI double. It is 2-0. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Sox win. Sox sweep. They have swept the defending AL champions in shutout fashion.
The reigning, defending American League champions go down. The hands of the Chicago White Sox at the rate yesterday. Happy Easter indeed. How about that? 4 and 5, Cap. And again, I live in reality. And what I love is that the Sox scrapped and they battled that 5-4 win in 10 innings. You talk about kind of diversifying your offense, right? Instead of home run or nothing.
Correct.
Here's Hill with a bunt, right? And then you get Peters with the game-winning RBI. What I really like is that I didn't expect a bunt there in that spot. It's 2 outs, right, Aiden, in that spot? 2 outs, and they lay down a bunt because they had to replace the catcher because the catcher looks like his thumb might have been injured. But just the idea that you lay down a bunt in the 10th inning and you come back to win the ball game 5-4. Mooney and Montgomery with big home runs. In the next game in which you win 6-3. Vargas 2 for 2 with 2 runs. And then Davis Martin gives you quality. 3-0 shutout against the Blue Jays. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, if I was a Blue Jay fan, I would be really ticked off with how my club is playing. They look terrible.
But what if you're a White Sox fan? How do you
think should be thrilled with this week. I said this weekend when I was doing one of my recaps.
Yep.
I said it was a great weekend to be a White Sox fan. You roll in at 1-5 and everybody's just, this team's horrible. You sweep not the Rockies, you sweep the defending American League champion Toronto Blue Jays.
Yes.
Who have a massive bloated payroll. Your pitching steps up and makes big pitches in big spots. You come up with big hits in big spots. And Ozzie gets his number retired in just the coolest way on TV with Scotty Pods reading it to him and Chuck. Dude, that was so good. And Ozzie crying. Someday when my grandkids walk in here, they can look up and see I'm up there next to PK. Dude, it was a great weekend to be a White Sox fan.
It's as perfect as you can get, Aiden. This is about as perfect as you can get as a White Sox fan. Because the Ozzie thing came out of nowhere, by the way. I'm like, what's Pasednik doing there? It's like, okay, was he there for analysis? And he reads a proclamation about Ozzie Guillen having his number retired. It was just so perfectly done. And then, of course, the baseball was top shelf as well. On the road to 70, I'll take those 3 wins over the weekend.
If you would have said that in 2 games in this series, your 9th inning consisted of Peters and Hill bunting and Chris Murphy throw in the ninth, I would have told you they got swept. And they lost 8-0 in both of those 2 games.
Yeah. But now you see it, Kap. And again, as a realist, I understand what the season brings. But, boy, sometimes on the schedule, you just like to circle some things and say, you know what? That's when we had a good weekend. And this is the kind of baseball we have to play. Again, there's not a bunch of world beaters on this White Sox team, pitching or hitting. But, boy, when you're able to put it together the way they did, I thought that was outstanding against a top-shelf team in the Toronto Blue Jays. To be able to sweep them at home, and then the Ozzie tribute, about as good as weekend as you could find for the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, tremendous. And now Baltimore rolls in here, and you just got to deal with the elements and find a way to win another series, just one at a time. I thought it was a magnificent weekend.
Did you see One Dog out there on Sunday? One Dog, Acuna. He gives you 2 hits, a stolen base. He gives you a great catch in center field. He was all over the scorebook yesterday.
He was.
One Dog coming through. One Dog 2, Electric Boogaloo. He's the new Lance Johnson, folks.
There you go.
Just the way that he runs the bases, the way he's able to do the little things. And again, you see him up there. He's 5'0", 100-0. You see him up there. And then when he gets on base, Kap, he's running. Sox have to do that because you just don't have like the middle of the lineup that's just going to be a bunch of hairy-chested sluggers. You got to do the little things to win. Got to do it. And your pitching has to come through. We talked about this all the time with the White Sox. The reason why that the Sox are not going to be able to get to where I think a lot of Sox fans think that they should be is because of the pitching. You can't go anywhere without pitching. But in this series, hats off. Hats off. They did a great job, including Davis Martin coming through. So this is the difference between the standards, the championship standards of your team, and me just trying to get on the road to 70. That's what I'm trying to do. And that's one of the great reasons why when I watch White Sox baseball, it's for the little things. It's for the young players. It's what it is.
Yeah, I loved when we had Chris Getz on Friday, and we talked about the starting pitching hasn't been great the first, 2 series. He said, I think we've greatly improved it, and we're going to be fine there.
Okay.
And they went out this weekend and pitched their tail off. So hats off to the Chicago White Sox. A magnificent weekend.
And Mooney, the first baseman, on his way to the All-Star game. He'll be on the first base line, tipping the cap.
He probably will. Munataka Murakami? Absolutely.
He'll be there. Apparently Shane Smith won't be there, but that's okay. Someone's got to represent the White Sox. Why not him? How about that? 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Is it rude, Aiden, by the way, to have one of the headphones in listening to Len and DJ at Easter dinner? Is that rude to chime in and listen as I do every game?
Are you kidding me? Pope Leo was probably doing the same thing. 2 in a row. Oh, here we go.
Listening to Len and DJ in the one headphone. John, would you like to pass the potatoes? John? Oh, sorry. Sorry, we scored again.
Better than me. I had my iPad with the games on.
I'm not as rude, but I am keeping tabs on the American League Chicago Ball Club.
But I was the outsider at the dinner.
Oh, cool. What? How's that shocking? That's every dinner.
Everybody else there was of the Easter persuasion. I was just tagging along for the free meal.
You're saying you're a Jew?
Correct.
Okay. We turn now to I don't know. You're never the outsider, though. That's the thing. You're never an outsider. You belong to everybody.
Correct.
That's kind of who you are. You blend in with everybody.
There you go.
You're never the outsider.
There you go. The meal was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Yes.
My son can cook, man. Holy cow.
Just remember, you're welcome everywhere.
Thank you.
I think you know that.
Thank you.
So how's the Tupperware? We go to downtown Deed.
Hold on a second.
Is it?
I said to my wife yesterday, we were flying back from Lexington.
Do you know?
And we went every year to my sister-in-law, Veronica. She is hot, and she's an awesome person. Not a very good cook. Just a fact. She's a vegan. So how does a vegan going to prepare a meal for everybody else? And I had this horrible vision that we were going to eat lamb. I hate lamb. Not going to do it. So I was going to.
That's a terrible take, Kap. That's absolutely terrible.
I don't like lamb. I could choke down a lamb chop, but the sliced lamb with mint on it, no, mint jelly, that's disgusting. I'd rather starve.
Mint jelly's gross, but Colorado lamb chops, it doesn't get better than that, Hoodie.
That's correct. It's two Americas
So,
there.
so I said to my wife, please, dear God, tell me we're not having lamb tonight. And she said, no, Garrett's been smoking a brisket since midnight Saturday. And you had it at my birthday. His brisket is amazing.
It is.
Yeah. You might want to try and license it over there, Carson's. And so I walked in. That brisket was to die for. It was incredible.
Yeah. How many has he sold, Cap? How many briskets has he sold?
He does it only for people that he really cares about, Dean.
So, speaking of TV viewing, Hoodie, you should have seen Saturday night at the pork store. Everyone became an Illini fan all of a sudden. Can we have a view with the TV, please? 90-year-old women. I mean, it was unbelievable. I was like, if only we all had a TV in our pockets, for God's sakes.
Yes.
Round of applause for the White Sox, and shout out to the Guillen family, dear friends of downtown Dean. And also, shout out to Shay Norling, Hoodie, taking a chapter out of Silverman's book, going on a week-and-a-half-long domestic vacation. You got to love that. I got a bone to pick with your radio partner there. He got us all worked up, Hoodie, talking the World Series, him and Tyler Aki, 90-win team. Stop yourself, kid. And I don't blame you, Hoodie, because if you were to tell us they were going to suck or that they were going to be overrated, you'd sound like a hater because you're a Sox fan. Cap is supposed to give us the straight dope. And, you might as well light these tickets on fire now, the win total in the World Series. I've told you before, and I've said it all along, I truly won't let it affect my mood because I don't care if they don't win again for another 108 years, Hoodie. I truly don't. Like, I was telling AOC, I got 2016 like a tattoo, baby. You're still a part of everything I do. You ride my heart just like a tattoo. Just like a tattoo. I'll always have you. J-Mar! J-Mar, let's go!
That dude's the best.
Downtown D.
That dude is so good. But don't tear up any tickets. Patience. It's a marathon, not a sprint. I'll have a few speaks with Alex Bregman. We'll get things squared away.
Oh, you're going to talk to Bregman?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Because that'll make things better.
100%.
Yeah. IL stint. You talk to him. That's okay. Let the veteran figure things out. Let him figure it out. He's going to be a catalyst for the team. It's just April. You just want him to get out to a faster start because he's a new Cub, but it's okay. Everyone cannot be Mooney. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. White Sox All-Star, Mooney, tips to Cap. Steps back in line. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. How about that? Man, you can't have a better weekend than what happened for Ozzie Guillen and what happened for the White Sox. Outstanding. The number 13 will be up there in the Ring of Honor. He's going to have a statue one day, too. It's going to be awesome. He's going to have a statue.
He should.
He's the manager of the 2005 World Series White Sox team. And somehow, some way, Cap, he's still the face of the team. He is. You don't have that one veteran that stands out and said, that's White Sox baseball. But every time you turn on the Sox game, next to Chuck Garfien is the face of the White Sox. He survived Kenny Williams. I think, if nothing else, he needs to have a statue for that. Surviving his relationship with Kenny Williams and Jerry Reinsdorf. And he's still there.
Still there.
Doesn't have to be.
It's super cool.
I mean, when Ozzie's not there, you've got guys that are former Sox, but no one stands out more than Ozzie Guillen. So I'm so happy for him and his family. It's so awesome.
Yeah, it was super, super cool to see his emotion. So real, so awesome. And Ozzie's getting what he deserves.
Speaking of emotions, Brad Underwood and the Illini. We talk about it next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
Springtime in Chicagoland. Cracking open the windows, letting the fresh air in, and make sure everything actually works and opens the way it should. If your windows aren't, you need to reach out like we did to our guy, Russ Armstrong. He's better known as the Chicago window guy. See, Russ Armstrong keeps it real. He offers the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, guaranteed. So do what Mindy and I did. We called Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. 847-881-3060, 847-881-3060, or visit ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8000000, and win with Wallner.
Okay, can I go now?
Let's hear it, Professor.
Join us for Whiskey University, Wednesday, April 15th from 7 to 9 p.m. at Bub City in Rosemont. We'll study Old Forester bourbon and Glendronach single malt Scotch whiskey.
Not bad.
I don't overanalyze it, Carm. I just know great Scotch when I taste it.
Just continue, please.
Whiskey U. Come sip, enjoy, and learn something new. I mostly just enjoy.
We noticed.
Classes in session April 15th from 7 to 9.
You forgot one thing.
Oh, yeah. Please drink responsibly.
Bravo. A+.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
Getting and maintaining a lawn that you love is no small task, but nobody makes it easier than the pros at True Green. They do all the hard work to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. Pro golfers like Jason Day and Ben Griffin don't waste weekends on lawn care. They trust True Green, so stop sweating the results that you've always wanted and sign up now for True Green. TrueGreen.com. True Green is the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
The Chicago White Sox announced today that 2005 World Series winning manager Ozzie Guillen will be honored on Saturday, August 8th.
I know that bobblehead.
With a special ceremony retiring his number 13 uniform. No way. The shortstop, who played for 13 seasons with the White Sox, will be the 13th player in franchise history to have his number retired and first manager. Oh, that is amazing. Mr. Ozzie Guillen, your legacy will be forever etched.
Scott Pasednik with the announcement that Ozzie Guillen's number is going to be retired. Glad to have you with us here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With you till 9 o'clock, then it's Carmen Jurko at 9, Waddle and Silvy at 2. We'll have the Rich Eisen show as well, Aiden, as it comes on at noon, right here on the home of the White Sox and Bears, ESPN 1000. Because if we had Carmen Jurko at 9 and Waddle Silvy at 2, there'll be a radio silence between 12 and 2. We'd have no programming. That's a problem. White Sox baseball against the Orioles at 6 right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. Yeah, just a banner weekend for the White Sox, sweeping the Blue Jays, and then Ozzie Guillen's number being retired. We're going to get your phone calls in here, 312-332-3776. Still to come, we're going to hear from Jesse Rogers, the latest on the Cubs, Sox, everything else, MLB from the weekend. We'll talk to Jesse coming up at 7:30 right here on Kap and J Hood. Kap, speaking of emotions for Ozzie Guillen, how about emotions for Brad Underwood and the Illini? You get there Saturday, you turn it on, you're looking for some competitive games in the Final Four, and we did not get those. We did not get the competitive games that I thought. First of all, the Illini falling short against UConn. A great season for Illinois, we should say, on the front end. To be able to get to the Final Four for the first time since 2005, pretty cool.
And they battled back. They did get it to a 4 or 3 point game late and just couldn't climb the mountain. They didn't make enough shots. I thought they got away from their half-court offense. And in the end, that UConn thing is just built with toughness, man.
So 2 eye-popping numbers as the assistant. I'm giving you the box score. We lost the game. What happened, Hoodie? Well, I circle a couple of things for you, Coach. One thing that I would circle for you, Kap, is 3 assists on 19 field goals made. 3 assists for the entire game.
Yeah, not good.
3 assists?
Terrible.
So I'm bringing it across the timeline of the front court, and I'm just jacking threes. And then on top of that, either the Illini was shooting out of rhythm on their threes that they missed or missed layups right at the rim. I don't understand that. I mean, you're right there. I don't know if that's you being tight or just misfortune, but there were so many opportunities for the Illini to be able to take the lead and capture it, even though they cut it down to, like you said, 2 or 3. It felt like 10 the entire time because of not passing the basketball, not hitting your threes, because that's what they love to do, and not hitting your layups. I think the lack of being able to have team basketball hurt the Illini on Saturday.
It did. They just didn't look like they were in sync offensively. And then the number of open looks that UConn was able to generate, pass inside, kick it back out. And there's Mullins, Caravan, guys banging shots all over the place. And I heard Chris Canty give a stat. They scored 20 more points than Illinois on open looks. On open looks.
Yeah.
That's why I always say to you, the best way to a clean perimeter look is through the interior. You pass the ball around the perimeter, guys get up on you. You go inside, you force them to shift their defense. Boom, ball goes back out. Move it, move it, move it. The ball doesn't need to hit the deck very much. It does not. And they got open looks and 4 threes for the kid Mullins, the freshman.
Mm-hmm.
Tip your cap.
I mean, 12 threes total for UConn. I thought, obviously, you look at their offense, Cap, it was pretty good. But they converted turnovers into fast break points. I also like what they did defensively. They got 6 steals defensively, Cap. So you like them to get into the passing lanes and was able to turn over the Illini. But also they contested a lot of shots from the Illini. I think this might be one of the better defensive efforts against the Illini we've seen all season in that game against UConn on Saturday. So, again, I really like what I saw there from the Illini a lot during the regular season. But it's funny about the three-point shot when it doesn't fall. That's what it looks like. You're discombobulated offensively. You don't pass the basketball. You're playing in a well at that time, right? You're down 10, you're down 12. You're just trying to get a 3 just to make it close. It just didn't fall. And so you get what you get. And then the other game with Arizona and Michigan, my God. You talk about not even being close. I think at the first whistle, you kind of knew, okay, that Arizona's going to be overmatched. Arizona, a team I had winning the national championship. But that Michigan team, what we saw on Saturday, reminded me of those victories they had against like San Diego State and Gonzaga and just steamrolling through the Big Ten. There was some gaudy numbers that Michigan put up against some of these teams in the regular season, big time, like NBA numbers offensively, just steamrolling the competition. Auburn as well. They beat down Auburn in the regular season the way that they beat down Arizona. They just are a special group. You see them on the floor. You saw them up close and personal at State Farm Center. That team just comes at you at waves. Michigan?
They have so much talent. They're very well coached. Very well coached. Dusty May, that guy knows how to get guys open. They scheme guys open by going down to Mara, the big kid inside, and that ball hits his hands. It's hopping, man. It is moving. He'll go to the weak side, open look, bang. Now, they're dealing with some injuries. Lindenberg, the Big Ten Player of the Year, he had to hobble off the court. They've got some guys that are banged up. UConn is going to give them everything they want tonight. I can't wait to watch the game. I think it's going to be an awesome matchup. Who's more talented? Michigan. That does not mean they're going to win the game.
So I got to ask you a couple of things about Dusty May. You sure we haven't seen him before, like coach in the 70s or 80s? You sure we haven't seen Dusty May before? You sure he's a kind of a newish coach on the scene? Because he comes out there, Cap, with so much confidence, May, as if he's been at Final Fours forever. Like he's always been in the national championship picture, and he's not. Here's something
this is what, his second trip?
Yeah. So you got to enjoy this, right? So he understands that when you play in a football stadium, the background and the backdrop is different than in a regular season arena. He practices in Ann Arbor at the football stadium. Did you see this?
Yeah.
This B-roll of him having guys shoot with that weird, with that stadium behind them.
Correct. He had it. So Al McGuire, the late Al McGuire, used to talk about municipal arenas have no shooting background. Where you're in these small gyms, especially where you practice, the wall is right behind the basket. And it becomes a depth perception issue. And Dusty May, who learned from Bob Knight, he went to Indiana to be the student manager. And I saw a great picture this weekend, 4 student managers from Indiana who all wanted to be coaches, and they're all at the Final Four, and it's a picture of them while they're still students. And they said, we just walked around the lobby handing out resumes. Can I have a job on your staff? I'll cut tape. I'll do whatever you want. I'll work 24/7. And one of them was Dusty May. It was amazing. Then he gets the Florida Atlantic job. He gets to the Final Four. But he had a mobile like a basket on wheels that they wheeled in to the arena. I mean, to the big house. It's cold. It's wintertime. And we're going to practice shooting there. You guys are going to get used to depth perception.
I just think that's brilliant.
Brilliant. I never heard of that.
You're practicing in the football stadium because, as you know, because you've been to Final Fours like I have, it is different for the players. You can practice in it, but actually playing in it, it's just like, oh my God, I'm like shooting in this big cavern, right? Like this cave of just with people in it. And it's just a different kind of feel when you're playing basketball in a football stadium. The other thing is that you got to like is Dusty May coming across like an assistant. There he was watching the Illinois game, sitting there at press row with his notepad, writing down stuff about the Illinois and UConn game. I'm like, Coach, there's got to be a monitor in the back. No. I know my game's next, but I got to scout. He has assistants for that. Nope. He's still old school. I'll go out there and watch him myself. Can you imagine that?
I absolutely loved it.
That's amazing.
Again, I've never met, I know a lot of guys in the game, never met the man in my life. But when I told you that I called you when I went to see Michigan at Illinois back in February, I was 4 rows up from him, and I'm watching him, and just the way he talks to his team, the way he coaches, I'd let my kid play for that guy. Yeah. I hear great things about him as a human, too.
I just think that's great. I do want to ask you about the number for this one tonight. It is UConn against Michigan, and I've seen it as high as 7.5.
It's 7 right now.
It's 7. What's wrong with that number?
It's because Michigan is so flippin' talented. They're so deep, and you see what they did to Arizona. Like, Arizona came in on a high. Their head coach, Tommy Lloyd, turned down the North Carolina job.
Yeah.
And Arizona then made him one of the highest paid coaches in the country. Sure. And he doesn't have to report to the athletic director anymore.
Well, that's great.
Nope. I only deal with the president. Him. You're not my boss.
I don't know that people realize how much power that is. Not have to deal with the AD. Go right to the president. So,
I would tell you, I would take.
What's the cap line?
I would have said it was something like 5.5, 6. So it's 7 right now. I would take the points with UConn. I think they'll go down fighting. I do.
Aiden, does that number seem – I thought the number was high. I thought it was going to be 4.5. 4.5. But
yeah, I completely agree with everything you just said, Cap. It's clear who the more talented team is. The only issue is the guy standing in the suit on the other sidelines is Danny Hurley and has done this. So 7 does seem a little high.
So, but do you like UConn plus 7?
I would take it that way. How would you do it?
Or do you think Michigan is just going to steamroll UConn like you steamroll everyone else?
I don't know. I'm right on that. Like you said, I don't really like the line. I don't know if it was 8.5, which I don't think, it's not going to get up that high. Then I would take UConn. If it was 4.5, I would take Michigan. It's kind of right in between for me.
I had UConn as my champion. I had UConn versus Arizona. I didn't think Michigan was going to make it.
And now look at them. As if the opposition wasn't even on the floor. Michigan just steamrolled Arizona.
Then
crazy.
Is Lindenberg playing? Is he going to be hurt? Or is he still hurt? Is he going to play?
He'll play. He'll play.
So they have to turn in the injury reports for the NCAA before the game. Solo Ball for UConn and Lindenberg for Michigan are not on the report, so they should be good to go.
They should be fine. The young man, he forced himself back on the floor for Michigan on Saturday when they actually didn't need him. They actually were doing fine.
They didn't.
But he said, please let me get back out there to get the feeling, and he was hobbling up and down the floor. So, I think he'll play.
It's that one shining moment, man. You want to be out there.
You want to be in the video. I understand.
All on the record.
Yeah, I'm
Michigan
excited
wins the
to
game.
watch it.
Michigan wins the game.
I would think, but I can't write off UConn, man. That team has a toughness about it. Did you watch the interview with Mullins after the game? Danny Hurley's headbutting him like they're like rubbing foreheads. The love affair that those players have with that coach who I've been around, he pushes his guys as hard as any guy in the country. He does. Like, that guy's insane. I love him.
One thing I'll point out as we get ready for the platform, if I'm doing the bet, and I will bet today, I'll take Michigan on the money line. I don't know about the spread because I want to see how Michigan reacts when they get punched in the mouth. It's been easy for them a lot this season. So when they get punched in the mouth, how do you react? Do you fall down? Do you stumble? Or do you get back up there and punch them back? All these games Michigan has played, look at the scores, Jay Moore, that they have dominated, right? But they haven't really been punched in the mouth in a big spot in a big game like this. So I want to find out what that looks like. When UConn punches back, does Michigan respond? That's why I'll just go straight up with it because I'm not sure how the game ends from a total or from a spread standpoint.
Yeah, I think I'm taking the points because Lindenberg is really talented. That dude is banged up, injured left ankle and more. But Solo Ball also got hurt for UConn. Like, both teams are dealing with a lot.
Mm-hmm. The platform is next on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
When Kap and J Hood are over, the fun continues. Tell your friends and enemies. It's the Carmen and Jurko Show. Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle. Refined luxury, responsive handling, cutting-edge safety features, you'll find it all at Advantage Acura. Their team is committed to delivering a seamless, transparent experience from start to finish. At Advantage Acura, it's not just about putting you in a vehicle, it's about earning your trust. Discover the full lineup of Acura models at Advantage Acura of Naperville, or begin your search online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
Hey, it's Kap, and whether it's your home or your business, comfort isn't optional. When your heating or cooling system isn't working the way it should, you need a team you can trust, and that's why I recommend Automatic. They've been serving Chicagoland for decades, handling everything from routine maintenance to full system installs. Professional, responsive, and they get the job done right the first time. Don't wait for a breakdown to take action. Call Automatic or visit Automatic.com and make sure your HVAC system is running exactly the way it should.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, and immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
That is right, my friend. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087, 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087, or simply visit TRA.com.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Time for the platform. Here's Aiden.
And as always, the platform brought to you by the CTA. Save money, do more, ride CTA. Talked about the games. Illinois comes back a little bit. Not as competitive in the second one. I want to talk about what TBS decided to do in between these two games. First of all, you got the Chainsmokers performing for God only knows why. And they bring James Naismith, in quotes, back from the dead.
Yes.
What are we doing? Not to mention Magic Johnson. Hey, let's sit him up there, ask him one question in the 2 hours he's on TV. And he got one of the biggest panels I've seen with, you know, your normal guys and your Charles and Kenny and Ernie. And then, okay, Magic, you're in. Bruce Pearl, why not? And then, Will Forte playing the role of James Naismith in just an utter disaster. I was looking at this, watching this, just going, what on earth is going on? What is this?
Will Forte playing the part of Charlie Bevins.
Oh, wow.
That's what happened there.
Yeah, I was at a restaurant down in Kentucky, and they had a bunch of TVs, so we were set up in the bar area so we could eat and watch. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And I turned to my wife. I'm like, Chainsmokers are still a thing? Like, it's the Final Four, man. Like, really? I didn't understand the whole setup.
I can explain it. You know what it is, Aiden, is that when you let Turner Television produce your stuff, you're going to get the jazz hands and the wild and wacky, because Inside the NBA was built on that kind of just strange stuff. Even when they cross over to CBS, you know it's produced by Turner. When they do this stuff to try to humiliate Charles Barkley or make Barkley the funny, it's because it's produced by Turner. The traditional Tiffany channel, as Kap would know, the Tiffany network of CBS would give you like documentaries and just like tear-jerking stories about the players or the coaches and all that. That's what they would do. Turner? No, here's Will Forte. Here's a lot of stuff. Yeah, it was muted while I was talking to family and stuff on Saturday. So I looked over there. I didn't sit there and watch it. I was just waiting for the games to start. But just the fact that you're going to get the strange stuff, that just comes from Turner. That's all produced in Atlanta. Anything you see that's a little strange in these basketball games is usually from them.
Yeah, I'm reading the Sports Illustrated article that came out about it. Not only is the headline, "The real James Naismith is rolling in his grave" from TBS, But they make a good point. The guy who wrote this, Mike McCarthy, different Mike McCarthy, it appears.
Yes.
Bill Murray's in the stands, and he's watched this team the entire season. His son Luke's an assistant on Danny Hurley's staff.
Yeah, he's going to be the head coach at Boston College.
Yeah, bring him on for a segment. Talk about it. Instead, you have Magic Johnson up there. Just smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
I'm not surprised. Not surprised.
Did you hear about the Barkley? We'll talk about it after we top of the hour. Barkley outside St. Elmo's. What happened? It was super cool.
Mm-hmm.
Super cool. We can get into it.
So Aiden, so instead of just getting up and taking a lap, you sat there and watched between both games. You were looking for some analysis there for Michigan and Arizona?
Yeah, you would think. You're between games. They might break down the tape a little bit. Absolutely not.
Okay, so two NBA guys. Bruce Pearl is saying nothing. Clark Kellogg, who's been watching college basketball the entire season, right? The only guy that really has the qualifications about college basketball. Then you add a little sprinkle of Magic because Magic just happens to be in the house. And then Will Forte. What do you think you're going to get out of there? Do you think he's going to get like the top shelf analysis? They're doing the entertainment thing, man. This is what built it inside the NBA. That kind of nonsense. But on that platform, probably need a little something more. So I understand your point. That's the platform with Aiden right here on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN 1000. Jesse Rogers at 7:30 right here on ESPN 1000.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Brother.
Stuck in traffic? Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or unexpected costs for car repair. $5 will cover your trip and back on the CTA, so just sit back. We'll do the driving. Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
We swept Marquette.
Believe in a world of wellness. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story. As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care, where you need it, when you need it. This is David Kaplan. I am proud to partner with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them for 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
With Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup with live games, daily sports coverage, and expert analysis. And now, the ESPN Unlimited plan is available at no additional cost, giving you access to additional ESPN content in the ESPN app, including more must-see action like WWE premium live events, on-demand programming, and originals to explore. Visit Xfinity.com/your subscriptions to activate ESPN Unlimited access. Then start watching in the ESPN app. More from ESPN, all in one place.
Kap J Hood are back. Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Keep winning. Keep showing them.
ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome into the Kap J Hood Morning Show. On ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We have got Aiden, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you here on this Monday morning. Thank you so much for being with us as we're brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group as we broadcast live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade. Still to come this hour, we're going to hear from Jesse Rogers, who covers baseball for ESPN and ESPN.com. We'll talk Cubs and Sox and everything else MLB from the weekend at 7:30, brought to you by Automatic right here on your home for the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000.
By the way, our great partners at Chicago Cut, they bring us the Chicago Cut Steakhouse Cut of the Day.
Jay Moore! Oh, sorry.
No, early.
Okay. Oh, God!
They started breakfast today.
Gotcha.
They used to do it back in the day, and now back every morning. Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Their breakfast is insanely good.
It is?
Yes. Wow. And funny, the last time I had breakfast there, I could tell you the date. It was June 14. I don't remember the year, like 2014, 13, whatever it was that I had breakfast on a Saturday morning. My wife and I were driving to a wedding in Peoria, and we stopped downtown for something, and we had breakfast. And all of a sudden, I look up, and there's a guy standing at the table. He goes, "Why you got to be so hard on my brother?" It was Reggie Rose.
Oh, wow.
Oof. He was very nice. I'm like, I'm not being hard on him. It's my job. It's what I do.
You were saying about Charles Barkley.
Anyway, Charles went to St. Elmo's, which you've been to. St. Elmo's Steakhouse. If you haven't been there in Indianapolis, one of the oldest steakhouses in America. And they are known for their shrimp cocktail. The shrimp cocktail will literally blow your head off because of the amount of horseradish in the sauce. So you can order the shrimp cocktail. Hey, hold the horseradish. And it's delicious, too.
Brother.
I like it with the horseradish. But, like, you put a bunch on the end of that big, they give those huge mammoth shrimp. Oh, brother.
Oh, my God.
It will clear your nostrils out.
Instant tears.
But it's so good. I love it. Anyway.
Aiden, have you been to Indianapolis?
No, I have not.
Great town.
And
great town.
Yeah.
Great big event town.
A big event town. You wouldn't think Naptown would be a big event town, but it is Indianapolis. You talk about concerts or big time, events like the Final Four. Everything is just it's perfect. The way they built it.
NFL Combine, all of it.
You should
Super Bowl.
You should go.
So Charles has a reservation. There's a group of them going. As he's getting toward the restaurant, there's all these people outside see him. And it's packed down there. And they want autographs. Charles says, "Tell them to hold the table. I'm going to be late." And he stood there and signed well north of an hour. Because that's who he is.
He is.
He is the best dude in the world. He knows how blessed he is to be in the position that he's in, to make the money that he makes. And he said, "I wouldn't have any of it without all these people." And he stood out there and took pictures and signed for everybody that wanted an autograph.
Yeah, and just so everyone knows, that's not a one-off. Charles Barkley is that person. I saw the same thing in New Orleans with him at the Final Four.
He does it everywhere he goes. I saw it at a Blackhawks game. He's wearing a Patrick Kane jersey at a playoff game. And my wife and I are talking to him, but he's like, I had a player. He wouldn't tell us who it was. He goes, a big-name NBA player came up to him. "Charles, they won't leave me alone in the valet line, at my table while I'm eating dinner, in the airports, wherever. They won't leave me alone. How do I handle it?" He said, "Oh, you don't know the trick? Come on, man. You got to know the trick. Here's the deal." He goes, "What is it?" "Give back all the money, all the women, all the cars, and all the perks, and get a normal job, and no one will care. Otherwise, shut your effing mouth and sign." That was Charles.
And the player said, "No, I'm not going to do that." He goes, "Well, you got to just eat it then and enjoy life." That's what it is. When you're a celebrity, this is what happens.
It's part of the deal, man.
Even in 2026, when you're a celebrity, that still is a thing.
Yeah.
So you got to do it.
100%. I love hearing big-name guys like that do that. I love that.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Say on the air what you said on the airplane, Kap. regarding Tommy Waddle, who I know is listening this morning. Okay, you and I last week were talking about after Tommy's appearance on Waddle Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, Tommy's really on these compensatory picks for the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, Cap, he's like a dog on the bone with it. He's not going to let it go because he feels like a lot of Bears fans feel like the Bears got screwed because Ian Cunningham is the general manager in name with the Atlanta Falcons, but yet even with the meetings in Arizona, again, going back to the well, talking to Goodell and talking to New York about it, nope, Bears not going to get their picks.
Yeah.
I saw Dan Wiederer's piece in the Athletic over the weekend regarding how the Bears will not be getting the picks. The NFL on Friday rejected the Bears' appeal on the original decision. So the Bears at least tried again to say, hey, here's Ian Cunningham, who we groomed into being a general manager with the Atlanta Falcons. He was under me, if your polls, and says, I put him in this position. He got the job. Shouldn't we get our picks? And the NFL doubled down. Like, no, you don't get the picks. And so I understand where Tommy's coming from and where Bears fans are coming from. I told you at the time, the first time that the NFL said no, I said, Cap, it's not the end of the world, but you have to do what's right by the Bears. That's what I think. Now, again, the Bears are going to be fine without those picks. However, if to the letter of the law, a minority candidate gets a general manager's job where the guy, you could say over Ian Cunningham, and Matt Ryan says, oh, this is Ian's job. This is his show. I'm going to learn from Ian. I'm just here.
Correct.
I'm not.
And he said,
I'm not picking up the phone at 3 a.m. about picks and free agency. It's Ian's job.
He said Ian is driving the bus.
Yeah.
He's making the decision.
Learning from Ian, he said.
Correct.
Not just Pro Football Talk. He said it, I think, at the press conference. Did he not?
He did.
Said whoever the general manager is, he's going to be running the show.
That is correct.
They said the owner, Arthur Blank, said it. The cartoon character of the 1930s with that zoot suit.
Correct.
He said himself, it was like, hey, whoever the general manager is, he's going to be running the show. Wasn't good enough for the NFL, Cap.
Yeah, I was very surprised. Once they appealed and you knew Kevin, George, and Ryan flew to New York to meet with the commissioner, okay, they'll get this done. Nope. And they said this matter is closed.
George. Jay Moore, I know that George McCaskey said something about this. We did not play it last week, but his soundbite's always brief, by the way. He doesn't go over like 30 seconds very often. But I think George says something about that, too. I'm sure George was in the room, Cap, and probably laid his resume out and goes, see what I've done with a minority candidate here? It's like, have you seen my record? Have you seen who I've hired? I don't know if Kevin Warren was in the room, probably not. But George, I'm sure, said something like, so you're going to tell me that this young man who is now the general manager and we can't get our picks based on what we've done to be part of the Rooney Rule and also be part of the minority initiative to be able to push minorities in a position of power, and yet I can't get picks? I'm sure he said something about it.
You would absolutely think that George spelled out his record. I was
think
just
what
stunned.
we did is what the league wants every member club to do. We identified diverse talent. We recruited him. We created a position for him. We allowed him access to the general manager role to work hand in hand with Ryan Poles. We allowed him to make mistakes and to learn from those mistakes. We gave him supervisory duties. We gave him training. We made him ready to be a general manager in the NFL. And he's getting his opportunity, and we're thrilled for him.
So right there, you could hear from George right there.
Correct.
We did everything that we were supposed to do to be able to get him in a position to be a general manager, but yet we can't get picks for it. Exactly the letter of the law of what was supposed to be in place where a number of teams were able to get picks, but the Bears, no, it's a bridge too far. And the question is why?
Yeah, and Ryan, a person of color, who said, look, I don't agree that you should get picks because of this rule. You should get picks because we followed the rule, whatever the rule may be. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you talked about was it with Waddle and Silvy, talked about how uncomfortable it is.
Right.
From his standpoint,
He said,
as an African American.
I'm an African American. I don't agree with the rule, but the rule is the rule.
Yes. And so case closed. Like the Bears are not, so we're done with that story. The Bears are not going to get their picks.
Correct.
Even with an appeal last week, that's it. We're just not getting it. And again, it's the random wheel of justice from Roger Goodell. I've never understood that. If you have something in place that's a rule, why not the Bears?
Because he will say to you, if Roger Goodell was sitting right here, he'd say, there is no random wheel. The rule, the interpretation of the rule, I read it. I don't agree with it, but the interpretation of the rule said he is not at the top of the football food chain. You do not get your picks, period. So he'd say to you, no, Jonathan. No random wheel here. We read the rule exactly how it's written, and we followed it to a T.
And I would call him a liar. I would call him a liar because he is. If he said that, then he'd be lying. Because there's so many other examples, Cap, of general managers or those that got a chance to be able to be in a front office, generally managing a team, and the other team got their picks.
But though he would say to you, because I read the article this weekend on the plane, he said, go back and look at who got comp picks. Those situations, they are the primary decision maker at the top of the flow chart. In Atlanta, that is not the case. Again, I don't agree with it, but that's how he and the league, he doesn't do this rogue by himself. He and the league look at it and they go, no, this is not the way the rule was written. Fair? No. That's all I can tell you.
So for the New Orleans Saints, the Saints received 4 Terry Fontenot. They of course, Terry Fontenot got hired as Falcons GM, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Traded the 2021 pick to the Denver Broncos with another third-round pick to move up 22 spots for cornerback, Paulson Adebo, and dealt the 2022 selection as part of the complex 8th selection trade with the Philadelphia Eagles. This was a trade, not just a move, right? Is that what it was?
I believe so.
Okay, so Terry Fontenot hired as the GM for the Falcons, the Browns. So what did they get for Adolfo Mensa, hired as Vikings GM. David Bell, they selected David Bell, the 2022, and also a defensive tackle. So all of these are just via trade, correct?
No, I think the Kwesi Adolfo Mensa, I think that's those comp picks. But he was at the top of the Viking food chain. He no longer is. He got fired.
Terry Fontenot was the head of the Falcons. Was he at the top of the food chain?
I'd have to go back and look, but I believe he was.
David Culley was hired, as you remember, as Houston Texans head coach. That was a move. And then with the Bears, the Kansas City Chiefs, they allowed Poles to get the Bears job. And there was picks for that, was it not?
I believe that Kansas City did. But Ryan was at the top of the food chain. There was no Kevin Warren when Ryan got here. And Kevin's not the head of football. Kevin's president of the team. The primary football decision maker in Chicago is Ryan Poles.
And it will be for Ian Cunningham.
No, Matt Ryan is president of football operations.
In name.
Doesn't matter.
But you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying.
And by the way, the whole world knows what I'm saying. That Matt Ryan is not going to be doing all of the moving and shaking with that ball club. Won't be. He told you so.
Fair.
He told you he wouldn't be. The owner told you he wouldn't be. It's fine.
I get what you're saying, but I understand where the league is coming from. I'm not saying I agree with it. I understand it. He's not the chief executive. He is underneath Matt Ryan. Here in Chicago, Ryan is the chief executive.
Yeah, it's just I just think that's just pulling straws there. I just think that's not – the Bears should be able to get their picks, Cap. They should, especially when they tell you like Matt Ryan might have a bigger name and bigger title, but Ian Cunningham's going to be pulling that rope.
No question.
He will be. So it's fine. Like, again, the Bears will survive without it. I'm just saying that all these examples of David Culley being hired, Brad Holmes, Terry Fontenot, Adolfo Mensa, Ryan Poles, Aaron Glenn.
And by the way, Ian Cunningham spent part of his childhood down in Georgia. He wanted to go work for Matt Ryan, who was Ryan Poles' best friend and teammate and roommate in college at Boston College. There are people on social go, then you should deny them and not allow them to hire. Do you really think the Bears are going to stand in his way? That's not going to happen.
That would not be a good look.
So
right, you can't do that. So I mean, again, we move on, Cap, but just to update people from the busy holiday weekend, based on what we heard on Friday, the Bears will not be getting their comp picks.
They're not.
So that's it. With an appeal, with George McCaskey more than likely in the room, it still didn't happen for the Bears. There you have it.
There you have it.
All right, coming up, are we getting change on the west side? We will talk about that coming up next. Jesse Rogers at 7:30 on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. ESPN's The Hot Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, Wednesday night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, has the best selection of Weber grills and accessories like the new Searwood Pellet Grill, featuring a temperature range from 180 to 600 degrees Fahrenheit. That means low and slow smoking, high heat searing, rotisserie roasting, even griddling on a Weber griddle insert, all on the same grill. Get the Weber Searwood Grill today and rethink what's possible on a pellet grill. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop. It's Apt, A-B-T. Apt.com. Please eat people since 1936.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Save big money on your interior stains and finishes now at Menards. Provide exceptional color to your staining project with Minwax Color Series. It applies evenly and dries fast with just one coat. Get a quart of Minwax Color Series wood stain in over 240 colors. On sale now through April 12th. Visit our paint desk and let our helpful team get you everything you need for your stain project today.
Save big money at Menards.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. What's up, it's Jay Hood. At Advantage Toyota in River Oaks, it's simple. Real numbers, no mystery math, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Now back to Kap and J Hood
Good morning, Kap J Hood. Love your show, man. I am dialed in every day.
on ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We'll hear from Jesse Rogers with his notebook on the Cubs and Sox and everything else MLB coming up in our next segment here on Kap and J Hood. So, Kap, we continue to see over the weekend some rumor and innuendo regarding Billy Donovan, Arturas Karnisovas, and Mark Eversley at the end of the season, because the end of the NBA season is coming quickly. And there's a lot of speculation out there about Billy Donovan not returning to the team, one, and two, whether or not Eversley and Karnisovas can last. And maybe this Jay Ivey story might be the final straw for Michael Reinsdorf and the Bulls organization. We'll see.
Joe Colley had a great article that there absolutely could be change coming. He even listed a couple of candidates' names. Bob Myers, the former executive with Golden State, and Mike Dunleavy, the former Bulls player, who's the GM with the Warriors now. Could he come in an enhanced role, president of basketball operations, whatever the case may be? Look, if you look at that team, there is no scenario where those guys should be allowed to make one more value decision on your franchise, period. Now, I would see if Billy wanted to be president of my team of basketball and then hire a really good, bright general manager, whoever that may be. He knows everybody in the league. He wants to be in the NBA, not in college. But Carolina's going to make an absolutely attractive offer. They tried to get Tommy Lloyd. They tried to get Dusty May. They tried to get Dan Hurley. They all said, no, thank you. And they all left. I cannot imagine even the Reinsdorfs, as patient as they are, look at this train wreck of a team and want those guys rebuilding it? No chance.
Yeah, so after 254 losses and one playoff appearance in 6 seasons, they all should be gone. It's as simple as I could put it. That's Billy Donovan. That's Arturas Karnisovas. It's Mark Eversley. You see, Billy is very similar to Tom Thibodeau in which he's not trying to tank for the Chicago Bulls. All he cares about is winning. And he will cobble whatever rotation he needs to try to win basketball games. This team should have been able to be in a position to tank a while ago, like to start the season a while ago. But no, they tried to unplug this thing. It's way too late now to be able to get the ping pong ball that you want. So if I'm Billy Donovan, and if I'm a friend of Billy Donovan, I want him to wash the stench of Chicago and the Bulls organization off of him so he can restart his career. Because this has just been stuck in neutral or going backwards way too long. I wouldn't want Billy Donovan in the front office of the Chicago Bulls because I want him to be able to succeed. Not one of these things where, well, if you are winning a certain amount of games, then we can open up the purse strings. F that. If Billy Donovan comes back to coaching, I think the best choice for him is to be with another NBA team like Orlando. I think that the door's open for him to be in Orlando. There's a couple of teams I heard over the weekend that Billy Donovan could be interested in, or teams would be interested in him. College, I'm not sure if that's for him anymore, and I can understand why. It's a whole different landscape. But as far as Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley is concerned, like, again, the Bulls are always a day late, a dollar short. This firing should have happened years ago. You're not going anywhere. Somehow, some way, the play-in was good enough for Michael Reinsdorf, and it's not. Just to have the lights on for an extra day or two for the play-in is not success. It's not. I just read for you. One playoff appearance in 6 seasons. One playoff appearance, one series in 6 years, and these guys are still employed. They should all be gone. Bob Myers is the top shelf of choices. Did TV for a year, stepped away from it. He's the choice, Cap, because that's a guy there that can say, all right, I may not have all the money to spend, but I can build. The Golden State resume tells you all you need to know about Bob Myers. That's the top shelf right there, Cap, right there. If you're looking to have real change, meaningful change, building to the draft, getting free agents to come to Chicago, Bob Myers is the right choice.
Yeah, I wonder why he hasn't gotten another GM job. That's my one question. Like, he's working in private business now for Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment. They own multiple professional teams. He also helped that same group with the Washington Commanders with their hiring of a GM and a head coach. He was part of that search. He's worked for ABC. I just want to know, he played basketball at UCLA. He has a background in the game. I just want to know why, if he wants to be a GM, why has nobody hired him? He left after the 22-23 season.
First of all, he's very Theo-like in which he got out at the right time with Golden State.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that they're more than likely this group will never win a championship again. They're talking about this Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Steve Kerr combination. They won't win another championship.
Correct.
There's teams that are just too good in the West, like Oklahoma City and San Antonio, Denver. Those teams are ahead of Golden State. With Bob Myers, because you came from a championship background, it doesn't mean you got to help the Wizards. You're like,
fair.
Because you came from a championship pedigree doesn't mean that, like, you know what? I'm available now. Let me help the Sacramento Kings win a championship. Just some ownerships, when you're Bob Myers, you don't need to go to the dregs of society. And in the NBA. With the Bulls, they're not the very worst, but they're run like the very worst. And just remember, Cap, with Joe Lacob, what he did with the Golden State Warriors, that's where Bob Myers comes from. An organization that's just rabid about winning.
Our job is to win championships, period. And I'm going to expect that. We're going to expect that this year, next year, 3 years from now, 5 years from now. That's just, there's no point in doing this if you're not trying to win the championship. We're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game. And our game is to win games and to win championships.
That's where Bob Myers comes from.
Correct.
That type of mentality from Golden State.
That's correct.
That's why it's a top shelf hire if you can get it.
He said he does not travel to every road game. He doesn't. He's not that guy. Well, I got to be on every single game. Nope. He'll watch on TV at home.
Mm-hmm.
He's at practice. I mean, he's around plenty. But he said, I'm not going to do it. And he finally stepped down. He said he watched games with Jerry West when West, the rest in peace, was an executive with Golden State. Mm-hmm. He said that guy's the absolute perfectionist. I can't watch games with him. Like, one pass doesn't go where it's supposed to go, and he's out of his mind. He said, I can't be that. I got to be calmer to make rational decisions. I've always liked him. I just am curious, if he wants to be a GM, why is he not doing it right now?
I just told you 2 minutes ago why.
But do you really believe that?
I just talked to people in the league that say that, so I would trust their opinion.
Like, I'd love to sit down with him, have him sitting right there with a cup of coffee and just go, were you burned out? And what makes you think, leaving in 2023, that now you're revitalized for this?
Fresh set of eyes. And have to deal with Draymond Green's nonsense.
Right.
He's sought after, yes. But if Brooklyn calls, you think he's going to be the general manager of the Nets? Why would you do that?
Because you're in the New York market. The money is stupid. Same with going to Chicago. You're in the Chicago market. And if you rebuild an absolute train wreck and you go, wow, the Bulls are a 50, 60 win team. Dude, now you're talking Hall of Fame.
If you think the Knicks are run poorly, run the Nets. That's why Theo Epstein is a genius. He went from Boston to Chicago.
But Chicago was the dregs of baseball.
He saw it, though. But he had a John Lester in his back pocket, the linchpin for all that. And then look at the winning.
But when he took that job in the fall of 11, he did sign John Lester for 4 years. He had no idea how messed up the Chicago Cubs hierarchy was. When Ricketts bought you know how the Tribune used to run this thing?
Yep.
Hey, this is a true story. How are season ticket renewals doing? We've gone through like 3 packs of fax paper. They did not have a database.
Yeah.
A database.
I just think the championship pedigree for Theo was and I knew that when he came to Chicago, the Cubs were going to win the World Series. I said that. I said, the mood's changing over there now. I watched him as a Sox fan do what he did with the Red Sox. I was like, it's going to be different now. Now it's going to be the same old Cubs. Nope. If he gets money, he knows how to spend it and knows how to build a farm system.
100%.
And it happened. So that's the reason why. I think so. This is not Mitch Kupchak going to Charlotte. It's a different deal, I think, as we get ready to talk to Jesse Rogers on Cubs and Sox and everything else MLB on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has delivered expert craftsmanship, honest service, and the industry's best warranties across Chicagoland, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. Now, the trusted name in home remodeling also powers M&M Commercial Roofing. From leak repairs to full roof replacements, your business gets the same quality, transparency, and long-term protection you expect from M&M. Protect your property. Call M&M Home Remodeling and M&M Commercial Roofing. Your peace of mind is guaranteed.
Howard, you know I love hockey, especially this season. But in addition to the fast pace, line changes, and physical intensity, there's something very satisfying about the ice itself, especially after the Zamboni makes a pass and leaves a shiny, flawless sheet.
Well, Cap, when I see a sheet of ice, my mind immediately goes to cars spinning out, rear-end collisions, and slip and fall accidents.
Slip and fall?
You know who to call.
My guy, Howard Ankin, 312-6-million. Howard is our lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Need a mulligan in your current banking relationship? See it high and let it fly with Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions. Driving Chicago business for more than 60 years. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
Life is full of choices, some big, some tiny, some that make you wonder how you became the designated adult in your own life. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the biggest network of tax experts to ride shotgun with you. For when your big ambitions need help with the little stuff, when your 6 figures come from 6 different side hustles, Jay Moore, that means you go to H&R Block. You've truly seen it all. Tax day is coming soon. Don't wait. File today. Get started at hrblock.com. Jay Moore.
If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Jesse Rogers, national MLB reporter for ESPN and ESPN Chicago. Jesse Rogers, giving you updates on the White Sox, Cubs, and the latest Major League Baseball storylines. Jesse Rogers, from free agency to owners' meetings to spring training to opening day. Jesse Rogers covers it all. All season, it's Jesse Rogers. Jesse Rogers with Kap J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Go Jesse, go Jesse, go Jesse, go Jesse, go Jesse, go Jesse.
Jesse Rogers with us on the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. And Jesse Rogers and his report brought to you by
Atomatic. That's right. Best in HVAC is Atomatic. ATOmatic.com.
The oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Jesse. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning to both of you. Good to see you guys on the YouTube channel. Can two records be exactly the same, yet the teams feel so much different after this past weekend? I mean, they're both 4-5, but man, Chris Getz was right. We're going to pitch better, and they certainly did this weekend. Where do you want to start?
Well, Jesse, it's so funny, the dichotomy on this show. Here's a man to my left here not happy about the Cleveland Guardians-Cubs matchup, and me, gleeful on the road to 70 with sweeping out the Jays. And they're both 5-6. Go ahead with this.
That's how this game goes, right?
It was a good weekend
for
the White Sox. We could start right there, and then we can get to the lousy bullpen management by your guy, Craig. That was terrible. Boy, his patience. He just allows these guys to get the living H beaten out of them. Nope, I'll stick with that guy. And who the F is Jacob Webb? That guy sucks.
But we're starting with the White Sox, right?
But let's start with the White Sox.
Okay, let's start with the White Sox.
Would you agree? Great, magnificent weekend for the White Sox. Not only did you sweep the defending AL champs, Ozzie got his jersey retired, and it's just an awesome weekend.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, they lowered their ERA by over 2 runs from Friday to Sunday against the American League champions, like you said. And interesting, the Blue Jays got swept last year in their first 3 road games, and they went on to the World Series. So I don't know what it is. Maybe Toronto playing outside for the first time helps, but man, they pitched so much better. Tanner Murray comes up and makes that great play at shortstop. Everything really went well. They executed well. They pitched well. They had some timely hits. Look, it's not great hitting weather in Cleveland or in Chicago, but the White Sox did just enough. But what they did on the mound against the American League champions was the most impressive thing.
I'm going to be wrong about Vargas, aren't I? Like, coming into the season, I was like, okay, that'll be all for Vargas after this. And again, it's just early, Jesse, but I'm impressed by what I'm seeing from him offensively.
I don't disagree with you. And look, more as time goes by, some of these Getz trades that were panned a year or two ago are starting to feel better about it, especially that one. Remember the midseason one where everyone felt he gave away Fetty and all, that 3-teamer with St. Louis and LA, and they get Vargas. I'm with you, J Hood. I didn't have as high hopes, but as he's been more of a White Sox in Chicago, he's looked better and better. He gets on base. He can drive the ball. He seems a little bit having that clutch gene when you need him. Yeah, maybe we're all going to be a little bit wrong about him because he didn't start out very well with the White Sox.
Jesse, I want to talk about the starting pitching because Davis Martin was really good. They've used Grant Taylor as an opener 2 of the 3 games this weekend. He'll be used as an opener again today. Like the starting pitching, Chris Getz was on with us on Friday and said, Hoodie asked him about the starting rotation. He goes, we're going to pitch a lot better. I think we've absolutely improved our starting rotation. Going into Friday, I wouldn't have agreed. Boy, this weekend was really good.
It's funny because I heard that interview. Then I asked him pretty much the same question at the ballpark Friday. I basically said, look, do you think you're going to pitch better or you can't get worse than this? Like, trying to give him some outs there. And he's like, I think we're going to pitch better. Like he said to you guys, my point being like, you can't pitch much worse, but the turnaround they made so quickly, and granted it's 3 games. It doesn't, mean a lot for the rest of the season, but it means something in the moment. And yeah, he even said, we're going to, I didn't want to say use a trick with the opener, but it is a little bit of a trick, right? Get past the top 3 hitters in that first inning, especially when you have an arm like Grant Taylor. But if it works, why not do it? So he was pretty confident. It couldn't get worse, like I said, but to do what they did against the American League champions, that I think opened some eyes. And you're right about the Ozzie Guillen thing Friday, a lot of emotion tied up in that, as you knew there would be, how they did it on TV. And, everyone kind of expected it at some point. A.J. Brzezinski kind of talked about it a lot a year ago, but how they did it and then to win and sweep and have kind of a happy Ozzie on TV instead of that angry Ozzie we've seen sometimes. The whole thing was a good feel, great feel weekend on the South Side. There's no other way to say it coming off a 1-5 start to the season.
Jesse, you did hear me ask the question to Getz regarding Ethan Katz being let go, and you have a new pitching coach in place. It's not necessarily a pitching coach. It's very strange in baseball, isn't it? Here's a guy here, the pitching coach or the guy that replaced Katz is not a pitcher. He's a hitter.
He's a hitter, right?
Yeah, so I remember, Kap, I asked the questions like, what is it that this new guy brings that Katz does not? He kind of went around the question, but, I mean, that's something to watch. We talk about it. They're going to pitch it better. Katz, I thought, for bad teams, kept the pitching staff in a certain spot. I didn't think it was failing. Well, he wasn't Don Cooper, but he also was not bad at his job, I didn't think.
No, I don't think so. I think it comes down to what we say about Corey Lee. Like, he was part of the last regime, Ethan Katz, right? And, same thing with Corey Lee. And they're just kind of are moving on from that last regime sort of thing. And, yeah, I think it was probably just time. It was time. So we'll see what Bo does. And, look, it's early with this new hitting, new pitching coaches. But there's been some good, some bad. Look, a 4-5 start for the White Sox is great, not so much for the Cubs. So it's all about perspective and where your team is in its cycle. But after a 1-5 start, the 4-5 feels really, really good. It feels like, okay, they're back to being just like any other team, some wins and losses. They're going to finish under 500, but it's already like so much better than a few days ago.
Went from one 4-5 team to the other. Here's David Kaplan. Kap?
Yeah, I was not happy yesterday, Jesse. In fact, I'm downright ticked off. Alex Bregman, I know it's 9 games. I know what you're going to go. Relax, it's 9 games. He had 2 big opportunities to give you a victory you needed in Game 2 yesterday. And, of course, he didn't come through in either one of them with men on base. That ticked me off. But the whole bullpen in the second game, I mean, do we have to sit there and watch? I wrote it all down, Jess, so I make sure I'm accurate.
All right, careful.
That's why I have a top on my coffee from now on.
Yeah, you need a top on you.
Jacob Webb, fly out, home run, single, walk, single. Okay, get out. Do we have to watch? Once the home run's out, now we're tied. Now another guy gets on base. How can we not be ready to make a move? Then you walk a guy, done. You're out. That bothered me. Ben Brown, super nice young man, big, strong kid, walks the first freaking hitter he sees. Pop out, base hit, sac fly, base hit. Okay, get out. You're done. Nope, base hit, tie game. Like, that BS really pisses me off.
Look, the Ben Brown thing, let's start there because I know you and him had a moment on opening day talking
we
about
had a nice talk.
Yeah, they were talking weightlifting, J Hood. Their weightlifting exploits. Who could bench more was the discussion.
No, it was not the discussion.
All right, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but they did talk curls.
No wonder you underachieved. Go ahead.
You look, Sylvie and I were texting about this yesterday too. Like those 2 walks, that's the killer. Like he gave up like a seeing eye ground ball through the hole. That's going to happen. But if it happens with nobody on base, you can live with it. Those walks will deliver him to the minor leagues quicker than anything. And if he another outing or 2, and he'll be there. He'll be in the minor leagues. He walks 2 guys. The first one, is such a killer. You come into the game, you're fresh, you're hot, you're ready to go, and you walk the first guy. Then 2 or 3 batters later, you walk another guy, and it leads to runs. And then you retake the lead with the Happ home run after he struck out 6 times in a row, and then you give it back up. I can understand the frustration. My only answer to bullpen management is, there's no off day today, although they were rained out Saturday, so they should have been rested. And, he didn't use any of his top guys that he used in Game 1, Cap. He used Thielbar, he used Milner, he used Palencia, and Hunter Harvey has given up runs so far. So he goes with Webb, who was okay. Like, he had a good year last year with Texas. He's a journeyman. Nobody knows who he is really, right? He's bounced around.
If he was any good, he'd still be in Texas.
Well, they signed Hobie Milner from Texas as well. So I just all I can tell you is he used his top guys in Game 1. It's early. He's not going to necessarily use them in twice in the same day. But yeah, it was not a good. That was a microcosm of their season. It's just been uneven. It's been uneven. Some good, some bad. Ian Happ alone, like I said, strikes out 6 in a row, and then he homers. A good, some bad. Imanaga was good. Edward Cabrera was good. Bullpen's bad. Bregman doesn't come through, though he's not chasing. He's having good at-bats. It's just been an uneven start, and it's unfortunate that the rest of the division is actually looking good. They've had a good start, especially the Milwaukee Brewers.
The story on Cade Horton, when will we find out more about Cade Horton?
Potentially later today, but certainly by tomorrow, I would think. I mean, he's getting the MRI today, so we'll know at the end of the day or maybe tomorrow as they look at it. So if you go through it, there's a small percentage chance it's just a minimum stay, but it's there. It's better than zero that it's a minimum stay on the IL. It's interesting though, and you guys have been through this with these pitchers. They immediately put them on the IL. They didn't get the MRI and then put them on. So they know there's something up, and they're probably being very cautious. So immediately put them on the IL. You let the inflammation go down, and then a day or two later, you get the MRI, which is happening today. So there is a percentage chance, small percentage, that it's a minimum stay, and he's back. And the only question, even if it's that, guys, is are you delaying the inevitable? The pain goes down, the inflammation goes down, he starts pitching again, and then 2 months later, something else, it pops up again. That's the worry, even if it's a minimum stay. The other option is it's 6 to 8 weeks, and that solves the problem. And of course, the worst case option is surgery. For people that don't follow us, these kind of injuries often lead to Tommy John. And Justin Steele's a good example. He had this a couple times, went on the IL, came back, pitched, and maybe it was a year later, I think, he eventually goes down. Like 2 years ago, he was on the IL with forearm strain. So you're either delaying the inevitable, or you're getting lucky and it's a short-term injury, or it's immediate and he's down for the year. None of them are great options, but you cross your fingers. It's the one that it's a short-term injury.
Hey, I did want to talk to you about the impotent offense on the north side of the city. Mooney's coming up with big hits and big spots. Vargas is coming up with big hits and big spots for the White Sox. What is with the Cubs offense? Please don't tell me that they're facing Cy Young every single day. Even Craig was a little snippy in the postgame, I want to say on Friday. Yeah, not acceptable what we're doing offensively.
Yeah, I would say a couple things. If I was going to give them an excuse, Cap, I'd say, okay, they have not hit in good weather. They have not hit in good weather so far, and yesterday was terrible. And they're probably their best slugger. He's their best slugger in Seiya Suzuki, who's 3 for 8 down in the minors, going to be gone for a few more days. Now, that's giving them an excuse because every lineup misses a guy at times. The other part, and I said this in spring training, there's going to be moments, and this is to start the season, obviously, that they're going to just look pitchable. And there were last year. To me, it's a very similar offense last year, switching out Bregman for Tucker. Very pitchable at times, like it was in the second half. And Cap, trust me, as soon as maybe Seiya gets back, or the weather, or they just get some rhythm to their games, they're going to go on a run. It will look lengthy. But that doesn't help the fact that those other moments, you're going to lose some games because of it. And this is why I put a ceiling in a lot of ways on their offense and even their win total at 92 or 93 or 94, similar to last year, because it will look a little uneven. It's just, and what I'm getting, they don't have an Ohtani in the middle. They don't have a Judge in the middle. Even Tucker was a difference maker. Seiya can be, Bregman can be, but not the way those other middle of the order kind of guys, when they're going well, can be. So right now it's looking very pitchable at times, but there will be moments where it'll be very lengthy and do damage like it did last year.
Jesse, have a great day, man, and let Craig know. Just don't be so patient.
It's a bad take.
You got it, guys. Be well. See ya.
Put the fire out in Boston, too, by the way.
Jesse
Rogers.
Jesse Rogers brought
I picked them to win the division. See ya.
Wow. Jesse Rogers brought to you by Atomatic, ATOmatic.com.
The oldest brewery in America.
Coming up, Shot or No Shot, right here on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the ball.
On the Chicago Bears podcast this week, we're keeping you updated on everything between free agency and the draft. The Bears still got a lot of work to do, and we'll keep you updated on all the breaking news with John Yurkovich, Shay Norling, Courtney Cronin, and, of course, our own Jason McKee. Make sure to tap in wherever you get your podcast, the Chicago Bears podcast.
Yep.
this weather is all over the place. You wake up, it feels like winter, then you go home and it's hot outside. The weather outside's unpredictable, but the comfort in your home or business does not have to be if you trust Automatic like I do. They've been doing this for decades. They show up when they say they will. They get the job done the right way the first time. Whether it's maintenance, repairs, or a full system replacement, Automatic knows what they're doing. Call Automatic or go to atomatic.com. That's who I trust. That's atomatic.com.
Whiskey lovers, I've got the weekend for you. Guys, it's Carmen. We Whiskey Fest is back in beautiful Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, April 17th through the 19th. I'm talking 50-plus distilleries, over 150 pours, and an entire weekend of whiskey festivities. And I'll be back for year 3. See you at the Grand Tasting on Saturday, April 18th. Now presented by the Grand Geneva Resort. We Whiskey Fest, one of the best in the Midwest. Get your tickets now at weewhiskeyfest.com and sip responsibly.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
You've never donned the green jacket. You probably never will. You're known for your slice and your ability to miss the green. But that doesn't mean you aren't serious about your golf game. Take your practice to a serious level with Golf Center Displays. Practice until midnight. Play night golf like you've never seen before. Try an automatic 300-yard driving range that reloads a ball once you've smacked it. Even in bad weather, Golf Center Displays has you covered. Literally. Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
When making a big decision, I believe in doing your homework and working with people you trust. That's exactly what you'll find at Advantage Buick GMC in Hodgkins. No pressure, just clear communication every step of the way. Visit Advantage Buick GMC in Hodgkins. We are professional grade.
Since the Verdoliak Law Group opened its doors in 1963, we knew we wanted to be a firm that fights for the injured while putting our own money to work for our clients. Over the last several years, over 95% of the money we made has been contingent on our clients recovering money. We only win if our client wins. If not, we don't collect a fee and we lose our own money that we fronted on the case. Over the past 55 years, we've also learned what we are not. We're not a law firm that operates by billing you by the hour, nor do we cherry pick only multi-million-dollar cases. We won't turn away an injured client because his injuries are not catastrophic enough. We won't say, come back next time when someone dies or is paralyzed. Whether your case is worth $10,000 or $10 million, if we think we can help, we will help. We at the Verdoliak Law Group know exactly who we are. Without firms like us that put their own money on the line, injured people would consistently get less than they deserve. We are the Verdoliak Law Group. Call us at 844-4VLG-LAW.
A damp basement can turn into a big problem fast.
Family Waterproofing is a veteran-owned company built on integrity, discipline, and craftsmanship.
We specialize in basement waterproofing, foundation repair, and crawlspace solutions that keep your home dry and secure year-round.
We don't believe in shortcuts.
Just proven systems and dependable service.
If you see signs of water intrusion, don't wait.
Reach out to our team at FamilyDry.com.
This is Ken.
And I'm Maria, and we are Family Waterproofing.
Your basement's best defense.
Dear Friday, Toyota says, let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma,
and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Dear employer.
My name is Phil Martin.
My name is Michael Raskovich.
Ronaldo Bird.
Zach Deiser.
I am writing to express my excitement at the opportunity to join your team.
As someone on the spectrum,
I possess a unique set of skills
that sets me apart from other candidates.
My detail-oriented nature allows me to communicate complex ideas,
to break down data, to have no fear in meeting new people.
I may communicate in ways that are different from what you are used to.
Structure, routine,
and clear expectation.
Help me do my best work.
My autism allows me to have a perspective that needs to be seen and heard.
It allows me to make the world safer and improve systems in ways others can't. It allows me to bring people's inner worlds to life with my artwork.
My autism
will bring your team important insights.
Thank you for your consideration.
An autistic inclusive workplace is good for business. It's time to make a change. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/win.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. Time for Shot or No Shot, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group as we broadcast live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade. With more, here's Aiden.
Good morning, fellas. How we doing on a day when we woke up and both baseball teams have the same record?
We're good, man. Baseball is a marathon, not a sprint. You try not to overreact on the day-by-day basis. For some, it's easy. For me, not so much. Here is AOC.
Hody, how we doing this morning?
Fine, thanks.
Good to hear. All right, let's talk about the national championship tonight.
Take that, Danny.
Oh, my God. Shot or no shot, Aiden. I cannot wait for the Monday edition. Go ahead, sir.
All right. UConn playing for another title tonight, their third appearance in 4 years. If you break it down between NIL, transfer portal, all the changes we've seen across the landscape of college sports as a whole, shot or no shot, the way the NCAA is moving, this could be our last shot at seeing a college dynasty.
That's a no shot.
Is Dan Hurley still alive after this one? Like, is he breathing? He's not dying, is he?
Not that I've heard.
Okay, then that's a no shot.
Yeah, that's a no shot.
So as we say that, let's name them. So UConn is still going to be alive. And again, I tell Cap this all the time. I'm impressed that some coaches have not ran away and they're still in it, even though they don't like it. The NIL and the portal system, they still want to do it. Like in Izzo does it because he goes, what am I going to do? Go fishing?
Right.
I don't golf. What are we going to do? I got the best job, Carm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's what it comes down to. Like, what is he going to – so, I'm impressed by those guys. Hurley's won. Self, is there another championship with Kansas?
Maybe. They got the money.
Okay. Shire has still got to build. The legacy's there, but he's got to build.
He's got to win.
Yeah.
He's got talent every year, but he's got to win.
So it's not happening in Houston, clearly. Every time we try to put Houston in the Final Four, they keep coming up short, Cap.
Last year, they lost in the championship game.
Okay, so I mean, but again, he's asking for dynasties. So the closest thing to that would be UConn at this point, right? Not North Carolina and not Duke at this time. Okay, Kentucky, no. Right?
Correct.
So a few at Gonzaga, no. Always in the mix.
Never won one. Always in the mix.
Okay, so it's a no shot. You still it's Hurley or bust at this point.
Correct, but I think you can get one. Absolutely. If you spend the money, and you have the right coach, you could absolutely get one.
We thought maybe Tommy Lloyd would start one. Maybe Dusty May will start one. But right now, it is UConn. Amazing how Little Stores, Connecticut can get so much out of athletics. Women's and men's basketball. It's unbelievable.
My wife and I watched a Graham Bensinger interview with Dan Hurley and his wife. Like, they did it separately, but they interviewed his wife. Hilarious. She's like, you don't do operations. You don't save lives. You're a glorified gym teacher. That's what she said. And he's like, she's such a dope. That's what he called her. He said, she has no idea what I do. Doesn't understand building culture. She thinks everything's random. Guys just choose to shoot when they want, that there's no coaching going on. And she just fired on him. It was phenomenal.
That's pretty funny.
He said they got pounded at Creighton. He got into it with fans coming off the court. Yeah. And he said, he came home and she's like, take the garbage out. You're a lousy coach. The way you comported yourself, you're nothing but a baby. Yeah. And I'm like, I love this woman.
I mean, the poor guy had, his dad being the best coach in high school basketball. He's got to live up to that legacy.
Sure.
His brother, great player at Duke. And now he marries, his wife, as you just said, and she's giving it to him too.
Yeah, I love it.
It's the best.
I love it.
They hold each other accountable.
It's great.
My wife, she's such a dope, he said.
He did.
A dope.
She's like, you're a glorified gym teacher. You don't perform surgery. You don't save lives. You're a glorified gym teacher. And you're a lousy coach when you act like a baby.
Yes. And then Kap turns to his wife and says, how does Grant Bensinger get all these interviews?
I pretty much did.
I know you did. Because we all are wondering the same thing.
How does Graham Bensinger get to sit down with the biggest of the big?
That's White Sox Randall Theater. Always.
Oh, it's the best.
Always.
So just a whole bunch of interviews like, boy, this is interesting. Hey, who is Grant Bensinger?
Yeah.
I've asked myself the same question.
I remember he was a little kid doing them. Remember that?
I remember that. And
back in the day.
Became a great Cincinnati Red. All right, go ahead, buddy.
All right,
That's Todd Bensinger.
Huh?
They spell it differently.
What do you mean? What's that?
Graham didn't play for the Reds. That was Todd Bensinger.
Right-handed.
Different name, different spelling.
Yeah, right-handed thump. You remember him, right?
I do.
Yeah, you don't.
He didn't do the interviews.
You don't recall. That's all right. That's why I'm here to help you, buddy. Just here to help you. Wow. Go ahead.
All right, two big injuries we're looking at for tonight. Yaxel Lendeborg for Michigan, a sprained left ankle and a sprained MCL ligament, plus a bone bruise in his left knee. And Solo Ball, the three-point shooting guard for UConn. He was in a walking boot yesterday and did not practice. So I want to look at it this way. Big Ten Player of the Year. He's been phenomenal in the tournament. And basically what Dusty May did for a coaching decision was have him out there as a decoy, and it still worked because they have Mara as well.
Yeah.
Shot or no shot, if Lendeborg can't go tonight, Michigan is still the more talented team.
That is a shot.
Michigan is more talented now. If Yaxel Lendeborg is not healthy enough to be really good, I think he will be. But if his ankle and whatever other myriad injuries he has, then that's a big problem for them because he's the best player on the court. But I also would like to dispel a myth out there. Michigan's only got the best team because they spent the most money. That's not true.
It's not true.
Kentucky spent double the money. Mara, the big kid, yeah, he was on the bench for that dope Mick Cronin at UCLA. He wasn't even playing all the time. And Lendeborg, he was at UAB. So we could stop with the idiocy. They just went out and pilfered everybody's best players. Yeah, Mick Cronin was the moron that didn't play him enough. Maybe he'd still be there.
Yes. Mick Cronin, who lost in the tournament, said, I need an extra $5 million to
How about just coaching the guys you have and quit being a jag to the media? Yeah. Arrogant.
He can't help himself, man.
I can't stand that guy.
He can't help himself. No, I think that they are the more talented team. Are they the better coach team? That's the question, Aiden, because, again, Dan Hurley is the best coach in this matchup.
Dusty's right there with him.
No, I look at the hardware and look at how UConn's been able to win championships. Dusty May's done a nice job getting there, but the hardware goes to Hurley. But, again, doesn't mean that UConn's going to win the basketball game.
Yeah, because I think Dusty May's his equal as a strategist. I do. We'll find out.
You know how you can determine that? The biggest game there is in the NCAA.
Yeah.
You want to know whether or not Dusty Mays is equal? Let's see how the game materializes.
Yeah. Find a way to win a basketball game tonight.
Aiden?
All right. Kate Horton injury. We just talked about it with Jesse as well. I know for a fact that I had a shot or no shot a few weeks ago asking if the Cubs are in a position where they have to go out and get people at the deadline. Now, injury completely different, but building this team from the start of the year. So I pose this question to you. Shot or no shot, the Cubs have multiple options currently on their roster to step in and fill that role.
Of Horton. That's what you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a shot. They've got guys that can take the ball. That's why Jed built this thing the way that he did. None of them are Cade Horton. Now, if you're looking for someone to ride in and save the day whenever they are ready, that would be Justin Steele because he's pitched at that level. But I don't know when he's coming back. And the kid, Jackson Wiggins, their number one prospect. Is he Cade Horton part 2 from last year? Yeah, it's awfully tough to expect a guy to roll in from the minors and be your ace. But Cade Horton became that last year. So can it happen? Yes. You can hand the ball to, not that I want to as a starter, to Ben Brown is a guy. Colin Ray is a guy. Assad is in the minors being stretched out, didn't pitch well the other day in AAA.
Wasn't good.
No. So we'll see. They have arms.
It's what Jed told us on opening day.
Right.
They like the idea that they have 6 or 7 guys that they can go to. And by the way, because it's the spring, that's how that works, Cap. Not necessarily because of injury. Sometimes you're just not going to go 1 through 5. You will have on a day game, hey, stretch this guy out. Now give someone else a breather. They look at the schedule and they say, who's our long man that can give us a few innings? And we'll just do a bullpen day. So they have that. Do they have someone to replace Cade Horton? Here's a question, Aiden. Who's Cade Horton? Hard to identify who that is until we actually see him for a full season. Now, we can project that he's one of the young stars that'll be on the come, like a Bedard or like Caleb, Angel Reese, Murray, Mooney, who knows, right? But we have to identify what Cade Horton is. In the meantime, and in between time, if you're a Cub fan, instead of being against Shota, you're hoping you get more outings like you got from Shota in this series against Cleveland. Shower Shota Imanaga. Maybe you'll be able to get more from him. That'd help. Cabrera's pitched well. You want to get more consistency from Boyd, Tyon. So while Horton is out, you can have guys that can replace him for the short term. But again, the jury's still out on who Cade Horton is. I don't know what he is yet until we see him for a full season. I think that's fair.
Fair.
And hopefully it's a question that we don't have to keep asking. Like Jesse said, he gets imaging done today. Hopefully it's not something serious and you get him back in a couple weeks or 2 and it's a short stay on the IL.
And then when he's back, who is he?
You can only hope he's the Cade Horton from last year.
I think that he has the potential of being the number 1 starter on this Cubs team. I said that in the winter, early in the winter. But we're going to find out. And I told Cap, hey, man, go through it now. Could you imagine you're on the precipice to get into the playoffs and then Horton goes down? Who is some kind of – it's like, oh, my God. Now you take a peg away from what the momentum that you had as a pitching staff. Go through it now. And then when he comes back, hopefully he'll be healthy and effective and productive for you.
That's why when you have a chance to win, you can't go, well, I don't want to trade this. You got to go get what you need. If you have a chance, I'm not saying every team should do it if they don't feel like they have a chance to win. But this team, in July, if they're where we think they're going to be, they absolutely should. And by the way, Jackson Wiggins, their number 1 prospect, his first outing, he sat 96 to 98, 62 pitch outing, pitched very, very well. Gave up 2 hits and 1 run, struck out 6. I don't think his second appearance was as good. He's not ready. If you're going 4 innings, you're not ready to come to the big leagues. You're just not.
And do you have one more?
Yes. Why don't we take a look at MLB as a whole, going outside of the south side and the north side, and a performance this weekend that obviously drew headlines for the right reasons in Joe Adell robbing not one, not two, but 3 home runs against the Seattle Mariners.
Hello.
Oh, I see what you did there. Took me a sec.
It shouldn't take you a second. That's the problem.
Really shouldn't.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, Joe Adell was insane.
Yes, he was.
Shot or no shot? Robbing 3 home runs in one game, the greatest defensive performance in MLB history.
I mean,
because that's the headline I kept seeing this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know if I would call it the great. I remember watching, I know you did, back in the day in the playoffs when we were kids, Brooks Robinson at third base in the postseason.
I did not see Brooks Robinson.
Was insanity.
I might have seen it on a rain delay newsreel or baseball. No, I did not see Brooks Robinson play.
Yeah, I did. And it was unbelievable. So, no shot, and I'm going to say it's the greatest defensive performance in history. It was magnificent.
Man, he robbed 3 home runs.
He did.
Man, who else has done that in baseball history that we've seen?
I'm telling you, what I watched from Brooks Robinson was every bit as good or better.
Yeah, Santa was better.
Maybe as a player. I'm talking about in the playoffs. He's talking about best defensive performance. It was right there.
As a vacuum cleaner at third.
Yes.
Robinson.
He was amazing.
How many home runs did he rob over at third?
Plenty.
But he did not rob it. There he is. There's Adell. There he is. Hold on a second.
Hello.
Well, not you, Lionel. No one asked you. Okay, well, Lionel, no one asked you to jump in with your suspiciously dark hair.
Who does Adell date? Let's see how good you are.
It's Lionel. Can't you just hear Lionel Richie? There he is.
No. I think she dates Rich Paul, the head of Clutch Sports.
That's correct.
Take that. See?
So what am I taking there?
I'm pretty good on the pop culture stuff, kid. Stick with me.
Oh, she's taking
that. What is she taking? I'm sorry.
Hello.
Oh, well, clearly that's the case, yes. A little hello there.
And by the way,
probably a little higher register there.
The play by Willie Mays off Vic Wirtz, the one with his back to the infield, that might be the greatest defensive play in baseball history. Sorry there, first take, Aiden.
Wait, hold on a second. You talking about who was in center field?
Willie Mays.
The Willie Mays catch?
Yes.
Yeah, Jim Edmonds did that every game. yes, you know.
He did a lot of them.
Jim Edmonds did the Willie Mays catch all the time.
Yeah.
But you know why? Out of position in the outfield.
Yeah.
That's why he did the over-the-shoulder catch. Edmonds did that a lot. You can do it. There's a reel, I'm sure, of Jim Edmonds doing the Willie Mays catch over and over again. By the way, Brooks Robinson retired in 1977. I did not see him play.
Yeah, I did.
And from the Twitch chat, they thought Adele was still married, but she divorced like maybe 4 years ago.
Right, and then started dating Rich Paul.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
It's a shot. Well, Adele, please. It's a shot, Aiden. I've never seen anything like it. You just sound like that's not a hot take. It's like, give me the one game in which an outfielder robbed 3 home runs. 1, maybe 2, not 3.
Torrey Hunter.
3?
I have to look. I don't know.
I mean, all the time against the White Sox. I've lived that nightmare for a long time. One of the reasons why I hate the Twins. But no, I mean, that's just what he did was just amazing. And by the way, this is not, just a lark or just like it was amazing athleticism to be able to go up to the wall or tumble into the stands and rob home runs. 3 in a game? I haven't seen it.
They did a poll this weekend. Joe Adell's on the list, obviously, but they said the greatest single play was the Willie Mays catch in 1954.
Sure. You know why? First time you've seen it on film. That's why.
Probably right.
What do you mean probably right? You got any other film on a catch like that in the Gloman?
How about the flip by Derek Jeter in the postseason? Remember the flip?
Yes, reckless into the stands.
No, the flip when he got the guy at the plate who didn't slide. That's one of the 5 greatest defensive plays ever.
Him going
into. How about Bo Jackson running up the wall?
That's fine. How about going back to Jeter, him going into the stands, blooding his face?
Yeah,
that's a better play.
That was amazing too.
That's a better play.
They do have Jim Edmonds' Superman catch in 1997.
Hello.
That was a good one.
All right, you get out of there, Adele. For God's sakes. But you know what? Give him credit though. We've never seen someone do that 3 times in a game.
It was awesome.
Hello.
Known as the human vacuum cleaner, Brooks Robinson's diving stop in the 1970 postseason remains one of baseball's best defensive plays ever.
Sano did it all the time at Wrigley.
He did.
Coming up, we'll give you Around the NFL. That is next on the Kap and J Hood. Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Damn
it. Kap and J Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Who's this?
Hello.
Oh.
Would someone pick up the phone? Would someone pick up the phone in there? Damn it, Aiden. Don't you hear the phone ringing? Anyway,
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Who's this? Oh.
Howard Aiken, that's who it is. Been part of the Kap and J Hood Show for years now. Brings us a sidebar. Countless commercials, hundreds of live reads, and a partner in our favorite Griffin and Sippin' Classic. And the list goes on. And now my guy, well, he's our guy, me and Kap, you know. I'm proud to spread the word that Ankin Law files more injury cases than any firm in Illinois. They got more than 80 attorneys and staff to help anyone injured in Chicagoland understand their rights. Ankin Law, 312-6-million. Give them a call,
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Oh.
312-6-million. Injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law. Jay Moore.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox returned home after a rough opening trip and promptly swept the defending AL champion Blue Jays. Sunday, the Sox completed the 3-win weekend with a combined shutout of the mighty Jays. Davis Martin went 6 innings. He's now 2-0 to open the season. Tonight, the Birds of Baltimore come to town for a 6:40 first pitch. Join us tomorrow night for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including Miller Lite draft beers, Garrett Popcorn Stadium Buttery, Vienna beef hot dogs or Polish sausages, Beggar's Pizza Slices, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Smart capital planning starts with the roof. M&M Commercial Roofing, powered by over 50 years of trusted craftsmanship from M&M Home Remodeling, helps Chicagoland properties and facilities plan, not just react. M&M Commercial Roofing starts with detailed inspections and clear reports, then guides you through options, repairs, recover systems, coatings, replacements, or new construction. This is roofing built around your priorities, timeline, and long-term plan. Schedule a consultation with M&M Commercial Roofing and plan with confidence.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's now time to go around the National Football League on the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With more, here's Aiden.
All right, gentlemen, let's take a look at news that broke. I believe it was the show Friday. Kirk Cousins getting another deal with the Raiders. Yeah, Friday. And first of all, tip of the cap to his agent, of all people. As once again, he is under a guaranteed contract for yet another season. And this has been a topic of debate this weekend. I heard Albert Breer talk about it, Mike Florio as well. Does the NFL have an issue with their contract situations, what they allow, these loopholes that certain teams are able to find? And basically what the Raiders did, they're not breaking any rules, but is this something that you'd like to see the NFL address moving forward?
1 year, $20 million.
Right, but you make it like a 5-year, $8 billion deal so you can spread it out over a number of years. I don't think that's an issue. I don't. As long as your ownership is paying the freight and he gets what he gets and the players, I don't have a problem with it. I don't.
Well, Aiden, tell me what the downfall is of it. I think it's a low risk for the Raiders because the way we set it up when that news broke is like, okay, Kirk Cousins is the quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders. If you draft Mendoza, Mendoza has someone to look in the mirror because they both have the same personality, right? So if nothing else, you've got a mentor there. You know Cousins more than likely will fall short of what Vegas wants, and then you can put Mendoza in. He can learn from Kirk Cousins. One thing about Kirk, say what you want about him. Yes, the one playoff victory and all the money that he's made, but he is so versatile. Anything you want him to be someone that could be there for a young quarterback. You want him to start. You want him to be part of the coaching. He'll do whatever you ask. It says a lot, Cap, about being a good person. If you're a good person, you'll always be employable. That's Kirk Cousins. You may not like the quarterback today at age 37, but he's always employable because he's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a good dude in the room. He works hard. He's smart. Yeah, I get it.
That's how I've gotten over for 20 years here. Same thing.
He's just a wonderful person.
Great guy, just not very good. Wow. What that Cap?
You are insane.
That's how it works, Cap.
All right, moving on to another
What's the matter?
quarterback.
What's the matter? Like, it's like AI Jack. He doesn't know how to pivot from one thing to the other. You're supposed to agree with that, you see.
Yes, sir, John.
Yeah, so you're supposed to agree with. So, no, but what are your thoughts on that, though? Because you're saying, well, how could that be changed? You know, in this NFL, they always find a way. They'll get around it somehow, some way. He won't make 5 years 172. That's the number, right? 5 for 172.
Yeah, no.
He won't make that.
No.
But they have the parameters around it.
He'll be gone after a year because, look, if Mendoza is not starting at some point this season, he's certainly starting in year 2. You're taking him 1.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's not, well, then there's real issues.
Yeah, it's the different of, pay the smallest amount now and deal with it later. But this year, you're only paying him just about $7 million because Atlanta's paying the $11.3. And you give him the $20 million deal for this year. So, yeah, like you said, it works now, but it seems like if it keeps going this way with, I don't even really want to call it a loophole because it's completely legal, that towards the end of these deals, we're just going to start seeing basically the Raiders then flip over to the Falcons side of what they did with this deal.
Could be, yeah. All right, what else do we have, sir, on this Monday edition?
Just when you think that, it's Masters Week, it's the NCAA Championship, it's everything, the Ravens started voluntary workouts today under their new head coach, Jesse Minter.
They did?
They did. And Lamar Jackson is there.
He's buying in early. He's at the facility, Cap. How about that?
I love it. He wants a new contract. You got a new head coach, and you had a great relationship with him before he left. Like, that's your guy. You have to be there. You're the leader. What kind of statement would that make if you didn't show up?
Okay, AOC, this is going too fast. We got guys in training camp.
That's what I'm saying.
We're moving a little too fast for me now. Hold on. Just hang on. Hey, let's get to the draft, and then let's just leisurely get to the NFL. My God. They're already in there trying to – well, listen, they're trying to get a head start on things. I totally understand it.
Declan Doyle means business. He wants him in there.
I think that's great. You mentioned the Masters. Major League Baseball is underway. We get the national championship tonight. It's moving fast. It's a lot going on.
Well, I can't wait for national championship game tonight. By the way, we got to make our picks before we walk out of here.
Sure.
Like score picks. The Masters, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Are you kidding?
There's a lot going on.
Oh, man.
Baseball.
Cubs and Rays in Tampa. Baltimore and White Sox here. Like, let's go. And then we may get Arturis on the guillotine. Oh, let's go.
You're going straight to the guillotine.
Get him, Eversley, get them out of here. They're horrible.
As opposed to the electric chair.
It's true.
He wants his head. He wants the A.K. Eversley head, not the electric chair.
I want them gone.
Yeah, it's too slow. The process.
If you own a team and you don't fire those guys, you are giving the middle finger to your fan base.
As we continue on with Around the NFL, here's AOC.
All right, you talked about the draft under 3 weeks away, and I know both of your favorites, the gentleman who's normally sitting in this spot, is not here today. But I have a mock draft for you in Sports Illustrated, predicting the Bears to trade back with the New England Patriots for pick 31 and selecting UCF defensive lineman Malachi Lawrence, and in that process, picking up a third-round pick as well. Talked about how deep this draft is with edge guys and defensive tackle guys, and you would expect that's where you're going. Is trading back and picking up another mid-round pick something that piques your interest for the Bears? Do you want that 25th pick and get your guy there?
No, as I've said to John, and we agree on this part of it, if there's a player on the board at 25 that somebody goes, I got to get that guy, and they're willing to give me something of value, and I can go back whatever number of picks it is. I'm not talking about giving up my first and then I don't pick again for 40 picks. They're going to give me whatever it is. They got to come get Ty Simpson, the quarterback from Alabama, or there's somebody there they have to have, and I've got 4 or 5 guys rated equal. Yeah, then I'm absolutely willing to move.
Malachi Lawrence. You can't get him where the Bears are going to draft him, or you're just going to go down because you want that extra, you said a third-round pick, because you want a third-round pick too.
Correct, yeah. I do think that he would be there at 25, and, based on this, they think he might be there at 31 as well.
6'4", 260, a defensive end from Central Florida. Played all 4 years at Central Florida. First team Big 12 honors, 28 tackles, 11 tackles for a loss, 7 sacks, 3 pass deflections, and a partridge in a pear tree.
I'm all in to move up or down if the right guy is there. Like if they're sitting in that draft room and they go, okay, that guy will be gone in 2 more picks. That's our defensive edge rusher. And we got to move one of our 2s to go get him, and he's that good. Who cares? Go get him.
Jay Moore, can I just tell you something?
Sure.
Let me tell you something. As much as I have bitched about the Bears needing to be able to address defensive line in the first round, they got to go in the secondary and find their guy in the first round. As much as I've been talking about the defensive line, watch them go secondary. And by the way, you got to take care of that too for the future, but they'll just go oppo of what I've said. I can just see it.
They're just going to take the best guy on the board. Yeah. They are. That's what Poles' philosophy is. That's what he's going to do. But again,
tight end.
If there's a quarterback there that he feels like somebody's coming up to get that guy, then do it.
I'm going to find out Ben Johnson is, I know he's all the rage and he's, as good as Ditka around here for some people. Let's just see how that works in the draft room, how much swing he has. He got his wish with the offensive picks last year. Wide receiver, tight end, awesome. Let's see what this looks like in the first couple of rounds of the draft and see if he becomes, again, pro offense versus what you really need on this team. Let's see what that looks like.
Well, it depends. What if he takes a left tackle?
I'm talking about skill position guys.
Yeah, okay, you're talking running back, wide receiver, tight end.
Yeah. Let's see what that looks like. We need someone to replace Zacchaeus.
Or DJ.
we need more help in the wide receiver room because we're bereft of quality, apparently. We'll just add on. More weapons.
I don't think that's happening. I think it's going to be one of tackle, edge, corner, safety, left tackle, or linebacker. One of those 6. You can leave wide receiver, running back, those to the side. They're not happening. Tight end, not happening.
Quarterback?
No, they're not taking a quarterback.
Okay.
Do you have the current depth chart for the Bears?
He's got our lads tattooed on his bicep.
Are you kidding me, Jay Moore? Are you kidding me? The tab is always there.
All right, let me see what you got.
It's absolutely insane. This guy just lives on that website.
Because I kind of see or kind of understand why they may not address the line here.
Because of Aaron Neville coming in as the backup, Aaron Neville Gallimore.
That's one guy.
Okay. K Street. James Lynch, also on this defensive line.
But there's a guy that was out last year that didn't get an opportunity.
Shamar Turner.
Bingo.
Shamar Turner. They got to find out who he is.
So they may want to see what he is before they make an investment on somebody else in the draft.
Because if they had drafted Shamar Turner this year, you'd be like, there you go. Drafted somebody for the defense. Well, he's here. Can't forget him.
Yeah, we got to find out what he is.
And don't forget Za Frazier. They think he could be a defensive back. He got hurt, or he had I think it was a personal thing last year.
Yeah.
And Booker may be better coming back. Maybe.
He should take another step.
I mean,
I want the real thing.
I know. Me too. I know. I feel you, bro.
When I squint, I think she's hot. However, it's kind of dark in here. I can't quite see. Hey, barkeep, turn the lights up. Oh, God! Mustache! That's the problem. I don't want mustaches on my defensive line.
No, you want a stud.
Oh, God! 7 o'clock beard.
Brutal.
That's what I want, Cap. I want the real thing. And there's some question marks when we laid them out. We're going to see if they can be able to be part of the rotation as well. Turner and Za Frazier.
Correct. We'll see.
We'll see. And that is our look around the NFL right here on Kap and J Hood. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. If you're on hold, you will be on the air on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Good morning to you. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. 2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest-running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Hello. Here we go again. Game day travel brings the excitement, the journey, the routine, the crew. That's why I book at Marriott Bonvoy. For reals, with an S. Official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer. It connects me to a portfolio of brands designed for how I travel, with different options depending on what matters most, from complimentary breakfast and select hotels to spacious rooms, flexible work areas, and extended stay comforts. Marriott Bonvoy, whether you're a fan, athlete, coach, or parent, it's a home base that keeps your routine on track. It's Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in. Jay Moore. Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's Jay Hood. You got a budget? They've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Feel the roar. Feel the shore. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix, July 27th through August 2nd in Michigan City, Indiana. Come out for high-speed offshore racing at Washington Park on the shores of Lake Michigan. Free entertainment for the whole family. Celebrate at the opening ceremony, boat parade, block party, kids' day, and free race viewing on the beach Saturday and Sunday. Take your stay up a notch. Tee off at the golf outing. Enjoy exclusive VIP experiences and raise a glass at the Brewfest. Tickets are on sale now. Race over to GreatLakesGrandPrix.com.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Kap, and whether it's your home or your business, comfort isn't optional. When your heating or cooling system isn't working the way it should, you need a team you can trust, and that's why I recommend Automatic. They've been serving Chicagoland for decades, handling everything from routine maintenance to full system installs. Professional, responsive, and they get the job done right the first time. Don't wait for a breakdown to take action. Call Automatic or visit Automatic.com and make sure your HVAC system is running exactly the way it should.
Jay Moore went to the Wiz. Saw the Wiz, the musical. Pretty good on Friday. Good stuff.
What was it?
It was good. Downtown. The Nerlander Theater, Needlander.
Nice.
With Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup. Now get even more with the ESPN Unlimited plan, available at no extra cost. Unlock additional content in the ESPN app, including WWE Prime events that they have. Visit Xfinity.com/your subscriptions to activate and start watching the ESPN app. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back. Yeah. Presented by Advantage Dealer Group. ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app as we're with you until 9 o'clock. And then it's Carmen Jurko at 9, followed by Rich Eisen at noon. Waddle Silvy at 2, right into White Sox baseball as they take on the Baltimore Orioles. 6 o'clock start right here on your home for the White Sox. ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. In lovely Hyde Park, here's Lewis on Kap and J Hood. Lewis, good morning.
Yo, peace, love, and hair grease. How you doing, Hoodie?
What's cracking? How you doing?
I'm all right. How's Kap doing? What's up, Kap? How you doing?
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm love. Yo, check it out. You guys are supposed to be baseball aficionados. How's it that you don't mention the Ken Griffey broken wrist play, man? As one of the greatest defensive plays ever.
That's a great one, but we missed the biggest one. Dwayne Wise to save the perfect game for Mark Burley. Yeah. That one was my brother texted us. We're like, oh, yeah, that might be the greatest single play I have ever seen when you factor in the stakes.
Yeah.
A perfect game?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Yeah, for sure.
He fought it.
He's
All
gone.
right. All right, so.
Thanks, brother.
What you call a digital poot.
Yeah, he did. He digitally pooted us, and that's okay. Listen, man, the reason why we can't name them all is because we're only on for 3 hours. We have so many, Aiden, that we can go to. The Ken Griffey Jr. play that he's making, let me just tell you, you talk about baseball being cool. He made baseball cool. As a Sox fan, I had Griffey Jr. jerseys, and I would turn my hat backwards because of him. When I produced shows like you, Aiden, I would have my hat turned backwards. I'd keep the headphones on, but also I would have my hat turned backwards for him. Now, this is during a time where Frank Thomas is it. The White Sox in that time in the 90s were just unbelievable. But Ken Griffey Jr., with that sweet swing from the left side, I would stay up at night to watch those Seattle games just to see him swing that bat and for him to be able to do what he did. He was a must-watch for me growing up, Ken Griffey.
Unbelievable. Do you remember when they drafted him? His agent was Scott Boras. Mm-hmm. And Boras was like, yeah, we're going back in the draft next year. They're not giving us what we want. And like the night before the deadline, he said, forget it, Scott. I'm signing. And he did. Went against his agent. That was like big news. And then a year later, he's in the bigs. That guy was amazing.
Oh, my God. Just a must-watch.
The Kid. Isn't that what they called him?
The Kid.
The Kid. Amazing.
You ever tried to chew tobacco?
I did.
So did I. Just the one time. Can I just tell you something? I don't feel bad for Craig Counsell, but I've been there with Craig. Craig, for whatever reason, in 2026, wanted to try some tobacco yesterday. Did you see that video?
I did not.
Oh, let me show it to you. It was bad. He tried to chew tobacco and was coughing and hacking like he was going to go down. It was not good for Craig Counsell.
Did you ever pitch in a college game? Thank God it was an exhibition, like a scrimmage. I was pitching in college, and there was that article in Sports Illustrated about gumbacco. You chew up like 4 pieces of Bubblicious or Major League Chew, and you put the chewing tobacco in the gum, wrap it up, fill your jaw, and I'm out there pitching, and the gum and the nasty tobacco went down my throat, and I literally came off the field and hurled.
That's not good, man.
Dude, it was brutal.
Aiden, if I send you this, can you put this up on YouTube?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Because I want if people have missed it, I'll show it to you first before we put it on YouTube. This is the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell. Go back there. He's putting the tobacco in his mouth, and looks like he's going to throw up. It's not good, man.
Excuse me.
He's been around baseball for a long time. Oh, my God.
Well said. Well said. I mean, we have. Excuse me.
I mean, that's just unbelievable, Cap.
Oh, my goodness.
But why would he try that, though? Is he a chewer? Do you know this?
Not that I know of. But again, I'm not there every day like I used to be because I'm here with you.
I just never seen him do that before. And listen, we know over the years that this was to be commonplace, where guys would chew tobacco, right? Put it right there between the gum and the cheek, and we saw Don Zimmer with the big chew in his mouth.
Yeah.
So many guys did that. I didn't know that this is still a thing in 2026.
Well, now, wait a minute. Are you positive that was tobacco?
I'm pretty sure. I mean,
isn't tobacco banned in the big league? No, maybe it's banned in the minors.
I don't know.
I think it's banned in the minors.
And you get that? Okay, I just wanted to send that. It's a shortcut, but I just want I want everyone on YouTube, youtube.com, ESPN Chicago, to see this between now and the top of the hour, because I'm just like, and by the way, I don't see ball players doing it like they. Do you remember who was it, Cap? Like Lenny Dykstra. Remember Lenny Dykstra from the Mets?
Yeah,
he'd have like this as hanging out of his mouth.
Yeah,
when he was
and it would
baseball.
drip all over his jersey. Okay,
right.
Chewing tobacco is banned for all new Major League Baseball players since the 2016 collective bargaining agreement. However, veteran players who had Major League service before the agreement could still use it privately, although they are discouraged from doing so publicly. Additionally, chewing tobacco is banned in all minor league baseball since 1993, and smokeless tobacco is prohibited in 16 of the 30 MLB stadiums. So if Craig was chewing on it, he has obviously service time before 2016.
Yeah.
I would think they would discourage him from doing it. So I don't know what was in his mouth, but that he certainly was choking.
Yeah.
Nice scoop, Jesse.
Just like something happened there.
Craig, what were you gagging on, like choking? It looked like you were going to hurl in the dugout.
I mean, we had.
Oh, my.
Oh, come on, Big Cat. You're better than that.
May not be the best analogy.
I mean, we had.
So there you have it. We'll give you the classic Kap and J Hood cut of the day. It's right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
I mean, we had.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Let me save you some time. If you are shopping for a car and already bracing yourself for the process, don't. Just start with the Advantage Dealer Group. Toyota, Chevy, Acura, Cadillac, Buick, GMC, they got all the brands. What they don't have is the nonsense. No drawn-out negotiations, no surprises when the paperwork shows up, just clear numbers, honest conversations, and people who understand that you got things to do. So buying a car shouldn't feel like you're breaking down X's and O's. Wherever you are in Chicagoland, make it easy on yourself. Find your Advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. Make sure you put it in the old Google machine and look for Advantage Dealer Group. That's where you find your advantage. At Advantage Dealer Group. J-Mo.
Gas prices are rising again.
But you got places to see this spring.
Save yourself some money. Try unleaded 88.
Also called E15.
E15 is approved for 2001 and newer vehicles. Delivers the performance you expect.
And is priced lower than regular unleaded.
E15 is EPA reviewed and approved. It's a smart choice for your wallet.
And it supports Illinois farm families and local jobs.
Before you fill up, go to UNL88.com
and find a pump near you.
Visit UNL88.com and get there for less.
You've never donned the green jacket. You probably never will. You're known for your slice and your ability to miss the green. But that doesn't mean you aren't serious about your golf game. Take your practice to a serious level with Golf Center Displays. Practice until midnight. Play night golf like you've never seen before. Try an automatic 300-yard driving range that reloads a ball once you've smacked it. Even in bad weather, Golf Center Displays has you covered. Literally. Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Turn your dream kitchen into a reality during the IKEA Dream Kitchen event. Now through April 21st, IKEA family members save 10% when they spend $3,000 or more on section kitchen cabinets and eligible appliances and countertops. That's modern style, smart storage, and everyday functionality designed your way. Plus, section cabinets come with a 25-year limited warranty. Not sure where to start? IKEA's expert kitchen planners are here to guide you. Your dream kitchen is closer than you think. So visit IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook today.
You're sitting at a red light or stuck in traffic, and your phone lights up. Maybe it's a text, a video call, a new post, or a quick notification you think you can check in a second. It feels harmless, but the truth is, once your eyes leave the road, you're not really driving anymore. And traffic doesn't pause just because you do. That split second of distraction can throw off everything. Your reaction time, your awareness, your ability to avoid someone else's mistake. You could damage your car, injure yourself, or hurt someone you care about. Or you could get pulled over for a reminder that your phone isn't worth the risk. So before you start driving, make it easy on yourself. Put your phone on silent. Toss it in the glove box. Set it to Do Not Disturb. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Like a good caddy, the Treasury Management team at Republic Bank of Chicago is ready to carry the load and provide the advice and solutions your business needs to succeed. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Did you know the average employer sorts through your assistant coaches I'm talking about? You're the head of it. I understand.
Correct.
Yeah. There's no doubt you'd be in the tournament. There's no doubt. I've
Never
said this
happening.
just telling you. Did you know the average employer sorts through roughly 250 resumes for every job opening? That's a lot of time spent reviewing applications and a lot of potential buried in that pile. So if you're hiring, here's the good news. You can now review all of these resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. Cut through the standard and get to the standouts with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And now you can try for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
And now it is time for the classic Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse, where breakfast is now served every weekday morning from 7 until 10:30. Then they get ready for lunch and dinner. It's on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. Their bacon is simply spectacular. Jay Moore.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever. It's not boring. Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
And that's Seiya Suzuki. So some thoughts here from Craig regarding what's going on with Seiya.
It's amazing to me that he won the Japanese Gold Glove because he does not strike me as a really solid. Like every time they hit a ball to him, I don't know why. And this is before he dropped that one in Atlanta in September of 24. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Ball right to him. He just put his glove up and it clanked up. He just scares me. He does. And he makes some really good plays. That's Shota.
That's not the
They all look the same, huh, Jay Moore?
God.
My goodness.
That's Imanaga. Wow.
On the Kap and J Hood Morning Show here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. You see what you do there is that you just transition.
Correct.
Put a transition in there and then get to the next thing. Correct. before we get phone calls.
And that's all, folks.
The classic Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by David Flom and Matt Moore and Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Now serving breakfast every morning at 7 till 10:30. You have a breakfast meeting, that's your spot. It's awesome.
If you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com, ESPN Chicago, Aiden, let's show the people on YouTube Craig Counsell, and it's on your social media as well. Craig Counsell choking, and we believe it might be on.
Really?
I think it might be some kind of tobacco-y.
I mean, we had
wacky tobacco.
Well said.
You don't choke like that on gum, do you?
When you judge quarterbacks and when you excuse me.
Oh my God.
I mean, we had
gurgly. What is? Yeah, is Craig okay there? Look at that, Kap. We've seen the replay here. What is he?
I mean, it looked like he was going to puke.
Oh God, is he okay? It's a brown leafy substance, is it not, Jack? It doesn't look like
it might be sunflower seeds.
Is it Little League Chew? I don't think it is.
Those sunflower seeds. That's too big.
Is that the industrial pack? How big is that seed that he's eating? If that's
I know.
the case?
I got Jesse has got to find out, was that tobacco?
That's wild, man.
Come on.
Almost went down, Counsell. Oh my God.
I mean, that was not good.
Well said.
We thank you so much for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. Thank you, Aiden. Thank you, Jay Moore. How about we do this tomorrow morning at 6?
Yes, who wins tonight?
Michigan, 77, UConn, 67.
UConn wins it 70 to 69.
Oh, so long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
I've got the best job, Carm.
Ball's wet. Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bridgeview and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Medical bills piling up. Insurance is ghosting me after the accident. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We handle it all. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey guys, you ready to let the dogs out?
What? Carmen DeFalco.
It's kind of impressive.
John Yurkovich. This is the Carmen and Jurko Show on ESPN Chicago.
It's out there for everybody to see.
It is what it is. Carmen Jurko.
Check this out. All right, happy Monday morning. Hope everyone had a great Easter, nice Passover. We are back. The sun is shining. A little cool today for golf, but the sun is shining, Jurko. The White Sox sweep the Jays. Very nice.
How about that?
That's a little bit more like it.
Does that make you feel good?
Yes.
There you go.
Nobody's saying you have to go out and win 80 games this year, but my God, the first 6 were like, give me a break.
That's why you can't panic. That's why everybody
Very nice.
on the north side of town that's like worried about everything that's going on over there, I'd say simmer down a smidge, fellas.
Simmer down now.
Simmer
Just
down.
a smidge.
Ladies and gentlemen, simmer down. It's a Monday morning in April. It's too early to draw any conclusions on your baseball teams.
Preach. Go ahead.
Settle down. Take a deep breath, and congratulations to Ozzie Guillen.
Congrats to Ozzie. And Brooks Boyer was on with us Friday from Cork and Kerry at the Park, sort of teasing a big announcement. I don't know why my brain didn't go there.
Listen,
I was thinking, I'm like, what are they announcing? And then I was like, oh, that makes so much sense.
You know,
That's
Brooks
great.
Boyer's a big hitter, traveling with massive wieners all the time. That's what he does.
Can you repeat that?
Those foot-long hot dogs that he brought us were unbelievable the other day.
Oh, gotcha.
And the flavor, Carmen, it was phenomenal also. Cilantro on a hot dog. Who'd have thought? Treat a hot dog like a fajita. I mean, I never would have
fajita
thought
thing,
of that. I never would have thought of that.
The quesadilla machete thing, I couldn't stop thinking about that. I almost detoured once I got into the park just to go get another one.
Go get another machete? Yeah.
Thing was fantastic. Yeah, congrats to Ozzie. I love Ozzie.
Congrats to Ozzie, the White Sox, everything they got going on. 4-5 out of the block. 77 still a possibility, Carm. Like anything, this team's got to believe. They don't know who the hell they are right now. They're trying to find an identity. That's the part of being a horse blank team. And it's starting to take the steps figuring out exactly who you are.
Yeah.
We can agree. We can all look at each other. I think we can agree that this White Sox team is not going to be absolute garbage this year. It's going to be a team that's going to go out there. It's going to find a way to compete. It's going to win some games. They're not competing for the playoffs, Carm.
No.
They're not doing that. But let's get out of last place. Let's get out of last place. Let's get mired into third, in the middle of the pack. Let's make that step that lets you believe that something special might be going on. Then when you get Rock Chalowski in town.
That's all I'm asking for.
That's all you're asking
That's
for.
all
It's
I'm
not
asking
a complicated process.
No.
You just start getting better, and then your guy, Ishiba's going to take over.
Yeah.
Right? He takes over. Boom. Money starts to get spent a little bit. They start throwing that money around.
I hope.
The Ishiba money.
New
Boom.
stadium.
Yeah.
New money.
Good times on the South Side. You look at it with a different light because they've been so pathetic for so long. So the fact that you see signs of life, it's great. Expectations on the North Side a little bit higher, right?
Just a touch.
So people want to look at it through a negative light. I don't look at it through a negative light. It's early. It's early. You got to pump it up. Good weather hasn't happened. Are the leaves out there on the Ivy? Am I mistaken?
No, I don't think so.
There's no leaves out on the Ivy, right? No leaves?
Not yet.
If there's no leaves on the Ivy, it's too early to draw conclusions.
Also, have you guys noticed the leaves on the Ivy this year? There's some gaps. There's some gaps.
There's no ivy yet.
Well, I know, but
Actually,
there's
it's
a
just
couple.
ivy. It's only branches.
It's only branches.
There's only branches, but there's a couple of places where you'd think there'd be more ivy.
No,
and there's
doesn't happen.
That doesn't come in until May.
Look at the right center field wall next time you're watching a game, and there's a lot of brick out there. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, that's the way it's going to be. I mean, I don't want to talk about the growing season here in Chicago,
there's
but
no
we
ivy
will.
until May.
I happen to be a possessor of 3 Japanese wisteria plants.
Yeah?
Be ready to prune every single year because when they take over, they can take over, my friend. All right? Nothing on the Japanese wisteria right now. They maybe even budding up.
They're
Now,
just starting. Everything's starting to come to life now.
One of them ones that begins with marigolds, right? Are they marigold? What kind of bush? I got a beautiful bush. It's got pink flowers coming out. It looks
That's an azalea,
absolutely- No, it's not azalea. This is like a tree, Carm.
I don't know.
Magnolia, that's what it
Magnolia.
is. It's a magnolia. I'll take a picture today and I'll release it. This magnolia is about to bud and
It's
flower.
all starting.
It's going to be wide open after the rains this weekend. I spent the rains down in Africa, Carm.
It's all starting.
Toto, by the way. Toto, there for you.
My guess is by the end of next week, the grass will need to be cut. That's what it's starting to get nice and green,
there.
starting to come in a little bit.
It is getting there, Carmen.
I might have grubs in the backyard. There's some
Let me tell you,
I know.
you better go get them now.
I know. I gotta call my guy.
You know what the grubs turn into, don't you?
I don't know.
I'll tell you exactly right now. You ready for it? Japanese beetles.
Oh, boy.
Your grubs get to come to fruition. They turn into Japanese beetles.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Well, the skunks usually come around at night and eat them anyway, don't they? That's when the grass gets
That's
all
when
torn
they
up.
tear you the living
That's
hell.
tearing it
You
up.
don't want that.
No, I'm aware.
Skunks, possums.
Thank you.
Raccoons. You want none of that stuff by the house.
I am aware. But I think the grass is going to have to be cut by the end of the
Can I
the
get
next
you
week.
a pellet gun?
No.
How about a 22?
No, I'm good.
We just rifle through those
I'm not
varmints.
shooting those. What
From
are you going to do with them
varmints.
then?
Boy, you ever had possum soup?
I have not.
Harm.
And
Look it up.
I'll pass.
Look at Granny. Remember Granny from the Beverly Hillbillies?
I do.
Granny loved herself some possum.
I do. The Illini season came to an end. Unfortunately, it felt like they were never really in that game that much on Saturday night. I think we have a very good game for the national championship game tonight. We got Michigan and UConn. We'll talk about that. The Illini season is over. It was a fun season. This team will look pretty different as most of these schools have to deal with and reckon with in the new age of college athletics, college basketball. Certainly, it'll look a lot different, and guys will be moving on. You could tell that this team really, really had a nice bond. They genuinely liked each other. Yeah. The support they had in Indy was great. Unfortunately, they were just never really in that game.
Top 4 team in the country.
Yes.
And in Ken Palm this year, they operated in like the top 7. They were 13th in the Week 6 ratings, which would theoretically eliminate them from being able to go ahead and win themselves a NCAA championship. Michigan beat the living hell out of Arizona. At least you brought
unbelievable.
At least you brought a game. At least you were competitive. At least you got back into the thing. At least it was a question mark with 2.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. I mean, the second half. Yeah, at least there was a question. They brought it.
It just felt like it was an uphill battle the whole
Do you remember
game,
my
didn't it?
Let's bring it. Did. 22-21, that's when they had the lead. You know what they were outscored after? It was 22-21? 28-14.
Yeah, see, there you go. And, like, from that moment on.
48-35, I believe, or 49-35. It was a 14-point lead. They stretched it out, and then that was the battle. Now, getting that 40, that big lead, getting that back under control. It took time.
The Illini had 3 assists for the game.
I don't worry about assists. I look at points scored.
Well, of course, but still, like that's just
Dan Hurley's offense.
Three assists.
Dan Hurley's offense was much more efficient and allowed for many more open shots. It felt like the Fighting Illini were doing it the hard way.
Yeah,
Stojakovic trying to dribble, drive, and make a miracle layup when he's getting down there. Even with the contact, they're not calling all fouls. And by the way, Howard Baskerville, the former was he refereeing that game last night? I mean, on Saturday night?
I don't think so.
That Howard Baskerville had a whistle only for the Fighting Illini. Every time there's a foul call, there's Baskerville making the call.
Oh, man.
Well, either way, it didn't work out.
What a fun season, though. I mean,
season.
It really was.
Yeah. Hell of a season. What'd they shoot? Remember my keys to the victory?
They did not shoot nearly well enough, Yerk. That's for damn sure.
Keys to victory. I knew they were going to go to the line. They went at least 16 times, so they went to the line, which I loved. Good for them.
But the field goal percentage was pretty awful.
They didn't shoot 40% from three-point range,
no,
which
they
is
did
what
not.
I felt they needed.
They did not.
If they did, that game might have been something. That might have been something. Now, let me see. I'm getting to the stats now. Thank you, Carmen. 23%.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a far cry from
6
the
of
40 that you were
26.
calling for.
Yeah, you would have needed 10 of those shots to fall to be close to 40 cents.
The Huskies made more threes in the first half than Illinois did for the game, unfortunately.
And they were 12 of 33.
That's the way it went.
And, that's the way you got to shoot. You got to be able to shoot from three-point range. If you're going to take them, you got to be able to shoot. And free throws, they're at 78% the Fighting Illini, 88% for the other team.
Yeah.
Hurley's squad played better, and that number 5 in the middle was just good enough. And because he was just good enough in the middle, you kind of had to collapse on him. They found a wide open guy on the perimeter, and when they did, boom. But when their offense became stagnant, the Fighting Illini were on them. When they became stagnant, the Fighting Illini were on them. I just felt like it was a lot of one-on-one, those high pick and rolls, those run-throughs.
Yeah.
A lot of one-on-one, and not necessarily the best shots you can take. And Wagler, maybe the moment got him. Maybe it was too big. I know he had some points.
He finished with like 20, I think, but he didn't shoot it great. Certainly didn't shoot it great from distance. I think he was like 2 of 10, right?
He's 2 of 10 from distance.
Yeah, that's tough.
And 3 air balls.
And there were some air balls.
I mean, there was some uncharacteristic shooting going on as far as what he was going. Missed free throws by my guy
Dusty May.
Stojakovic. Missed free throws. He's 1 of 4. He was 0 of 3 in the first half.
Yeah.
0 of 3. When you can make it a respectable game, 37-32 if you're making your free throws. 37-32 feels better than 37-29.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. For the second time in 4 years, Dusty May is in a Final Four. He's in the national championship game tonight with Michigan, and they're a heavy favorite. He has said he is not pursuing other opportunities. He's going to stay at Michigan.
Well,
Tommy Lloyd.
The one way they guarantee that is by giving him more money.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he's
and
in line
Michigan's
for
got
that.
money. Trust me. I know
Michigan's got
some
money.
Michigan grads.
Michigan's got money.
When Michigan football was winning a national championship, I got one that I play golf with and I travel with internationally.
Yeah.
We won't mention his name, but his first name's John. That's kind of a generic name.
Yes.
Oh, I'll get it. He'll give me all the insights. Harbaugh's not going anywhere. We're going to sign him to a lifetime contract, gone. So, he might give me some advice, and he might tell me what's happening up at Michigan, but I got to take it with a grain of salt because of what happened in the Harbaugh situation.
Harbaugh saw the writing on the wall, what was happening. That football program was crumbling there. And the sanctions and everything else. And their football program's in disarray. But hey, the basketball program, impressive. And Dusty May is not going anywhere. Tommy Lloyd is staying at Arizona.
Tommy Lloyd?
Yes, is staying at Arizona.
He's the big guy there?
Tommy Lloyd, the coach?
Oh, okay, yeah. I still thought it was Olsen.
No. I'm pretty sure he's dead.
That guy didn't have any
If he's not, he's like 110.
That guy didn't have any white hair. Was that Bobby Cremens on the sideline?
Pretty
Who
sure
was that?
I'm pretty sure he's
I
dead.
thought I saw a white-haired gentleman on the sidelines on Saturday night.
So who is the object of North Carolina's affection right now?
You know who it is.
I think we all know who it is.
I think we all know.
Couple reports over the weekend we want to play for you guys from college basketball insiders. First, this goes back to Friday night. Want me to play the Rothstein first, Jack? Yeah, because we get set it up this way. Because then there's some newer stuff from yesterday from Jeff Goodman. I want to play both of these. This is John Rothstein talking about Billy Donovan and North Carolina. This goes back again to Friday night. before the Final Four.
Billy Donovan will not entertain a conversation with North Carolina until after the Chicago Bulls season is over on April 12th, out of respect for the Chicago Bulls. With that said, Billy Donovan is not going to be ready to get on a Zoom necessarily on April 13th at 9 a.m. He's going to process the Bulls season and could also entertain other NBA head coaching opportunities.
A week from today, the Bull season will be over. Mercifully, the Bull season comes to an end Sunday. So North Carolina, if they are going to sit and wait, and I know it's a big time right now because I think the portal is actually opening, which I still don't understand how these schools aren't, like how these championships haven't been played in these portals open. I think the timing of some of this is a little crazy.
Portal's open, baby.
But it's open. But like if North Carolina's waited this long, they've sort of flirted at the very least, tried to get feelers on a couple of big-time guys already in college and have been rebuked a little bit. And are they going to sit around and wait another week? Can they afford to do that? I don't see why not at this point. You're here anyway. You've got people in your these schools like have front offices now. I use the air quotes on that. They're sort of operating like front offices that are going to do the work this week anyway. And if you really want a big game hunt, you really think Billy's the guy, why wouldn't you wait till next Monday and start making those calls? This is Jeff Goodman. This is a little bit more recent. Again, you heard Rothstein say that Billy's going to, at the very least, wait until this week is over out of respect to Jerry Reinsdorf and the Bulls. He's not going to make any sort of move in the next couple of days. It did, and that report again went back to Friday. Nothing happened. Billy coached what was another lost weekend for the Bulls. Rightfully so. That's what they should be doing. But they're a whole other set of problems for that franchise that we'll continue to talk about. I mean, they were down like 40 at one point to the Knicks, which is good, but at the same time, like they're just embarrassingly bad. Here is Jeff Goodman with his take on it. This is a little bit fresher. This is from yesterday on North Carolina, Billy Donovan, and the Bulls. All right, hold on. I'm going to play it. We were trying to play the video, but I'm just going to play the sound.
Carolina. So now, North Carolina will focus its efforts solely on Billy Donovan. Billy Donovan is going to be the target per sources. They're going to go hard after him. We'll see what happens. They expect to know more in the next 24 hours whether Billy Donovan will have legitimate interest in North Carolina or whether he stays in the NBA route, right? Whether it's with the Bulls, whether it's maybe he waits and pursues another NBA job because there's going to be a bunch of openings. But Billy Donovan has now emerged as the guy that North Carolina wants after Tommy Lloyd said no.
Tommy Lloyd said no. Dusty May is going to stay at Michigan. He's coaching in the national championship game tonight. Jeff Goodman, who's pretty plugged in college basketball, is saying that Billy Donovan is the only guy on their list right now. That solely the efforts are going to be focused on getting Billy Donovan to coach North Carolina. I don't know why Billy Donovan would stay with the Bulls. I really have. Yeah. I can't give you one good reason other than the $6.5 million payday. I mean, that's nice.
That's a nice one.
I mean, if North Carolina's offering $4 million, I guess Billy would be like, guys, what are we talking about?
I'm going to stay here, yeah.
Shy of the 6.5 or whatever he's making. Again, I think the speculation is Billy's making somewhere around $6.5 million.
They're going to have to pay him.
Yeah, like shy of that. Like, give me one reason why Billy Donovan should stay with the Bulls. One. I dare you.
I can't do it.
I dare you. I dare anybody to come up with one legitimately good reason as to why Billy Donovan should coach this Bulls franchise going forward.
You're asking me. I can't give you one.
Anybody?
Nope.
We'll hang up and wait for our answer.
Jack, Jay Moore, anybody? Drop Dead Fred. What's his name? Right Said Fred?
C-Red Fred.
C-Red Fred?
He doesn't like us. C-Red Fred doesn't like us. And I don't think he could even come up with
what do you mean he doesn't like us?
He doesn't like us. He only likes Waddle and Silvy. I don't think he even can come up with one positive thing to say about this situation.
I don't believe that.
I guess
I'm very likable.
If you held my feet to the fire and said, no, come on, got to pick one. Got to pick one reason why. Jerry Reinsdorf fires AK and hires Bob Myers. Okay. Then maybe Billy would be like, hey, I would do that. Is that really going to happen? And as we sit here today with AK and Mark Eversley still employed by this organization, one good reason. There's no question what the better job is. None.
Yeah.
The better job is at a place like North Carolina. expectations are going to be high. And while Billy can just, I don't blame Billy Donovan for a lot of what's happened with the Bulls here. Like wins and losses at the end of the day, obviously it really don't matter to the Reinsdorfs. And it's not really going to affect Billy's job status. If he wants the job, he's got the job. So expectations are going to be much higher within 3 or 4 years at a place like North Carolina. I mean, Hubert Davis just experienced it. He's a legend there, you know. I mean, Hubert Davis is one of theirs, and they were like, "That's it. We're done with this experiment."
They pulled
He took him to a championship game.
Yes, he did.
And they're like, "Sorry, that's it. You got to go." So expectations are very high. But how is it not a better job? It's a better job almost any way you slice it. If you guys want to ring us up today, you can at 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
ESPN's The Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, Wednesday night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Yep. $2 million. The Vroliak Law Group once again for their clients. That's right. The Vroliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client that was injured due to negligent lighting. They win big, and they win for their clients. I played professional football and spent years in radio. I've endorsed a lot of companies, and I don't mind putting my name behind just anyone. But this one's personal. Never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now, the Vroliak Law Group. For 60 years, they've helped injured people recover more than $9 billion through legal representation and consulting. And it's not just numbers. They've helped my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want an experienced doctor. When you need a lawyer, it's no different. If you've been hurt in a car or truck accident, workplace injury, medical malpractice, wrongful death, call a firm with a proven track record. By the way, we saw Pete Vroliak.
We sure
did. Stopped on by on Friday. We said hello. Call my friends at the Vroliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW. That's 844-4VLG-LAW.
Whiskey lovers, I've got the weekend for you. Guys, it's Carmen. We Whiskey Fest is back in beautiful Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, April 17th through the 19th. I'm talking 50-plus distilleries, over 150 pours, and an entire weekend of whiskey festivities. And I'll be back for year 3. See you at the Grand Tasting on Saturday, April 18th. Now presented by the Grand Geneva Resort. We Whiskey Fest, one of the best in the Midwest. Get your tickets now at weewhiskeyfest.com and sip responsibly.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com, because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NetSide.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them for 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Final week of the Bulls season. How different is this organization going to look in a week? Will Billy Donovan be gone? Will AK and Eversley be out? Joe Colley was writing about it over the weekend, hinting that, according to sources, it might be inching closer and closer towards what seems to be the inevitable for most of us. You got to clean house over there. You know, if they didn't want to do it, maybe certainly at the start of the season or even at the halfway point, you think about the way it's gone, how it's fallen apart, but it's really not going to get the Bulls anything unless they get very, very lucky here next month at the draft lottery. The Jaden Ivey debacle, that whole thing. Cowley reporting that maybe we're getting closer and closer to Michael and Jerry realizing that they got to start over again. Can you go out and really take a big aggressive swing on someone like Bob Myers, who might be in play for the Dallas Mavericks as they look to reset and rebuild things after the firing of Nico Harrison earlier this year? What about a guy like Mike Dunleavy Jr., who the organization knows well, who's running the Golden State Warriors at this point? I don't know where they would turn. On paper, when they tried for AK all those years ago, again, we're always willing to give the benefit of the doubt. Always.
Yeah.
And you feel like a real jag afterwards sometimes. Because we were so oh yeah, makes sense. Look at what they built in Denver.
Right.
And,
yeah.
Mark Eversley makes sense. He was working for Nike and he's got all these great connections and and then you just feel like a jag.
Yeah, you feel like you got it dead wrong.
You're dead wrong.
Dead wrong.
Dead wrong. And we'll do it again. Be like, oh yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, so the got to go out and get the established guy who might be available, or plucking someone off of, taking a branch off of one of these really smart trees, one of these organizations somebody that's been impressive that's working under Langdon, or somebody from Philly. I mean, I don't know what the right answer is for them. I have no idea. The idea of them luring Bob Myers here seems to be a little bit far-fetched. I mean, that's going to cost a fortune. Dallas might be very willing to do it. I don't know that the Bulls would be. Zach's in Deerfield with Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago. What's up, Zach?
Hey, guys. Love the program. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
So just curious your thoughts. And although I hate what the Bulls have become and generally agree that Donovan should leave, but I'm curious, in your opinion, does the Bulls just happen to being an NBA franchise automatically make it a better job over UNC just solely because they are an NBA franchise, albeit a terrible one?
A listless one, yeah. Well, there are no expectations right now. I mean, that'd be the argument for it, right, Zach?
Yeah.
You're making a lot of money. You're coaching in the NBA. Even for a bad team, you're going to make a lot of money, especially when you're someone like Billy Donovan, So I think
the portal's got to be a headache.
The portal's got to be a complete nightmare. It's got to be. For an older coach, who knows? So I still think North Carolina's a better job. I mean, I think what you have at your disposal, if you're Billy, is attractive. I think it gets Billy. I think he wins more. I don't know that Billy's legacy needs much, that he needs to build upon much of his legacy at this point. He's won two national championships.
I think it's a bonus on top of it. If he can go back to North Carolina and get North Carolina back on top, I think that's a little bit of a bonus. Yeah.
Zach, thanks, man.
That's the bouquet.
What's the better
bouquet on top?
Maybe you're right, Yerk. What's the better job, you guys? Flat out, what's better? 312-332-3776 is the number.
I think becoming successful in the professional ranks has got different challenges in the NBA compared to college basketball. But if he's going to take this college basketball job, he's already got his people in place. He's communicated to some people, hey, we need to be active early in the portal. This is what we're thinking. 2 guys that he's going to hire as assistants, he's going to have them. He's going to be thinking about them.
Yeah, no.
You've got to know if that's the direction he's going, behind closed doors, in secret, by himself, he is game planning this thing with North Carolina already. You know what I'm saying? His agent probably knows.
Yeah.
He knows. And now he's got to let some other people know so they can start making the moves that are necessary for him to get where he needs to be.
Billy won 70% of his games roughly when he was a college coach across 2 stops, back-to-back national championships. His winning percentage away from the Bulls for his career in his college stops, and at OKC he's at like 60. He's about 2/3 of his games.
Sure.
He's below 500 as coach of the Bulls. And I don't know how much you want to assign that to Billy, how much he is to blame for what's gone wrong or a lack of player development. I mean, they've done okay in that area, maybe not as well as they thought they would. I still think they've done okay in that area. But does he want to change that at this point? Does he not like the fact that he's below 500 as Bulls coach? And can he improve his very impressive resume anymore or change his legacy at all? He might feel like he doesn't have to. People might look at it and say, no, Billy doesn't have to do anything. Doesn't matter if he goes back to college or not. He's established himself as a college coaching legend, and that's it because of what he did 20 years ago. I have no idea. I don't know Billy Donovan one bit. No clue what's going to drive him, what's going to motivate him. But in terms of winning, and that's what these guys generally like to do, at a place where you can be set up for success, I don't know the college game all that well in the college landscape, but wouldn't it be North Carolina?
Yeah, because they have.
It seems like it.
The boosters to North Carolina are going to be ridiculous, especially if you bring in a guy like Donovan.
Yeah.
And don't you think there's also something too, after all of what Donovan has had to deal with this roster and how bad it's been for the past few years, that he's going to be able to go out and pick his own players again and essentially be the GM of a program and run his own team and choose his players and then coach his players, something he really hasn't gotten to do at the NBA level with the Bulls?
It seems attractive. I mean, I know it's a lot of work. I get it. It's more work than ever because of the portal. There's a lot that it's stressful. There's a lot that goes into it. These guys are used to that.
It's got to be done.
Yeah, I mean,
it's what they had to do before, only legally now.
Right. And
that's what it is.
Like when I say they're used to it, like while Billy's never had to necessarily operate in this world of college basketball, he's been at the highest levels of basketball virtually his entire life. There's always stress. There's always pressure. He's done it his entire life. And so I don't think it's going to like catch him off guard. I mean, he's going to know what he's getting into if he's going to go down this road. I just can't imagine how that's not a better spot for a coach of his caliber to be. Considering what's happening here with this franchise and how kind of dysfunctional it feels. Again, like you've approved upon nothing when you made this change all those years ago, and it definitely feels like you got to reset the whole damn thing again. And I have a feeling like a week from now that's going to be the conversation around these parts, you guys. I'm starting to think that a lot.
Well,
it really feels like they're going to have no choice.
With the Bulls would be who's next. And now, what kind of coach wants this job?
Well, you'll always find someone. You just got to find a good, hopefully you find the right one.
What kind of coach? And that guy that's coming in is not going to get $6.5 million. He's going to get $3 million.
Depending on where they go. Like if they pluck a guy that's sitting around, like what's Malone doing? I mean, right? I mean,
Post Malone?
Yes, Post Malone.
Mark Malone? Is that who you're talking about?
Malone.
Mikey Malone? Mikey
yes.
Malone.
Yes.
Well, I was in the neighborhood, Mark. I wasn't in the neighborhood Post, but I was being a smart at.
I know you were being a smart
Moses Malone?
Not Moses. God bless him.
Love Moses.
What's Mike doing these days?
Part of the Red Sea.
Some analysis.
Good times, man.
Is Moses Malone still with us? I don't want to kill off Moses
I don't know.
Malone.
I don't know if Moses is still with us or not.
Was he good? Let's add a Kyle in Grand Rapids. What's going on, Kyle?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
We're good, man. How are you?
Good. I've got a bone to pick with Jurko here.
Yep, I'm with you, brother.
Unfortunately, and don't get me wrong, I love the Winter Olympics and I love the sport of curling, but unfortunately, I watched Men's with Brooms last night.
Yeah, unfortunately. That best 2 hours of your life.
All of you.
Love story.
Hey,
was it
taking one for the team?
Wait a minute. That was a love story. Did you not agree with that? It was a story about integrity and love?
I have a few items to just go over here.
Okay, I'm with you.
First of all, I had to download the CW app on my Roku TV because that's the only platform that would actually show me the movie. And unfortunately, had to watch 30 minutes of Hawaiian buns and knockoff WWE commercials just to get through the movie to start.
All right. What was the biggest flaw of the movie as you saw it, though, Kyle?
I've got a few here. The first scene, had robotic beavers in it, which was really weird.
Okay.
I like mine more natural.
There was an AA meeting with a sign language translator. 4 naked men jumping off a cliff.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Skinny dipping.
Sure.
Leslie Nielsen growing and eating magic mushrooms that were fertilized by him massaging the sphincter of one of his cows.
All right. Okay. I mean, this is the movie Yurko's been talking
it was
about.
Absolutely horrible.
What about
really
the
bad.
action? What about the love story?
I mean, it was disjointed at best.
Okay.
I took one for the team for Jack. Don't waste.
Excellent review, Kyle. Don't waste your time, Jack. We're going to do the final vote today, by the way.
We have one more list today. We'll do it during the brunch rush at 10:30, and then tomorrow is the Golden Plunger.
Tomorrow's Golden Buzzer / Golden Plunger Day. We'll see
you can each save a movie.
We each get to save a movie to add to the list.
I'm gonna want. Now I feel like I'm gonna want Jack's version of this movie.
Oh boy! All right,
Kyle's version. Even though there's other movies that are much more qualified to be saved, I might have to save this one.
All right, guys, how do you feel about this Bulls job versus a place like North Carolina? Should Billy be bolting? Are the Bulls going to look dramatically different in a week? Are we going to be getting news that Donovan's leaving and that AK and Eversley is out? 312-332-3776. We've got national championship game tonight. We'll preview that. Baseball on both sides of town from the weekend. It's funny, both teams are 4-5. Like Kap and Hoodie and Jesse were joking about it earlier today in the morning. They're both 4-5, but it couldn't be a more different feel north side to south side right now, south side to north side, about like what 4-5 means. Because the White Sox are 4-5, and I think everybody's like thrilled because they came off a weekend in which they swept the reigning AL champs and they played so much better. Like they looked competent, which is all we were hoping for. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
With Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup with live games, daily sports coverage, and expert analysis. And now, the ESPN Unlimited plan is available at no additional cost, giving you access to additional ESPN content in the ESPN app, including more must-see action like WWE premium live events, on-demand programming, and originals to explore. Visit Xfinity.com/your subscriptions to activate ESPN Unlimited access. Then start watching in the ESPN app. More from ESPN, all in one place.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America. Carmen and Jurko live now on ESPN Chicago. The Advantage Dealer Group invites you to check out their podcast. It's on the ESPN Chicago app.
Love that app. Make sure you have it on your smartphone. We are presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC, and Hodgkins. Find your Advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. Saw some of our friends from the Advantage Dealer Group in the White Sox suite for opening day on Friday. Some of our Advantage Bridgeview friends, Advantage Chevy, good stuff. Love the Advantage Dealer Group.
Saw the guys? Everybody was up there?
So having a good time in the suite.
Wonderful.
Yeah. It was nice. Nice opening day. Grant Taylor, 9 pitches, 9 strikes in the first inning. Then he opened again Saturday, and they're doing it again tonight.
Yeah. Openers?
The Sox might be setting a new trend. I don't recall that happening a lot over the years. While the opener thing is certainly not new, like 3 times in a 4-game span. Not 18 total pitches for Grant Taylor across the first couple of innings of the 2 opens he had on Friday and Saturday.
Sure.
He was fantastic. I mean, his stuff is so good.
Necessity is the mother of an invention. You know
That's what they say.
Hey, what do you got to do? Sometimes you got to go to the last thing on the board.
We
got no choice. This is where we're at. Option X.
And then Sean Burke was good in the opener, and Davis Martin was better yesterday. And the defense actually helped him out. Look, the defense is still... They're not a good defensive team.
Don't let this team get confidence.
No, well.
No, I'm just saying, don't let them get confidence. They're trying to find out who they are. Don't let this team become confident.
Look, there was so much good to come out of the weekend, and that's great.
There you go.
So I won't harp on like the negative, but there are times Saturday I watched a little bit. And they won the game, but it's like,
okay, whether you like it or not,
what's happening, guys?
You have to judge the White Sox differently. You know what a championship team looks like.
Yeah, they're not a championship team.
This team's not a championship team.
Of course not.
Can't grade this team like you're going to grade the Dodgers.
But
what are you doing?
But there's
Are you a lunatic?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Okay? Let these guys develop. Let them find a way. Let them get comfortable with each other before you start tearing them to shreds upon their I can't say the words, but poor defense.
Yeah.
Okay? Playing out of position. Guy doesn't need to be a center fielder. Before you start tearing them apart, let them get some confidence, for heaven's sake.
Every play's an adventure, though, Jurko.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
That's the way it works sometimes.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but come on. I mean, like every play is an adventure.
There's not one in the air to center.
There's not like one routine thing that's happening.
It's like a roll of the dice.
I mean,
there goes the center. Roll the dice. What do we get?
Dare I say, there's not a lot of feel for baseball. Okay, when it comes to Luis Angel Acuna. I mean, unbelievable athlete, and talent, but he made it out on the bases. Everything in center field appears to be somewhat of an adventure. I don't know that there's much of a feel for the game of baseball. But,
I've got you, Carm.
But yeah, I loved it. But the Grant Taylor thing, like it was exciting, and he did it again Saturday, and he'll do it again tonight. We've got White Sox baseball live on the South Side tonight with the 6 o'clock pregame after Waddle and Silvy get you home a little bit later. Mellor's pre is at 6, live at the park, and then the Orioles are in town for a 3-game set. Andrew's in Bartlett. What's going on, Andrew?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thank you for taking my call.
You got it.
Appreciate you as always. And so with the Billy Donovan thing, well, first off with the Bulls, so just some insight. I'm 25 years old, so I grew up with like the Derek years and everything, and all those teams, Luol Deng, Joakim. So it was a good time for me, and I loved it. Obviously they were never going anywhere, but great teams, fun. They played hard. Love Tibbs. I mean, what they've become now. I mean, I hate the Bulls. I hate seeing their logo. I hate seeing people wearing their jerseys. it's just because they've become such a laughingstock. I forgot what show was talking about it a couple of weeks ago, but I do think they're actually maybe, besides like the Jets and the Raiders, I think they're like maybe the most pathetic franchise in all of sports because they don't even have anything promising. They're tanking, and it's good that they're stinking right now, but they are so far away. Like even with some of these teams, like the Jazz and like Washington, like they've got some nice players. Like don't get me wrong, I like Matas, but like holy moly, this team is so far away. It's going to be a scary rebuild. And on the AK situation, I don't know how they're still employed. They're so laughable. It's not even funny. And then with Billy Donovan, I was going to say, why would Billy, like, I know it's a better job than the Bulls, but why would he ever want to leave the Bulls where he's not expected to do anything, jump into those high expectations in North Carolina? He's an older guy, respectfully. He's already made his money. He's won. Why does he want that pressure? Like, just retire or stay with the Bulls. I wouldn't do it. I would stay.
Andrew, thanks, man. Thank you. I mean, sometimes I guess the simple answer to that is, like, again, like most of these guys are wired a certain way and they're very competitive. And like Billy could be looking at this as like, I don't want it to end this way. Yeah, it's like and it's not cushy. Billy's not like coasting. So I don't want to say that it's cushy. But this idea that, well, he's making so much money and there are no expectations. Yeah, that's all true. But guys like Billy are usually wired a certain way. And, especially if he's getting advice from those close to him, like, what are you doing there, man? Like, remember this bite? We played that Jeff Goodman sound from yesterday about, what he's hearing now that Tommy Lloyd and Dusty May are staying where they're staying put in Ann Arbor and in and in Tucson. Like the sole focus right now, according to Jeff Goodman, the sole focus, as he put it, in Chapel Hill, it's squarely on the Bulls and Billy Donovan. This is what he said. When did they fire? Was that like 2 weeks ago, right around there? Like 2 weeks ago today or tomorrow when they fired Hubert Davis. This is what Jeff Goodman said 2 weeks ago, but there's something interesting in here. If you remember this from a couple weeks ago, we'll play it again right now. Take a listen.
My take is, I think you call around now. I think you start with Billy Donovan with the Bulls. Everybody in his circle is telling him, get the hell out of it. Now, you paid a lot of money right now in Chicago, and he's loyal. Ryan Storff's been loyal to him. He's probably not going to walk away from that. But he's got a lot of people in his circle saying, get out of there. You have horrible talent. You have no chance. All you're doing is losing. If Carolina opens, that's the job for you. And I agree with that.
Everybody in his circle's telling him, get the hell out of there. Downtown Dean with Carmen and Jurko. What up, Dean?
Dino.
Pardon me, fellas. I was wrapping up a workout, and in the midst of the Billy Donovan talk, I heard something about robotic beavers and AA, and I love anything and everything to do with both of those topics. What was the movie called?
Men with Brooms.
Well, count me in, Jurk. I'm definitely going to watch it.
Yes.
Robotic beavers. Speaking of movies, Carm, I was telling Jack McGrath, much like his favorite Good Will Hunting, Billy doesn't need Robin Williams to tell him it's not your fault, kid. He knows, and he should stick around, and I'll give you a couple of reasons why.
Okay.
All things equal, UNC is not the blue blood it was when I was a kid. In this era with the NIL, you have schools like them in Kansas and Kentucky taking a back seat to, like, some of these Big Ten teams, like UNC, for instance, your most famous alumni and one of the most wealthy, he doesn't donate zilch other than probably some free merch. And you got a school like Michigan, I can't stand the pizza rating jackass. We all know his name. But he gave $8 million to them for their quarterback. Wow. It didn't even work out. So my point is, in this era, you're going to see schools, like I never thought I'd live to see the day where the SEC takes a backseat to the Big Ten in football, but it's starting to happen, and everyone's like, oh, now everyone gets paid. That's why. No, that's not why. It's because these kids now can get recruited properly and fairly, and they're going to be like, yeah, I'll go up. I'll play for whoever, Purdue, instead of going to Florida State. So, yeah, you're going to see a shift in the money, and I think the East Coast teams, like that's why UConn's a true blue blood now as opposed to, like, Kentucky and Kansas. Take that, Danny.
Thanks, Dino. Appreciate it. More on UConn coming up. I want to talk to Jurk about it as we preview the game tonight, too. Like, what is making UConn special? It might be the coach more than any other place in the country right now. I mean, he might just be that good.
They do run a system.
It's unbelievable. 312-332-3776 for Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the ball. On the Chicago Bears podcast this week, we're keeping you updated on everything between free agency and the draft. The Bears still got a lot of work to do, and we'll keep you updated on all the breaking news with John Yurkovich, Shay Norling, Courtney Cronin, and, of course, our own Jason McKee. Make sure to tap in wherever you get your podcast, the Chicago Bears podcast.
Yep.
Okay, guys, the April Whiskey U is fast approaching. It is next Wednesday night, which is tax day, by the way. Remember, it's kind of nice to have Whiskey U. You got to, finish up your filing. Maybe you got to write a check. Maybe you're getting a refund. Either way, come celebrate with us, especially if you're getting one of those refunds. You can buy a round for everybody. We're going to be at Bub City Rosemont. It's me and Waddle together. Love when we do these tandem events. We're going to be pouring Old Forester bourbon and Glendronach single malt scotch. Got to do a nice scotch since Waddle's coming. These are both very, very good. So come on out, sip, learn a little bit, do what Waddle does. Just sit there and enjoy. Maybe not pay that much attention. Just pound that scotch. Seats will be limited. Grab yours early. Bub City Rosemont. I think this is our first one at Bub City. I'm excited to be with Eric Rose and our great friends over at Bub City for this month's Whiskey University. Again, it's happening next Wednesday night, April 15th. From 7 until 9 p.m., Bub City Rosemont. See you there. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bolingbrook and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
If you're thinking about new windows, let me save you some trouble. Call Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. You've seen those buy one, get one free offers. Total gimmick. Russ doesn't play those games. He gave me a great price, no sales pitch, no subcontractors, just a solid product installed right, and Russ himself came to my house. Seriously, the guy guarantees his work for life. Give him a call at 847-881-3060 or check the reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com. You'll thank me later.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. Got a shipment that needs to get out the door today and overnight delivery is just too slow? Then call ERC Delivery Service. 24/7, 365 days a year. ERC will get your document, package, or truckload of merchandise where you need it, when you need it delivered, guaranteed. And it's not just Chicagoland. ERC has dedicated daily routes that include Milwaukee, Rockford, and Indiana. Call ERC Delivery Service. 630-516-1199. That's 630-516-1199.
You're sitting at a red light or stuck in traffic, and your phone lights up. Maybe it's a text, a video call, a new post, or a quick notification you think you can check in a second. It feels harmless, but the truth is, once your eyes leave the road, you're not really driving anymore. And traffic doesn't pause just because you do. That split second of distraction can throw off everything. Your reaction time, your awareness, your ability to avoid someone else's mistake. You could damage your car, injure yourself, or hurt someone you care about. Or you could get pulled over for a reminder that your phone isn't worth the risk. So before you start driving, make it easy on yourself. Put your phone on silent. Toss it in the glove box. Set it to Do Not Disturb. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Another day of chasing the insurance company. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. Stop chasing. We handle everything. You just heal. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
There's Papa, as far as the eye can see. Yeah, well, basketball's a switch. We're gonna make you con our victims of friendly competition. Just one school that's good enough for me.
Yeah, me.
It's time we get some R-E-S-P-E. Singing I love Illinois. It's the greatest school in the country, baby. I love Illinois. So come and hang around the court with me.
So that's Illinois' a cappella team, or as Yurko likes to say, Acapulco.
Yeah, is that the Troublemakers?
The extension chords.
The extension chords?
Well, listen, they got into the spirit of the thing, right?
There's rumors that may have jinxed Illinois in the game because they put that out before the UConn game. I don't think so.
I doubt that.
Well, you're not going to do it after the game.
Yeah.
When's the time to do it? I don't think they jinxed them.
Yeah, I don't believe there's anything to any jinx theory there by the fellas, so... Yeah.
The best a cappella group was Straight No Chaser that started at Indiana. Like, does everybody have an a cappella? Maybe they always did. The famous one I know of is Straight No Chaser because there were a bunch of Chicago connections to that. My buddy Randy Stein. And
I got you.
What's Phil Ponce's kid's name, too? Like, he was in that. Like, that crew was really good. Like, now they all have a competition a cappella team. Is that what they do?
A lot of schools do. I think one of Yurko's favorite movies, Pitch Perfect, that boosted it to the top.
It's what got everything. Everybody got it.
Yeah.
Got them going. Got them really interested.
Everybody wants to be an Acapulco.
Well, you got to do that before the game. I don't blame them for doing it. They had a funny line in there. Not bad, but it did not work, and it did not go according to plan. But the fun that the Illini team had together was really something, and there was a heck of a run. And rebuilding, it's always hard, though. Like, not rebuilding it, repeating it, right? Like you always say it, you're not going to have the same vibes. And especially in college sports today, where there's so much turnover, the guys are going to look different. You know, you're not going to have all that, the Balkan connection and the togetherness that they had. But they seem like they genuinely love playing with one another. I mean, Brad Underwood, I think, adored this team. Wagler's probably off to the NBA. I mean, you could say maybe another year in school would be good for him, but he's going to be he's a lottery pick for sure. Wagler's going to be off to the NBA, so it's going to look very different.
For me, physically needs to develop a little bit.
100%.
As
I know.
As honest can be.
I know.
He needs another year of seasoning on that body of his.
But it sure kind of feels like he's going to be off to the league.
If you want to strike when the iron's hot,
right?
You know, this is the time to do it. If you want to strike when the iron's hot.
Yeah. So it's going to be much different, but a good run nonetheless. And now Dan Hurley is an underdog again tonight. Remember, he's never lost past the Sweet 16, Sweet 16 or beyond. Never. Mm-hmm. He is now 18-1 straight up over the last 4 NCAA tournaments. 21-4-1 against the spread across Big East NCAA tournament games the last 4 years. 21-4-1. 4-1 against the spread as an underdog in tournament games. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Their one loss was by a bucket to the eventual national champs a year ago. So stepping in front of Michigan right now looks like maybe a suicide mission. Yeah. So Kap and Hoodie were talking about it this morning. If you really wanted to wager on the game, where does the money go? Fade Dan Hurley at your peril, I think.
At your risk. What's the damage? I mean, what's the spread?
It's 6.5.
6.5. Boy, I thought it'd be 4.5 or 5. 6.5. So it started at 6.5. It stayed at 6.5.
I think pretty much, right?
Yeah,
I don't think it's.
I'm asking. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, I tell you. I would take the points. If you think UConn can win the game, you're taking the 6.5 as a gift, and you're saying, yeah, that's the direction I'm going to go.
I think I would say take the points, but man, oh man. Boy, I thought under was the play in the other game too. And I said, even with Mike last week, I was like, this is probably ridiculous the way these two teams are playing. They're just beating the crap out of everybody. But I was like, I think under's got a little bit of value in Arizona.
It's got a little life
in Michigan. But I mean, Michigan, they've annihilated the competition in this tournament. They're winning by 24 points a game, Yerk.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing's been even close. Pretty incredible. Chase is on the south side. What's going on, Chase?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
What's up, brother?
Happy late Easter to you guys.
You too, man.
Yeah. So, look, we all know at the end of the day, the biggest problem is clearly it's the ownership of the Bulls. Carm, I know I spoke with you at the Corky's Friday about when you was telling me how you're not even upset no more because you know this is who they've been. So it's like you kind of over it now because you see it. And it's like every once in a while, okay, you could fire, AK, fire Garpax, okay, we bring in some other dope, it's going to be the same thing. At the end of the day, it all starts with ownership. And, my biggest problem with the Jerry teams is not just the lack of winning and the lack of Jerry's commitment to winning. It's the infighting with both sides of town. And I think Silvy mentioned this. Is like every Jerry team that we have with the White Sox and Bulls is you got Gar and Tibbs getting into it. You got Jerry and Michael constantly going at it. Now you're hearing issues with Billy Donovan and AK and Mark Eversley butt heads. It's always something. It's always about, Derrick Rose have issues with the management. It's always the infighting. We talk more about the infighting, more about winning. And I think that has been the biggest problem with the Jerry teams over the last decade is Frank Thomas constantly, I know, Carm, you're not a big Frank fan, but I'm just saying these infighting, Ozzie Guillen, Kenny Williams, the whole Jerry team, it's all about the infighting. And I think that is the biggest problem. It's the ownership. It's the Reinsdorfs and the issues in the infighting and nobody coexisting. We talk more about this more than the winning. And I think that is the biggest issue is the ownership.
It's a fair point, Chase. Like there always does seem to be a lot of internal friction and drama. Maybe Jerry likes that sort of ownership, leadership style. I who knows, Yerk? I mean, even when they were great, they were fighting with each other all the time. And that's not like totally unique to the Bulls.
You don't have to love each other.
Right.
You just have to respect each other. That's it.
And like the big egos get involved and teams get great and they succeed a lot. And sometimes it's inevitable and players, there's some friction. Like it's not unique to the Bulls, but I mean, even when they were great in the 90s, they were always at each other's throats and somebody was always unhappy. And
Kenny and Ozzie. Somebody out of Vegas.
Exactly. And Kenny and Ozzie and Pax and Vinny and then Pax and Tibbs and
Ozzie and Frank.
And it's like constant. I know. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Yerk back in 2 minutes.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, it's Kap, and whether it's your home or your business, comfort isn't optional. When your heating or cooling system isn't working the way it should, you need a team you can trust, and that's why I recommend Automatic. They've been serving Chicagoland for decades, handling everything from routine maintenance to full system installs. Professional, responsive, and they get the job done right the first time. Don't wait for a breakdown to take action. Call Automatic or visit automatic.com and make sure your HVAC system is running exactly the way it should.
Meet iPhone 17e. A whole lot for a lot less. With an almighty, all-powerful A19 chip. And Ceramic Shield 2, built to survive this. And this. And a 48-megapixel fusion camera with 2x optical quality zoom and next-gen portraits. And double the starting storage of iPhone 16e. And long-lasting battery life for hours of watching the studio.
That's the dream!
And it comes with Apple Intelligence. And you can charge it with USB-C or with MagSafe accessories. And a whole lot more, all for a lot less. Get the new iPhone 17e at T-Mobile today.
LifeLock, how can I help?
The IRS said I filed my return, but I haven't.
1 in 4 tax-paying Americans has paid the price of identity fraud.
What do I do?
My refund, though.
I'm freaking out.
Don't worry, I can fix this.
LifeLock fixes identity theft guaranteed and gets your money back with up to $3 million in coverage.
I'm so relieved.
No problem. I'll be with you every step of the way.
1 in 4 was a fraud-paying American. Not anymore. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
All right, old school. It's Carmen and Yerk. Hope everyone's having a great Monday morning. And hope you had a nice Easter weekend, nice Passover weekend. Good weekend for the White Sox. Cubs, a little bit of a mixed bag. Splitting the doubleheader yesterday. Put themselves in position to sweep it late thanks to an Ian Happ home run after a largely rough day at the plate. Hit a big timely home run. Unfortunately, the bullpen couldn't hold it for the Cubs, so we'll talk more about that as the day goes on today. 312-332-3776 if you want to ring up Carmen and Jurko. Mercifully, the Bull season will come to an end this week. Sunday is the Bulls' last game. They've got back-to-back games against Washington here. Talk about the tanking that's going on around the NBA. I mean, you've got all these teams at the bottom that have just continued to try to do their best to lose. You got this drama in Milwaukee now with Giannis, and the league's investigating. Like, is Giannis ready to play or not? Are they holding him out because they want to keep losing? Yeah, I can't see Giannis being back there next year the way this has gone, you guys. I can't.
Yeah,
but I mean, who knows? I wasn't sure he's going to be on the roster past the trade deadline.
What are they going to be able to get for him? Will they get a haul?
Yes.
For hold on, for Giannis, or will they get the Zach LaVine treatment on him?
No. They'll get a haul.
All right.
They'll get a haul.
This feels very similar to the Max Crosby situation, is what it feels like. You have a guy that's being held out. Maybe he could play. We don't know the
wants
full
to
story.
play.
Sounds like he wants to play.
But then apparently, the league is investigating the return to play policy, and the Bucks are claiming, well, we tried to ramp him up and have him play in this 3-on-3 scrimmage, and he refused. Is that true? Why? The whole thing is goofy, and I think Giannis has been extremely passive-aggressive about all this. Oh, I love Milwaukee. Meantime, they've spent the last 6 months leaking to the media how badly he wants out of Milwaukee. Where do you think that's coming from?
Is that Giannis's
It's
people?
not being made up. So he's been very passive-aggressive about all this. I don't know how he goes back there.
I don't know. I just see a team a couple miles south of there that might have 2 first-round picks next season.
Big Greek population.
And a new general manager. I don't know.
Like, off the cuff, without putting much thought in it, would I trade 2 first-round picks for Giannis? The answer is yes. This is the NFL.
2 firsts and Matas, and probably a little bit more.
But not everybody's like all in on Giannis at this point. As he's getting older, he's not going to age as well because he's not a shooter. Giannis was never really able to improve his shooting. I thought when he was young he might. Hasn't really been able to do it, Jurko. He's not going to age as well because you're not going to be a freight train forever. You're just not.
No, you're not.
You're not always going to be.
Wait, when does he lose the step? That's what you're asking him.
Great question.
When does he lose that step?
I still think I'd be interested in Giannis. Am I nuts? I've heard a lot of, but Jack, I'm telling you, I've heard plenty of.
Well, you'll get him at the start. You'll get him at the start of next year at 32.
At 32, he is getting older.
He's been in the league since 13, 14 at the age of 19.
I think I'd be interested in that.
I mean, the last 2 years before this one, he's averaged 27.6 now. He's 30.4 and 30.4.
Yeah.
And 31-1. Of course, that was age 28, 29, and 30.
Is Giannis still a guy that the other free agents go, we want to go play with him? Because that's the effect that a superstar has or is supposed to have for your franchise. Like LeBron had it for years.
LeBron had it.
We want to go play with this guy so you can sign guys, maybe good veterans or stuff like that, to smaller deals to come play with Giannis. Does he still have that? Because that's the only way it works for the Bulls.
How often have we seen that unfold, though, around the league outside of, like, the big 3 kind of getting together in Miami and KD wanting to go play with Steph with a huge explosion in the salary cap where they were able to pay him an absorbent amount of money? Like
KD with Brooklyn, it was the same thing. Like, they were signing Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan, and it didn't work, though, because those guys were all washed.
I mean, outside of a few stops in a few cities, like, historically, the free agents don't. They really only go to a few places. They go to New York, they go to LA, they go to Miami.
Yeah.
Like, there's not much. There aren't too many. It hasn't deviated off of that path much in the history of NBA free agency. So I don't know who we'd be able to attract necessarily, Jack. I mean, I think it's fair maybe to wonder and question, like, can you still build a championship team around Giannis? I would still think it's kind of intriguing. I could be wrong on that. And I think a lot of people would tell me that I am wrong. Like, you're not building a championship team around Giannis.
I think you're getting tired, Giannis. That's what you're going to get.
You're getting tired, Giannis?
You're getting a 4 or 5 year career of a half a step being gone, and by the time it's finished, it's full step.
I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it later this summer. If it opens up and teams are interested in what they would trade to try to get him, but it doesn't seem like it's great between he and the Bucks. And I know he's done the whole, no, I love Milwaukee. I'm not sure how much he loves Milwaukee. I think he's been very passive-aggressive about the whole thing. The Bulls, like I said, the season's going to end this weekend. Is Billy Donovan going to be the coach next Monday? Is AK going to be the boss running the personnel department? Is Eversley going to still be here? Will Eversley be the scapegoat in all this? And will AK stay? All questions to be answered. I think everything's on the table. And I think more than ever, we've got a situation where the Reinsdorf family they might feel like their feet are to the fire here, that this has been such a disaster in the second half. They're going to have no choice but to kind of clean house. Billy might just leave on his own accord. I don't think they'll fire Billy Donovan, nor should they. I think Billy's just going to leave. This is the latest from Jeff Goodman. We'll play this again. You can see the video if you're on YouTube, youtube.com/@Carmen and Jurko. Make sure you like and subscribe. You'll see the video of this. This was from yesterday. This is Jeff Goodman, very plugged in when it comes to college hoops, talking about North Carolina, Tommy Lloyd staying in Tucson, Dusty May's coaching in the championship game tonight. He's not going to leave Ann Arbor. Listen to Goodman give you the update on what UNC is thinking at this point. And remember, he said 2 weeks ago when Hubert Davis first got fired that Billy Donovan there was going to be heavy interest in Billy, and that people in Billy's circle were telling him, get the hell away from the Bulls. This was the latest from Goodman last night.
So now North Carolina will focus its efforts solely on Billy Donovan. Billy Donovan is going to be the target per sources. They're going to go hard after him. We'll see what happens. They expect to know more in the next 24 hours whether Billy Donovan will have legitimate interest in North Carolina or whether he stays in the NBA route, right? Whether it's with the Bulls, whether it's maybe he waits and pursues another NBA job because there's going to be a bunch of openings. But Billy Donovan has now emerged as the guy that North Carolina wants after Tommy Lloyd said no.
He has emerged as the guy that North Carolina wants. What's the better job, we were asking people too? Is it staying with the Bulls? Is it coaching in the NBA? Or even though it's a different landscape than he's used to, having not coached in college in over a decade, is that still the better job? 312-332-3776. As much of a disaster as this season has been, the back half of the season, again, they're going to be under a 200 winning percentage in the back half of the season. They are still, by the current odds in the standings, you guys, and there's a week to go here. They've got back-to-back games against Washington. Not that they're catching Washington, obviously, but they're still, based on the odds in the lottery, a 50.8% chance of picking ninth and a 25.9% chance of picking 10th. So you're looking at 76%.
3 out of 4.
3 out of 4. Still picking 9th or 10th, as much of a disaster as it's been. They have a 4.5% chance of picking first. They have a 4.8% chance of picking second, 5.2% chance of picking third, and a 5.7% chance of picking fourth. That is where you want to be if you can get in that top 4. They cannot pick as of now, and I don't think this is going to change, 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th. They cannot pick in that window. And the best chance they have of getting in the top 4 is only 5.7% at 4. Maybe some slight variations on that depending on how this week goes. There are 4 games left between now and Sunday.
And I don't know if their odds are going to change very much down the stretch here because they're separated by 2 games on at least 2 games on either side.
Right.
They're 4 wins or losses back of Dallas right now to jump up a spot, and Milwaukee has 2 more wins already than the Bulls.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, because Memphis is at 25. They lost to Memphis, but that's, Memphis is at 25. Dallas won last night. That was actually a fun game, even with all the injuries to the Lakers. We'll get to Cooper Flagg in a little bit here. Dallas is at 25. New Orleans is at 25. So as bad as it's been, man, like what's the reward for all of it? And that's what sucks about this whole situation. But are the Bulls finally going to feel the heat here and feel the pressure like they've got to make a change? I mean, if not now, like what are you doing? I mean, I can't imagine you can't be happy with this. You just can't be.
Well, maybe the Billy Donovan move, if he goes to Florida, will spark some change then after that. Or ultimately, the White Sox are being sold, right? The Bulls aren't being sold?
No, the Bulls are not. They're never going to get rid of the Bulls. It's too valuable of an asset for them. They've invested heavily in building up around the United Center. Michael will run the Bulls and as into the future. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling your guys are sticking around then for an extended period of time.
You think so?
AK, yeah.
I don't know, I feel like for the first time, this is really I really do feel like they're going to feel the pressure a little bit. Like they shouldn't need to feel any external pressure. They should look at it objectively and be like, this situation is awful. But I think I think they could potentially be feeling the external pressures and the external forces a little bit more, and that we could be in line for a major shakeup here in the next week. And you heard what Jeff Goodman said. It's like Billy's still going to wait till this is over. And we were told the same thing. Don't expect anything to happen this week. I don't think Billy's going to wake up tomorrow morning. They play tonight, right? I think they're either are they in Washington or at Washington tonight? They've got this back-to-back against Washington.
Talking about the Bulls?
Yeah. I don't think he's going to wake up and be like, yeah, I'm out. I think he is, without a doubt, going to wait, let this week play out, and he'll start thinking about it next, Sunday and then into Monday. He will think about, like, what's going to happen. But they're at Washington. Oh, no, that's tomorrow. I'm sorry. They're at Washington tomorrow. They've got this back-to-back with Washington here tomorrow. 2 games in Washington tomorrow and Thursday. Then they're home Friday, and they wrap on the road Sunday against Cooper Flag and the Mavs.
You mean it's over then?
Yeah. This, I think, mercifully, it comes to an end.
And then some quality basketball starts to get played.
Then some really good stuff.
Now we get to the playoffs and some quality basketball.
Look at the good stuff, dude. You got they teased us with and I'm not.
You'll get some 4-5s, Carm, which I like.
I don't think you watched any of it, but they teased us with the doozy on Saturday afternoon, right in the middle of the day on Saturday, Yerk.
Who'd they have?
It was before Final Four.
Yeah.
It was a 2:00 Chicago time game. It was Denver and San Antonio. It was one of the streaming games. It was on Amazon. It was fantastic.
That's the Jokic shot.
It was fantastic.
Over Wemby?
It was fantastic.
Yeah.
They went to overtime. Joker had like a 40-18 assist game or 13 assists. Wemby had another monster game. Joker had the game-tying assist on the bucket that got it to overtime.
Yeah.
On a beautiful little out-of-bounds play that they designed, just good execution.
Sure.
He had a beautiful little assist to Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon played great defense on Wemby. You had a good look at a last shot, and then the Spurs lost in overtime. It was phenomenal. So when you say the good basketball starting, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
The good stuff starts in a week.
And right now you've got the Lakers and the Nuggets tied at 50 and 28 for that third spot, that key spot.
That's right.
Kind of avoid Oklahoma City.
That's right.
That's what you want to do. You want to avoid Oklahoma City as long as you possibly can. So if Denver can surpass Los Angeles, they'll find themselves in a situation in the second round where they're going to get a piece of Wemby again.
Denver's won 8 in a row.
Yeah.
And that win on Saturday, it was just a great game. It was like two guys in the league that you want to watch as much, if not more than anybody, matched up with. And they had monster games. It was so great. And Wemby guarded Joker for a fair amount of the game. Joker's not going to guard Wemby. They're going to, and I think you saw a glimpse of that. You saw it the way they played it Saturday. If they meet up in the playoffs, it's going to be Aaron Gordon's responsibility for a lot of the game. Valanciunas a little bit too, obviously, but Aaron Gordon had him for a lot of the game. It was so good. It was so much fun. And you were right, Yerk. It leads to what the best time of year is going to be for those of us that like the NBA and like hoops. You're going to get into, you won't have to worry about all the tanking. It's just going to be really good stuff. And the Nuggets have surged now to be in a tie with the Lakers record-wise. They're both 50 and 28, and the Lakers have all these injuries now. Luka's not going to play again in the regular season. And now Austin Reeves is hurt, too. He's got an oblique injury.
Oh, I'm shocked.
So they're very shorthanded.
Yeah.
Luka's going to go to Europe. Did you see that? Luka's going to go to Europe.
Some blood spinning?
And do some treatment and then see how quickly he can get back with that hamstring injury. 312-332-3776 for Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
To Carmen and Jurko. on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
$2 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured due to negligent lighting. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. And I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and skill set to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients for personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all of your legal needs. Call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW. That's 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Do you read more about your team in the off-season than in the season? Does your game day outfit include a brown bag with eye holes? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected. Because seeing your painted face in the rearview mirror after a loss isn't just depressing. It's distracting. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
Harry Douglas here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
We Whiskey Fest is back in beautiful Lake Geneva. It's April 17th through the 19th. It's fast approaching, talking 50-plus distilleries, over 150 pours, and an entire weekend of whiskey festivities. There's so much fun stuff happening. I encourage you to check out the website, look at the different ticket packages, see what you want to do. WEEWhiskeyFest.com. It's We Whiskey Fest. I will be back for the third straight year at the Grand Tasting next Saturday afternoon. Saturday, April 18th, the Grand Tasting at Grand Geneva. It is going to be great. Hope to see you there. It's one of the best in the Midwest. Again, get your tickets now. WEEWhiskeyFest.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
National championship game tonight, UConn and Michigan. I mean, Michigan scored at least 90 in every game in this tournament. I mean, they're just absolutely wrecking teams. But this Dan Hurley, boy, oh boy, can he coach here. Oh, my God.
He's pretty good.
Oh, my God.
He's pretty good. I'm telling you, when UConn ran their offensive sets, it looked like there was a plan. There was an idea. The ball found an open man. The open man had a clear look and a clear shot. They themselves, though, got bogged down at times. And you wouldn't think that happens. And if you look at the Ken Palm ratings, Ken Palm offensively, they're ranked 28th. Mm-hmm. Seem to play better than what their Ken Palm offensive ranking is, at least in these games. And defensively, they're one of the top 10 defenses in the country. Yeah. Michigan clearly has got both advantage offensively and defensively.
And size.
Yeah.
Although Terrace Reed is playing great.
And it looks like nothing's bothering them right now. No. But you've got a team that's done it. You've got a team that's experienced it. You've got a team where the expectations are to do well in these tournament-like conditions. So, you got somebody that's going to try to bake cake for the first time. Are you going to go with the seasoned baker that has done it 100 times? You're going to go with the guy that's kind of maybe done it once or twice.
I like the seasoned baker.
Well, you would think the seasoned baker would
What's
be
his
able
name?
to get
Buddy
it done.
Biancalana? I want that guy.
It could be him.
The cake? Isn't that the cake boss, or am I mixing my guys
That
up?
could be. I think Biancalana was a baseball player.
Maybe you're right. Maybe
Yeah,
I'm thinking of
Buddy
baseball.
Biancalana, Kansas City Royal, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, with Buddy
I think you're right.
Biancalana.
I think
Yeah.
you're right. What's his name?
But I know who you're talking about. The cake
What's
boss.
his name?
Buddy Balastro.
What's his name?
Buddy Balastro.
Yeah, I'm doing Buddy Biancalana is a former Royal.
Yeah, former Royal. You're doing me now. What are you doing?
I don't know.
It's my shtick,
Buddy
baby.
Balastro. Yeah, he's the cake boss. I want
Cake
that
boss.
guy.
But you know what I'm saying? So, with the 6.5, I would take Connecticut plus the points. I think Michigan wins this game, but I think it's going to be a little bit close. It's a 3-4 point game at the end.
Yeah.
See what happens.
How significant is this Lendenborg injury? I mean, he's probably their best player. He's a lottery pick coming up here. He twisted his ankle.
If he's not 100%, it's a problem.
Yeah.
If they used him as a decoy against Illinois, guess what they're going to know?
Against
If
Arizona.
he gets against Arizona, against Arizona, they'll know. Connecticut will know that, hey, look, they used him as a decoy. He's not really out there. He's not nearly 1,000%. Did he sprain it at the beginning of the game?
It was early, and then he played a little bit in that second half. I mean, they didn't need it because they blew him out.
Right. Yeah, early in the game, he had turned that ankle.
Yeah.
23, what number is he?
He's 23, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So, you'll find out.
Okay.
You'll see in pregame. You'll know whether he can or he can't. If he limits himself in pregame, if he's not really flying around there, if he's checking the ankle, if he's going back to get it retaped, you know it's going to be a problem for him.
What time is this game? Is it 8
This
o'clock
game
tonight?
is usually
8 o'clock.
7 o'clock tonight.
7:50.
7:50,
That's
yeah. There's
late.
going to be a lot of build-up. A lot of crap talk out of Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley, who don't know anything about college basketball. And they shouldn't be asked to coverage. They shouldn't have been asked to cover college basketball.
I think CBS loves having him.
They can love doing whatever they want, but let me tell you, there's nothing coming out of it.
Can I be an old man for a second?
Sure.
Yeah, please.
Why is this game starting after 7:30?
I don't know.
Put it at 7 o'clock for Pete's sake. Prime time. What are we doing?
On the
West
East
Coast.
Yeah, but on the East Coast, this game starts at 9 o'clock.
How many people live west of the Rockies, Carm?
Well, there's a lot of people in California. A lot of people
How
in
many
Texas.
people live
Well, that's
west
not
of the Rockies?
I mean, if I had to guess,
Seattle, you got out there. You got San Francisco.
well, you've got a lot of
You've
people
got
in California.
Salem, Oregon. You got Portland,
Okay,
Oregon.
Doesn't California
you got a
have
lot of people.
30 million
They've
people?
They've got to pay attention to what's happening out there. I think California's got 45 million people.
Is it 45 million?
But they get off work at 5.
By the way, the trend continues. No team west of the Mississippi has won since Arizona did, like in '97, right?
Is that Miles Simon?
Yes. Isn't that the? Now, why is that? Is it just because there's more? Obviously on the east of the Mississippi, it's more densely populated. You have more schools.
Well, if you plotted the graphs, I bet you 70% of your teams are.
No,
east of the Mississippi.
of course. I mean, yes, of course.
38.9.
Is that the only reason why?
39 million residents in California, Carm.
40 million. You're right.
39,
That's a lot of people.
Texas 30, Florida 22, New York, big city of dreams.
Yeah.
Everything in New York ain't always what it seems. 20 million. Pennsylvania 13, Illinois 12.55, Ohio 11.7, Georgia 11 million people. I like it.
Let's say I had a coach Roberts with Carmen and Jurko in Buffalo Grove. What's up, Coach?
Hey, good morning, men. Hope y'all had a good weekend. Trip down memory lane, JV's coach.
That's
what a
right.
great kid he was,
Oh,
right?
I remember.
I've been a Bulls fan since I saw Will put 50 on Guy Rogers and the Bulls in the amphitheater.
That's great. You go back a ways.
Yeah. Guy Rogers, he was something. Red Kerr and all. But anyway, I want to throw my positiveness out to Billy Donovan. I've never heard him complain.
No.
He's put up with all that BS in that organization. Billy, go hang out with Bill Belichick, play golf, get a manager of basketball operations. North Carolina, one of the top programs ever, beautiful weather. Get out of here while you can, man.
There you go. From Coach Roberts. Coach, thanks, man. We appreciate it. That's JD's old coach in I think football and basketball.
I believe so.
Billy's, like I said, the only bit of professionalism they've had here is Billy Donovan. Billy was left to talk about the Jaden Ivey thing. AK and Eversley, nowhere to be found, which is pretty much par for the course at this point. Just cower in the corner, nowhere to be found. The Billy's been the only professional thing they've had. Wilbon went off on the Bulls with Waddle and Silvy. I want to play this real quick. And this was Friday. This was at the top of the 5 o'clock hour when Wilbon joined Waddle and Silvy on Friday afternoon. Take a listen.
Let me tell you something. Let me just say this. They got rid of Royal Ivy for what he said. Right? Not Royal. I would think his name.
Yeah, Jaden Ivey.
They got rid of Jaden Ivey for what he said, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it was a part of many things
I think
from what Cowley was saying.
But if he was a better player, you can bet that he'd still be a Bull, you know?
Well, Patrick Williams ain't a better player, so why is he still a Bull?
Well, that's a good question. You can ask them.
I mean, you got rid of Ayo DeSumo and you got Patrick Williams. That is fireable. You should be fired. So I'm not a big guy to go on publicly and say people should be fired. I know these people.
I know you're not.
I often know their families. I'm not into that. AK should have been fired. The moment he extended a 5-year, $90 million contract to Patrick Williams, having seen what we all saw, it means the GM of the Bulls is incompetent. Are we clear on that?
Yes, we are. We are.
If I saw my dear friend Michael Reinsdorf sitting around with me eating a hot dog like I'm likely to go do because I'm so depressed, I need a Portillo's right now in Arizona, even though I'm in Arizona, I would say to Michael, I'll buy the hot dog. Fire your GM with some adjectives in the middle. How long are you going to stick with somebody who's so incompetent that he re-signed Patrick Williams to $90 million and got rid of Ayo DeSumo?
Player option as well.
Yeah, in the 5th year.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what his situation was. You had him under contract now. And
no, my point is the kicker on that contract is they gave
Patrick Williams
a player option
Oh,
as well.
5th year.
Fifth year.
The player. I mean, so the dumbness is unbelievable now. And I was one of the ones saying, hey, it's about scouting. Well, scouting can be dumb too. It can be. You can make so many mistakes scouting, and you can make so many blatant mistakes scouting that there's nothing to say other than you're incompetent and you hired a bunch of incompetents. And that is not the case with the coaching staff. It isn't. I know the people on the coaching staff. I would never call Billy Donovan that or Wes Unseld Jr. that. I know better. I know. Look what they've done in other places. Look what Billy Donovan did at Oklahoma City and North Carolina. So I don't want anybody to mistake what I'm saying. I had a journalism teacher that always said, say what you mean and mean what you say. I'm saying exactly what I mean. The general manager of the Bulls should have been fired.
You don't hear Wilbon come out that strong very often. He was passionate. He was so fired up, he had Billy Donovan already coaching North Carolina. Yeah. I've said that for years. You think Billy got here and he suddenly forgot how to coach? Again, his career winning percentage away from this organization is .667. He's won 2/3 of his games. You think he got here and he forgot? Do you really think that's what happened? Or do you think it's the stench of the Bulls in the way they're run, and AK and Eversley? What do you think?
Stench of the Bulls.
Thank you. You think Billy forgot how to coach?
This is breaking news.
Billy Donovan's going to North Carolina.
Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
All right, breaking news brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, home of the 60-minute guarantee, and presenting sponsor of the Carmen and Jurko Show. Jack.
It's the other basketball team in town. Taylor Rooks reporting Angel Reese has been traded from the Chicago Sky. She's off to the Atlanta Dream. So Angel Reese, no longer a Chicago athlete.
All right, Angel Reese has been traded to this guy. Free agency is just starting, right? Is opening up today, I think.
Yeah,
for the
traded
WNBA.
from the sky to the Atlanta Dream.
Yeah, what did I say? I'm sorry. Did I say that the
To
wrong
the
way?
sky, yeah.
No, traded from the sky, too. Of course, she was the sky. Angel Reese has been traded to Atlanta. And I love the rant there from Wilbon on Patrick Williams, too, which is another subject that we've spent plenty of time on. And do you guys know in his last 12 games, like, you know, a lot of times this time of year is when you get fooled. Like, oh, my God, look at Patrick Williams down there. Nico Mirotic had it as his rookie. Remember, like, March games can be deceiving, though, in the NBA.
Yeah, remember that March
April
player
games.
of the month.
Do you know how many times
Player
in
of
his
the month.
last 12 games Patrick Williams has scored double digits?
Twice.
Once. Patrick Williams has reached 10 points in a game once in his last 12 games.
it?
Do you know how many times this year Patrick Williams has scored 20 or more in a game?
0.
He's played. Guess again, Jay Moore? Huh?
0.
0.
He sucks.
0. He's played 67 games. Patrick Williams has 0 20-point games. 0. Guys fall out of bed and average 20 a game in this league today.
Yeah.
It used to be like, oh, you're pretty elite. Not really anymore, just because the pace and the threes, Yerk. Like 25 is probably now the more like, if you're 25 or more, you're probably like a real legit high-end scorer. It used to be 20. It's not anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He has 0 20-point games this year. 0.
So from the Twitch chat, someone says he wasn't drafted to score points.
What was he drafted to do?
Exactly.
He wasn't drafted to score points? That's a new one. I haven't heard that before.
I haven't heard that
4th
either.
overall and you weren't drafted to score points? Thanks.
Well,
AK chiming in on the Twitch chat.
Yeah, he wasn't. He wasn't.
I'm
This is burner account.
Not for his defensive prowess either. I tell you that.
He was drafted to play defense. The issue is he can't guard anybody.
Come on, 4th overall, and you're going to tell me I don't care what you expect out of him defensively. You're going to tell me 4th overall you expect him to average 6 points a game. Go sell that somewhere else.
Long and athletic. That's what they were drafting. You know, at the time they picked him, that's what they thought. They've seen him play. More than the individual skill of a player, they were going for that body type.
Well, that's fine.
Is he
I mean, he's
6'9",
he's
6'10"?
like 6'7".
Yeah.
He's a great athlete, of course. So what? Patrick Williams chiming in on the Twitch chat. I wasn't
great
drafted.
athlete.
I mean, he wasn't drafted,
Guys,
to
great
what?
athlete. I bet you could jump out of a pool.
I bet you can.
I bet you could jump out of a
I
pool,
bet
right?
you can.
So
Yeah.
can't fall in love with the numbers.
Let's
fall in
make
love-
excuses. He has got 20-point games this
Don't
year.
fall in love with anything else. Fall in love with the basketball player first, and then take a look at who he is and what he is.
Good Lord. Brunch Rush is coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes the ball. On the Chicago Bears podcast this week, we're keeping you updated on everything between free agency and the draft. The Bears still got a lot of work to do, and we'll keep you updated on all the breaking news with John Yurkovich, Shea Norling, Courtney Cronin, and, of course, our own Jason McKee. Make sure to tap in wherever you get your podcast, the Chicago Bears podcast.
Yeah. Hey, golfers, it's Silvy. I've been telling you about the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox for years. And this summer, they're celebrating their 30th season. I'm proud to endorse one of the best golf experiences in Chicagoland. The Sanctuary features 18 holes of great golf with outstanding course conditions, plus a covered heated range with top tracer technology, so you can practice and play year-round. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time today. That's golfsanctuary.com.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, and immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
That is right, my friend. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Hey, it's Kap, and whether it's your home or your business, comfort isn't optional. When your heating or cooling system isn't working the way it should, you need a team you can trust, and that's why I recommend Automatic. They've been serving Chicagoland for decades, handling everything from routine maintenance to full system installs. Professional, responsive, and they get the job done right the first time. Don't wait for a breakdown to take action. Call Automatic or visit automatic.com and make sure your HVAC system is running exactly the way it should.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
As an attorney and a mom, I know how busy life gets. After an accident, think of Postman Law as your personal to-do list. We'll deal with the insurance, the medical bills, even help you find the right doctor so you can focus on what matters most.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney Advertising.
This is the Carmen and Jurko Show, brought to you by Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group, ESPN Chicago.
By the way, I don't know what Patrick Williams was drafted for, what they thought, but all I know is this. He's making $90 million. He's 24, should be in his prime. He's in his 6th NBA season. Okay? Should be in his prime. 24 years old. He's averaging career lows in points per game, rebounds per game, steals per game. Actually, I take that back. He's 1/10 of a steal better than his career low. Blocks per game. Defensive rating, career low. Defensive box plus minus, career worst. Do you know he's not averaging 3 rebounds a game? So what was he drafted to do then?
I did not know that.
If he wasn't drafted to score, which I've never heard of at 4th overall, like, and you know, as you're getting Mutombo maybe, and even Mutombo could score more than 6 points a game. What are you being drafted for? 4th overall. To rebound? Can't do that.
Can't do it.
To play defense? Doesn't really do that all that well. Did, you know, at times, especially young in his career. Certainly doesn't do it all that well now. Block shots? No. Not really big enough to be a rim protector. No, can't score. Can't shoot. You know, can't
it's
really.
all problematic, Carm.
Can't really shoot the 3 ball all that well. Never. Curious.
Yeah, you're puzzled.
I'm a little puzzled, yeah. $90 million for 6.6 rebounds. I'm sorry, 6.6 points and 2.9 rebounds per game. Wow. All right, Jack, take it away. Brunch Rush Time brought to you by the Village of Elmwood Park.
Well, our next movie poll is up. It's our last poll for I'm 25 years old. Carmen and Jurko have given me a bunch of movies, and we're narrowing the list down to 25 of 25 movies that I need to watch to educate myself before I turn 26. Our options today: Boondock Saints, Porky's, No Country for Old Men, and Midnight
We already
Run.
had that. We did that one.
Oh, we did that one?
Yeah, we did that one.
Yeah, we did that one.
Wow.
You better change the poll.
Let me change the poll.
You better change this poll. We did this one.
You were here when we did that one, weren't
Come
you?
on, man.
What are you doing over there?
Oh, man.
I mean, what's Jack doing?
I don't know what he's
Give us the rest of the lunch rush now, brother.
All right.
Change
Gotta
this
change
afterwards.
the poll. We already did that one.
Are you sure we did this
100%.
one? Who moved on?
I think you were out.
Where was he? We didn't do that on Friday, did we?
Boondock Saints move on?
I believe it was No Country and Boondock Saints. Yes, it was. It was No
that's
Country.
who's winning again, so.
It was No Country for Old Men and Boondock Saints. Boondock Saints.
Well, I'll update my notes.
Yes,
gotta
please
find the
update
fort.
your notes.
And you were gone. Unfortunately for us, you were gone one day.
Well, he was
We
gone
missed
Friday.
you. Yeah.
But
But
no,
we
we
missed
already
him.
did that.
Yeah, we did it.
All right, we'll get a new poll up there.
We'll get a new one up there. Our golden plungers of choosing which movies are saved will be tomorrow afternoon. And if you want to vote, go to our YouTube stream at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Just don't vote on this one. We're gonna.
Oh, yeah, we're going to take this down. I'll end it. All right. Nico Horner War Watch continues. He's now only on pace for 15 WAR on the season.
Are we going to do this every Monday? We should. This should be
Nico
the bit.
Horner War
Nico
Watch?
Horner War Watch.
War
every
Watch.
Monday, we'll update it. He's now only on pace for 15,
So what
which
was
was
he
still
on
shattered.
pace?
19.
He was on pace for 19 WAR.
Now we're at
He's down to
15?
15.
The all-time record's like 13.
Yeah,
right? Like
by Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth had like a 13 WAR season.
He has 5 doubles, which is leading the league. 3 RBIs, 4 stolen bases, so still pretty good from Nico.
Yes, still very.
Munetaka Murakami on the south side hit another home run this weekend.
He
He's up
did.
to 4. I think he's a superstar.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I'll tell you, his power is just crazy legit, right? I mean, that plays. So he's such a fun, like, interesting study and like a lot of modern slugger, type of profile.
Sure.
But you get genuinely excited when he comes up to the plate because the power's so real. 4 of his 7 hits are home runs, Yerk.
I got you.
6 walks, 13 strikeouts. It is so awesome true outcome, 3 true outcome stuff from this guy. Everything you heard about him is sort of coming to fruition. 955 OPS, 175 OPS plus, and his barrel and hard hit percentages are both top 6 amongst all qualified hitters in baseball.
Did not know that.
Yes. So, I don't think there's anything fluky about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think teams will at some point continue to hone in, okay, where exactly do we want to pitch him and how do we sequence him? And, he'll have to probably adjust back to that a little bit. A lot of swing and miss, but the eye has been good. And the power when he does get into it is real, as evident by the hard hit rate.
Sure.
He hits the ball hard. It goes a long way. It's nice to see a barrel percentage that's in the top 6. So when he's making contact, he's making good, squared contact. So, I don't think there's anything fluky about it. This is, who I think at best, what everybody expected and was hopeful that he would be. And other teams right now in the early going might be looking around going, maybe we should have been a little bit more interested in Mooney. But they'll have a chance again in 2 years because he only signed a 2-year deal.
As I peruse the Cubs team leaders, Ian Happ and Nico Horner. What's wrong with the Cubs?
Well, what you're saying that they're their team leaders in offense?
They're their team leaders in offense. Nico Horner in 3 categories and Ian Happ in 2 categories.
Yeah, Ian Happ had a weird day yesterday. He went 6 consecutive plate appearances with a strikeout. Is that right?
Yeah,
and then he hit the big home run late. He's got 4 home runs.
Yeah, he's got 18 strikeouts.
That didn't matter because the bullpen blew it. But yeah, 18. Wow, that's
a lot of
little
strikeouts.
skewed from going down, not swinging, or going, getting struck out anyway. I don't know if all of them were swinging, but striking out 6 consecutive times, that's hard to do.
Yeah.
But then he had 2 big plate appearances late. The Cubs just squandered it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. 12 strikeouts in his last 5 games.
Yeah, like I said,
that's
6
a lot of strikeouts.
Stretches. Yeah. Miserable in Cleveland yesterday again. Miserable weather. The Cubs have had the unfortunate. Now they go to Tampa, so maybe you get going here a little bit.
And they'll be inside.
And you'll be inside.
Yeah.
No excuses,
Beautiful
really.
Facility.
Awful facility. Maybe it gets them going a little. That does kind of suck. You got to start in Chicago and Cleveland this time of year. Ugh.
Well,
not fun.
You drew the short straw. I don't know what to tell you.
They definitely did. All right, what else, Jack?
ESPN has a good article. Bill Barnwell. If every team was forced to make a trade in the draft, what would their trade be?
Right.
In the first round? The Bears obviously have the 25th pick going into next year's draft. Here's the hypothetical trade that Barnwell proposed for the Chicago Bears. The Bears would move up 14 spots in the draft, pick up a 5th, a 7th, and a 2027 5th, and they would trade away their first rounder and their second rounder, pick 57, as well as a 2027 second-round pick to essentially move up 14 spots and get one of those top pass rushers in the draft. Would you do it if you meant you could grab one of the top 4 edge rushers in the draft?
Maybe.
Yeah, you'd have to be convinced that the guy that you think is going to be a 10, 11, 12-year guy is the guy that you're getting, and he's going to be a 10-sack guy a year with a pressure rate of a top 5 pressure rate in the league.
You'd be doing it for Ruben Bain or for potentially David Bailey, right? So if you're making that big of a move.
The difference maker.
Yeah.
Whoever you think is the difference maker, that's the guy you're doing.
So you got to give up 57. You're obviously giving up, you're swapping places. You're,
25th pick.
But you're not giving up a first rounder. You're giving up 57 and a second next year.
Correct.
Which you all goes according to plan is around 57 again.
That would be the hope. Or even lower.
And Barnwell does diligent work. So like the point system, I'm assuming, is like perfect here, right? They're also getting which picks? Throw them at me again.
It's a 5th rounder this year, a 7th rounder this year, and a 5th rounder next year.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you could probably. I think I'm okay. This is all very
yeah,
it's complicated and probably somewhat of
it's
a
very
reach.
Complicated. Yes,
but I'm with Jurko. If you really believe in a guy and you think Ruben Bain's too good to pass up, sure, I can get on board. What else, Jack?
Did you guys see Steph Curry's coming back? He missed 20-something games in a row, and he's coming back. The Western Conference playoffs are going to be phenomenal this season. Again, I root for the Warriors still because I root for Steph Curry, and I want him to be in this because I think it just makes it so much more entertaining if they can make it through the play-in.
Yeah, they're going to make it in the play-in.
They're clinched. They're in.
6 games under 500.
Yes. First losing season they've had in some time, right? Probably only have had one or – is this only the second one they've had in the Steve Kerr era?
Since the Wiseman season? This one in the Wiseman?
That's
it,
right?
Sense.
I think that's it. Steph came back, dropped 29. They did lose by a point, though, last night. All right, that's the Brunch Rush brought to you by the Village of Elmwood Park. Players of the Weekend coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Carm, let's settle this, all right? When buying a car, what are people really looking for?
Confidence. You want to know you're in good hands.
That's why we go to Advantage Dealer Group. Chevy, Toyota, Acura, Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Take your pick.
And no matter the badge, the experience is always the same. It's professional. It's honest. It's respectful.
Hold on now, kid. My Advantage Chevy Group and crew, they might bring a little bit extra juice.
Oh, please. Cadillac, Buick, GMC, and Hodgkins would call that quiet confidence.
Quiet? Not my style. Look, we can argue brands all day.
But you can't argue service, kid.
Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group.
Baseball fans, this is your spot. Join Neutral at Hawthorne's Backyard in West Chicago and turn game day into an experience. You can catch every pitch while you're in the action. Play wiffle ball, pickleball, hoops, volleyball. Yeah, it's all there. So come on, grab your crew and join us on April 16th to enter for a chance to win prizes, including Cubs tickets. It's April 16th at Hawthorne's Backyard in West Chicago. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus.
Believe in a world of wellness. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story. As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care, where you need it, when you need it. This is David Kaplan. I am proud to partner with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey, it's Dionne Miller, and if you're in the market or even think you should be in the market for new windows, you need to call Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. For over 30 years, Russ has done things differently. He offers the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, and they come with a lifetime guarantee. And when you call Chicago window guys like I did, you get to deal directly with Russ, and you will not be sorry. So call Chicago window guys today at 847-881-3060 or check them out for yourself at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. Empower.
Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Bang!
Sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Adam Schefter here. Did you know the average employer sorts through about 250 resumes for one job opening? Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of your list. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Players of the weekend. Let's talk about it. Who are you going with? Who stood out?
Carm, the player of the weekend, I could go with J.J. Spawn. PGA Tour winner, won $1.7 million, had a nice eagle on 17 at Valero. But I mention it that way because I'm not going to do that.
All right.
I'm going to go with the UConn basketball team. They ended the ride for the Fighting Illini. They played well. They played solid. They played good team offense. And they found a way to upend our Fighting Illini. So I'm going to go with UConn and Dan Hurley and the fellas.
As a group. Jay Moore, who are you going with?
Elliot Cadeau, the guard from Michigan. I think he's the engine for the team. Despite the injuries, I think they will put up a good fight tonight.
Oh, they might do more than that.
Yeah, they may do more than that. But I had UConn in my
your bracket.
My bracket. They were in my Final Four, and they were actually in my championship game between supposed to be UConn and Arizona. So I'm still going to roll with UConn tonight.
All right, Jay Moore. I like the kid Rowe. He had double-digit assists, I believe. All right, Jack.
Did you see Joe Adell?
Unbelievable.
2 or 3 home runs this weekend, and the
Friday.
last one included him. If you're watching on our YouTube page, you can see it right now. The last one included him diving into the stands
Did
to
you
make
see
the
this?
catch.
Did you see the picture, Yerk? Are you aware of this?
I am not.
It's
insane.
unbelievable.
It's wait a minute. The guy from Philly dove into the stands 3 times, right field.
Los Angeles.
Angels.
Angels?
Yes.
Yeah, L.A. Angels.
Yes.
Philly. Looked like the uniform.
And he was in the stands holding up the ball, and somebody got a picture. It's one of the coolest pictures you've ever seen.
The picture. I saw the highlights of the guy diving 3 times into the stands or up against the fence robbing people. That's not a bad one. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
This picture.
That was top.
One of the best defensive performances that I've ever seen.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
It really
What a great
was.
catch.
It was remarkable.
Yeah.
And the last one, he
right
went
away
into the stands and
showed it to
up.
him. Yeah.
It was phenomenal.
It was Jeter-esque, but even better.
What's his name?
Joe Adell.
Joe Adell.
Yeah. And he should be playing center, but Mike Trout wanted to play center again. So Trout's been playing center.
I bet you
They
he
got
can
to
sing.
switch that.
I bet you he can sing. Joe Adell.
Funny.
Yeah. Thank you. I saw the chuckle out of Jay Moore. I just heard it through the glass. I knew it was good.
Do you guys think I should get bonus points in my fantasy baseball league for home run robberies? I have Joe Adell on my fantasy baseball team. Doesn't do anything for me.
He took 3 of them away in one game.
You knew what the point system was before you started this year. And if it's no home run robberies, then what are you complaining about?
I don't think I've ever seen it. 3 home run robberies in one game. It was incredible.
Yeah, that's top notch. That cat's keep and run. That's
There it is.
There he is right there. I'm going to catch the fly ball. Yeah.
I'm going to go with Cooper Flagg. He had a historic weekend, you
Saw
guys.
that card.
First teenager in NBA history with a 50-point game. He's one of only 7 players in history with more than 40 in a game, and he's done it 3 times. He's the only guy to ever do it 3 times.
Carm,
He followed up.
Was it a real 50, though? It wasn't like the 80-point contest we saw earlier in the year that was fake.
That was
guys
awful.
were fouling.
That was awful.
It was
This
a
was a
real
little more
50,
legit.
It was a legitimate 50-point performance. All
Yeah,
right.
he followed up.
That's all I wanted to ask.
He followed up the 51 piece with a 45-point performance against LeBron and the Lakers last night. He is a minus 200 favorite again to win Rookie of the Year. That flipped over the weekend. Con Knippel, his former Duke teammate, had been the favorite down the stretch here.
You bet.
Cooper Flagg is now the favorite to win Rookie of the Year again. Cooper, LeBron, Anthony Edwards. Those are the only teenagers in history with multiple 41-plus point games in NBA history. He's the only one to ever do it 3 times.
I love Knibbles.
So
and I love the whole family. I do.
There have been 9 different players to score over 50 points in a game, 50 or more points as rookies.
Oh, as rookies.
As rookies. Wilt Chamberlain did it 5 times.
Of course. Yeah. That's not a shock, yeah.
Yeah, Wilt was dominant
back
back
in
the
the
day.
only 9 rookies ever, and he's the only teenager. Did Michael score 50 as a rookie?
No, he did not.
I didn't think he did.
The names are some of them are kind of interesting. Like Brandon Jennings scored 50 points as a rookie.
Wow.
I can believe that.
I guess that with Milwaukee, right?
Yeah,
I guess
2009.
Pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, did LeBron ever score 50?
Not as a rookie.
Did KD ever score 50?
Nope.
I guess no, because he would have been a teenager. You
Kobe
got to think of older guys. Duh. I just gave you that stat.
Kobe didn't do it, right?
Kobe did not.
No, because he would have been a teenager.
He would have been, yeah.
So Kareem makes sense. Did Larry Bird score 50?
He did not.
Larry Legend?
Yeah. It's got did David Thompson?
David Thompson
the
did not.
Skywalker. How about the Skywalker? What about Kiki Vandewedge?
No.
Did Bernard King?
How about
No.
Fat Lever?
One of them I'll give you is related to a nickname that I have here at the station.
Is it Nate
Alan
Archibald? Is it
Iverson.
Tiny?
Iverson.
Is it Tiny? Tiny Archibald?
Allen Iverson.
No, it's not Tiny then, huh?
No.
Okay.
He's like, no. I like this game, though. I like this game.
What about your boy Greg Kite?
Oh, loved him. Number 50, Celtics, right? Edge of the bench.
Edge of the bench.
The mustachioed one. What a mustache he had.
Give us a few other names
I
on
mean,
that
most
list.
of these are in the 50s and 60s.
Oh, so it's old school.
Elgin Baylor, Earl Monroe, Rick Barry, Alvin Hayes.
I mean,
some of the best players in the history of the
I was
league.
guessing the 70s. I mean,
Yeah.
I was getting there.
Yeah, good stuff. There are our players of the weekend. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
$2 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured due to negligent lighting. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Oh, it's been a fun morning. We got another hour, and then it's Rich Eisen. Waddle Silvy get you home 2-6 into Meller's pregame for White Sox and Orioles. 4 and 5 on both sides of town, but one, the vibes are a little bit better than the other, and I would encourage everyone, don't panic or go too crazy just yet. Cub fans are feeling, Kap was pretty fired up this morning about the bullpen usage. He was pretty fired up.
Oh, was he?
It's 9 games. I know they're 3 back, but
early.
Milwaukee is really something. Milwaukee, again, has the best run differential in the league.
Did you see
through the first 2 weeks?
Pat Murphy's got a new turtle?
He's got a new turtle? I did not see that.
You did not see that? They got him a new turtle.
So instead of pocket pancakes, it's turtles?
They have a turtle in the clubhouse.
They got a turtle in the clubhouse.
What kind of a turtle?
It's a tortoise.
Small one.
A little small, tiny little guy?
Small one, but he's going to grow into be a mighty turtle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were walking him around with a leash in the clubhouse.
What? Yeah. That seems that doesn't seem
Cruel and unusual punishment.
Seems cruel. I don't think a turtle. Like it's one thing with.
Do you know what he's looking for? The turtle, the EAC.
Oh, the
Eastern Australian Current. Yeah. The EAC, got to ride it, man.
That's funny.
That's
Is
right.
that a Nemo joke? A
Yeah,
Finding
it's a
Nemo
Nemo.
joke?
That's a Finding Nemo
joke. Should have been on the list.
But why
Well,
is
Finding
turtle?
Nemo
should have been on the list.
What's the significance with the turtle?
It's a rally tortoise.
Rally
A
tortoise.
rally tortoise.
A rally tortoise.
You know,
See what these guys got going up there? It's
I
a
know.
party up there, man.
It's a party.
Yeah, all they do is win, win, win.
And like you always say,
they got to revitalize Christian Yelich up there.
the vibes have to be different. And so
Yeah.
no more pocket pancakes. This
No.
year it's a turtle.
Turtle, man.
What is Craig Counsell doing? Except choking on his tobacco.
Was that wacky tobacco?
I
or
don't
is that
know.
just regular tobacco?
He struggled with that. But like if you put a dip in my mouth right now, if I put a dip in, that'd be my reaction.
Do you do the leaf tobacco or do you do the pinch between the teeth and gums?
I've tried it once in high school, and it was awful.
Did you go with the lip pillow?
No, we did the loose.
Loose?
You know,
Yeah.
you put it in here.
Gotta pack that tight.
And it was
yeah.
awful.
So you did the dip.
Tried it one time.
Copenhagen? Did you go Copenhagen
Yeah, I
straight?
probably.
Did you ever pinch a bear's ass?
No.
You didn't go Kodiak?
I don't remember. It was either Copenhagen or Kodiak. One of those
That
two.
was always great. You want to pinch bear's ass?
One of my
Get
best
some
friends,
Kodiak.
still to this day, dips, and it's disgusting. He's walking around with that stupid
Spit
cup,
bottle. Spit
or
cup.
we're on the golf course, or like even at his house, he's got that stupid cup, and he's spitting.
Here's
I'm
what
like, what are
irritates
you
me.
doing?
Somebody's dipping on the golf course, and two things that irritate me. You dip it on the golf course, you spit on the green.
Oh, that's gross.
All right. Or you smoke a cigar and you ash on the green.
That's awful. as
No
well.
ashing on the green. And I've been guilty of it myself. And, you know, I'm out there with
Listen,
the
if
hat. I'm out there with a towel trying to brush it off.
If it's an accident, okay, like if it ashes, so be it. But you can't like purposely or
I'll
intentionally.
be spitting that brown stuff out on my greens when I got to putt through it, man.
It's disgusting. Listen, do what you want, all right? I've got my vices. Everybody knows. I like dark liquor, right? Okay.
Oh, man.
But I mean, the tobacco thing is really gross, isn't it? It's just it's a disgusting habit.
What's that bottle you gave me for Christmas?
I think I got you a Binny's single barrel pick of something from Dark Arts.
That's what it was.
Yeah, delicious.
We cracked the bottle this week.
Really good, right?
For Easter.
Yeah.
Cracked the bottle.
Their stuff is good, yeah.
It's almost going into the infinity bin. That's how much we drank. That's how much was drank.
Sounds like it was a fun weekend.
And it was Marco's wife that really hit the bourbon like there's no tomorrow. Joy.
All right,
Well,
Joy.
she found some joy in that bottle of Dark Arts. I'm telling you, that for dark.
That's a big boy pour, too.
Yeah.
Like, good for Joy.
Oh, she went
knows the
after
good
it,
stuff.
kid. I'm telling you right
It's
now.
a strong pour whiskey.
Between her and my nephew Max.
Yeah?
Works in this building up on the 22nd floor.
Max does?
Yeah, for some company up there. I don't know what's on the 22nd floor. I have no idea. I haven't visited. But between the two of them,
awesome.
I looked at the bottle, infinity bottle. That's where it's got to go, the infinity bottle.
So what are the Cubs doing to get the vibes going?
They should start drinking bourbon.
I mean, the Brewers really are something, dude. I'm gonna just I'm
where they at?
I'm gonna tap out on ever like being critical. Not that I'm ever that critical of them. I don't think, because I really do respect the way they do, the way they run their organization. But I'm skeptical. So I don't think I've been overly
7-2.
critical. I think I've been skeptical. I'm going to stop being skeptical on the Brewers.
A plus 28, 9 games. They've only given up 32 runs.
They are like truly a player development machine at this point. They are a machine.
You know, the Cubs have only given up 34 too.
The Cubs are going to be fine. Listen, I got, I gave you some of those Moon stats, Yerk, about how hard he's hitting it, right?
Moon?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Cubs have the second highest hard hit rate in baseball and the 5th best average exit velo in baseball. Now, their 4.11 runs per game are slightly below average, but you know what that could tell us here? They're hitting the ball hard and they're just kind of hitting some outs. Like at some point, the BABIP, the WOBA, we got ex-WOBA and we got WOBA, Yerk. The WOBA at some point is going to look more like it should.
Sure.
Commensurate with how hard they're hitting the baseball.
He's smacking balls. They're yelling, Mooney, Mooney. I think we need to come up with something like that. Catching the balls, Mooney, Mooney. What do you think? I got Jack moving back there.
That was pretty good.
He's got the white man overbite going back there. Come on.
I don't know.
Moon. Did Jeff Agrest report in the Sun-Times that
traveling with massive wieners all the time?
Yes, that's right. Not everybody is.
That's Brooks Boyer, our main man.
Put that drop on my board into perpetuity.
We should do that. We should take, and we need to sing another song. Mooney. That's what we're going to sing it to that.
Where is that one?
You know, that was originally done by who? AI Jack? That was originally done by who?
I don't know.
Tommy James and the Shondells. Come on, fellas. You're supposed to be musical enthusiasts. And redone by our guy, Billy Idol.
So I want to throw something out there about the turtle.
I think Tiffany did it, too. Go ahead. You're talking about Terrapin talk.
Yeah, I'm talking about the turtle. The Brewers couldn't take the turtle with them. They had it in Kansas City because it was gifted to them by Bobby Witt.
Bobby Witt gave them the turtle?
Bobby Witt gave them the turtle, and they named it Bobby Jr.
Is that
I don't know. Apparently there's a conspiracy
they named it Bobby
going.
Jr.
They named it Bobby Jr., but they couldn't get it on the plane because the American Airlines didn't allow reptiles on the plane. So the turtle's still in Kansas City.
Wait a minute. That thing's amphibious.
No, it's reptilian.
It's
frog with shell. That's what we call it in Croatia. Kornjača.
So
frog
I
with shell.
think one of the Cubs employees should drive down and steal the turtle.
Oh, come on. Now that's crazy.
Why is that crazy?
You're taking the power from Milwaukee by taking their turtle?
You take the turtle, and now it's your rally turtle. Not only do you have a rally turtle now, but Milwaukee's rally turtle is gone.
How are they getting the turtle back? They're just going to drive it back? Somebody's going to drive it from Kansas City to Milwaukee?
That part wasn't in the ESPN article. They just said they couldn't get it on the plane.
They might have to employ an individual to drive this turtle across the country.
Well, no, you're not across the country.
Great job for my kids.
Oh, like if they want to take it around?
Carl Murphy
yeah.
I'm going to say, it only take $150,000 for the kids.
Shouldn't there be some kind of
new car? And a new car.
Shouldn't there be some kind of dispensation for a rally turtle on a plane? Like, it's a special turtle. And I'm sure the Brewers are chartering the flight. Why doesn't the turtle get to go on the plane?
What are those dogs that travel with people called?
Like a service animal or a...
Why can't the turtle be a service turtle? Why can't I have a service turtle? It calms me.
Right, it's a calming...
It settles my nerves. Look at how cool and collected this turtle is, you know?
I don't know. I mean, how the Brewers, though, just keep finding new ways to, like they've got good vibes and good mojo. I mean, when you win, it's easy, obviously, and they keep finding,
great mojo.
They just keep winning. They picked up where they left off a year ago.
That's what
the Cubs will be all right, though, I think, right? The one thing to track here as the day goes on is what is up with Cade Horton, who had to leave his start early. And it's always scary when it's forearm stuff because it's like these calf injuries for basketball players now. You start to get nervous because you know what it leads to more often than not.
I'm going to tell you what's scarier, though. Baseball players' shoulder problems are scarier.
Well, yes.
Because shoulder problems can mean it's over.
But the
elbow, at least if you get it and he's young enough.
But it's still a year.
But he can come back even stronger than he was. Because it's like it welds on.
Yeah.
At that point, it welds on,
Yeah, I think they would all take elbow over shoulder. That's true. But it's still a grueling rehab. It's still a year plus worth of rehab.
Hey, how'd that big Spanish stiff play for Michigan? Did he play good? Sar, is that his name?
Wait, who?
Michigan basketball team.
Basketball.
I just saw him. I saw some highlights of him. What's his name?
It's
Mara?
That's what are you talking about?
Mara. How did he play in the game? I saw the first half when it was a blowout.
I mean, Mara's pretty good. Like, he influences and impacts a lot.
Did he play his ass off?
I didn't see the whole game start to finish. I watched
the same thing I did.
Well,
first half wasn't competitive. They were in the lead.
We saw Shane Gillis.
You kind of paid attention, and you were
at Shane Gillis. We watched.
How was that, by the way?
Great. We watched the Illinois game at. We went to the bar at Chicago Cut to watch to get a little food and to watch the Illinois game, and then we left to go to the United Center to see Shane. By the way, Chicago Cut, for the first time since COVID, reopened this morning for breakfast. Yeah.
Oh.
I saw our buddy
6
David
years
Flom.
later.
Well, because there's finally enough occupancy in the building again.
I remember, yeah.
And he's like, it makes sense again.
Right.
So Chicago Cut is back open for breakfast.
They've got a bunch of barristers in that building, don't they?
They did. That law firm left.
Did they?
Yes. So I don't know what's taking its place, but he said there's enough action and activity in the building again that they felt like it was important to reopen for breakfast.
Make it worthwhile.
So Chicago Cut's got breakfast. We sat at the bar. We watched the game. Then we went to the UC, and I only kind of barely kept an eye on the Michigan game. And it was a plug. Shane Gillis was awesome.
Funny.
Awesome.
What did he say? Funniest thing he said. Come on, give it to me.
He did do of course he did his Trump for a little bit at the end. He worked Caleb Williams into it. It was very funny. I won't say what he said.
Yeah.
But it was very funny. And when he talked about Caleb, the crowd went nuts. The openers were funny. I mean, Andrew Santino, I think, is pretty wicked funny. He was there. And then the other guy, and then Hannibal,
Hannibal Lecter.
Buress? It's not Lecter. Hannibal Buress, I believe. And then he had another guy that was first, and I can't remember his name. Like, I knew him when I saw him.
Was he funny?
Yeah, they were all funny. They were all really funny.
So what'd they go? 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 10 minutes, and then he did the big show?
Pretty much.
All right.
Yeah, kind of. Like, each of them probably went 7 to 10 minutes, the openers.
Yeah.
You had 3 of them, and then he came on and was, probably
2
an
hours,
hour,
20 minutes?
maybe a little more. Yeah.
Yeah, Hannibal's from here.
Hannibal's from here. So is Andrew Santino.
Yeah.
He's from Naperville North, where I went.
Yep. No kidding.
Yes.
He was a Husky, huh?
Yes, he was.
Good for him.
Yeah. They were all funny, man. The place was packed, good vibes, good energy. Like I think he's hilarious. You'd like Shane Gillis.
I'm sure I do. I do like him. I'm just a smart ass whenever I talk to you. Whenever Carmen's going to do something, I just downplay it like it's garbage.
No, he's very
But
good.
no, he is funny. And
He's
I've
very
seen him a number of different
inappropriate.
times. Yes. He's wonderfully inappropriate.
And sometimes you need it. Comedians should still have a pretty big runway, if you ask me.
You're damn right they should.
I think they can be somewhat challenging and offensive.
Yeah, and it should be, and it's equal opportunity for everyone.
Yes.
You know, everybody has you're allowed to offend people. That's just the way it is.
By the way, one of the funniest things I saw this weekend with the holiday.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was new or this might be old, and I just saw it for the first time. Maybe somebody replayed it.
Yeah, what'd you get?
Jon Stewart's bit on Easter versus Passover was incredible. Again, I don't if that's
he could be wildly entertaining at times.
Unbelievable.
Wildly entertaining at times.
It was so good.
He's both ends of the spectrum. Wildly entertaining, and I want to punch him
and
in
a little
the face.
off-putting.
Yeah,
That's fine, but like
that's how they should be.
Dude,
you know what I'm saying? A comedian should be that way. He should have that wide range of either absolutely fantastic or horrifically horrible.
Again, I don't know if it was old or new, but I saw it for the first time. I sent it to Sylvie and our friend Jeff Brusso because I knew they'd get a kick out of it. I was like, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but watch this. And we were dying. I'm like, it was so good. So forgive me if it's old. If you haven't seen it, though, and it is new, Google Jon Stewart Easter versus Passover. It was wicked funny. 312-332-3776 is the phone number. We'll get back to some calls here. Resets, I don't know if I want to call it news just yet, but like what's going to happen here in the coming week with the Bulls, their front office, and Billy Donovan. Will he bolt for North Carolina? There is growing sentiment out there amongst those very tied into college basketball that there's one focus right now for North Carolina, and it is Bulls head coach Billy Donovan. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. ESPN's The Hot Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, Wednesday night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Joe's Live in Rosemont is your spot for the best live music. Don't miss the legendary Taylor Dane, April 12th. Hitmaker Dylan Scott on May 14th. And Hip Hop Recall featuring Paul Wall, Young Jock, and Roscoe Dash on May 22nd. Secure your tickets now at joesliverosemont.com.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox returned home after a rough opening trip and promptly swept the defending AL champion Blue Jays. Sunday, the Sox completed the 3-win weekend with a combined shutout of the mighty Jays. Davis Martin went 6 innings. He's now 2-0 to open the season. Tonight, the Birds of Baltimore come to town for a 6:40 first pitch. Join us tomorrow night for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including Miller Lite draft beers, Garrett popcorn stadium buttery, Vienna beef hot dogs or Polish sausages, Beggar's pizza slices, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Saving money on your next project with help from Menards. floods. Be prepared for flooding and keep your basement dry with Barracuda pumps. Barracuda makes high-quality pumps that offer dependable performance for when you need it most. Save big money on all Barracuda pumps now at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle, all delivered with a seamless, transparent experience. Visit Advantage Acura of Naperville or start online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Everyone had a nice weekend. It's a nice sunny Monday. Carmen and Jurk rolling along. Waddle Silvy at 2. White Sox baseball at 6 tonight. 6:40 first pitch. 3-game series with the Orioles in town. Nice sweep for the White Sox over the weekend of the reigning AL champs. National championship game tonight. Should be fun. We roll into Masters week as well. Good time, Jurk. We got UConn and Michigan this evening from Indianapolis. And the college basketball world still buzzing about what's going to happen at North Carolina, who's going to get that job. Let's play Jeff Goodman again, just sort of updating things as he understands it. This is from yesterday. This is Jeff Goodman, college basketball insider, talking about what he's hearing about the North Carolina job and how it's all going to come back to Billy Donovan. Do you want me to play it, Jack? Okay, I'll play it. This is Goodman on the situation at North Carolina and Billy.
Carolina. So now, North Carolina will focus its efforts solely on Billy Donovan. Billy Donovan is going to be the target per sources. They're going to go hard after him. We'll see what happens. They expect to know more in the next 24 hours whether Billy Donovan will have legitimate interest in North Carolina or whether he stays in the NBA route, right? Whether it's with the Bulls, whether it's maybe he waits and pursues another NBA job because there's going to be a bunch of openings. But Billy Donovan has now emerged as the guy that North Carolina wants after Tommy Lloyd said no.
Tommy Lloyd said no. Dusty May is not going anywhere. Billy Donovan is who North Carolina is going to go after. The Bull season mercifully comes to an end Sunday. Billy's probably not, as you just heard, they're going to make a decision between, right now and Sunday, that he's going to let the rest of the week play out. They've got 4 games left, including these back-to-back games at Washington. But this Bull season, like I said, mercifully is coming to an end soon. There's not going to be a ton to show for it when it's all said and done, likely picking 9th or 10th. And who knows, there could be a complete overhaul. Billy could bolt, and they could fire AK, and they could fire Eversley. I don't see how they don't, to be honest. I can't imagine just saying, man, we're good. We'll let them pick again, and we'll try this all over again. I don't know what they'd be thinking over there. Where's the urgency to try to fix this? Because this is an absolute disaster. They lost by 40 to the Knicks. Again, losses are good now, but, I mean, none of it makes sense. None of it has made sense for a while. They waited too long to do any of this. And now you're going to play the back half of the season to a sub-200 winning percentage. And for what? These other teams tanked. You could say all you want about it. Is it right? Is it wrong? The league's going to try to do something to curb it. At least there was a plan. You might, at least there was some sort of definitive plan. Like, we've got to get one of these guys. We've got to get one of these 3 or 4 guys. Let's do everything we can in our power.
there's never a plan with the Bulls.
And when the plan does get implemented, it's too late.
It's too late.
It's too late. You can't half-ass a plan.
They lost by 40 to the Knicks. I mean, the Pacers, the lowly Pacers, who had 17 wins, put a 145 piece on them. 145. You realize, what, the Pacers have 19 wins? Did they win one more game? I think they might have. You know, like 4 of their wins, they don't have 20 wins. 4 of them are against the Bulls. Ay. Jackson's in Palatine. What's up, Jackson?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
How you guys doing, man? Man, I've been watching these Bulls for years, man. I'm going on 67 years old. And this is the sickest organization in this city, man.
Is this the worst?
It makes me sick. It's the worst. I mean, there's not too many of these general managers I trust in this city. But this guy, if they don't get this guy out of here, you know, you want the Bulls to be relevant right now. The Knicks are relevant. The L.A., we're the 3rd largest market, and we get the most terrible run franchise in the NBA.
Yeah,
and they sit here with a Hall of Fame coach, and they don't do nothing with the guy.
Yeah, not only are the Knicks. Yeah, you're right, Jackson. I mean, you should be frustrated. Not only are the Knicks relevant, think about the teams at the top that we've discussed here that in the last half decade have been at the bottom that are relevant again. The Pistons are relevant again. They won 17 games 3 seasons ago. 17. Think about the Cavs and their struggles. They're a 50-win team again in all likelihood this year. Yes, the Knicks are very relevant. Oklahoma City was one of the worst teams in the league 4 years ago. They're the reigning champs. They've got 62 wins. San Antonio was dead last 3 years ago. They're 59-19. They're the 2nd seed. They're going to win 60 games. The Suns were a hot mess, and they're going to make the playoffs. Well, they're in the play-in as of now, so they might not make the playoffs. But Portland might make it, which Josh wanted to talk about, by the way. That Portland might make it after all. What a year Portland. Can you imagine the way it started with the Chauncey Billups stuff? And they had to go to I would love to see if Jurko knows who the coach of the Portland Trailblazers is. I think there's no way. But you remember him as a player. Brazilian player.
Oscar.
Not Oscar.
Oscar, the great Oscar.
Not Oscar. Brazilian player, played for your guy Pop in San Antonio. Big man.
Give me the initials.
T.S.
Thiago Silva.
Splitter. Close.
Splitter.
Good job. Thiago Splitter. Good job. There you go. Josh is in Columbus. What's up, Josh?
Hey, guys. You know, gosh darn it, Carm, you took my point.
I'm sorry.
Right before I got on air. But, hey, you guys ought to be covering the Portland Trailblazers here over the next couple weeks. I mean, talk about a resurgent effort out west. 40-38.
Yeah.
Currently holding the 9 seed. Guys, I mean, this is huge. If those guys can somehow walk backwards into the playoffs, I mean, all of a sudden the Bulls could have kind of 2 top 17 picks.
Yep.
You combine that with the new front office as well as that early 2nd round pick. I mean, that's how you start to rebuild this thing. Get some guys in there that know what they're doing and give them some assets in the draft.
Yeah, that's a good point, Josh. It could work out for them, actually. Go ahead, Jack. They could get those picks. They could have a 2nd pick, yes. But Portland would have to make the playoffs, not just to play in for that to happen.
So I think the Bulls could either A, be one of the most attractive coaching destinations for an NBA coach in quite a while, or they could be the least attractive. Because if they fire AK and they fire Eversley and they go get a top-tier front office, which is what some of the reports are saying they could target.
Like Myers, Dunleavy.
And they get lucky in the lottery, and Portland makes the playoffs, and they have 2 top 20 picks and a top pick. Suddenly, this is like, oh, my goodness.
That looks more attractive.
This is a great spot.
Yeah.
On the other hand, they keep AK, they keep Eversley, they fall in the lottery, and Portland doesn't make the playoffs. Suddenly, all they have is 1 top 10, top 14 pick, and they don't have a good front office still. This is all. If this
Two
is
ends of the spectrum,
a
Jack.
lot of luck coming down the pipeline here for the Bulls.
2 ends of the spectrum. If they lose Billy, who do they target? Like, how big do they want to go here? I mean, I think is Malone's name going to be? Is it going to resurface here? Is Mike Malone's name going to? I would think. Like his name kind of resurfaces. There's young guys.
Where's Mike Malone at? He was the original Denver guy,
He was
right?
Denver's coach. Yeah. He's He got fired last year, and he's not coaching right now.
He was doing some TV.
Doing TV, yeah. Absolutely. So I think if he gets back in the game, like the more interesting thing is going to be who do they target if they blow up the front office, and how big do they really want to go? Remember, there were rumors years ago before they went down this road that they were going to try to go after Sam Presti in Oklahoma City, but that was quickly rebuffed by a lot of people in the league. They're like, there's no way the Bulls are going to do what it takes to pry Sam Presti away from OKC. In terms of compensation and what you'd have to pay him, that it wasn't going to happen. Like I don't know how big they would want to do it, but a full reset with those picks, all of a sudden it does seem a little bit more attractive. And do you take any of those? Do you take that capital and try to swing some sort of a big deal for a player that's disgruntled in this offseason? There's always one, and it seems like it's going to be Giannis. Again, that whole situation in Milwaukee just feels like it's coming to a head. Like they're arguing again, and the league's investigating the return to participation policy, and it's.
I mean, is there a young assistant?
Oh, I'm sure
that's out there. I don't know the assistants in the NBA.
I'll be honest, I don't have that keen of a beat on it either.
Commodity. Yeah. Somebody in Detroit. They turn this thing around. Is there somebody in Detroit that's doing something special?
Or with LinkedIn in the front office? Of course there are. You'd need someone who's more plugged into it, Yerk.
Yeah.
That would be able to give you some of the names of the young up-and-comers that are going to be attractive. Of course there are always ones out there. There are always guys out there. Some teams do very well with finding young, bright head coaches.
Yeah.
OKC's obviously done it. Denver pivoted, and it surprised a lot of people, but Adelman's had – he's got them still going in a positive direction. It looks like the Spurs found the right guy to replace Pop. It helps when you've got terrific players. Don't get me wrong. I mean, listen, I wish we had a Wemby.
It doesn't hurt.
But I mean, you see some of these young guys that they've turned to that the kid who's coaching out in Phoenix, has kind of gotten – it seems like they've steadied the ship and they righted the ship a little bit after blowing up the Durant experiment. So there are always guys out there.
What about like a college guy?
Yeah, I'm always a little bit more skeptical there. Not to say it's impossible.
There's a little bit of an adjustment when you come in. There is. And part of that is trying to get a consistent effort out of guys and understanding what the load is in an 82-game schedule.
Yeah.
And how you've got to manage that with your people.
I don't think it'd be my preference, but it's not impossible. But and what's his name from Butler? Why am I blanking? Brad Stevens proved that. It's not impossible.
But if it's a total rebuild, wouldn't you want someone with experience to come in, or does that even matter?
I don't know. If you get the right guy, Jay Moore, I don't think it matters. My preference would be find someone that's on an NBA bench. Or like a Malone, if you think that's kind of, somewhat on par to what Billy brought you, someone that's been there, done it, very professional, can be a little bit of a taskmaster, but that's okay. There's more than one way to skin a cat. I mean, I understand that. My preference would be find someone that's on a bench. And if it's like, who are the young, bright up-and-comers that you can identify and target? That's always the route I'm willing to, I'll sign up for that and give. But, we've done that before. We've given guys the benefit of the doubt, and it's come back to bite us. And there's no better example than when this whole thing was reset about 6 years ago. And it seemed like, okay, yeah, they've made some interesting choices. And, we were all thinking, I know why they targeted these guys, and it makes a lot of sense. Now let's see if they can implement it here. We were willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. And they've implemented nothing here, unfortunately. Their first pick was a little bit of a reach. Again, giving it the benefit of the doubt. Well, he's super athletic. He's like this twitchy wing, super athletic guy. This is where the league's going. He can't average 7 points and 3 rebounds. So he stinks.
Yeah, he's no good.
And it blew up in their face.
He's terrible.
And it's just unfortunately been one setback after another for this franchise. I honestly don't know how they can go into the summer thinking that everything is fine, that the status quo is fine, especially if they lose Billy Donovan. I don't know how you could have this regime go get a new coach, trust them with potentially 2 picks in the top 20. I don't know how you could do that.
With all that's going on, if you were Billy, would you be out?
I'd be out.
Yes. Yerk, you'd be out?
Oh, no, I'd be gone a long time ago.
I'd be out.
Yeah.
Jack, you'd be out?
If I'm Billy, I'm out of this.
You're not leaving for any job either. You're going if North Carolina comes in and woos you.
You're not going to Montana,
right? And says we'll give you $8 million a year. Like I'd be out.
I have a question about Billy Donovan as a head coach,
you
too.
Ask
and
it
it's
next?
I can ask it next. Yeah.
All right. 312-332-3776. Jack will ask us that coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Kap J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Kap J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been telling you about the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox for years. And this summer, they're celebrating their 30th season. I'm proud to endorse one of the best golf experiences in Chicagoland. The Sanctuary features 18 holes of great golf with outstanding course conditions, plus a covered heated range with top tracer technology, so you can practice and play year-round. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time today. That's golfsanctuary.com.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into an Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together. Let's drive.
You've heard their names around town. Costa, Iavoni. I'm here talking with accident attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You two have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Soccer matches on weekends. Southside baseball games in the summer. Football battles on fall Sundays. We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it. Exactly. When someone's hurt or needs help, we show up. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games. That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury attorneys. 708-4-million.
Whiskey lovers, I've got the weekend for you. Guys, it's Carmen. We Whiskey Fest is back in beautiful Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, April 17th through the 19th. I'm talking 50-plus distilleries, over 150 pours, and an entire weekend of whiskey festivities. And I'll be back for year 3. See you at the Grand Tasting on Saturday, April 18th. Now presented by the Grand Geneva Resort. We Whiskey Fest, one of the best in the Midwest. Get your tickets now at weewhiskeyfest.com and sip responsibly.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com, because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. And you know I love my cake. So I get that big birthday energy without any sugar guilt. The bottle's small, easy to toss in my bag, and perfect when I need a quick, tasty caffeine boost to cakeify my day. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them for 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Traveling with massive wieners all the time.
That's got to be the line of the day, right?
I mean, that's what was happening. I mean, you saw it. I saw it. They had 3 guys delivering the wieners. I mean, it was unbelievable. Traveling with massive wieners all the time. I mean, I saw what I saw.
You're the best, you. You know that. It's Carmen and New York. All right, go ahead, Jack. What was your question?
So I look at Billy Donovan's records, And I give him a lot of credit for the way he's handled this year. He's been the utmost professional.
Yes.
He's had to deal with a lot of stuff that he as the head coach should not have to deal with. But I look at his records year over year over year, and my question is Billy Donovan actually a good NBA coach, or are we giving him too much credit still? Because he's only been out of the first round of the playoffs once.
And that was with Kevin
Durant.
Durant,
it was when he had Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook on his team, and that's the only time he's gotten out of the first round of the NBA playoffs. That was his first year with KD, Serge Ibaka, and Russell Westbrook.
I'd still say yes, he's a good coach. And I think you can look at his record elsewhere, even in the NBA, even in Oklahoma City. He won about 60% of his games. He's won like 2/3 of his games everywhere he's coached, except here. He's come here, and they're not going to win a lot. And I think he's the only thing that's kept them, as unenviable as the position is in a sense. What good is it just being the 9th seed every year? It's no fun. I don't know that any other coach was going to get much more out of this group. And I think he's done an incredible job of being professional this year with considering the circumstances. And so I think Billy's a good enough coach. Yes, I think he can coach. And I think he'll go to North Carolina or he'll go somewhere else. And I think it'll look a little bit more like you'd expect it to look, or maybe we were hopeful it was going to look when he first came to Chicago. But at the end of the day, a coach can only do so much. And this team hasn't been equipped with the requisite amount of talent. And the one time they did put something interesting together, they were rocking and rolling. Unfortunately, it all came crumbling down when Lonzo got hurt. Zach got hurt after that too. But when at least there was the one good effort by this front office to put a group together, you did see, the Bulls had one of the better records in the Eastern Conference, I think, in that first half, if I'm not mistaken, before Lonzo got hurt. And then they waited too long. They waited far too long to pivot off of that. They were never able to really find a way to maximize anything for Zach, which surprised me, in fairness.
Yeah.
I thought they'd be able to. There was just not a lot of interest for Zach.
You said they'd always be able to flip him.
I always thought they'd be able to trade
Somebody
him.
would need a scorer at the trade deadline to help solidify whatever they had going on.
I wonder if, because it just seems, you see it so often in the NBA. Bad contracts, that big deal if he can score. I wonder if teams really looked at Zach in a big enough sample and were like, that guy just is not a winner. He cannot win, and we're never going to win with him. And if that's why there was just zero interest, and it took the one team that everybody, the Sacramento Kings, you want to talk about a disaster of a franchise. It took Sacramento finally being like, yeah, okay, well, we'll give you some garbage here. There was just not, and I wonder if it was baked into Zach has just never won. He's never even come close to winning anything. And I wonder if that's what it was. It was just like, no, he can score, but there's so much defensive liability. There's so much like black hole stuff that happens with him with the basketball. There's no playmaking whatsoever, that it just was, got nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I always thought they would
got
be
nothing.
able to
Vooch
more
wasn't
easily
worth the
trade
2
him.
first rounders.
See,
it was just blah.
I have a feeling a better front office would have done more with Vooch. I really do. That I'm almost convinced of. That someone at some point would have done better being able to get a little bit more for Vooch. And they eventually traded all those guys away. That little mini core that was like, okay, the Bulls are an interesting team.
Yeah.
They never got a first round pick for any of them, right?
Yeah.
I guess they got their first rounder back.
Yeah.
That doesn't really count.
Yeah.
They never got a first for all of those guys. And I'm sorry, I've got to believe a better, smarter front office would have done more with that. It's just brutal. So I don't know how, if Billy leaves and you get these 2 picks, if Portland ends up making the playoffs and you get these 2 picks, how you can entrust this organization or that group, that leadership group, to do it right. That's like a leap of faith that I just simply would not take, Yerk. I guess that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I would not take that leap of faith. 312-332-3776 for Carmen and Yerk. All right, tonight, NCAA championship game. Like, it feels like we're all sort of in agreement that if you're going to play it tonight, play UConn with the points.
I'm taking the points.
Michigan has just spent the last 2 weeks just running roughshod over everyone. I mean, they've won their games by like an average of 24 points per game, 25 points per game, and they're destroying teams. So maybe it feels like a little foolish stepping in front of that wagon right now. But I like Hurley's history in this spot. 4-1 against the spread as an underdog in the tournament. 18-1 straight up in the tournament the last 4 years, with the only loss coming to the champion Gators last year in the second, in the second round, the round of 32.
Some might tell you that, hey, this might be a situation where the numbers correct themselves.
Yeah, because Michigan's that good.
Your regression to the mean, this is where, okay, it corrects themselves. But it's still hard to get. It's hard. 6.5 points, still 6.5. And it's not like they don't have somebody that can't defend in the middle.
They do.
It's not like they don't have any size whatsoever. They've got somebody.
They've got Reed. They've got Caravan. I mean, and Reed's really played great. He's been a revelation, I feel like, in this tournament. Right? I mean, he's picked the right time to play like a monster. He had another double-double against Illinois. So he's averaging a double-double in the tournament through the first 5 games. He's been really good. Plus, they've got some of those veterans that you talk about that understand the pace and the rhythm.
Sure.
And are not too unfamiliar with being in a big game in this situation. So we got the championship game tonight. We'll be reacting to that tomorrow. And as the week goes on, I think we're going to get more and more coming out of, what's Billy thinking? What are some of the whispers from Billy Donovan's camp? Is North Carolina honing in on him? Are they going to do whatever it takes a week from now to try to get him? We have Golden Buzzer Day tomorrow, right, Jack? So all the movies are set. We did not have one final vote.
Yeah,
Somehow
I
we miscalculated that.
Okay. I miscalculated.
Okay, we miscalculated.
It happens.
But we have all of our movies.
What are the movies that are in? Now we have the list pared down, and there will be additions only via Golden Buzzer.
Golden Boot. Only the Golden Boot.
Current advancers.
Okay.
Caddyshack. Training Day. Jaws. Boogie Nights. Blazing Saddles. The Godfather. Casablanca.
Good one.
The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah.
Swingers.
Yeah.
The Great Escape.
Good.
Psycho. The Terminator.
Excellent.
Tombstone.
Okay.
The Silence of the Lambs. Cool Hand Luke. Do the Right Thing. Pulp Fiction. There Will Be Blood. Dog Day Afternoon. And what I guess previously advanced, The Boondock Saints and No Country for Old Men.
I'd say it's a pretty good list. It's not like the way I thought it would look at first when we started this, but that's a pretty solid list. It really is.
Yeah. Should have 22 movies there. 22 movies.
Yeah, and then we each get one golden. It's a really solid list. Some oldies in there.
Yeah.
Some newer stuff from this century that are important. It's a lot of older movies, but that's good. That was the point. He hasn't seen a lot of these.
Right.
If it's a movie Jack has seen, he, believe it or not, has seen some classics. That movie was obviously eliminated from not the competition, but from the exercise. And so that's a solid list of movies. All right. And then me and Yerk and Jay Moore will add one movie each tomorrow, a movie that was eliminated that we get to golden buzzer or golden plunger through. You're going to have to prepare the list for us tomorrow, Jack, so we see those.
Of losers.
I would even think we should have it tonight so we can sit on it for a little bit.
Should I allow you guys?
We should sleep on it.
Should I allow you guys to choose movies that weren't voted on?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
I think we stick with this
We're
route.
salvaging the movies we already thought.
And I think I'm going to make one request that we get the list of movies at some point this afternoon so we have a night to sleep on it.
I got
Does that sound good?
I can get that to you.
I think that makes sense.
Let me sleep on it. Baby, let me sleep on it.
And then we go from there.
Let me sleep on it. I'll give you an answer in the morning.
Good job, Yerk.
What song?
I don't know.
No, I'm asking Jack.
That's not a real song. You just made up the words.
No, that is a song. Paradise by the Dashboard Light, Meatloaf. It's an iconic song. And the fact that you didn't know it is shocking to me.
You might not know Meatloaf.
I am shocked. Yeah, but you accidentally hear it.
Yeah, probably.
That's a song you accidentally hear.
Yeah,
plays every blue moon in the club or somewhere, It comes on in the background.
Let's say hi to Walt in Bloomingdale. What's going on, Walt?
Walt Patulski.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Listen, I just wanted to comment on that question, is Billy Donovan a good coach?
Yeah.
The answer is yes. He's a good or great college coach. He is not a good or great professional coach. And let me just give you some of the reasons why. So, Carm, I sort of disagree with you on your question and response as to whether any coach would have done better. I think absolutely another coach, I don't know who that is, but I know another coach would have done much better than Billy Donovan. Keep in mind that we have had some really good players come through here since Billy took over, right? And because one guy went down during that period of time when we had some of the better players on this team than we've had in the last 15, 20 years, they folded. I mean, some of that is coaching, right? One guy, Alonzo Ball, is not the best point guard that ever lived.
No.
He goes down and the Bulls fall apart. And one other thing, the Bulls and Billy Donovan have not developed young talent. This guy, Brazilis, is just a guy. They touted him as being this next savior, right? He's just a guy.
I would say the jury's still a little bit out on Brazilis, but you got to kind of give next year, I think, for Matas, and hopefully, he has like doubled his scoring output. I mean, I think there's some good things. I think he developed Kobe White.
Yeah, well, listen, so I'm going to hang up, but I just wanted to get that across, that he doesn't develop talent. He's a great college coach. Being in the worst organization in all of sport has probably impacted his willingness or desire or motivation to be as good as he could be. I think that's affected him. It can only affect you if you're in the Bulls organization or the White Sox organization. They're horrible. So I think that's part of it. But it would be the best thing that could ever happen to us if he goes to North Carolina, because otherwise he'll just stay there for another 20 years.
Well, hopefully they
that's my thought.
Thanks, Walt. Thank you, Walt. Hopefully they find a better guy then, if that's the case, and if there's one out there. And of course there could be. Let's just hope they find a better choice. And I don't think you can entrust this current leadership to do that. That's why I think that's going to be the most important step of the offseason. We'll sneak in a few more calls. If you guys want to talk Bulls with us before we wrap it, Rich Eisen's coming up in about 12 minutes. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
All right, Whiskey U's back next week, guys. It's Wednesday night, April 15th, tax day, 7 to 9, Bub City, Rosemont. Me and Waddle teaming up together. That means we'll do some scotch. Of course, we got Glendronach single malt scotch, also some Old Forester bourbon. We've done a couple of Whiskey U's over the years with Old Forester. It's such a great lineup. Very classic Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. It's going to be really good. So come on out, sip, learn, and do what Waddle does. Just taste it and enjoy and have a good time. Seats are limited. Grab yours early. It is Whiskey U with Tommy and me, April 15th, 7 to 9, Bub City in Rosemont. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there, a PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam. Yeah!
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Howard, my head is on a swivel at crosswalks these days.
Oh, yeah, cars everywhere.
I had a buddy on a bike get clipped by a Jeep who took off.
What do you do?
Well, it's important to seek immediate medical attention, take pictures, and gather witness names and numbers. Aiken Law can also help obtain video footage, police reports, and work with insurance companies or anything else necessary.
And that's why I have 3126 million saved in my phone.
Howard is our lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Smalls here. Look, I get it. GLP-1 weight loss shots are popular. They're everywhere. But not everyone is thrilled about weekly injections. So what if your GLP-1 was as easy to take as a mint? That's why I want you to know about compounded terzepatide. It's a mint-flavored tablet you simply let dissolve under your tongue. No needles. It's designed to help curb appetite and reduce cravings, even sweets and carbs, which are my personal enemies. And when hunger's under control, it's easier to eat less. Stay away from the junk foods that trip you up and tackle your weight loss goals head on. And this is important. The compounded terzepatide is recommended by the medical board of the wellness companies, the doctors I trust. Look, if you're serious about getting your weight under control and weekly shots aren't your thing, I strongly encourage you to look into terzepatide. Getting started is fast with an easy online physician consultation. Imagine discovering a no-needle option that fits your needs. Go to noneedles.com/smalls, promo code SMALLS to save $50. That's noneedles.com/smalls, promo code SMALLS to save $50.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Carmen and Jurko show wrapping it. We're presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC, and Hodgkins. Find your Advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. Dexter Lawrence is asking for a trade from the New York Giants.
Well, he is he?
Yeah. They got a lot of D linemen, man. I like that D line. And Dexter Lawrence has been a 3-time Pro Bowler. Did not have his best season last year, but awfully good player in the middle of that Giants line. And according to Adam Schefter and others, he is now requesting a trade.
And he won't be 29 until he gets into the season. Yeah, November 12th. You got to look at age all the time.
Yeah.
Clemson, where they do get defensive linemen from.
They do. 30.5 career sacks for Dexter Lawrence. Charlie wants to talk about that in Avondale. What's going on, Charlie?
Hey, yeah, I want to bring that up. Hope you guys are doing well. So he had 9 sacks in 2024, but he only played 12 games.
Yep.
And then he played 17 this year and only had, sacks don't matter for defensive tackles, but I hope he can bring back that production. I hope the Bears can try to get him.
Thanks, man. Are they?
In 22, he had 28 quarterback hits. Last year,
what's a guy like Lawrence go for? I mean, I'm not good at this game. Like, what is comp? What are they thinking? First of all, I don't know what the Giants' response to this has even been. What are they going to ask for? Like, I'm not trading a first-round pick for Dexter Lawrence, right?
No.
There's no chance. I don't know that I'm trading one of my 2 second-round picks at this point for Dexter Lawrence, even though he's been a good player.
Like, it's going to be his 8th year.
What's the asking price here? What are you talking about?
That's what you got to find out. He doesn't want to be there. He wants to go. Does he know he's not getting? Does he know he's not getting something? When his contract?
That's the thing. Like, what's the pay? What else goes into this here?
Yeah,
you're a Bears team up against it as it is. You operated in a smart way to not get carried away with long-term contracts, knowing what's likely coming down the line.
I got spot check here.
Do you want to start trading capital for a soon-to-be 29-year-old player that is,
2 years left
to be paid?
You got 2 years left. His contract's 18.5 and 15.5. So you're looking at $35 million. It's already been restructured once. The signing bonus money would prorate for them. And it looks like at about $8.5 million. He's got $1 million bonuses if he's active on the roster. He's got a $500,000 workout bonuses. All that would go onto you on the Chicago Bears.
To me, the Bears are in young, cheap acquisition mode. Doesn't it feel that way?
Yeah. So what they would save, because they got the big number here at $26 million. Their number would actually be $20 million for this year for Dexter Lawrence, and next year it would be. Take that off, and that off, and this off, and that off. It would be $20 million this year. It looks like it'll be more next year because they included a roster bonus in there. So it'd be like $19,500,000. So you're getting them for $39.5 million. That's what the Bears would be responsible for. Yeah.
Dr. Katz in Scottsdale as a bull stud, the final bull stud as we wrap it. What's going on, Dr. Katz?
Carmen and Jurko, how are you?
Good, buddy.
Excellent,
how are you?
Excellent.
Will Ryder says hi.
Oh, this is our Dr. Katz.
Excellent.
Yes, I thought it might be.
I love it.
Yes.
You forgot one movie, fellas.
Yeah, well, don't say it here.
It'd probably be cute, but like the Not MASH 4077.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's the front office and the scouting. Billy Donovan's an excellent coach, phenomenal college coach, good pro coach, but it's the front office and the scouting.
Yeah. It's a disaster. Dr. Katz, thanks, buddy.
Yes.
So we played golf with Dr. Katz.
Yes,
and his buddy Will Ryder.
And Will Ryder.
Who is a director.
An AVN award winner.
An AVN award winner. Who's a director in the adult film industry. That was an interesting round of golf.
He's in my phone as Dr. Katz.
That was an interesting round of golf, man. Thank you for listening and calling and participating in today's show. Thanks to Jay Moore and Jack McGrath. Golden Buzzer Day tomorrow. We'll see what movies we're going to advance into the list of 25 that Jack has got to watch. Waddle and Silvy back with you at 2 to 6 to get you home. White Sox baseball tonight, 6 o'clock pregame with Meller live on the South Side as the White Sox look for 4 consecutive wins. Cubs have a mid-afternoon baseball coming up a little bit later on down in Tampa. We'll react to all of it tomorrow. Enjoy the national championship game tonight. Have a great rest of your day. Rich Eisen is next.
ESPN Chicago.
Insurance companies want you to believe that if you're ever in an accident, they'll pay you right away. In fact, they are even using apps now so they can give you a quote and settle your claim right then and there. Sounds great, right? But ask yourself, why are they doing this? Insurance companies want you to believe that they truly care about you. But what they're really interested in is getting you to settle your claim quickly and for short money. Because once you accept their money, your case is closed forever. Even if you discover later that your injuries are more severe than you originally thought, and even if you need extensive medical care in the future, including surgery, once you accept their offer, you can't reopen the case and you're on your own. That's why insurance companies are so eager to settle your claim, often before you realize the full nature and extent of your injuries. So ask yourself, these new apps they're offering, are they good for you or good for them? It's not about how much money they're giving you, it's really about how much money they're not giving you. If you want a law firm that knows all of the insurance company's tricks, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Feel the roar, feel the shore. The X-Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix, July 27th through August 2nd in Michigan City, Indiana. Come out for high-speed offshore racing at Washington Park on the shores of Lake Michigan. Free entertainment for the whole family. Celebrate at the opening ceremony, boat parade, block party, kids' day, and free race viewing on the beach Saturday and Sunday. Take your stay up a notch. Tee off at the golf outing. Enjoy exclusive VIP experiences and raise a glass at the Brewfest. Tickets are on sale now. Race over to GreatLakesGrandPrix.com.
Turn your tax refund into new tile at Menards. Make this the year you check that project off the list. Some things never go out of style, like tile from Mohawk. You can count on the durability, easy maintenance, and timeless beauty of tile. We carry a great selection of over 350 ceramic, porcelain, mosaic, and glass tiles to choose from. Head into Menards and let our helpful team get you everything you need for your tile project today.
Save big money at Menards.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade, this is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Missed the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
And the Michigan Wolverines are on their way.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
UConn will head to the national championship.
The Rich Eisen Show.
The UCLA Bruins have won the women's basketball national championship.
Earlier on the show, ESPN college basketball analyst Seth Greenberg. Coming up, the Ringer NFL draft analyst Todd McShay. Comedian Jeff Ross. And now, Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2, the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We've had March Madness on our minds through hour number 1. Seth Greenberg on the men's national championship game tonight. We've just spent a whole bunch of time on UCLA's boat racing of South Carolina to cut down the nets and add a women's championship trophy and banner for the first time since the NCAA recognized women's basketball to Westwood. And we didn't really hit at all on the subject matter that everyone was talking about over the weekend with Gino Auriemma. We'll do that later on. Wanted to give UCLA its due first. But it is the month of the NFL draft in the first full week of April. And it is Masters Week as well. But let's focus on the NFL draft. And returning once again is the host of the McShay Show and from the Ringer, ladies and gentlemen, Todd McShay back here on the Rich Eisen Show. Good to see you, Todd. How are you, brother?
What's going on, crew? How are we doing?
We're doing well. Do you want to answer, crew?
What's up, Todd?
We're doing great.
Hey,
We're doing great.
I care more about them than
Couldn't
I
be
do
more
Rich.
excited.
I know. It's all right. I understand that. I understand that.
Good to see you.
But it's great to see you. I saw your comments about Ty Simpson. You're very high on this kid, and I'll give you the floor on what you're seeing out of him and why you think he's one of the best, if not the best, quarterback prospect in certain aspects of the game. Todd, you go, sir.
I mean, I'm not Orlovsky, so I'm not going to take it there.
Right.
But
that's why I said certain aspects. That's why I said certain aspects.
That was a very important phrase.
Yes.
I mean, through 9 games this year, watching both players, Tate, Mendoza, and Simpson, Simpson was the better quarterback. Now, things drastically shifted. You know, you watch Mendoza, like the end of game heroics was phenomenal. You talk about Iowa, Oregon, Penn State, but you watch the first three quarters and change, and there was a lot to, still had to kind of be improved upon. And then you're watching Simpson, and everything's NFL. It's pre-snap, it's IDing, it's scheduling, it's marrying his feet with the drops, with the concepts of the offense, balls out on time, anticipation, all of those things. Well, then, 8, 9 games, and I think it was like the 9th or 10th game against Oklahoma, Brent Venables comes to town, figures out exactly how to defeat their pass protections. From that point on, there's a blueprint. He starts taking more hits. The run game was ranked 125th in the nation. And your top wide receiver, Ryan Coleman Williams now, Ryan Williams as everyone knows him, kind of disappears. And so he starts taking hits and the gastritis, and he's down to 190 pounds by the end of the year. And it declined, while at the same time, Fernando kept getting him better and better. And I feel like I was first to market. I'm just going to say it. Okay. Last summer. I was like, this guy can be a first-round pick. I had Pete Thamel text me like, hey, are you sure? Like, and I really liked Fernando Mendoza a lot, but recognized there's areas that he had to improve. And then everyone's like, he's the #1 overall pick. And I wasn't there yet until the Ohio State tape. And if you go back and watch that, and I heard Orlovsky about and Dan and I are good. We text all the time. But I hear you on the 6 points through 3 quarters. But that was the best individual tape of any prospect in any game that I've watched. And I'm now 200 players deep into this draft and still cranking away. So you watch the toughness, obviously, after the first Caden hit. But then how about the second one in the end zone with his helmet against the ground? So he just kept getting better and kept matching the moments and exceeding what you'd expect from a quarterback with the consistency. The red zone, 27 touchdowns, no interception. 3rd and 4th down, he's like top 5 in the nation in every statistical category when you need the quarterback the most. So my big push on Ty Simpson was, it sounded like everyone was, oh, it's Fernando Mendoza, and then we got a bunch of other guys. And it's not the deal. Ty Simpson can be a good starter in the league. He just needs to go to the right place, probably needs a little bit of time to sit and learn, but also needs game experience with just 15 starts. But whether it's Arizona trading back in, whether it's the Rams are another team that I think I know they had a lot of interest in one point, but I think multiple things have kind of shifted there. I think they would be the perfect place with McVay, but Simpson can play. He can start in this league and he can be really, really good. And I believe that. And I also think like Taylon Green's not getting enough talk. He could be a 2nd-round pick. You put him with the right people and give him 2 years to develop. there's something special there. Cole Payton is the most underrated prospect in the entire draft. I think he's a day 2 pick and is going to surprise some people coming out of North Dakota State. So there are some other quarterbacks, but I didn't want people to think that Simpson was kind of lumped in with the Nussmeyers, the Becks, the Paytons, the Greens, because he's not.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at your latest on the Ringer, Todd. Quote, Simpson can be Brock Purdy but with more mobility and a little bit more juice in his arm. That's what I see on tape. Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, and where would Brock Purdy be if he didn't? And granted, we're talking about Mr. Irrelevant, so
yeah,
it's a different deal.
I get it.
I'm just saying, forget the draft picks. I'm just saying, like, stylistically, profile-wise, size, understanding of the game. I think there's a lot of, we always try to do an NFL comp, right? He's the closest thing to it, and a guy who's had a lot of success in the league as a starter. So that's kind of my jumping off point for him. Now, I'm not saying that he's Brock Purdy had what, 48, some in the mid to high 40s. That's the difference,
right? Is like he came with Bo Nix like experience at that level.
He was the Bo Nix before we started getting quarterbacks with high 50s, low 60s. Yeah.
And Simpson's got a body of work in terms of experience at the collegiate level, like Trubisky. You know what I mean? And like that's what I'm saying is like we haven't seen it enough at the collegiate level, and that may be part of the evaluation that Ty Simpson's going to have to overcome, as opposed to stuff like you're pointing out what you're seeing. You know.
It's a huge part. If he was first of all, think about, I just talked about Mendoza, what he was 2024 at Cal,
right,
versus what he is now. Think about that 1 year of experience and how the growth we saw. And at quarterback, it's rinse, refine, repeat. It's so critical. Even talk like Chris Ballard talked to at the combine and had him on the show. And we were talking about his struggles and trying to find the quarterback. But everyone I talked to in the league, and it's obvious why, it started with Parcells, right? The bar that he had with 25 starts, a college graduate, X amount of wins. So it's not like it's a new thing, but with NIL and with the transfer portal, it has been increased the emphasis on quarterback starts. So everything I'm saying about Ty Simpson is true. I've seen it with my own eyes. I know what I know, but I can't get over and that's why I have him ranked, in the 25 to 35 range versus having him up in the top 10. And that's why he's going to go somewhere probably in that 25 to 35, 36 range, because there's a fear. And no, outliers suck, man. It's the worst time of year because you watch all this tape, you love all the things on tape, you have a belief in that individual. But then you tell me, and I know Ruben Bain's arms are short, didn't know they were that short. I know Cassius Howell's arms are short, didn't know they were that short. Right. I knew what the starts were going to be, but when Ty Simpson had said, hey, I'm coming out this year, I'm like, my first reaction was like a mini gut punch, because it's like, oh, I'd love to see 12, 13, 15 more starts at Alabama next year, or transfer somewhere and go take the loot, go take the bag if you need to. But I'd love to see that, because that takes him out of the outlier category, where now he enters the league as a major outlier. There's no question.
Yeah, I don't know when you're going to do your next mock. I believe the 3.0 is a couple weeks old almost.
4.0 is next week.
Okay.
We can talk.
Well, I mean, in terms of that, I mean, where do you see in your 3.0, you got Simpson going in the second round. You do not have him drafted in the first round. So,
I didn't make any trades in the last one. I would probably have Arizona trading up, kind of similar to what the Giants did last year.
For Jackson Dodgers, because they're right at the top of Friday, but the Jets are in front of them. So if they really would like them,
right?
And they're, because again, the issue is there's the next year that looms. You know what I mean?
It's a huge issue.
And so
I've never talked to more general managers, right? Rich, about next year's class. You know.
So unpack that a little bit for me, because that is definitely part and parcel with the Jets sitting and Arizona sitting at the top of round 2. Where does Simpson rank in all that, and how does 2027 loom over these proceedings?
Well, the Jets made a deal that they were offered.
Yeah. For Quinnen.
They were offered a second this year. Sorry, a first this year and a second next year, and flip-flopped it.
Yep.
In order to get that first next year, because everyone who needs one is looking ahead to next year. You've got Arch Manning. You've got Dante Moore. You've got Brendan Sorsby. You've got Sam Levitt now with Lane Kiffin down in LSU. I mean, you've got Lenora Sellers with another year of experience. Might be the most physically gifted. So the list goes on and
you
on.
also have Trinidad Chambliss, and he gets it unless he gets to a 10th year of eligibility at some point. I don't know.
Right. And CJ Carr taking that next step at Notre Dame, and Iam Aliava. And I mean, it's as loaded a class sitting, and we said this year's class was going to be great. So let's see where we are a year from now. But there's too many of them for it not to be a great class. And maybe when we look at it one day, say that's the best quarterback class we've ever had. So if you're the Jets, if you're Arizona, how much am I willing to give away in terms of compensation this year, where I could be utilizing that to get right for next year? The Browns aren't going to take Ty Simpson because the Browns are trying to get right for next year. And maybe Shedeur has a phenomenal year this year, and it's a great problem to have. But the Jets are planning that way. Now, you say I can get him in the second, and I get a bunch of picks this year and next year. Yeah, it's a great value. Then we'll take him, and we'll see what happens. But I think Arizona is the most intriguing fit. And I think the Rams have interest, but probably on their terms, meaning what, second round. So the market is interesting for Simpson because there are people in the league that kind of lean towards me and kind of agree. I haven't talked to anyone in the league that's quite as high as our buddy Dan, but there are some people that love him in the league. But it's hard to find the right spot for him in terms of where does he definitively go with an existing pick in round one, because I'm not sure that it's there right now.
Who else might be the player that someone trades into the back end of the first round for that we're not talking about, Todd?
So here's what I think. I think this year's class is obviously it's unique because some of the players at the top are not considered position value guys, right? The biggest positions. I've got 11 guys that I believe should go in the top 12. I'm going to bore you for a second. You ready?
Don't bore me. Go for it.
Fernando Mendoza obviously goes 1. Let's say Arvell Reese goes 2, and I'm not going to match them up after this. But these are the 11 names that I think go in the top 12. If not, we're talking 12, top 13, top 14. It's Mendoza, Reese, then Jeremiah Love, Sonny Styles, running back and linebacker. After that, Caleb Downs, again, another position, safety. You've got the two edge guys beyond Arvell Reese, who's converting from linebacker, in David Bailey, Texas Tech, and Ruben Bain from Miami. Carnell Tate. I think Tate's going to go earlier than we think, but we'll keep talking here. Yep. Francis Mauigoa, an offensive tackle from Miami. Then the two cornerbacks, Mansour Delane from LSU, and Jermon McCoy, who just blazed a time. And now all of a sudden we're back to the 2024 evaluation where he's an elite guy. Those are the 11. The reason I went through that, Rich, is then I think you're going to see, all right, we've got some good receivers like Mekhi Lemon and Jordan Tyson. We've got some good corners like Colton Hood. We've got a tight end who's going to go and Kenyon Sadiq. We've got some, a couple other safeties and Dylan Thieneman and Emmanuel McNeil Warren. We've got some really good other players at other spots, but you watch how fast, and talking to people in the league in the last week or so, these offensive tackles and edge rushers go. Yeah. I think by the end of round one, we could have, let's say, minimum 14 between those two positions. So it's going to be Spencer Fano from Utah. It's going to be
Freeling,
Caden Proctor, Freeland. It's going to be Lomu, Ian Nachor, who we kind of thought fringe first. I think he might go top 25, 27 picks.
Ioane,
and then the
too. Ioane, too, the kid inside from Penn State. By the way, do you think Harbaugh is just across the way here in El Segundo for the Chargers? Is just like, please let him drop. Please. I'll put him next to Slater or Alt or whatever and just mash. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's just hoping something like that happens. You also have just in your TJ Parker, Mesidor, you mentioned.
The edges, yeah.
Right.
Parker, Mesidor, Keldrick Falk from Auburn.
Howell.
Cassius Howell. So Zion Young. Don't sleep on Zion Young from Missouri. So we're talking 14, 15 offensive tackles and edges. So if you ask me who's a guy who could sneak in, it could be one of those positions because there's a drop-off, especially at tackle. to me, like Iheanacho, we didn't think was going to be a first rounder. I think he's a lock to go there. I think the 2 defensive tackles go too. And everyone's cooled on him, and I get it. Caden McDonald from Ohio State can't rush the quarterback. I get it. But have you watched his tape? Have you watched how dominant he is in a league now with the split safeties and playing that shell, and we need 3 guys to defend the run, and we got to stay multiple personnel? He's perfect up front, and I think there's more in him, and like a Dexter Lawrence wasn't the pass rusher in college that he is in the league. Peter Woods, I get it, shorter arms. Production wasn't great this past year. He's not far off of like a Mason Graham type, what he can provide for you. I'm not saying he's Mason Graham, but he's that kind of player. So I think those guys go late in the first, even though everyone right now is like, the interior defensive linemen are going to go in the second round.
So you think there's going to be such a run on tackles and edge rushers with such a drop after the first round?
It's going to push those receivers back. It's going to push the receivers back.
But it might cause somebody to trade in to go get them while they can get them, is what you're saying.
Absolutely. So if you're asking me who's going to be traded up for if it's not a quarterback, I would guess it's an offensive tackle. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you better get him while you can, I guess.
Because then you got to wait till like the third round,
you don't
Rich. If you don't get one of those 7, you got to wait to the third round or take one in the second that you'd like to be taking in the third.
Okay. Man, and it's so funny. I have not seen a mock where Dylan Thieneman is not a Minnesota Viking. It's just.
I mean, how do you not? You know what? I'm going to do the mock this week. I'm going to give him somebody else.
No, don't do that. Do what you think you need to do. I'm not. Don't succumb to what I'm saying.
It's kind of like when you watch a pregame and everyone picks Michigan tonight.
Oh God, don't say that. How dare you? How dare you, sir? How dare you? I got my mind off it by talking about the draft for 15 minutes, and you just brought me back, man. I don't know if you heard, by the way, Dexter Lawrence has asked for a trade from the Giants. That happened.
Good timing.
Yeah, Schefter just popped that one out there at the end of the first hour. Because I guess it's been 2 years he's been looking for a new deal. And he says, I'm not showing up to OTAs. See you later. Or I want to be out. You know, money talks and this sort of stuff would walk if the money talks. But right now he's making a stand. It's still early. So last one for you. Who are we not talking about? You mentioned a couple quarterback names earlier. Who are you want to pound the table for here? You think's rising? Todd.
I look at this class and I love a lot of the linebackers. I love a lot of there's a lot of good players in round 2 and round 3. I'm just looking at this board right now. Like Jacob Rodriguez is going to go because he's a playmaker and a difference maker. But beyond that, Josiah Trotter from Missouri is an absolute just dog versus the run and a good football player. Kyle Lewis from Pittsburgh can cover like a safety. Some people think he is a safety. I just think he's one of the best 50 football players in this draft. So there's guys like that. I'll tell you what, too. I just recently finished up going back and looking at the running backs. And it's kind of like, all right, we've got Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame. Then we got his running mate, Jadarian Price, who I'm not quite as high as some people, but I recognize he's probably going to go mid-late second round range. I think the guy that everyone's sleeping on at this point, and it was like a hot name early and no one – I look at Jonah Coleman and I watch his run style after I watch all the running backs, right? I came back and I watched him. He's a bowling ball. He's got these light feet. He always runs with pad level. He wears you down. He brings this energy to an offense. I think in a running back class, it's not like a year ago where we had 26 guys go, 6 in the first 3 rounds, 20 on day 3. I think he'll probably fall to the 4th round. And I think a team's going to get a starter. I really think he's going to be that kind of player. So it's guys like I've been watching a lot of the day 2 and early day 3 guys recently. I just think there's a lot of values there. Like a Takario Davis at Washington, a tall, long corner, like just physical, the ability to play press man. And I could go on and on with some of these positions and the kind of that 3rd, 4th round range.
Todd, you're the man. Thanks for the time. Greatly appreciate it.
All right, brother. Good talking to you.
Let's do this. Let's do this as many times as you're up for it. Certainly.
I'm here.
When's the 4.0 coming up?
4.0 is next Wednesday.
All right.
And then we leave Sunday for LA. We'll be out your way for the entire week of the draft. You go to Pittsburgh and I'll take over in LA.
All right. So how about this? Let's have you on next Wednesday.
Okay.
And then if you're here in LA, the Monday of the draft, you right here. literally in this chair.
Awesome. Yeah, let's do it. I'm not doing a show that Monday, so that'll work out.
All right, listen, this is how the sausage gets made, everybody. This is great.
Perfect.
I love it.
Todd, when a plane comes
Todd McShay, it's so rare. People say, I'm in town in L.A. They usually go, oh, I was in town. I forgot to.
Oh, I missed you.
Well done. I appreciate it, Todd. You're the man.
You got it, guys. Have a good
Everybody
one.
check out the McShay Show, wherever you get your podcasts, through Simmons's very popular Ringer network, or follow him and all of his stuff on the Ringer. Yeah, he said, I'm not going full Orlovsky on Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
Nobody's very high on him.
Yeah.
It's just, you didn't see a lot of it.
Nope.
You saw some of it. You didn't see too much of it.
At the
same time.
9 games, he was great. Then what?
Well, very, very rarely, and I've done this for about a quarter century with the draft. Do you hear? He had a gastritis. But we'll see. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Maybe that's what Gino had. 844-204, and I don't mean Smith. Gino Auriemma. We'll talk about that next. No one likes having to choose. That's why, with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Hey guys, Silvy here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute, those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's J Hood. You've got a budget, they've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Believe in a world of wellness. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story.
As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care, where you need it, when you need it. This is David Kaplan. I am proud to partner with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
What does life after service look like? Kicking back? Taking it easy? We believe it looks a little different. It looks like leading for all veterans, helping shape policies to make certain they get the benefits they've earned, and ensuring every veteran's voice is heard. It looks like advancing to meet today's veterans where they are, lifting them up and strengthening the bond that unites us. It looks like serving when disaster strikes, with boots on the ground helping our communities recover and rebuild. From the capital to our hometowns, we don't just show up when it's easy. We show up when it matters. Because a veteran's mission never truly ends, and neither does ours. The VFW, still leading, still advancing, still serving. Get involved at stillserving.org.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Carmen and Jurko, now 9 a.m. to noon, weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
There when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Back on ESPN Radio, one big happy family with our TV and our radio side, all one. Gino Auriemma was way off the other night. His team was way off, and then he was way off. And when he was going at it with Dawn Staley after South Carolina dispatched UConn with the back of its hand with a second-half performance, I thought to myself, this had to be about something during the game because of Gino's soliloquy to Holly Rowe at the top of the fourth quarter. Very rarely do those interviews actually yield anything.
Right.
But this one did, because Gino was talking about how the officiating and how in all of his time, he's never seen a player have their jersey ripped, and the refs said they didn't see it. And then basically accused Dawn Staley of working the refs in such a profane manner. But he used the words that are somebody who's around women as much as he is in his life has to know the words ranting and raving are charged words. Just use that on the woman in your life and see how it goes if you're a man. See how that one works. You're ranting and raving. And it's also words that you don't usually equate to another male coach. But that said, those are charged words. I heard that. I'm like, whoa. And then that happened during the aftermath. I'm like, what happened during the game? Then we find out it's not about what happened during the game. It's what happened before the game. And then we found out about the jersey rip during the game came because the player herself ripped the jersey. And that's why the refs missed it, because it wasn't on the court. And that's why Gino missed it. It wasn't on the court. And then these comments that were said during the game, he was clearly steaming from the beginning because Dawn Staley apparently made him wait 3 minutes to shake hands. But then we saw a photograph of them actually shaking hands before the game because they all went down the line. Like, this photograph exists. Apparently, before the game, again, they're announced by the stadium public address announcer, and Gino was standing there waiting and left empty-handed by Dawn Staley. And he was steaming about it all game to the point where he let her have it after the game in such a way that there was a set to. I mean, what was that all about? And then after the game, asked if he regretted what he told Holly Rowe. And what came afterwards, this was his answer.
I don't have any regrets about what I said to Holly Rowe. Why would I? Why would I? I've been coaching a long time. I've never had a kid have to change their jersey because somebody ripped it, and the official said I didn't see it. There were a lot of things that happened in that game. Unless you're on that sideline, you have no idea what's happening on that sideline. For 41 years, I've been coaching, and I've been, 25 Final Fours. And the protocol is, before the game, you meet at half court. Anybody ever see that before? Two coaches meet at half court, and they shake hands. Correct? You ever see it? They announce it on the loudspeaker. And I waited there for like 3 minutes. So it is what it is.
It's just so unfortunate, especially since he's talking about what unless you're on the sideline or on the bench. He clearly didn't know what was going on with, his own player, Sarah Strong, and ripping her own jersey. And he clearly did regret what he did because he put out a statement the next day saying there's no excuse for how I handled the end of the game versus South Carolina. It's unlike what I do and what our standard is here at Connecticut. I want to apologize to the staff and the team at South Carolina. It was uncalled for in how I reacted. The story should be how well South Carolina played, and I don't want my actions to detract from that. I've had a great relationship with their staff, and I sincerely want to apologize to them. The only two words missing from that statement are Dawn and Staley. And Rebecca Lobo, who I love her work. She's awesome calling the games with Ryan Ruocco. She mentioned during the broadcast yesterday, that Gino had reached out to Dawn Staley, which I was glad to hear. Then after the game, Dawn Staley was asked about that, the game against UCLA. This is what she had to say.
Yeah, that's a Gino question, right? It really is a Gino question. I haven't heard from Gino, so I have not. I haven't. I mean, I got 800 text messages, so I don't know if he texted or not. But that's not, I don't want to, it's UCLA's day, right? And let's keep it UCLA, them winning the national championship. Again, I will address all of that at another time. It's just not this weekend. We're not going to damper UCLA's day with it. We talk about South Carolina, us losing. We could talk about, UCLA winning the national championship. And what's great about our game today.
So, and in case you're just joining us in the middle of our Monday show here, I spoke at length about UCLA's championship at the end of hour one. This is not what I led with from the women's game. Waited, because I wanted to give UCLA its due in spirit of what Dawn Staley said after the national championship game, and also what Gino mentioned during the middle of his statement, that it should be about South Carolina's victory. So unfortunate. Gino's had better days. You could hear all those things, but I don't know. He was steaming all game. Steaming all game. And I know there are some who that's what it seems like to me. I know there are many. You want to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, Sarah has a great take. She was watching this, and she thinks that this is Gino kind of playing 4D chess, where he puts all the heat and the pressure on himself, And no one's talking about Sarah Strong going 4 for 16 and Azzi Fudd going 3 for 15 and UConn only scoring 9 points in the fourth quarter. This is a way to kind of get people not to talk about that and how his team essentially choked when they won 50-something straight games and big favorites heading into this championship. Yeah. And we're not talking about that. We're talking about the coach being kind of an a-hole, and that's kind of genius if that's what it is.
Except there's years of film and interviews that show that, like, this isn't something out of the blue for this guy.
He's also done more for the sport than anyone maybe ever.
And then, by the way, you're not
awesome too.
You're not lying in terms of that. And last week when he was talking about whoever comes up with these schedules
he had a great point.
Some of these teams, he was using his platform to basically say, I'm Gino Auriemma, and I'm telling you, this is not good for my staff. It's not good for my players. Not good for any staff. Not good for any players. Who the hell's coming up with these schedules that drags our asses out here to 7 in the morning, and then we don't get on the court to practice till 6 o'clock at night, and then you're seeing all these 3-point shots bang off the back iron, and this is bad for the sport. And that's where Gino does what he should be doing on behalf of the women's game. But in that respect, too, that you do have 40 years in coaching, and you do have 20-some-odd Final Fours and all of these championships, and you need to be held to a different standard in that regard. And in that regard, if you are the standard bearer, then those South Carolina women who gave it to his UConn team
sure did
deserve to have him comport himself after the game, deal with Dawn Staley, give her the swim move if that's what you want, quick goodbye. Deal with this later on, not there at center court for the whole world to see, and shake the hands of the South Carolina players who deserve to have their hands shaken by someone like Gino Auriemma and say, well done. I'll tell you this. If Taylor is ever so lucky to be in any situation like this, think about the parents of these young ladies. Again, the story that Holly Rowe told during the national championship game, I'll just tell this just as a specific story about Gabriela Jaquez, about how she was flying up. Did you hear that story she told during the game, that when she was in high school, there weren't a lot of people paying attention, so she was flying up to Oakland from Southern California to be part of an AAU team? Like, these are stories about anybody out there, a parent of a kid who's trying hard to do their jobs,
to achieve something,
and achieve something in sports, right? The plane rides, the blood, sweat, and tears, all that, okay? If my daughter ever gets to be in a situation and beat a team like UConn and a coach like Gino Auriemma, I want him shaking her hand and saying, great job, because that's an affirmation she deserves and these players deserve, and he totally pooped the bed on that one because he comported himself so poorly, everyone's just like, just go to the locker room. He got ejected from the line, essentially.
Yeah.
Just go, man. If you're in this mood and you're doing this right now, and Dawn Staley is like going the other way, she didn't get through the line immediately. You could see that this was famously viral. She said, I'm going to beat Gino's ass. But that's how she was so enraged by what happened.
She was very confused when it first started.
Yeah, because it's about the pre-game handshake, because she shook his hand. There was a second one that apparently he was made to wait 3 minutes.
3 whole minutes.
And there's a point last year where he was waiting for her in the same situation. I saw that video. And he was just having fun with it, kind of like, come on. I'm sitting here waiting, making his arm, saying, let's go. And he didn't make a big deal of that last year. You know why? Because they were the ones beating up South Carolina. This time, he's the one who got beat, and this is his reaction? He knows better, and that's why he sent out that statement. But I truly feel for the South Carolina players who deserve to have somebody of Gino's stature walk through the line, look them in the eye, and say, great game. Because he is the avatar of what you just mentioned, Chris. He is the avatar for the game. Mm-hmm. And he couldn't comport himself for 2 minutes. Then you go to Dawn Staley, call her up and say, what the hell was that?
Yeah, that's just a bad look, man.
And we're not talking about how his team underperformed.
I get it.
I can't sit here and
That's some
believe
four-dimensional
that amount of
chess,
time
man.
He goes, you know what I'm going to do? Because they only look at the stats.
I don't know. I think he was steaming about it.
This dude's really smart.
I get it.
I think we're giving him too much credit then because he has a history of being a little bit
ornery. I get it.
Yeah. Like, it's not like it's the first time it happened. You
He
can't
also
give
has
him
a
that much
history of
grace.
really protecting his players, which he could be doing in this.
I get it. But instead of doing that,
at the detriment of the other team.
Instead of doing that, you own it when you lose. That's what you tell your kids.
Yep.
Own it. Get better. Failure helps in the long run.
100%.
You know what I mean?
You've been there before because you have.
You have.
You have a lot.
And the South Carolina players deserve to have the, if you feel this way, and his resume says it, the dean of the game to go down the line, look them in the eye, and say, great game. Because it does mean a lot if Gino Auriemma does that. Yes. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Take your phone calls. Jeffrey Ross, because we all need a laugh. Certainly in this crazy-ass world, he's coming up in hour number 3.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. Confetti Craze makes it easy to turn any day into a party with its delicious birthday cake flavor and big birthday energy. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. I bring these tiny bottles everywhere to cakeify my day with tasty caffeine boosts. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
When you tell someone what team you cheer for, do they apologize? Does your first childhood memory involve crying on a Jumbotron? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected from things like fire damage caused by violently unplugging the TV. Or an accidental overhand left to the drywall. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
Okay, can I go now?
Let's hear it, Professor.
Join us for Whiskey University, Wednesday, April 15th from 7 to 9 p.m. at Bub City in Rosemont. We'll study Old Forester bourbon and Glendronach single malt Scotch whiskey.
Not bad.
I don't overanalyze it, Carm. I just know great Scotch when I taste it.
Just continue, please.
Whiskey U! Come sip, enjoy, and learn something new. I mostly just enjoy.
We noticed.
Classes in session, April 15th from 7 to 9.
You forgot one thing.
Oh, yeah. Please drink responsibly.
Bravo. A+.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together. Let's drive.
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4
Coast Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Getting together with friends and family is one of life's greatest joys. But with the rise in misleading rumors that have sparked some confusion and worry about vaccines, our treasured community immunity could be at risk. Vaccines are one of the greatest innovations in modern medicine. Vaccines prompt children's immune systems to recognize and resist a disease. By making sure your child's immune system is ready to activate, vaccines help your child stay active, healthy, and safe. And high rates of immunization stop preventable diseases from spreading through our families, schools, and communities. It's true. Together, we are all healthier when everyone is vaccinated. So let's get together and let's thrive together. Talk with your pediatrician today about keeping up or catching up on routine childhood immunization. This message is brought to you by the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller. Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura.
26 NFL Draft.
The Las Vegas Raiders select
Thursday, April 23rd through Saturday, April 25th on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors.
So we're talking a little baseball here for our radio audience. The Mets just came up with a nice weekend against the Giants, but the Giants fans, they're very knowledgeable. Do you know how knowledgeable they are?
Oh, knowledgeable are they?
This is what the Sportsnet New York Mets broadcast, one of the best broadcasts there are. You know, I'm a Yes Yankees guy. Mets fans are always on PIX. Okay, but this is the Mets, the Mets team. They're an outstanding broadcast team in the booth, and certainly their microphones, Mike, you'll appreciate this.
Oh, yes.
There, clear as a bell. Certainly when there's a Giants fan heckling the Giants about losing to the Mets after the Yankees came through to sweep them to begin the year.
Ball one strike.
Giants, wake up!
Oh, yes.
The Yankees swept town last week. This is the B team.
This is the B team. We very knowledgeable fans in San Francisco telling the Giants to wake up. The Yankees left town last week. This is the B team.
That dude was clearly on some substance.
I don't think so.
Illegal substance.
I don't know. I think they're just locked in on baseball.
And alcohol.
This is
it's a
B
Mets
team.
town. We know this.
What is San Francisco is?
New York's a Mets town, so we're not the B.
Okay.
We're the
No,
A team.
that's what Juan Soto said when he left the Yankees to go to the Mets.
Yeah, that's why you're so anti-Soto.
No, I mean, there's many reasons why I'm anti-Soto.
Hatred and you're hurt?
No, because even fans around the country, from sea to shining sea, know who's the B team in NYC.
Yeah, the Yankees.
And it's the New York Mets. The Metropons, you don't lose to this team. They're the B team. Fantastic.
That's a team of the people, man.
Meanwhile, the Red Sox fan is acting like we're not talking about baseball.
But what can he say right now? You know,
what can you say?
We stink.
Yeah.
The first month. You guys, calm down.
It's terrible. It's almost like, did I say this on Friday? It's almost like they should have spent the money on Bregman and Pete Alonso. We can't get any hits. We can't hit it for power. We got nothing. Are the pitching guys we signed sucked? Ranger Suarez is awful.
Save this.
What are we doing? Did you hear the sell the team chants yesterday?
Oh, boy.
Sell the team.
Sell the team chants.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, though, you got hosed yesterday. Did you see that?
Yeah,
I know, it wouldn't have mattered. You're up 4-1. And, I mean, at the time, did you see this play, TJ?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're not going to show it. Manny Machado, they're trying to pick him off at first base. Catcher throws down with a short hop throw, but the first baseman's right there to grab it.
Yeah.
Machado's going back to the base and 100% purposely kicked the ball into foul territory.
Yeah.
and the umpires just like thought it was a booted ball or a hit runner. And too bad, Boston, ball's live and runners advance.
Yep.
He absolutely booted it on purpose. And no, look at it.
I'm watching it.
No question he did it.
I think it was, just timing.
No, that should be reviewable.
Bad.
That should be reviewable.
He didn't want to step on the ball and turn his ankle, Rich.
That should be reviewable. Did you purposefully interfere with the ball? And if so, you're out. O-U-T, out.
This game of inches, bro.
If we're allowing a tap of a helmet to get a game of inches down to a millimeter, that ball's a millimeter out of the strike zone, so it's a ball, not a strike, as it was called. If we're doing that, we should be able to review whether somebody is purposely booting a ball.
Hesitates, holds his foot up, and
absolutely
then kicks it.
No
I think
question.
he was trying to make sure the ball didn't hit him in his ankle.
Yeah, right.
So he was just
just like I don't want to get hit, so I'm going to hit the ball myself with the bottom of my foot.
Doesn't sound like me.
Purposely. That was, dude. And it's so bad that I'm talking about the Red Sox being hosed. They're 5 back of the Yankees, and the season is barely a week and a half old.
Rich, clearly you've
5
never been
back.
hitting an ankle with a baseball before. All right.
For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your first job and get $100 off toward your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. Chris in Riverside, California, right here in Southern California. What's up, Chris? What's going on?
Hey, good morning. Hey, I know you guys have been talking a lot about the whole women's game yesterday, but I appreciate it so much that you've, give UCLA women their due. I mean, it's been a long time coming. So, but yeah, I mean, I just love to hear that. I mean, I think the thing, and I just appreciate that you guys giving them their due, because it was well deserved.
I think so too. And obviously, we love in the media when coaches yell at each other, and whenever there's a bad handshake moment in the NFL. I mean, Ben Johnson and Matt LaFleur. How many times do we talk about that? So achievements like the ones that UCLA came up with will get lost, but we wanted to give them their due, because it was an absolute beatdown of South Carolina, 100%. So
yeah, no, I mean, it's just that they came out to play, and I think that I think that South Carolina kind of underestimated what the girls were going to do, and I think they just showed that they were a team of destiny.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate the time. Have a great week, you guys. Talk to you later.
That's Chris in Riverside, California.
Chris.
That was great.
Let's go to Derek in Missouri. He's always hanging on. What's up, Derek?
What up, man?
No, I'm good, Rich. I asked you how you're doing, but I already know the answer to that question.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah.
But good luck to you and your Michigan and Blue tonight.
Thank you.
On that note, I got what's more likely for you, sir? Who, with which receiver of their new team going into the 2026 season will more likely have the better year? Mike Evans or Dylan Waddle?
Oof. Thank you, Derek. Appreciate the call.
Waddle.
I lean there too. Evans when was the last time Evans played all 17 games?
Let's look. Also, more mouths to feed in San Francisco, yeah?
I think so. Well, I mean, McCaffrey is the engine of the offense.
Mike Evans hasn't missed as many games as people make it out.
2023, he played all 17.
Okay.
Or that he might miss a game.
Well, I mean, he usually has a month-long soft tissue absence.
Not usually, because the man's gotten 1,000 yards.
Oh, I mean,
year, so
I'm not saying he doesn't still. He almost came up with 1,000 yards last year.
So you can't really,
despite the collarbone this time around. But I mean, that's a good question. Put a pin in that one.
It's a good one.
Put a pin in that one.
Oh, we got breaking news.
Okay, so that and thankfully we got a whole top of the next hour for that.
Oh, I need it now.
I don't even know what it is. Jeffrey Ross, the Roastmaster.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief, now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-433-8909. 800-433-8909. Again, that's 800-433-8909.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here. You know, life comes with a lot of things to remember, and Great Clips doesn't think your haircut should be one of them. And this is why they use Clip Notes. It saves your haircut details, so no matter which stylist you see or Great Clips salon you visit, it's easy to feel like the best version of you. So do yourself a favor. Say goodbye to guesswork and hello to a great haircut every time. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Guys, it's Carmen. There's something to be said for driving a vehicle that makes an impression. Not because it's flashy, but because it's refined, confident, and unmistakably well-crafted. That's Cadillac. And at Advantage Cadillac in Hodgkins, the experience reflects the brand. Thoughtful service, attention to detail, and a team that understands you're not just buying a vehicle, you're investing in quality. They make the process seamless, professional, transparent, respectful of your time. That's how it should be. If you're considering a Cadillac, visit Advantage Cadillac in Hodgkins.
When you ante up your insurance premium each month, you believe that if you're ever in an accident, your insurance company will treat you fairly. But that's not a safe bet. In truth, casinos play by much fairer rules than your insurance company. And here's how. Imagine playing blackjack and making a $100 bet. When you win, the casino will immediately pay you $100. But now imagine winning, and instead of immediately giving you $100, the casino only offers you $50 and makes you wait years to collect it. If the terms were that unfair, no one would ever step foot in a casino. Unfortunately, that's what's happening to people every day who are injured in car accidents with uninsured drivers. You ante up your premiums in full and on time every month, but if you're a day late or $1 short, your insurance company will drop you. And when the time comes for your insurance company to pay you, they will offer you pennies on the dollar and, even worse, string you along for years to collect it. Dealing with your own insurance company shouldn't be riskier than gambling in a casino. If you need a law firm who will put the odds in your favor, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG Law.
Kick back and relax this summer when you shop at Menards. Your summer oasis is calling, and Menards is here to help. From outdoor furniture to patio accessories to grills and summer essentials, Menards has everything you need to make your summer dreams a reality. Don't wait. Hurry into your local Menards and see and feel the furniture for yourself. Save big money on everything you need to create your backyard oasis today.
Save big money at Menards.
Turn your dream kitchen into a reality during the IKEA Dream Kitchen event. Now through April 21st, IKEA family members save 10% when they spend $3,000 or more on section kitchen cabinets and eligible appliances and countertops. That's modern style, smart storage, and everyday functionality designed your way. Plus, section cabinets come with a 25-year limited warranty. Not sure where to start? IKEA's expert kitchen planners are here to guide you. Your dream kitchen is closer than you think. So visit IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook today.
Did you know you might be part of the 75% of Americans who think they waste less food than they actually do? Americans toss out more than $382 billion worth of food, costing an average family of 4 nearly $3,000 annually, and costing our planet even more in wasted resources. But did you also know nearly half of all food waste occurs at the household level, which means there's a lot we can do to reduce all this waste, to help your wallet and the planet. Eating leftovers is great, but things like freezing food that you can't eat right away, donating surplus food within your community, and better understanding food date labels can have an even bigger impact. To learn more, visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.earth/food waste and spread the word that food should never be trash.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
On the ESPN app and on the SEC network.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
And the Michigan Wolverines are on their way.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
UConn will head to the national championship.
The Rich Eisen Show.
The UCLA Bruins have won the women's basketball national championship.
Earlier on the show, ESPN college basketball analyst Seth Greenberg, the Ringer NFL draft analyst Todd McShay. Coming up, comedian Jeff Ross. And now, Rich Eisen.
All right, hour number 3, the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. The Roastmaster General is navigating the 405 as we speak. Jeffrey Ross making his way to our studio.
That is treacherous.
For hour number 3 right here on the show. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We got phone lines lit. We'll get to that in a second. But breaking news, just moments ago, the folks at North Carolina have gotten themselves a new head coach for their program. And I don't believe he has any connection to the school at all, right? Does he have any connection to the school at all?
I don't think so.
Which is, as we know, a change of pace for the University of North Carolina. It's Michael Malone, the longtime coach in professional basketball, and a guy who brought a title to Denver with the Nuggets, 510 victories as a pro head coach. He is going to be, according to Pete Thamel, the next major domo in North Carolina. So they do go get a pro coach, but it's not Billy Donovan. That was who apparently they were targeting in Chicago. Yep. And again, I don't know why anybody would leave professional ranks for college unless they have to, you know? And I'm sure it's a very nice deal for Michael Malone.
Gotta imagine.
To tap out of the professional game and get into the everybody's on a 1-year contract game where, you know, there's a portal open up right now on the women's side of things that's probably making listen, we reached out to Corey Close to appear on today's program, and we do hope to hear from her very soon. But I'm sure, you know, with all those seniors that just won a championship with and they're leaving, she's already on to the next in certain ways. Why any pro coach would want to go to college would be beyond me. So it makes sense for Billy Donovan to stay with the Bulls. They're willing to keep him. And Michael Malone's going to North Carolina after, you know, seems like everyone else was not interested in the idea. And I'm going to bring it up again. I went all in on this last week. I don't know why everyone's thinking, oh, as soon as Dusty May's done with this year, he's running off from Michigan to North Carolina. Unless, you know, North Carolina was offering him a mint that Michigan won't do. I saw that this weekend, that Dusty May was out of the mix for North Carolina. He'd already informed Michigan he was not pursuing any other jobs. And the reason why, and Pete's report, was because Michigan had advanced in the tournament. I hope it's not that. I hope it's because they're going to offer him the bag as soon as they can, because Tommy Young got offered the bag. And Nate Oates got offered the bag. And Arizona's coach and Alabama's coach just got massive raises. What do they have in common as well? They got the BTA also from Dusty May. So this guy is next in line there. And why would he leave it? During the aforementioned BTA of U of A, during that game on the Altcast, I don't know if anybody caught any of the Fab Five Altcast.
Did not.
Well, but during that game, Brandon McCoy from just up the road here at Sierra Canyon, arguably the best shooting / point guard available for recruiting showed up on the Altcast and announced he's going to Michigan. Told that to Fat Five.
I saw the clip. That was really cool.
How many other schools can pull that one off while they're winning to get to the national championship game? Elliot Cadeau left North Carolina to play for Michigan and is playing tonight. Why would Dusty May want to leave this? Unless they won't pay him.
Also, if Hoskins, if you could put that picture of Dusty May back up.
Yeah.
You say why someone would leave, right, Chris? Well, that thing on his right chest there, that
Jump
logo.
man.
Yeah, that's a jump man, and that's North Carolina. So that's the only thing that I could think.
Why? So you could still have that logo on your jersey.
Maybe it meant. I'm just pointing it out,
dude. You really think it would mean something to like I'm going to play where Jordan played?
To
really?
Somebody.
To who? Somebody whose family went to North Carolina? Somebody who's been watching a lot of YouTube videos? I'm serious.
It's Michael Jordan, though, bro.
You don't have to tell me that. He kept me from being happy quite a lot in the 80s and 90s.
You and everybody else.
And I'm the one who comes here every single second on this show. Anybody wants to stroll down the who's the greatest of all time conversation. What do I say every single time?
Carmelo?
No. But I'm also 56. Talk to a 16, 17-year-old. The Fab Five's closer, right around the same era, I guess. Listen, man. I'm just glad Dusty's staying put, and congrats to North Carolina getting somebody, because that portal's opening up, and they needed somebody. That you can't in this day and age go, come to our school, we'll let you know who's coaching. You can't do that this day and age. Meanwhile, I've been talking about for weeks, certainly in March, with what the Lakers did in March. How they're ready to go deep into the basketball tournament professionally.
Yeah.
And the NBA injury gods are like, nah. So Luka's already coming out of an MRI tube, but apparently he's flying overseas to see if there could be something that some doctor he can find.
Yeah, he's going to Europe to get, I don't know what.
To some sort of platelet, this, that, who the hell knows what it is.
Stem cell, Germany, whatever.
So he can come back in time for the playoffs, which begin as early as April 18th.
I know a place in Colombia he should go.
Yeah, there's
He went 15-2 in March. Luka's the player of the month of March in the Western Conference, rightfully so. And so he might be out 3 to 6. And then Austin Reeves got an oblique. He's out a month.
Yikes.
Now it's LeBron's got to be like, really? I got to carry the load again? I'm supposed to, I just settled into a role here where I'll triple double if I have to, or I'll take a sidecar if I've got to. Now he's the focus. This is it.
Woof.
And they're tied with the Nuggets and a game in front of the Rockets, who just escaped Golden State last night as Steph Curry came back all shaking and shimmying and doing his thing.
I was just talking
Give the Warriors a little bit of momentum going into that play-in tournament they're going to be in. So, you think the Suns watch that and going, uh-oh, Curry's back?
I mean, I told Brockman during the break, I think it's time that we have this talk about Steph Curry.
Which is?
I don't know where you have him. You at home have him on your all-time list. But wherever you have him, he should probably be 1 or 2 slots higher, or lower, depending on how you want to look at it.
Nice.
So what are we talking? Top 25?
Oh,
top
easily
20,
top 25.
12.
I think now you're looking at...
Let's do this. Shooters.
Oh, I mean, he's the number 1 and everyone else is second.
I think it's more of, is he the best point guard of all time?
Now, he'll never, in my opinion, be the best. That's Magic Johnson. I was watching Magic Johnson highlights this weekend for some random reason. Yeah, no.
That's now the conversation.
I can't ever.
I understand that. He's old school, too, because I saw him on TV next to Dr. James Naismith.
Who, Magic?
Yeah. You didn't see that during the pregame, right before the Chainsmokers concert?
I missed
No.
it.
What?
Until the middle.
Was he tweeting?
Oh, yeah. They had actually was a fun segment.
Oh.
That one kept my mind off it. Waiting for Michigan and Arizona to tip. You know, it was that Capital One segment where they had Magic come on.
Sure.
And Will Forte is Dr. James Naismith.
Oh, yeah, okay. I saw that.
That was fun. And then I'm like, what? Wait, the game's not starting after this segment? I watched Michigan start warming up, and then I looked at the clock on the that was behind the the guys. It said 21 minutes to go. That's when I started losing my mind.
Guys, I'm all here for the Rich Eisen chain smokers beef. This is a few. There's a few. I don't think any of us ever saw.
It's not a beef. I like the chain smokers.
Not a beef.
My son Cooper was the one who was into them when he was much younger. So I've been listening to their music for some time.
I'm going to meet them in a couple weeks.
They are a talented group of people. But whoever is sitting there.
Sounds like beef to me is all.
Whoever is sitting there in charge of game presentation at the men's Final Four, sitting there thinking, you know what we're going to do? We're going to have game 2, not a half hour right after the game. Like usually it's 1/2 hour and you could clockwork it. We're gonna add an extra thing. We need to hear a live performance. I don't care who it was. I don't need a live performance. I don't need anything to delay this game longer. I'm not sitting there going, you know what? I need to hear 3, 4 live songs. That's what I got to do.
Rich, I'm with you.
Dude.
Super Bowl halftime show, gone.
No, that's absurd.
Mike, that is
Super Bowl halftime show.
What are you saying?
And I'm a music guy. Get rid of it.
What do you want? The
players don't like it, right?
You've talked to him?
You want him to play beforehand?
We talked to him. Michael Irvin said he dove out of
That's Michael Jackson. Big deal. That's a different.
Oh, so it depends on who it is.
I'm just saying. I remember back then he was explaining it was Jackson. Yeah. Different story. I mean, Irv was like a
dude. You're the king of guess what I did this week? I was able to get a press. I was able to get a pass. I went backstage. I saw the halftime act. I could tell you the whole act. I'm going to get a selfie with Lady Gaga.
I didn't get a selfie.
You didn't. I did, which is one of the greatest moments in the history of this show. So when did you turn? I don't even know who you are anymore. You don't like the halftime show. You're a Dodger fan now. Who the hell are you?
60 years old. I am on the lawn. You're the man that's in the house yelling at the lawn.
Yeah.
I'm on the lawn. I'm like right there. I'm sitting in my chair.
I don't know what happened to this guy.
No, seriously. Music, what are we doing? It's a sporting event. I'm sorry. I'm into the sports there.
Excuse me. The NFL gets to have one of the biggest names in music.
I get
perform for them for, wait for it, nothing.
It's free. Yep.
Okay. It's the halftime sponsor that has to pay for it. They get to have that person. It adds an extra 15 minutes.
No. It's a little...
no, it does. No, it does. It's
15 plus 15.
Dude.
You're like 30 minutes there.
Right. But every team in the Super Bowl knows it.
The players.
Dude, am I missing something? Just
they
because, hold on a second. Just because Michigan wasn't in the Final Four. Did they do that last year?
I
don't remember that.
Did not recall that.
I spent my entire day mapping out my day to get ready for locally 5:50 p.m.
Yep.
8:50 Eastern. My whole day. And then all of a sudden, I look down, it's 8:45 Eastern, 5:45. I have successfully made it to tip where I'm not like pacing like a madman. I have made it. And then I look down at my app on the ESPN app, and then it says 9:19 Eastern. So, and it's not because UConn, Illinois went long. I saw when they ended.
There's plenty of time in between.
Listen, nobody wants it. I understand there's a sponsor involved and whatever. I don't even know who sponsored it.
They did a wedding the night before.
Huh?
They flew in.
Good for them. They're talented. It's not a beef. Who said it's a beef with the chain smokers? I have no beef.
I mean, like if I just tuned in,
it's beefless.
My first day watching this show on Disney Plus and listening, I would think, man, this guy Rich, he's got beef with the chain smokers.
It didn't matter. It's a fill in the blank. It's a Mad Lib. It's a Mad Lib. Put in the proper name of whoever was hired by the NCAA.
Billy Joel. Would you have still acted this way?
Come on.
If Billy Joel was playing, if Billy Joel was playing, would we be having this conversation?
We got him.
We would not.
We got him.
This conversation.
Yes, we would, because I'm a consistent man. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
He plays Vienna before
Bruce Springsteen was playing. Would we be having this conversation?
Rich. Billy comes out and does a little Vienna. You're sitting there with Susie.
WrestleMania 42.
Oh,
Yes.
this is great.
Rich Eisen versus the Chainsmokers.
I put my readiness to watch the game and my team's readiness to not be delayed for tip above any of my musical likes.
Sing me a song, you're the piano.
Guess what?
Come on.
You know what? Sing me a song called Tip Off. And while I'm on a roll.
Sing me a song.
While I'm on a roll. Okay, because Jeff Ross is coming out here.
Saying.
Still tipping?
I am standing tonight. I have said this absolutely, been told it is my worst take ever. Worse than the Giannis thing.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh. My worst take ever is I think One Shining Moment is overplayed and absolutely overrated. I don't like the song. I think I wait too long for it to actually get played. It is old school. It is when did Luther Vandross Rest His Soul come up with it?
It's like
it's like playing that song now is like playing something from Benny Goodman back in 1980.
Hey, Benny Goodman.
Let's say something as big band music.
Timeless song.
Get out of here. If I played that for my kids, I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. They would look at me and saying, Dad, what's next? The standard definition movie? What's next?
Michigan wins tonight?
Oh, I'm out. I don't care.
You're not watching One Shining Moment?
I am not.
Yes, you are. Stop it.
You are not. What's one shining moment? What's one shining moment is a nice glass of red.
And the tears in your eyes.
And then get to sleep on time.
Yeah, okay. Ain't nobody about
shining moment.
That is.
I've been told it's my worst take. Even tonight, I'm consistent, is all I'm saying to you. There's no beef, and I don't want to watch that tonight.
If I'm the Chainsmokers, I'm sitting at home right now like, what did we do?
I don't know. You know what? It's not a Chainsmoker thing. It's whoever. I'm so upset with whoever came up with this idea of squeezing in a live concert.
Pre-game music.
I would make that person wait 3 minutes for a handshake just to piss them off.
Wow.
And then in my statement of apology, I'd mention their name. All right, let's take a break. Jeffrey Ross, everybody, the Roast Master General. One of my favorite humans on the planet. Next.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together. Let's drive.
Another medical bill from the accident. Another bill. A letter from the insurance company saying they need more documentation.
Did you call them?
I've been on hold 3 times this week. Nobody's telling me anything. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We'll deal with the insurance company. We'll connect you with the right doctors for your injuries. We'll be your one call for everything.
Everything?
Everything. Postman Law. Injury attorneys who deliver peace of mind. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox returned home after a rough opening trip and promptly swept the defending AL champion Blue Jays. Sunday, the Sox completed the 3-win weekend with a combined shutout of the mighty Jays. Davis Martin went 6 innings. He's now 2-0 to open the season. Tonight, the Birds of Baltimore come to town for a 6:40 first pitch. Join us tomorrow night for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including Miller Lite draft beers, Garrett popcorn stadium buttery, Vienna beef hot dogs or Polish sausages, Beggar's pizza slices, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back. We'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey, it's Kap, and whether it's your home or your business, comfort isn't optional. When your heating or cooling system isn't working the way it should, you need a team you can trust, and that's why I recommend Automatic. They've been serving Chicagoland for decades, handling everything from routine maintenance to full system installs. Professional, responsive, and they get the job done right the first time. Don't wait for a breakdown to take action. Call Automatic or visit automatic.com and make sure your HVAC system is running exactly the way it should.
Disasters can strike when we least expect them, and pets often get caught in the chaos. Hurricanes, wildfires, tornadoes, and other emergencies can separate pets from their families in an instant. Being prepared can make all the difference, not just for you, but for your pets. That's where Love Lost comes in. Our free, easy-to-use database uses photo matching technology to help reunite lost pets with their families quickly and safely. Whether you've lost or found a pet, just upload a photo and search the largest free national lost and found pet database. Love Lost features lost and found pets from thousands of animal shelters, community members, and reports from partner social media platforms, including the Ring/Neighbors app and Nextdoor, to find potential matches. In times of disaster, our central database can help reunite displaced pets across county or state lines. Take a simple step to prepare. Register your pet at lovelost.org today. That's lovelost.org.
Smalls here. If it feels like everybody's sick right now, you aren't imagining it. Doctors say this is the worst cold and flu season in 25 years, and it's not over. I can't afford to get sick, and I doubt that you can either. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy right in your home. It includes prescriptions like generic Z-Pak to help you get well faster, plus antibiotics to treat pneumonia, strep throat, sinus and ear infections, nausea, even UTIs and other common illnesses. It's in your kit the moment you need it. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, no lines at the pharmacy, no copays. Just match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook and call their telemedicine doctor standing by. Order your medical emergency kit online in minutes and it ships to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Again, that's $45 off with promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's urgentcarekit.com/smalls, promo code SMALLS.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yuengling Hotline. Brought to you by Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Jeffrey Ross here on the Rich Eisen
What
Show.
other sports is it? I talk about being a black belt in karate. I know you.
Well, you came on the show, one of your first appearances years ago, as you try to chop a board in half.
Right, and I think I snapped a football in here once.
You've done all that. So it's called Jeff Ross Take a Banana for the Ride. It's available now on Netflix. Your life basically out there on stage all together on Broadway and now brought to Netflix, now playing. And I'll give you the floor on why you say take a banana for the ride, Jeff.
When I was starting out as a comedian in New Jersey, I was already out of college, kind of a little bit lost. I was just this like chubby loser living in New Jersey with my grandfather, not really knowing what I should do with my life. My parents passed away when I was a teenager, so I was living with my Pop Jack. And I would take him to his doctor appointments all day. And at night, I would drive into New York City from Jersey and try to get on stage at these open mics. And my Pop Jack would always give me a few dollars for the bus or tolls, whatever was happening. And he'd say, here, take a banana for the ride. I was like, Pop, I don't need a banana. I'll be fine. You never know. You might get low blood sugar. You might get stuck in traffic. You know, it's like a tough guy's way of saying I love you.
Right.
And he couldn't go with me, but he was there with me on the ride. And I loved him. Like, he was my first, like, he was the funniest guy I ever knew. And I was with him his whole end of life. I took care of him. I was his caregiver. This is his ring, actually, Rich.
Yep. I'd love that story. Tell that one, too.
This is a steel bolt from a Nazi U-boat, the U-505.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. was getting our butts kicked by the Nazi U-boats. And it was this crazy Navy commander said, I want to capture one and sneak it back to America. It took him 2 years. They finally did it. Towed it back to the U.S. to learn how it works. Changed the whole war around.
Mm-hmm.
And my Pop Jack was a shipbuilder stationed in Baltimore, and his crew was in charge of maintaining this captured Nazi submarine, which they had repainted to make it look American so the Nazis wouldn't know where it was and everything. And he pulled off a bolt one day. He sanded it down. He made this ring, and he wore it his entire life. And whenever he needed a little good luck, he would tap it on stuff. And he called it world beater energy. So that's kind of what I do now.
Brother, I mean, and these are just two of the stories that you tell of the hundreds throughout this entire show that is just fascinating. There are things that Susie and I did not know about you when we first saw it that we learned. And, you know, and it just, again, why people should see it, because so many people know you as the Roast Master General, which is who you are also. But who you are also is this show and the upbringing that you had there in New Jersey and the family that's all still around you. And you haven't changed. You haven't changed a day, man, throughout your whole life.
All those people, my whole family would come to the show. You know, I was doing 8 shows a week. So I always had somebody that I knew in the audience, having grown up in New York and New Jersey. And my family feels like it's their show. Like we've all made it to Broadway.
Yeah.
It's been pretty cool.
And now you're watching it back, you're thinking, what? I know you spent you spent all this time in the edit bay, but now that you see it, what do you think?
I feel proud of it, actually. And it's not even because it's about my family and I. It's about all of us. I talk about resilience and bouncing back. And if you've ever had to take care of somebody or lost a friend, I talk about losing Bob Saget, Gilbert Gottfried, and Norm Macdonald all within 8 months. So anytime friends vanish like that, there's a real struggle that people have. And I want you to see your friends when you watch the show. My dog, I talk about adopting 2 German Shepherds during the pandemic. And so if you've ever had an old dog, a senior dog, you'll get a lot out of this. I talk about how to process it, the things I've gone through. And one of the fundamental thoughts behind the show is about resilience. You know, I lost my mom when I was 14. She'd been sick a couple years. And by then I understood, as human beings, we're made to mourn and move on. You can't mourn forever or a part of you dies. And that's not fair. So the idea of bouncing back and putting on a fake smile, hoping it becomes a real smile is a big part of the mission of the show.
Jeff Ross here on the Rich Eisen Show. And you talking about bouncing back, you know, it's funny that you say that, and I'm looking at you. And you and I met when New York City was bouncing back, and the country was bouncing back. You and I met in New York City 2 weeks after 9/11.
Right.
When I met you, I decided to go to some party. You know, our mutual friend John Mosley was like, "Come on out."
Yeah.
And he's like, "You should meet Jeff Ross." And I'm like, I revered you, you know, because of what you did for roasts, and roasts are my favorite forms of comedy.
Love it.
You know, and I told you that about your famous B. Arthur moment at the Jerry Stiller roast. The joke that I don't think I can repeat right now about Sandra Bernhard.
Oh, Sandra Bernhard, holy blank. I wouldn't blank you with B. Arthur's blank. I mean, there's a lot going on in that joke. It's almost become a math problem for people, the way I tell it now. But
correct. But you were so generous. You didn't know me from Adam. Like, we literally had just met.
I met you on the street. I'll never forget it. I was like, hey, do you have a tuxedo?
Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, why? And then you told me that there was a roast of Hugh Hefner coming up.
You were like, how could that be still going on? I mean, the whole world is on their knees right now. And my philosophy was that this is before the phrase, the terrorists win. So to me, the idea of canceling the show was letting the terrorists win. Like Hugh Hefner was the epitome of American craziness.
Yes.
And I talked Comedy Central and the comedians and the Friars Club into going on with the show and not having a crazy after party, moving that money to the charities involved with 9/11.
Right.
And we wound up doing this really cathartic show that helped people sort of bounce back.
Yeah. And the dais, I'll never forget it. It was the New York Observer.
Right.
Called it the B-52 wing bomber
celebrities
of shtick. 50 is what they called it. It was massive.
Everyone had to come out and see
Kimmel was the roast master, right?
Jimmy Kimmel hosted it. Who was there? I remember Stephen Colbert was there. I remember Triumph was there. I remember
Steve Carell was there.
Steve Carell was there.
Was Howard Stern there? Because that was the rumor that he was somewhere.
He usually would hide in the balcony. Right. Not hide, but he had his perch up in the balcony.
Right.
And I remember Cedric the Entertainer was there, and Rob Schneider was there, and Sarah Silverman was there.
Right.
And,
it was unreal.
Yeah.
And I just remember because there was a prize fight that night, and the roast didn't start till about 10 o'clock, that some folks got up and went to the prize fight, and they tapped my shoulder, said, do you want to fill a seat closer to the dais? And I wound up being like 5 seats from the dais.
I didn't know this.
And I had a front row seat, and I'll be honest, I'd never heard the aristocrats joke ever.
Right.
And I had no idea what Gilbert Gottfried was doing until the whole place went nuts after he told a joke that was way too soon. And then he went into that roast, and then, I think Bob Saget made a movie out of it, right? He made like a documentary out of that joke.
Bob was in it.
Right.
What happened was Gilbert was closing the roast.
Right.
And he came out, I think he was dressed like a waiter, if I recall. I could be, or just maybe it was a coincidence. He was wearing the same tuxedo jacket the waiters were wearing.
Right.
And he just looked so funny, and he's holding the podium like it's about to blast off. And he just goes for it. He's completely inappropriate jokes about 9/11. And the place is like, whoa, it rocks.
Remember that.
And it was something about his plane having a connection at the Empire State Building.
That's correct.
Like, it was so foul.
He said that that's what he said. There's no, yeah.
It was so foul. And the place kind of even for a roast, people were like shocked.
Right.
Someone yelled too soon. I don't know who it was. I don't know if we'll ever find out. But from the rafters, too soon. You got to imagine a couple thousand New Yorkers packed into this room. And that's when Gilbert sort of readjusted and launched into this long, crazy, apparently like folk song of a joke called The Aristocrats that comics would tell just among themselves for years.
Yeah.
Bob helps tell it in the movie, but ultimately that movie was made by Penn Jillette, Paul Provenza.
Okay.
And we're all in it. Like all the comics of that time are in it.
Well, it was such a big night. Again, it was, I just remember it feeling normal. Sports began to come back, and that was a big night. And so when you're talking about, bouncing back and renewal, the fact that you and I kind of met through that, now here we are sitting here in 2026, and you got the roasts back on, man. Like the Brady roast a couple years ago.
Come on, Emmy nominated, baby.
That's right.
We're going to top it this time.
And I was talking about this the other day, that Brady roast worked through certain things amongst the Patriots.
Yeah.
That allowed Brady's induction into the Patriot Hall of Fame about a month later to be completely free of all that.
Right.
Like some things need to get, off people's chests, and the roasts are sometimes a way to do it.
It's healing.
Don't you think?
Well, in the case of the Brady roast, having his teammates there, Edelman, Gronk, some others, and then having Belichick as a surprise, like Darth Vader entrance. You got Robert Kraft there. And my understanding was these guys hadn't really been in the same room together. They hadn't been close. It was kind of icy.
Correct.
Kevin Hart did a great job of dragging them up there together for to take a shot, which Gronk then spiked into the audience. There was glass everywhere. So this was the most punk rock roast of memory.
It was wild.
But what it really did was, I think it healed any animosity, anything icy between these players,
Agreed.
and coaches, and owners. And I always say roasting heels, laughing at yourself, laughing with each other. And it wound up being 2.5 billion viewing minutes, Emmy nominated against the Oscars and the Super Bowl halftime show.
Yeah.
The roast used to be a joke. And now it's like up there with these huge live events. And I feel like there's something else going on that I haven't quite pinpointed. Why people love seeing big shots get taken down a notch.
Well, I think it's also that people forget the line that you say, and I think, was it Rickles who originated? You only roast the ones you love?
It's an old Friars Club thing.
Is that what it is?
It comes from a place of love when you roast someone.
Right. And that usually all the segments of roasting end with an actual, genuine, honoring.
Sincere moment.
Right. You know, like that's the way, that's the tradition of it.
Right.
But in this day and age, there's, you know, such quick trigger, things get shared on the phone with no context.
Then I'll give a sincere moment.
Right.
Tom Brady, for agreeing to do that roast, and I said to him, why are you agreeing to this? I talked him into it, and I held on to him for a few years.
Right.
It was like big game hunting. Like you had to get this like giant like figure to agree to it, and live, unedited. So the hits are, and he took the hits for 3 hours and 6 minutes. So that the rest of us could forget our own problems for a night.
Right.
And I think he should get the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, it was like the greatest gift that he could give humanity. Not only did he take the hits and show the world that even a goat can laugh at themselves.
Yes.
And I know how much you love Brady, but it's also showing the world that we can laugh again, that we don't have to be like all hung up and worried about, you know, super sensitive stuff. Like it kind of brought comedy. It recalibrated it.
And it's going to be on Mother's Day
We're
night.
doing a new one, baby.
8 Eastern, 5 o'clock here at the same spot, the Kia Forum.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock Pacific.
That's when the comics eat lunch. How are we going to do it live at 5?
The Roast of Kevin Hart, hosted
It's like
by
breakfast for us.
hosted by Shane Gillis.
I mean,
and are we gonna do you know? Can you announce who's going to be on the dais?
I can't yet. Our phones have been ringing off the hook, so there's a lot to sift through.
Well, one that I would, request would have to be Nikki Glaser. Right?
We haven't thought of that. Oh yeah, from the last roast.
Yeah, I mean her career is basically pivoted that night in a way, or it's took off.
It was explosive.
It's crazy.
It was explosive.
One of the best sets ever, obviously.
Definitely a roast master right there.
Yes, for sure. And so, okay.
Who else do you want? Who else?
I haven't thought about that.
What's your roast fantasy league for the?
Well, for Kevin, it's The Rock.
The Rock.
The Rock.
The Rock's got to be.
Oh yeah, we didn't think of that. The Rock. That is such a good idea. If only they had done some movies together.
That's right. The Rock.
No, I mean it's going to be great. The Rock's going to carry him out in a Baby Bjorn. We're gonna. It's either that or we shoot Kevin out of a cannon. We haven't decided how to start.
Whatever he's up for. I can't wait for that.
It's going to be good. And Shane Gillis, we have our first talk with him today about how to do it. And he's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
And he's from Philly like Kevin.
Right.
And they're friendly. So it's going to be a really, really good show.
Well, as you were, and I saw that, I texted you, you called, Susie and I were right there. And, I've never seen her basically agree to do something on Mother's Day night on the spot, quite like that. She's like, we're in. That's going to be great.
We're going to add a word between Mother's and Day.
I love it.
I can't wait and you're invited.
Please.
That's going to be awesome.
I can't wait.
Thanks
I can't wait.
for always being so supportive
dude,
of the roast, Rich.
Come on, dude. And just you at the Borgata Hotel at the Music Box at Borgata in Atlantic City on June 6th. In Reno, Nevada on June 13th, Silver Legacy Resort, roastmastergeneral.com for that. Before, I let you go back up to 405, what's your favorite Rickles story?
Wow.
Your favorite Don Rickles story?
I can tell you a quick one.
Go for it.
There's a famous one where, since we're talking about my life and my show a little bit, I'll make it personal.
Please.
Because there's 100 Rickles stories I could tell. There's a famous one, and you can help me with it, where Frank Sinatra comes over to the table to say hi to Don. Don sets it up, says, I'm with someone I like, my wife, my girlfriend, Barb, at the time.
Yeah.
And Frank comes over and says, hey, Don, nice to see you. And Don drops his fork and says, Frank, can't you see I'm busy? I'm with people. It's like a famous story. Okay, so imagine that story is now a famous story. My father sees this on The Tonight Show.
Yes.
My dad, Ronnie Lifschultz, New Jersey catering legend, Ronnie Lifschultz, sees Rickles and Sinatra tell this story on this Tonight Show. A decade later, now my dad is off for a night, probably a Monday, from the catering hall, goes down to Atlantic City with his girlfriend, also named Barbara, sees Don Rickles in the steakhouse at Resorts International Casino, politely goes over, and they kind of had recognized each other because they both ate in the same steakhouse.
Okay.
And my dad says, Mr. Rickles, I'm here with someone I really like. If, when you're leaving or you're going to the men's room, if you could stop over and pretend you know me, it would really impress her. And I really like this woman. Would you please do it? Don rolls his eyes. He kind of knows he's about to, he kind of knows what he's walking into, I assume. And he comes over and he says, hey, Ronnie, how you doing, buddy? Is this Barbie you told me about? My dad drops his fork and says, I'm eating, Don. And Rickles slaps his knee. And, for a while I was like, did this really happen? My dad died when I was 19. So I go, how did this? And then when I started doing Broadway, I got a nice note from Barbara's daughter. The girlfriend's daughter saying, my mom still talks about the time Don Rickles came over to the table.
Kidding.
So it really happened. Wow. One of my favorite Rickles stories.
I mean, and then for you to get to know him and he means so much to you, and you obviously meant so much to him too. It's a dream come true.
I spoke at his memorial. It was such an honor. And I'll never forget when I really felt seen by Don. I was at Milton Berle's funeral.
Oh my God.
And, I run to the bathroom afterwards. I happen to know where the private bathroom was behind the funeral parlor. And the whole crowd goes out to the cemetery and to bury Milton Berle. And I run to this little tiny powder room. I'm in there 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Just had to do what I had to do, wash my hands. I open the door. Don Rickles is standing there with his hands on his hips like he's been waiting 2 hours. And he looks at me. He sees it's me. And he looks at me and he goes, what, was there a dais in there? Like, yes, Rickles knows me. I did it. I made it.
Because you only roast the ones you love.
I only roast the ones I love. And when Buddy died, when Buddy Hackett passed away, I happened to be seated next to Don. And I was very nervous to give my eulogy. I worked really hard on it. Larry Gelbart kind of gave me a stamp, said, this is really good.
Okay.
Just go do it, word for word. It wasn't funny. It was sincere about our friendship. I love Buddy Hackett. And Don was always a little jealous of my friendship with Buddy Hackett. He would always bust my chops about that a little bit. And I sat back down, and Don gave me a little on the knee, like, good job. And I felt very validated.
Yeah.
Like I was now a black belt in busting balls. Don not only knew who I was, but was like, great job, kid.
Dude. I love that. I could hear these stories all day long. Jeff Ross, Take a Banana for the Ride, is available now on Netflix. It premiered just a couple weeks ago. You will not regret it. It is heartwarming. It is hilarious. It's awesome. You do some live roasting at the end of people in the audience. That is a clip that I could not air on Disney Plus earlier on, so trust me, it's outstanding.
You know what it is? Not to interrupt you,
no,
but I'm vulnerable in the show, and it allowed other people to be vulnerable about their lives.
Yep.
So I walk around and go, whoever's going through something intense in your life, stand up and earn your banana. And I'm handing out bananas the way my grandfather gave them to me.
Dude, it's beautiful. It really is.
It means a lot.
People, you let people in on your life, and then it is about life. It's about life. It's about death. It's about crying. It's about laughing. It's about all of it. And you're awesome, pal.
That means a lot.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Lots of love.
At Real Jeffrey Ross on Twitter, Instagram, The Real Jeffrey Ross, roastmastergeneral.com to see this man live where he should be seen. And then the roast of Kevin Hart coming up in May on Netflix, which is where you can watch.
On Mother's Blank Day.
On Mother's Blank Day. There won't be any jokes like that at all. You just got a little preview. Love you, pal.
Thanks, Rich.
That's Jeffrey Ross, everybody, right here on The Rich Eisen Show to wrap in a moment.
If you run a home service business, you're probably wondering if your current software is ready to handle that next phase of growth. You're working hard to bring in more revenue, stay on top of marketing, payroll, projects, and more, all while keeping your customers happy. But your software isn't cutting it. If that's the case, it's time to upgrade to Service Titan, the all-in-one solution that scales with you. Find out how the most successful home service contractors are growing today. Visit ServiceTitan.com to learn more. That's ServiceTitan.com.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Dream big and save big on your next backyard project at Menards. Whether you're shopping for edgers, pavers, or wall blocks, Menards has the largest in-stock selection of concrete landscape block ready to take home today. Build a beautiful border for your landscape with our Crescent Edgers on sale now through April 12th. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Believe in a world of wellness. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story. As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care, where you need it, when you need it. This is David Kaplan. I am proud to partner with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Spring is in the air, and Aleve long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring is a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Business checking accounts for big business, small business, and most importantly, your business. Republic Bank of Chicago is the bank for business, and we've got what you need to succeed. Business Zelle? Check. Online and mobile banking? Check. More than 60 years serving Chicago? Check. Visit ourbankchicago.com or one of our 20 locations to open your account today. Business checking that takes banking beyond expectations. Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC.
Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's J Hood. You've got a budget, they've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
In classrooms across the country, chronic absenteeism is on the rise.
Sophia A., grade 4, absent.
Julio M., grade 6, absent.
Aisha S., grade 12, absent.
These absences are often due to the absence of crucial needs, like transportation, healthcare, a working computer, mental health support. The list goes on.
Olivia H., absent.
Preston L., absent.
Chloe B., absent.
The reasons why they're absent are very real, and yet the solution is someone present to help them along their path. When site coordinators from communities and schools are on hand, they connect kids to the resources they need. And when they do, 99% of students are present and remain in school throughout the year.
Jacob O., grade 10,
present.
Communities and Schools works directly with students, helping them overcome obstacles to succeed in school and in life. Learn more at communitiesinschools.org. Being present matters.
Carmen and Jurko, now 9 a.m. to noon, weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
That seemingly extra 10%.
because only then are you actually giving all that you have to whatever it is that you do.
The SB Pod with Scott Van Pelt, wherever you get your podcast.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds, like the reliable and efficient Tucson hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Right, let's go to Michael in Philadelphia. Michael, you there?
Hey, Rich. Yeah, how's it going?
Michael, did you already listen to Overreaction Monday or watch it? Did you already do that?
I did, yeah. Finished the whole pod just about an hour ago.
Attaboy. Appreciate you taking it in.
My man.
You have the floor, Michael.
Brockman, don't say my man. I'm here to talk to you, if that's all right with Rich.
No.
Oh.
So, all right.
He's got beef with you.
As we all know, the topic of pressure came up on the pod today. My personal least favorite topic, because I am on Rich's side and listening to Brockman makes me want to pull my hair out.
Okay.
If you don't mind, can I propose a hypothetical to Brockman for just 30 seconds?
Go for it.
What do you got, man?
Okay, Brockman. So let's say a hypothetical. Rich Eisen is going out of town for a long weekend. He's going to be out of the show for 2 days. He's allowed you to host one. He's allowed TJ to host one. He reaches out to me. He says, Michael, you're a very rational Philadelphia Eagles fan, so I'm going to let you make some decisions around here while I'm gone. If TJ does not do a job that meets your standards, you and all your Philadelphia Eagles fan buddies are going to tweet really mean things at him. If Brockman does not meet your standards, he's gone. You have the ultimate authority to fire him. Who comes out of that situation feeling more pressure?
Yeah, who's got more pressure? The person who's about to lose their job or the person who's going to be talked about?
And we're going to be really mean to TJ. He's a Cowboys fan. We don't like him. We like him as a person. We don't like him as a Cowboys fan.
I mean, look, I'm used to that from you guys.
Or he could just shut out the noise, but you can't shut out losing your job, can you, Michael?
You can't.
Thank you very much. A very, very rational Philadelphia Eagles fan, Michael, right here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Those words rarely go together.
He doesn't climb any lighting poles.
I still think they don't apply here.
Well, here comes Lamar Jackson today. He showed up for work. We got video of him. RES consultant taking a look. That looks like a man who's motivated.
Oh, he's ready.
Oh, look at him running around cones.
Love this stuff.
Yeah, man.
Running in a figure.
Oh, he's running straight. Here he goes. Oh, look at him lifting his body. Oh, yeah.
Bodyweight lift.
That's strong. That's not easy to do. That looks like a guy who feels no pressure.
None.
Okay. I missed it, so I wasn't.
Oh, he's saying that Lamar's the quarterback under the most pressure this year.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago we had this.
Okay.
Insane.
All right. I've got Magic in Champaign, Illinois.
Johnson?
I don't know. Let's ask. Magic.
Tweeting?
You there?
Yes, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Irvin, what's up, G?
Irvin.
Okay. Yeah, hey, Maize and Blue tonight, Rich.
Oh.
Rich, why aren't you in Indy?
Because I'm here. I'm doing the show. I just chatted with Jeffrey Ross. He's been booked for weeks.
I know.
I'm traveling this weekend. I'm running my 40-yard dash at St. Jude in Memphis. I've got caper I'm cultivating for Sunday night that I'm yet to announce, but I think people hopefully will enjoy it. Doing my show in New York, got the I got the draft coming up 2 weeks after that. I'm just going to sit at home and watch it get tipped on time because there's no Chainsmokers concert, and then I'm going to hopefully watch a show, something I'll never forget in a positive way. Have a glass of red wine and not wait an extra hour for an antiquated one shining moment.
Antiquated,
yeah. You know what I mean?
Right.
Magic. That's my night.
Right, I got you now, Rich.
Yeah.
Now listen. You should have came back. I know you was in Indy for the combine. You should have came back. This is a once, maybe in our lifetime moment that we're gonna win the ship.
Okay,
we played great. We played great Saturday.
Yep.
Hopefully we can continue that. Hopefully YL is gonna play tonight. You know, it hurt his knee and his ankle Saturday, so he's gonna get it out. He's gonna play, but I like our chances tonight, Rich. I like our chances tonight.
Magic callback tomorrow, will you please? Let's talk tomorrow.
I will.
Awesome.
I got you. Maize and blue, baby.
All right.
All day, every day for life, Rich.
In the home of the University of Illinois. That would have been an interesting night for Magic had the Illini made it. But there you go. There goes Magic.
Dang.
And as you know, all Magic know how to hit the obvious. Go blue. Go blue.
This is Breaking News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking News on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, Bulls fans, we did it. They heard us. The Bulls have fired AK and Mark Eversley. They are out, and the search begins. Michael Reinsdorf will begin that search. He will lead that search. I'll tell you the info that I'm hearing about Billy Donovan in this situation as well. And let the party start. Like, there's a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's still a lot to be done.
I'm going to party for the next few minutes, but by no means does this mean they have the answers yet.
You should go to the game on Friday.
No,
their season finale.
No, thank you. I need
think
to
you
see
should
more.
lead the way. Lead the way.
332-3776, Bulls fans. AK out. Mark Eversley out. But they want Billy back. We'll talk about that in 5 minutes.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering up to 25% off windows and doors and 0% financing for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends April 30th, 2026.
Adam Schefter here. You know the feeling when a candidate just stands out? Not just their resume, but their energy. That makes a difference. If you're hiring, you want a candidate who's passionate, but you can't get that insight from a resume unless you post your job on ZipRecruiter. Their matching technology finds qualified candidates fast, and ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bolingbrook and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey guys, Silvy here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute. Those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
If you were injured and needed an operation, you wouldn't go to a doctor who had never performed a surgery. You'd want to go to a doctor who would perform the operation you need time after time with the most success. If you're injured, the same should hold true for choosing a lawyer. Ask your lawyer how many cases they've won, how much they've recovered for their clients. Ask your lawyer how many times they've litigated cases in front of a jury. When was the last time they tried a case? What was the offer before the trial? What was the verdict after the trial? The Verdoliak Law Group has been taking personal injury cases to trial for over 55 years. We've recovered over $9 billion for our clients through legal representation and consulting. At the Verdoliak Law Group, we've been rejecting insurance companies' lowball offers since 1963. If you're injured and want a law firm with the knowledge, experience, and tenacity to get you what's fair, call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to ForNowAndForever.com.
Take it home this April at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. 300 grand is on the line, and you're at bat to win your share. Just play with your rewards card for entries. Prize drawings on Thursdays. Plus, your April drawing entries all count toward another prize drawing in June. It's the Base Race Game Show. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
This is Breaking News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
You got rid of Iles and Summo, and you got Patrick Williams. That is fireable. You should be fired. So I'm not a big guy to go on publicly and say people should be fired. I know these people.
No, you're not.
I often know their families. I'm not into that. AK should have been fired. The moment he extended a 5-year, $90 million contract to Patrick Williams, having seen what we all saw, it means the GM of the Bulls is incompetent. Are we clear on that?
Yes, we are. We are.
If I saw my dear friend Michael Reinsdorf sitting around with me eating a hot dog like I'm likely to go do because I'm so depressed, I need a Portillo's right now in Arizona, even though I'm in Arizona, I would say to Michael, I will buy the hot dog. Fire your GM with some adjectives in the middle. How long are you going to stick with somebody who's so incompetent that he re-signed Patrick Williams to $90 million and got rid of Ayo DeSimo?
Player option as well.
Yeah, I'm the fifth year.
So the dumbness is unbelievable now. And, I was one of the ones saying, hey, it's about scouting. Well, scouting can be dumb, too. It can be. You can make so many mistakes scouting, and you can make so many blatant mistakes scouting that there's nothing to say other than you're incompetent and you hired a bunch of incompetents. And that is not the case with the coaching staff. It isn't. I had a journalism teacher that always said, say what you mean and mean what you say. I'm saying exactly what I mean. The general manager of the Bulls should have been fired.
And he has been fired. The VP and the general manager, and Michael was alluding to VP.
Mike was late to the party.
Oh, yeah. This has been something he, in the beginning of the year, thought the Bulls were on to something, and we've been telling him for a long, long time. Now, the Bulls are on to nothing, and they are dead in this town. And finally, Michael Reinsdorf today heard and realized what the rest of us already knew, and he has fired AK and Mark Eversley.
You wonder if Michael Wilbon spoke to his good friend and maybe emphasized a point that didn't, in my opinion, need to be belabored, but probably was. The obvious decision sometimes, for some strange reason, is the hardest one to come to for some people.
Yeah. Right.
So finally, I guess they see the light.
Keep that up. We're not done celebrating. What do you mean? I got to do some hazing here.
Just
AK
we
is
have
gone.
to make changes to fix things.
No, you don't, because you're not going to make a trade for a year. Hey! Come on, Waddle, sing it with me. Hey! Come on, callers, 332-3776. Hey! It's the only thing we've had to celebrate in years here. Our firings. The last time I celebrated, I guess I celebrated a couple of DeMar DeRozan game winners at the buzzer on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day a few years back.
What'd that get us?
But I celebrated when Jim Boylan was fired. And I'm celebrating now, but now the hardest part, it's like what Waddle said. And I'm up for a celebration. Don't kill that music, Charlie. We're keeping this up. The whole show, actually. They have to dock the boat. The obvious was to fire guys who stink at their job. We've always talked about this, whether you hired Mark Trestman after Lovie Smith. Phil Emery after Jerry Angelo. Hey!
I don't think I've seen you this happy in quite some time.
And you have to hire the right guy. You cannot spare an expense here. You cannot go in this halfway. You must go out and be not scared at spending top dollar on one of the best guys, whoever you identify, whether that's Bob Myers, who is out of the league right now, or whether that's a new up-and-comer like the Bears hired Ben Johnson because they just saw the traits and then they dove into the deep end of the pool and they paid him over $13 million a year. You must go out now and hire the right guy. Hey! So we can celebrate today, but the real celebration will only happen if the Bulls win again.
The teardown is the easy part. We always talk about it. The teardown's the easy part, despite the fact that it took some time for them to come to the obvious conclusion. Now the hard part happens.
Yeah.
Like you just said. Now how do you build it back up? That's the hard part.
I think a good example of that is the Bulls. I think if you had any desire, and I know most of you guys did with me too, even though I was a Pax fan, the Gar and Pax run was over. It was time to fire Gar and Pax. What happened? They hired the wrong guys. And it got worse. That doesn't mean that the move to fire Gar and Pax wasn't the right move. That was the right move. But, like, he just sat there, AK, and watched paint dry. There was no accountability. There was no winning. There was no direction. Hey! And now Michael Reinsdorf cannot go in this in a cheap way.
You wonder if Billy, the North Carolina job was filled a little bit earlier. You wonder, because there was so much talk about him being the apple of their eye, if Billy knew. I mean, this was obviously something he knew, and maybe this inspires him to stay.
So I like, in the short time between when this happened at about 1:40, I think is when Shams originally broke it. I'll read you the statement from Michael Reinsdorf. The one bit of information I have gotten on Billy is the organization, is trying with these moves to make it clear that they want him. Whether that means as the coach, whether that means as part of the front office, maybe he wants something different. He's always said that he feels close with Jerry. So we will see, but they could have fired him too. And they're making it known that they would like him to be a part of their future.
In the joy of the announcement of the change, is there any part of you that looks back and says, why did you allow these guys then to be in charge of what took place prior to the trade deadline? Or are you just so enamored with the fact that there is change that you're just going to move on and not worry about it?
You know me. We were on this, like you said, a year ago. We all felt, and even before that AK was awful at his job and should have been fired in the offseason.
Yeah, and you didn't need to be Dick Tracy to figure that out. Like, as they say, hey, Dick Tracy, where's the cop car? Like, you did not have to. Okay, you didn't have to be some sort of accomplished detective to realize that this wasn't working. But again, they allowed this group to go through this most recent trade deadline when we all looked at each other and said, well, you finally moved on from some pieces, but I don't think they got a single first-round pick in any trade they made, did they?
No, I don't believe
is that
so.
Symptomatic of they didn't have enough talent that people were willing to give first for, or they're just not good at
They
moving
traded
people?
low. Like, how many times did they have a chance to trade Vooch recently?
More than
in the
once.
last year or two.
Yeah.
They didn't even have to re-sign him, and they chose to re-sign him. My criticism of Vooch was never about Vooch himself. It was about cashing in your 2 first-round picks and another lottery player. They, in essence, traded 3 lottery picks for Vooch. That's not the guy to do it for. He's not good enough. He's not impactful enough to do it for, and what they end up getting for him. An expiring contract and a second-round pick. Is that what they got from him? They got Anthony Simons and a second-round pick? Is that what they, like,
I'd
for
have to
Vooch?
go back and look exactly what it was, but
they've
I mean,
traded everyone
good guess
low.
was second-round
I was
pick
going to say, if it's
for
a
all those
Bulls
guys.
player that was traded,
there were no
there's
first-round
probably
picks,
a second-round
right?
pick involved.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, you look back and you're excited about them making the decision, but at some point, are you still feel like you got kicked in the balls because they made the decision too late?
Yeah, I mean, they look. I like that they've made the decision now. I can't go back in time. And here's why I like the reason they made the decision now. All right, Charlie could kill. Come on, music. Now it's distracting me. And for those people, too, can I have a moment here? Can I get the camera here? Do you control it or does AI control it, Tyler? I want to speak. Anybody who thinks that, how unprofessional or how meatheadish or lowly it is to criticize or to call for somebody's job, that this is their livelihood and this is professional sports people, okay? They have robbed us, this team, while charging us $250 a ticket, $50 for parking, and $20 for a beer. They have robbed us of our joy of Chicago Bulls basketball. Let's not forget this is still a basketball town. It may not be number one. It's always a Bears town, but it doesn't mean it can't be a Bulls town. It is a Bulls town. And what you've done is you have robbed the fans, and many of us have gone in other directions. So if there's anybody out there right now thinking, how classless to be cheering for somebody losing their jobs. These are people who were paid a handsome amount of money to do nothing. And they have ruined the experience of being a fan for the last 6 years. So I tell you kindly, with peace and love, that go somewhere else with that sort of a comment.
Yeah, I don't think you're not asking for bad things to happen to people. You want change. You want new people making decisions. The fact that change is here is something that I think a lot of Bulls fans are going to be excited about. Not just relieved, but excited about. Now, again, the hard work is about to take place because this is the easy part. Tearing it down to the studs, the demolition is easy. Now you got to rebuild it. Because if you just rebuild it in the same type of image as what you've seen the last 6 years, we're going to be right back here in 6 years.
These are the texts that I've received, and I want to hear from you, Bulls fans. Like, what do you think? Do you think that Michael Reinsdorf will get this right? I give them credit for this, and this is what I was about to tell you, Waddle, when the music was distracting me. We can't go back in time and say, all right, you should have done this last year. But what you couldn't do this year was, with possibly having 2 first-round picks if Portland's pick lands, with the possibility of hiring a new coach and everything, or if Billy would have left, you couldn't let AK go in and make more bad moves on top of his already bad moves and compile the mistakes and kick the can down the road another 3 or 5 years of, like, you could get a top 4 pick. At the very least, you're going to be drafting 9 or 10. You cannot have another Patrick Williams draft.
It's a good draft, too.
Yeah, you have to draft a difference-making player. You have to make difference-making moves. You cannot let AK go back at this. And what I would like to do, as much as they value Billy, and this is not really a criticism of Billy. I don't know if Billy can coach on the pro level, on the highest level, because I do know he's okay. I don't think he's the problem. Don't get me wrong. When you make the sweeping change of firing your VP and your general manager, I'd like to see them get a whole new team aboard here. Don't Caleb Williams this thing.
Well, let the new group pick their own coach.
Yes. Let the guy pick let the guys pick the new guy. If they deem that's Billy, maybe someone else thinks it's Tibbs. Tibbs is one of the best coaches who certainly knows how to develop guys. You tell me the last player who didn't improve under Tom Thibodeau and reach his max. Whether it was Jalen Brunson, whether it was Joakim Noah or Derrick Rose or Jimmy Butler, or on and on and on, I could give you many reasons. Or if you don't want to recycle, find the next guy. Find the next guy. But that's what I would do. But I think the most important thing is the front office is gone, and you cannot say, well, Bob Myers wants $12 million. We think Bob Myers is the best guy, but we're not willing to pay $12 million to a guy who touches everything in the organization. I think that is so backwards. And this is pennies on the dollar. When you pay $90 million to Patrick Williams, when you pay $18 million to Colin Sexton, you certainly can pay top dollar for a guy who doesn't cost against the salary cap, much like we've talked about other coaches and Theo Epstein and difference-making people in the front office in the past.
Well, I think all you got to do is look to Hallis Hall and see what type of impact somebody that you paid $12, $13 million a year for that doesn't count against your salary, how much impact he can make. His name's Ben Johnson.
He touches everything.
And you saw what Kevin Warren has done. And again, we can sit and squabble about where they are stadium-wise because of Kevin's leadership. But I think we all agree that business is done differently up there because of Kevin Warren's presence. Maybe they take a page out of the Bears playbook from this past year and look at it and say, hey, whatever it is it cost us to hire the next general manager front office crew, it doesn't matter because it's insignificant when you compare it to the asset value and all the other expenses you have. It's pennies on the dollar.
We have a request in from Michael Reinsdorf. We'll see. I believe he's expected to meet the media tomorrow to discuss this. Again, it's a good first move, Bulls fans. And I'm here for you to celebrate with us at 332-3776. But let's remember, this doesn't mean that they have changed anything until it's actually changed.
I would want to know why now. What finally, how did, you come to the conclusion that now is finally you've had enough?
Sometimes you've got to, I've always said this to you, sometimes you have to be smacked in the face. Like it took the Commanders when we were just talking about the Bears. It took the Commanders' loss, the way that happened, followed by the Arizona loss, and then the Patriots loss, and then finally the Lions loss on Thanksgiving Day when no timeout was called. Like, you had to be blatantly slapped in the face for the Bears to fire their coach mid-season. It needed that level of embarrassment, and when the Bulls are down 69 to what was it, 28? I think they were down 69 to 28 on Friday.
Not nice.
They had like back-to-back games of teams dropping 70 on them before the first half was over.
And when Michael Wilbon, and say what you want, whether you love Wilbon with us or you don't, when Michael Wilbon, who is on national TV every day and is well-respected in NBA circles, and he told you, Michael Reinsdorf is a friend of mine, and he goes on demanding that you fire your general manager and VP, and that you should have done it long ago. Michael Reinsdorf hears these things. So I think sometimes, Waddle, my answer to that is, while I'm with you, the change should have made before. Good organizations get ahead of it. They don't chase their tail and wait till they're way behind the eight ball to make these moves. But I believe getting smacked in the face here in this last 3 months has made it a totally obvious move where Michael Reinsdorf even had to do it.
Their attendance has still been pretty damn good, hasn't it? Even with their hideous play. So, like, people are still going to the building. So I know, we always talk about when the fans stop showing up, that's when they'll get the message. But it feels like even though that they have struggled mightily, they're still getting pretty good crowds.
Well, here's an example. So my friend Rich, who calls the show, Rich, if you're listening, call the show 332-3776. He's been a season ticket holder since the 80s. He stopped the last 2 years. They've been calling him to come back. And they're like, hey, you got to check this out. New incentives, new deals. You can get a really good deal now if you get in with the Bulls. This was his response to the Bulls ticket office. I truly miss being a season ticket holder since the past 2 seasons, including this, were the first ones we didn't have seats since 1983 or 84. I miss what this franchise once was. That being said, I cannot rationalize spending money on a team that just does not care about winning. Owners won't spend money and the general manager doesn't know what he's doing. Bottom line is, they're still living on the Jordan years, are happy with mediocrity, and only care about the money for them and their investors. It saddens and sickens me that ownership has robbed this city of something everyone used to love. If things don't change, the attendance will keep dropping because people have had enough. Until Reinsdorf proves he wants, I do expect attendance to keep dropping. And then he wrapped it up. But the point is, they're getting more and more letters like that. And while those letters don't go directly to Michael Reinsdorf checks his numbers about season ticket renewals. And people finally, I believe, have had enough. And like, you know me, I've lived through a lot of bad Bulls years. I lived through the 70s going to games. The early 80s were awful. The rebuild with Tim Floyd was pathetic, but it still was in the shadows of a dynasty. And Pax's teams at least tried. They weren't perfect, but they had some good hits, and they put together a team a couple of times that the city got behind. This right now is where I think people are finally saying to themselves, they're out of sight, out of mind, and I don't care if I live without the Bulls anymore.
I could have come to this conclusion after you signed Patrick Williams to the contract extension, gave him a player's option, and then watched him perform. You could have done this at the All-Star break, and you would have gotten a standing ovation. I mean, that's one decision of many. But I think it's the one that kind of highlights the ineptitude of the entirety of their work for 6 years.
We will turn.
They drafted him fourth.
Well, I think the worst move of every move, even worse than Patrick Williams, is when you traded Zach LaVine and the best thing you got back was your own draft pick. Think about that. It is now known as the AK. It's when you trade something of value for something you used to own.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it would be neck and neck for me because to draft Patrick Williams fourth overall, watch him do nothing, and then give him 5 years at, 18 or 19 a year with a player option for the fifth year, that's in the team photo.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
That's in a team photo.
Not trying to improve your roster via trades for how many months was that, Charlie? You always quote that. Was it 18 months?
I think it was like over a full calendar year.
That they didn't make a trade. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go rapid reaction here. Not necessarily rapid reaction, but give us your take, Bulls fans. 332-3776. AK and Mark Eversley are gone. They're trying to keep Donovan in some capacity. We'll see where that goes. Julian on 294. You're on Waddle and Silvy. What's up, Julian?
Hey, guys. How are you? Very happy news, good news. I think Billy played it right. I don't know if he's going to be GM. But I think he's going to be getting an executive title here. See who they bring in. But, I mean, listen, they let this guy, he was supposed to be a hot guy coming from where he was, AK. Who's the next guy coming in? Hopefully they spend the money, get Myers, because obviously he's probably the top guy to go get. I mean, and they send and sign Williams to that amount of money. Now they go make a trade for this other kid that – you got to have people out there to know what you're getting. And no doubt that everybody had to know that this kid had some issues, and they go and they trade for this kid, and what do we got? We got nothing now.
Yeah, Julian, that's a good point. Like, Waddle asked, why now? I think the Jaden Ivey bad publicity really caught Michael's attention, Michael Reinsdorf's attention.
That's just the icing on a giant
cake. Yes, it is. That's the cherry. Yeah. Exactly. Like, that it was... The book was out on AK already.
By the way, as far as I can tell, so far this year, there's been 40 home games, right? Because there's two left. I believe there's
39. Yeah,
the Bulls are number one in attendance.
They still
are over 808,000 total. Now they've got a big building.
Yeah, they've got the biggest building.
But they still lead.
It's crazy.
All the NBA in terms of attendance.
None of the other, even Wrigley, we talked about it, whether it's weather. When the Cubs were down, there were still crowds where they've been half full. But you've not seen a half full Bulls game in years and years.
I think the most recent example of a rabid fan base speaking loudly with their attendance is probably the Cardinals, isn't it? The St. Louis Cardinals?
I've always tried to say that I commend them for doing that. I don't rip them for doing that. Scott on the north side, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Scott?
Yeah, guys, very, very good show. Quick, I want to just amplify what your friend wrote, Sylvie, okay? Over 20 years, mostly the payrolls out of 30 teams, it's been between 18 to 24 ranked. This is a major market team we have. They've also made huge profits. They own their arena, which Sport Track talked about. It's one of the most profitable franchises in all of sports, not just in the NBA. Do you remember during the pandemic, Reinsdorf was the only owner to come out and complain they might not make a profit that year?
Yeah, that's right.
It's insane. But this year, by the way, and Waddle, you might like this, the team started out 23rd out of 30th. So no front office, no quality guy is going to take this job. There can be some celebration here. These guys made some mistakes. Don't forget, who's going to come in if the payroll isn't going to be at least top 5 or top 10? Do you guys think if this was New York or L.A. or Philadelphia or some other markets, that the fan base, and also let's just be honest, the local writers, the sports writers, wouldn't be talking about the low payroll. There's a huge disconnect in this city, and I hate to say this. In 5 years, we're going to be right back here.
As I said, the teardown is the easy part. Making these changes, that's the easy part. Rebuilding and regaining your footing as one of the better teams in your league, that's the difficult part. So this is a good start, and it's a good moment. But, like, the hard work is ahead.
This is a fan base that is dying of thirst. So we're giving everyone a big ice-cold cup of Gatorade, and we're going to quench our thirst with that. It doesn't mean that we're out of the desert. It doesn't mean that the next, cup of cold beverage is on the way. But, like, today I don't blame Bulls fans for celebrating. But we do want to put out there that, look, this is just the first step. I have a plea for Michael Reinsdorf coming up next. I will read you his press release. And I'd like to give my message to Michael Reinsdorf coming up next. Your phone calls 332-3776. The breaking news, once again, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, is AK and Mark Eversley have been fired. Billy Donovan, at this point, still part of the organization, and they'd like to keep him. We're talking about it with you on ESPN 1000.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Hosts Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
All right, Chicago sports fans, baseball season has started. What a weekend it was on the south side. Means spring is finally here. It's time to swing into the action with Toyota's 2026 lineup. The rugged Tacoma has upper deck power and available four-wheel drive. The RAV4, which I used to drive, totally redesigned. It's an all-hybrid all-star with versatility that leads the league, and the all-hybrid Camry hits out of the park with impressive miles per gallon. No matter which Toyota you choose, you're driving an MVP. Check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. You know, a great haircut is always a mood booster, but it's even better when it's convenient, too. That's why you'll love online check-in at Great Clips. You just check in from your phone, and you'll get a ready next text when you're up next. Plus, with the convenient hours at Great Clips salons, you can get a haircut even when you're really, really busy. So if your hair and your mood could use a boost, download the app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Borrow what you need when you need it with a home equity line of credit from Republic Bank of Chicago. From home improvements to unplanned expenses and everything in between, rest easy knowing we've got you covered. Visit ourbankchicago.com or one of 20 locations to get started with your Republic Bank home equity line today. Subject to credit approval. Property insurance required. Contact us for current rates. Equal housing lender. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
Big refund, big project, big savings at Menards. Turn your tax refund into a new deck. Shop the largest in-stock selection of AC2 pressure-treated lumber and thick decking. All easy to load in our drive-through lumber yard. Plus, get free estimates fast using our easy-to-use deck design program. Save big on AC2 pressure-treated lumber and thick decking at Menards. Also, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
You're sitting at a red light or stuck in traffic, and your phone lights up. Maybe it's a text, a video call, a new post, or a quick notification you think you can check in a second. It feels harmless, but the truth is, once your eyes leave the road, you're not really driving anymore. And traffic doesn't pause just because you do. That split second of distraction can throw off everything. Your reaction time, your awareness, your ability to avoid someone else's mistake. You could damage your car, injure yourself, or hurt someone you care about. Or you could get pulled over for a reminder that your phone isn't worth the risk. So before you start driving, make it easy on yourself. Put your phone on silent. Toss it in the glove box. Set it to Do Not Disturb. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Postman Law has delivered over $3 billion for injured clients. We take on the adjusters, the paperwork, and the medical bills so you don't have to. If you've been injured, let us fight for you. Go to postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney Advertising.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Where we are and where we're going. The playing is not our goal. The championship is. We know where we are in standings, and we're not satisfied with being in the middle.
Good riddance to AK.
I don't smoke weed, but this sounds like a song that would be perfect to smoke weed too. Pink Floyd? Am I right about that?
I would think so. I think the weed smokers in our audience would probably agree.
Is that Pink Floyd, Charlie?
I think any good
Wish
music.
You Were Here? Is that what it was? What was the title of that song? I don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know?
Just
It sounded great.
I think you're
though.
right. The Wish You Were Here.
Yeah.
Dug into the somber bumps for that
It
one.
was.
I think.
There will be some celebration as well over the course of the next 3.5 hours. I haven't seen my man to my right this excited since I
I'm
don't know
sweating.
when.
I'm Ewing at the Garden right
Since
now.
the plane took off for Cancun a couple of weeks ago.
I am. My forehead is dripping. I'm pitting out. My back is sweaty. Am I sweating through the?
Oh yeah, you definitely look at that. That is wild.
Big time.
I've got
I have worked up a lather over this.
I got a waffle
That is
shirt.
swampy.
Yeah,
My
that's-
goodness.
It is that bad?
Yeah.
I am like,
We'll take a picture
Yeah.
and show it to you at the break.
This is just from being worked up over the story. Over the whole Bulls thing, hearing it at 140.
I can't imagine.
And you got it's
Yeah,
not
I know.
hot in here.
I know.
As you've got a vest on.
And a
you
waffle
can
shirt.
attest.
Yeah, it's
And
not.
I'm pitting out in just a thin hoodie.
Yeah. You got a little bit of a heater going.
All right, so do you guys remember, too, in the meeting, one of the first things I said to you guys in the meeting before we found out this news about what I would suggest the Bulls do? Charlie, you're shaking your head.
You were like, why would you wait to do this? Like, why would you wait an extra week? Just do this now. And
Yeah,
then
that
30 minutes later.
When we got to Bulls eventually today, my thing was going to be, you should know if you're Michael Reinsdorf by now, if you're keeping AK or Mark Eversley. Don't waste this week getting lined up for a general manager search, a VP search at the end of the year. Get it in a row now, because if you're going to need a new coach, you're going to need to scout the lottery, you're going to need a free agency. The sooner, the better. And sure enough, they actually did it like a big league team. They didn't wait till Sunday.
Have they reached out? I wonder if they've reached out to anybody. Or
I
they at
hope
least
so.
have put together a list.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Has Billy been involved with some of this, and hence the reason why they want to keep Billy around? Like, you just have to ask the question, does Michael Reinsdorf have the connections around the league that he has, the insight to who would be the perfect person to fill this job?
So probably the most appealing job out there right now is Dallas, because you get to come in and work with Cooper Flagg. You get to have that on your roster. And if you saw what he did over the weekend, he's the first player with back-to-back 40 pieces since AI.
And Bob Myers is being rumored there, too.
Well, you know who else they're actually shopping for? Sam Presti, Tim Connolly, Brad Stevens. So
Dallas
they're
is?
yes,
Yeah.
those
But
guys
those
are all
guys-
employed.
They could be.
So those-
can you get your Theo?
That's what they're trying to do.
Well, the Bulls should do that too. The Bulls have as much money as any team in the league. And this is what I
$65
mean.
million.
Like, this is where Michael Reinsdorf, now this is my plea to Michael Reinsdorf, and I'll read your statement. I understand that your dad did it a certain way, Michael, and that's admirable. And you grew up, I'm sure, idolizing your dad. You're in the family business. It doesn't mean that you have to agree with the way your dad runs a baseball team or a basketball team. Rocky Wirtz is a great example of that. So start your legacy today, because your legacy is not off to a good start in this town. You've had years to show us that you care about winning. You've had years to show us that you know what you're doing. And so far, the results have been bad. But now with a clean break and making the move, which is the right move, of getting rid of AK and Mark Eversley, you have the chance to show Chicago that this is not another Jerry Reinsdorf production in the form of Michael. Make it a Michael Reinsdorf production and make it one where you care about winning. And I don't mean winning on a 500 level or winning 50 games. I'm talking about going for championships, hiring the best people, spending like the top teams do, making smart decisions, getting smarter people in the building that share with you what you are willing to admit you don't know, because obviously you don't know how to run a basketball team. This is your chance right now. So don't screw it up. Or else you will just be like, just because you're Jerry's son, it doesn't mean you have to run business the exact same way as Jerry.
If you're interviewing, like to your point, Sylvie, if you're interviewing for this job, if you're Dunleavy, if you're Bob, whoever, the first thing you ask when you walk in there is, are you going to pay the luxury tax? Like, is that an option for us?
Of course.
And if the answer is no, then shame on the Bulls.
Yeah, do I have every tool to work with? Do I have every avenue to explore? Can I build out basketball operations? Can I pay for this guy to come over with me? Because he's going to take a lot of money to woo from him, from his other organization, and I need to pair both of us together.
The answer is yes. You can bring whatever you want.
It is pennies on the dollar. This is one of the highest valued franchises in professional sports. There's no reason why you should skimp now on a front office search.
No doubt.
Build it out. All right, let's take your calls. Here's the statement really quick from Michael Reinsdorf. Arturas and Mark have led with a deep commitment to the Chicago Bulls. These decisions are never easy, especially when they involve people we respect both personally and professionally. We are grateful for their dedication and the work they've put in over the past 6 years. At the same time, we have not had the success our fans deserve, and it's my responsibility to go in a new direction. This move is about positioning our team for sustained success moving ahead. I want our fans to know that I hear you and understand your frustration. I feel it as well. I know this will take time, and I'm fully committed to getting this right. At the Chicago Bulls, our focus remains on building a team that can compete at the highest level and ultimately contend for championships. We're committed to taking the necessary steps to move the Bulls forward in a way that makes our fans proud. And this means, Michael, and this is now me speaking, that when you have a team that is a 50-game winner, that you don't skimp on a shooting guard, that the group of shooting guards you guys brought in because you didn't want to go over the luxury tax when Derek was MVP level, Derek, that's not good enough. Bogans isn't good enough. Rip Hamilton injured isn't good enough. So spend luxury tax, spend the highest dollar on the best front office possible. And if you really care about the fans, and if you really hear the fans, don't cut corners and do it the right way.
Again, you don't have to look far for examples of changing, pivoting and going the other direction and watching it pay dividends. Look at what the Bears did this year. They paid the freight with regard to the coach, paid dividends. Go back to, as you mentioned, the Chicago Blackhawks. They changed the way they were doing business. They paid the freight, and they won championships. So, like, Again, tearing it down is one thing.
Yes.
Building it up and being willing to get out of your comfort zone and be willing to do things differently, you'll learn in time whether or not this was just, a change, just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, as they say, or this was the start of meaningful change.
Cara in Western Springs, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Cara?
My wife?
Hey there, guys. How are you?
We're great.
I'm on I-65 going down to the national championship game. Go Blue.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. So I wanted to talk about the Bulls. Wasn't expecting this to happen today. I thought they were going to take the cop out and wait till after the season. But my question to you guys, as a diehard Chicago fan, number one, as a diehard NBA fan, watched every game during the Michael era, turned on every game with Joakim Noah and Derrick Rose and Luol Deng, Hard Hat and Lunchbox and Taj Gibson and everything like that. I want to ask you guys, are we able to put together a team given the state of the NBA right now? I'm not an interested fan in the NBA anymore. I turn it on. After watching college basketball, I turn on the NBA and think like, meh, until the playoffs maybe. I mean, there's some good stories. There's the Pistons. There's the Celtics. There's OKC. Like, I know there's some good stories out there this year, but I want the Bulls to be back. I want to go to the United Center. Sylvia, I haven't been back at the United Center, seen the Bulls in years because of all that's going on. So I want to see the Bulls good, but is this indicative of the state of the NBA right now? Does the NBA draw us, and is that why we're not getting the product on the floor? Because I feel the whole product is kind of dropped off.
I agree. Cara, I agree. I wanted to read this to the guys later in the show before I knew this was going to happen. These were the scores from Friday night. I don't know if you guys saw these. Hornets 129, Pacers 108. Hawks 141, Nets 107. Knicks 136, Bulls 96. Rockets 140, Jazz 106. Raptors 128, Grizzlies 96. Celtics 133, Bucks 101. Did I just read you 6 games that were decided by 30 points or more? This league today, the way they score. And again, Nick Friedel came out with another tweet. Oh, I got to shorten the season. When your product sucks, the symptom is just the amount of games. Fix what's hurting the game. Just reducing the sucky product isn't the answer. That doesn't cure the disease. And that's why I've been ranting about like shortening the season. It doesn't attack the problem. There's a greater problem here with this league right now. But I do believe that if the Bulls are good, our interest in the NBA would go back up.
Yeah, I mean, it's directly. If you don't care, I don't care. If you care, I'll care. If the Bulls were the Celtics, guess what? I'd watch all their games.
And they want to add 2 more teams to this.
Yeah.
Like 2 more teams that are going to suck.
To back up your point too, Sylvie, this is from Tim Reynolds from over the weekend. There have been 2 days in NBA history over the last 80 years where at least 9 games were played with an average margin of victory being at least 24 points. Only 2. And it was Friday? Sunday and Friday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. This is why with our CEO, Craig Karmazin, I didn't understand that point. He's trying to tell us the NBA has never been better. It's not the NBA I'm watching or not watching. I don't know what he's watching. This is no one tolerates this stuff. Bob in Rosemont, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Bob?
Good afternoon, fellas.
Long time no speak to Bob, I think. Hasn't it been a while?
He DMs us, though. We get his DMs.
Good to talk with you today. I had to call in on this Bulls issue because the inclination is going to be to equate movement with progress. Mm-hmm. And the problem with that assumption, and then when you start to draw parallels to what happened with the Blackhawks and the Bears, it becomes faulty for these reasons. The Blackhawks didn't change until the old man was gone and Rocky could make his own decisions. And when he was in a position to make his own decisions without Daddy Bill being around, he brought in a guy named John McDonough, and he brought in a guy named Scotty Bowman, guys who were in a position to tell the Blackhawks and tell Rocky Ward specifically where he had erred up until that point. When you talk about the Bears situation, the leverage that Kevin Warren had in convincing this franchise to come into this century and spend the necessary funds to get a quality coach cannot be separated from the fact that they could not go cheap or keep an incompetent coach for another year and at the same time go to the taxpayers and expect them to fund the money for a new stadium. So you have all of these backstories that play a role in those franchises changing 180 degrees. The Reinsdorfs, on the other hand, whether they're talking about the White Sox or the Bulls, live in an echo chamber.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to see Bob Myers come in here. You're not going to see any other person who is going to come in here with an informed opinion as to where this team has gone wrong and expect the Reinsdorfs to hire those people because they view this property like they view any other property that the Reinsdorfs have ever owned in their lifetime. And that is, you could have a slum, but if vacancy rates are low and it's 99% occupied, or you're the number one average attendance in the league at your games, the perception is we must not be doing anything wrong because here we've got people sitting in here and still watching those games. And like any other property, you're going to neglect that property despite the fact that you've got problems because of the high occupancy rate until the city comes in and says, you got code violations and we're going to shut you down. And when you've got Mike Wilbon on your airwaves last week, when you've got Courtney Cronin on First Take last week, both bringing up the Bulls' incompetent management and their personal feelings and frustration about that, if that got the message across to the Reinsdorf family that now they're getting to be viewed in the way and in the light they should have been for years, so be it. But let's not confuse movement with progress, because I fully believe that the person they hire is going to be just as complicit in mediocrity as the people they've hired.
Oh, so I was ready to cut him off, but Bob, thank you. I appreciate it.
You just got snipped.
Yeah,
Bob.
I snipped you. But it's a well thought out point, as Bob always has, and they have not earned the benefit of the doubt from me. I will celebrate in the moment, but I understand that not to think that I'm going to give Michael Reinsdorf the benefit of the doubt that he will get it right until I see he's got it right.
The one thing that I will never understand is the lack of understanding from the part of these team owners that it costs money to win, it costs money to lose.
Right.
Why not spend money to win?
Right, because they don't have to spend as much money to lose.
But it's peanuts.
I know. I'm with you on it.
I mean, there's it's the difference between what they're spending and what other teams are willing to spend is minuscule.
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense to me. It's like you can't see the forest through the trees. It's, penny wise and pound foolish, whatever the sayings are. It's crazy to me. It really is.
All right, weigh in at 332-3776. There's one caller who I want to get to, too, and there's tons of calls. We'll get to all of them. We're guest-free today, and the Bulls have fired AK and Mark Eversley. We're going to talk tournament, Sox sweep, Cubs have another injury. A lot to get to.
We're guest-free every day.
What's that?
Said we're guest-free every day.
332-3776. There is a caller online who wants to make the point. I think he's going to ask in the form of a question. Did AK have the autonomy to do what he wanted to do? And it goes into what Bob was saying as well. I do know stories about Pax being held back from doing things he wanted to do. 332-3776. I'll give you examples of that. And a Hall of Famer as well. He mentioned Courtney Cronin and Michael Wilbon. There's an NBA Hall of Famer who ripped the Bulls that went around this weekend too. They all know it. And it was finally time for Michael Reinsdorf to admit it. And we'll play that coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Advantage Dealer Group invites you to check out Carmen and Jurko. Tomorrow morning at 9 on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Kap, and whether it's your home or your business, comfort isn't optional. When your heating or cooling system isn't working the way it should, you need a team you can trust, and that's why I recommend Automatic. They've been serving Chicagoland for decades, handling everything from routine maintenance to full system installs. Professional, responsive, and they get the job done right the first time. Don't wait for a breakdown to take action. Call Automatic or visit automatic.com and make sure your HVAC system is running exactly the way it should.
This is Courtney Cronin talking with two of Chicago's top accident lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keep it simple.
Well, it's your last name.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we're local, we're good at what we do, and we understand the needs of our clients.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us.
If you've been in an accident, even if you don't think you need a lawyer, call us. It's free. Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4million.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on all of our April promotions. Between the Miguel Vargas bobblehead presented by Fanatics on April 24th, the 90s City Connect jacket presented by Miller Lite on April 25th, and Dog Day presented by Tito's Homemade Vodka on April 27th, there's sure to be something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Take it home this April at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. 300 grand is on the line, and you're at bat to win your share. Just play with your rewards card for entries, prize drawings on Thursdays. Plus, your April drawing entries all count toward another prize drawing in June. It's the Base Race Game Show. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. Evan Cohen here. Did you know the average employer sorts through about 250 resumes for one job opening? That's a lot of time reviewing applications. Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of your list. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
With Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup. Now get even more with the ESPN Unlimited plan, available at no extra cost. Unlock additional content in the ESPN app, including WWE Premium Live events. Visit Xfinity.com/your subscriptions to activate and start watching in the ESPN app.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Traveling with massive wieners all the time.
Yeah, Jurko was giving us some inside information.
Just on how he travels to and from work every day.
He was talking about his weekend.
Yeah.
And that's what he... Carm said, hey, Jurk,
what'd you do this weekend?
What was your weekend like? And he said...
Just been traveling around.
Traveling with massive wieners all the time.
Yeah, wherever you go.
Bulls have fired AK and Mark Eversley. I want to play you this, and I want to take this call.
How's your sweat?
It's I'm cooling down. I could tell my core temperature is lowering, but I'm still swampy. Still swampy.
Yeah.
But it's in a good swamp.
You know, you get that ass sweat too sometimes.
I do.
As well. Do you? I'm not saying you in general. I'm saying just people in general.
I go.
Are you feeling that?
It's my back.
Right down the back of your crack.
Front back.
Oh, you get in the front?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, a little swampy down there between the old marbles.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nothing makes
each marble.
Marbles sweat like a good bull story.
I want to love again.
It's what makes you you, sir.
The bull cot is not over, though. I must see some real action here in the hiring process. And Bob just told you why he didn't believe it, and a lot of people don't believe it. I sent you guys this over the weekend. This is my favorite Saluki, Walt Clyde Frazier, the legend, the former Knick, a champion, and
he's got quite a wardrobe these days.
He does. He Clyde the Glide, the original Clyde the Glide, and He still does the Knicks games.
Yep.
It's a great booth, too.
Mike Breen?
Mike Breen is there, though, like he's the national voice, but he's the local Knicks guy. And this is as the Bulls and Knicks were playing on Friday. I told you the Bulls were down in that game, 69-28. But this was, I think, even before that. Now, some people, not very PC of his analogy is comp, but this is how bad things are for the Bulls. Even Walt Frazier knows about it.
Mike, I was talking to my friends, man, and I was talking about eradicated, obliterated, devastated. They thought I was talking about Iran, but I was talking about the Bulls.
Ouch.
The last game to the Pacers, folks, they gave up 145. Against the Sixers, they gave up 157 points. So these guys are on a 5-game losing streak, almost giving up 135 points a game.
That's how you start a telecast?
Let's see if the Knicks can capitalize.
He was setting the scene with that.
Yeah, that was as the ball was being thrown in the air.
He was comparing the Bulls to Iran.
I like how he transited, like, all right, let's see if the Knicks can capitalize now.
That's a good pivot right there.
I still can't name their starting 5 most nights.
Oh, no. Why didn't Buzelis play yesterday?
Any night.
Buzelis didn't play last night.
Who cares?
The only way I looked is just because it was the box score. I didn't watch a second.
I got to say, like, I am so... I don't think I've ever been this indifferent about a Chicago sports team in a long time.
Yeah, it's back in the dysfunctional Hawks years.
Like, I'm totally glad that they've made this change. It's a long time coming, but right now, until you prove that you're willing to do what it's going to take to pivot and head in the exact opposite direction, you got to be in wait and see mode and prove it to me mode.
Jeff in Bolingbrook. Jeff, you're on ESPN 1000. I think you have an interesting point to make.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? I mean, as Sylvie used today in your teaser, going into the break, it was kind of like what the previous caller was saying, but in a way, I am wondering, and I don't know if we ever will find out. I don't think Casey Johnson knows. I don't think Joe Cowley knows. I don't know if we have anybody that is willing to give us the actual answer, whether it will be Mark Eversley going on a podcast, if he actually exists. I don't know if he exists, and if he does, I'd like to meet him because I've never heard of him.
He does exist.
Even seen seen him speak. Well, I'd like to see that, but that's not the point. If it's AK, somebody needs to tell us directly if they have the true full autonomy, because they told us, literally, I feel like I'm going through Groundhog's Day, April of 2020, when we were waiting for the 7 years already to see Garpax to get fired.
Right.
And now we were bringing in this new fresh legs. We're all happy and yada, yada, yada. Do we finally find the guy? He's saying new things that we haven't heard, and we're like, yada, yada. But yes, AK had made several errors. The draft, most notably, when you cannot continuously miss out on lottery picks, top 5 picks to the way that he has. You cannot keep giving guys like Vooch extensions when they don't deserve it, giving guys like Zach LaVine the max when it hinders your team and you know he's not worth that. Yes, he needed to go. But how much are we getting the reports that Giannis that we don't want Giannis coming here? Is that right? Or is that Jerry and Mike? Was that AK? Things like that. How much do we not go and try? Were we not in talks to get Kevin Durant? I'm just throwing names out there. Big stars that can change things. Were we not in talks to trade for him over the last offseason or when he was going for pennies or guys like that? Are we not allowed to do that? Was that because of Jerry and Michael? Or did AK want to tear these things down 3 years ago and he was told, no, you got to go out there and try to make the playoffs because we want to compete, because we know Jerry's all about competing, not being at the top, but just competing, being there, having a seat at the table, like Rick Hahn used to always say. Yeah. That is the Jerry way. That is also the Michael way. So it makes you wonder, yes, cool, AK's gone, but what is next? And will the next person be able to say, hey, I'm not taking calls from Jerry and Michael. I'm going to go – if I want to go get Giannis, I'm going to go get Giannis. And I'm not going to have somebody tell me, well, we're going to look at the financials or, what are we going to be doing next year? No. But I don't know. We don't know if that's the case. We don't know if this has all been AK and Mark over the last few years. We know most of it has. We know the draft is, obviously. I'm not blaming Jerry and Michael for drafting Pat Williams. But I want to know how much have these guys been allowed to do to fix this team?
I got you, Jeff.
That has to be the question. We don't know.
Yeah. Like you bring up I'll share you a couple of stories, but here's my tease going into the break here. And then I'll share a couple of stories that I learned over the years when even John Paxson, who was beloved, was running the team, that they even shortchanged him. it starts at the top. I've always used that. And it's from my knowledge of knowing how the Bears and the Bulls and Bill Wirtz used to run it. You find me a bad general manager, it's probably because there's a bad owner. It starts at the top. And that's where the Bulls and the White Sox problems are. And I'll share some stories with you. We'll take all your calls, 332-3776. AK and Mark Eversley have been fired. It's the most activity the Bulls have done in a long time on ESPN 1000.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
When Kap and J Hood are over, the fun continues.
Tell your friends and enemies.
It's the Carmen and Jurko Show.
Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears.
ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Waddle Baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds. Don't steal when you're up big, don't flip the bat, and definitely don't admire that homer.
You are oh so right. You hit it 460 feet, immediately look down, right? Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. So stupid.
That's not me, though. I'm watching that thing fly, and you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
Yeah, they made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker, light beer and real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
And grab yourself a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
At Elmhurst University, we give you the tools to soar. Whether you're undecided on your future, exploring a new path, or looking to level up your career, here you'll find support, skills, and opportunities as limitless as you are. Go beyond with a community of care and support. Do more with knowledge that's timeless. It all starts at Elmhurst. Go far, do well. Start today at elmhurst.edu.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Kap, your friend. Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My guy.
Yeah.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle, all delivered with a seamless, transparent experience. Visit Advantage Acura of Naperville or start online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them for 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something. What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and 0 calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Another hospital bill from the accident and another letter from the insurance company.
Did you call them?
3 times this week. I keep getting transferred. Nobody will tell me anything.
Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. Put down the bills, hang up the phone. We'll handle the insurance company, help you find the right doctors, and be your one call for answers. Injured in an accident? Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. No fee unless we win. Attorney advertising.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Well, I'm asking for fans of patience because we're in the first year of that transition. I thought that the way we finished the year shows some promise.
I'm coming again, Elizabeth! How are you able to stay patient, and how do you expect the fan base to stay patient?
I would like to kind of say that, 3.5 years ago when I think we tried to, put that team together, that came out pretty well, but we skipped, steps and, try to accelerate the process. I think right now we have an opportunity here to kind of, play slower and evaluate our young guys. And
it's the big one, Elizabeth!
Look, we got young quick.
Make it stop.
For me mentioning the 9 guys from 20 to 25, but this has to be a right combination of players.
Waddle, it's nauseating now, and he's already been fired.
It makes me want to run through a wet paper towel.
There's 30 more seconds of it. I just jumped out early.
Thank you, Charlie.
It is something.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. The king of inactivity.
We have to make changes to fix things.
AK and Mark Eversley have been fired. It was the breaking news that happened at about 1:40. Shams had that. I believe we do have Shams, too. I told you at the beginning of the show, my intel was telling me that this was a message to Billy Donovan, too. And, this part of it, I'm not sure of. But if you put the pieces together, right before the news of the Bulls came out, North Carolina made their hire of the former Mike Malone, the former Nuggets head coach. And Billy Donovan, Jeff Goodman has been saying, was their focus. Maybe this thing came together where Billy was thinking about it, because who wouldn't think about their future, and needed to figure things out on the Bulls' end. And they said to him, look, we want to make you happy. You can be a coach or have a role in the front office, but we'll let go of Eversley and AK. And then maybe Billy gave them their commitment that he would stay. And then that's all of a sudden why you got the Malone news. And then sure enough, minutes later, the Bulls announced that they were firing their front office. So could that have been the way, if you connect the dots on how it went down?
So Goodman have also followed up some of his reporting saying that Billy, and it's something that's been said, but Billy wanted to wait till the end of the season to make a decision on North Carolina. And one source close to Donovan felt as though he might have taken it. But another source said that the UNCAD, Steve Newmark, panicked after Tommy Lloyd and Dusty May said no. So he felt like, I can't wait for the Bulls season to end and wait for Billy. I got to do something now.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Because the portal opens tomorrow.
Look, Billy Donovan to me is fine. I'm not passionate that Billy sucks, nor am I passionate that Billy's a great game-changing coach. I haven't seen where are the playoff wins. I haven't seen great development within the team as the head coach. He ran from Oklahoma City years ago when Sam Presti was rebuilding. Why would he want to stay through this rebuild after 6 years of it then? Knowing the way the owner functions. If you, on one hand, Sam Presti's good, and you're like, I don't want, when everyone's leaving in Durant and Westbrook, I don't want to trust Sam Presti enough in a total rebuild. I'm going to the Bulls. Then there's no direction, and now they're clearly on the doorstep of a full rebuild again. If he ran from Sam Presti 6 years ago, why would Billy want to stay now? And I'm not saying that Billy's going to say, I'm out. I'm saying I don't trust a guy who ran from Sam Presti 6 years ago, not wanting to be a part of that and wanting to stay around this mess.
I mean, is there a chance they're thinking about moving Billy up to the general manager spot? Because,
could be.
I mean,
maybe you're tired of coaching. You went through, look at what Billy went through, from what I understand. He lost his daddy, who he was very close with. And then did he lose his mom soon after that? Or his wife's mom?
It was his mother-in-law.
His mother-in-law. Like, their family has gone through a couple of tragedies here. And maybe he wants, like...
Step aside for a year.
Like, maybe to not be on the hamster wheel of being a daily NBA coach, but still wants to run things.
However you feel about Billy, I would think that you need whoever you hire to run the front office, that guy has to be given the autonomy to make his decision on his own coach, regardless of sport.
But that's the rub, like the last caller said, and with my stories that I have, and you've heard many, I've gone public with some of them because they were so long ago when I've talked to PAX. I mean, it came from from the front office. Like I've told you guys many times, we would do a show, and I'd get the phone call right on my way home. Well, why'd you say that? Why'd you put Van Gundy on? At one time, the Bulls were more worried about why Jeff Van Gundy was on our station analyzing things than they were about getting an off guard for Derrick Rose.
Priorities.
They were angry. They at one time, our management, guys, when we were broadcasting Bulls games, was called by the Bulls ownership, and we were told we were not allowed to have Jeff Van Gundy on anymore. We were owned and operated by ESPN. Jeff Van Gundy worked for ESPN. Jeff Van Gundy would come on and he'd criticize the Bulls front office.
He'd talk Houston Texans football with us as well.
That too.
It's kind of the hook to get.
We loved. And then I get calls from decision makers in the Bulls. Why are you putting him on? Why didn't you ask him why he quit on the Knicks? I'm like, that's not what we were having him on. We were talking about he's the lead analyst on ABC ESPN. So ownership then called our bosses. And ownership said, we're your partner, you can't have Jeff Van Gundy on. And for a while, management said, fine. And we were told not to put Jeff Van Gundy on. And it blew over, and we started putting Van Gundy on again. These are the little things that the Bulls have been preoccupied with. I went on, I forget the guy's name, the Golden State guy, who at 37 or 38, was it something Bell?
Jordan Bell.
Jordan Bell. This was a big bone of contention with some Bulls fans, too, who were part of the Sea Red crowd. The Bulls just decided to go on a rebuild. John Paxson was still running the show. And I said, why would you sell your second-round pick? And the Golden State Warriors think enough of Jordan Bell to give him a try.
Because he was told to.
And they called me, and they said, you think I want to sell second-round picks? Ownership is telling me we need cash. That's not a move that a guy who made 2 championship-clinching shots, who won 4 championships, who's been a part of the franchise for years, he didn't have the autonomy to keep a second-round pick and not sell it for cash. And that was always my point, is when you have ownership getting in the way about selling draft picks, you got a bigger issue than simply selling draft picks. The Luol Deng trade, when they ended up trading him and all they got was a second-round pick, I got the same phone call. You know why we made the move? We had to get under the tax. We're not good enough to keep Luol because we can't win a title this year. So orders from the top were that we needed to trade Luol Deng. These are all the stories of what has happened in the past. So if you want to blame AK, fine. He sucks. Mark Eversley, don't know who he is. Don't know what he stood for. But I'll tell you this, the reason the Bulls are where they are because of Jerry and Michael Reinsdorf.
The 2 o'clock hour was the elation hour. The 3 o'clock hour is the reality hour.
That's right. Well, we can
Welcome
still
to the hangover. We're partying and drinking in 2
we
p.m.
got hammered for an hour, and now we're hungover, wondering whether, oh my God, is it really going to be better? Look, that's what they've conditioned you to feel. I mean, the initial elation of hearing that change has come, and then the realization that the hard work is still ahead, and you have more than a decade's worth of evidence that you ain't out of the woods.
Yep. And they still haven't gotten the Laurie Markkinen pick. They may get it with Portland, but I believe we've done the search on that if Portland doesn't make the playoffs this year, they get a second-round pick in that deal.
Which, again, speaks to this could be a pretty desirable destination. They've got $65 million in cap space, according to Bobby Marks, which I believe leads the NBA. You could have 2 first-round picks. You get a fresh start. You got an open, a full house, 20,000 that come in every night. Like, on a positive note, this could be the beginning of
if they let them do their job.
Of course. And on a sobering note, it could be just more of the same.
Yep. Here's Shams, who broke the story and what he's hearing about Billy Donovan.
They have completely shifted their direction. Billy Donovan, though, is still there as head coach. My understanding is the Bulls want to keep him as long as he wants to be there in Chicago. Their number one priority after the season ends. Michael Reinsdorf, Jerry Reinsdorf will meet with Billy Donovan. They'll discuss the future and trying to keep Billy Donovan in Chicago.
Start interviewing the best of the best when it comes to VPs. And then make the decision on the coach.
What happens if the top candidate for GM says to Mike and
I
Jerry,
want to hire my own guy.
coach. Yeah.
You're neutering me before I even take the job.
When somebody like who's the guy again with the puffy hair from Golden State who's Bob Myers. What if Bob Myers is like, look, I'm not even going to take that job. I'm not even going to take an interview. If in fact I can't get guarantee that I have full autonomy to do what I want.
The keys to the organization.
Yeah.
Tom Ricketts gave it to Theo. And I've always applauded him for doing that. Now, at the end, he started grabbing some of the keys back, and that's why Theo left. But he was smart enough to know what he didn't know, and he hired the best in the business, and he stole them from Boston. This is what we're dealing with ownership, guys. And then we'll get to your calls here at 332-3776. The infamous Rachel Nichols interview with Jerry Reinsdorf when he's talking about teasing the fans.
Sports is a business of failure. Only one team is going to win every year. But the fact that you finish second or third or fourth, it doesn't mean you had a bad year. And I think the important thing to fans is while they want you to win championships, they want to know that when you get down to the last month of the season, you still have a shot. You're still playing meaningful games. If you can do that consistently, you'll make your fans happy.
You know what you should do right now, and I heard it this morning from Carmen, the good kid, I think. Play Joe Lacob.
Yes, side by side.
And then hear what Joe, if you can find it, Charlie,
I'm going to die trying to win championships no matter what the cost is.
This is what Joe Lacob said, I think, when he took over ownership of the Golden State Warriors, correct?
Our job is to win championships, period. And I'm going to expect that. We're going to expect that this year, next year, 3 years from now, 5 years from now. That's just, there's no point in doing this if you're not trying to win the championship. We're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game. And our game is to win games and to win championships.
Now, they liked Mark Jackson in some regards because he won games because he was he was their coach. What'd they do when there was a better option out there?
They fired him. They moved on.
And they moved on. So don't hamstring your search by already attaching yourself to Billy Donovan.
Well, here's you could not have a more highlighted difference between these two owners. One is telling you the only reason I'm here is to win championships, and the other's trying to convince you finishing second, third, or fourth isn't a bad year.
They took a risk, too. They got Kerr straight out of the broadcast booth. He would never coached before, and so, this is even more the opposite because this is them just trying to hold on to something that they consider safe, not even competitive.
And by the way, they draft well, they develop, they know how to acquire players. So, they do the whole thing. They've done the whole thing.
Remember, too, Steve Kerr had a chance. This was one of the more surreal moments I've ever had doing the show with Waddle. We had Steve Kerr in our old studio on State Street, and he was working for TNT at the time, but the rumors were Phil Jackson was going to hire him with the Knicks. We had him sitting in the chair, and over his shoulder on the television was Phil Jackson, will he land Steve Kerr? And Steve Kerr was in studio with us. He said no to the Knicks because he didn't like the way that organization was run, even though it was his coach who he won 3 championships with, and he went to that owner who's Joe Lacob. The best of the best go to good owners. That's where they go. Let's go to Alex in Tinley. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Alex?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Appreciate it, Alex.
Just wanted to bring some of the positivity back. When I got that notification that AK was gone, I had to change my pants. All I know is that if you're going to take the first step, you have to take the first step, and they took the first step. I know that tomorrow they might hire the wrong guy and keep Billy, and we'll just start this cycle and go on and on. But for today, we're still happy. I was getting very nervous that nothing was going to happen. I mean, we're starting to do. I know they had the D Rose retirement ceremony, and this franchise runs on nostalgia. It started to feel like they were starting to get nostalgic about a team that went to one Eastern Conference Finals and lost in 5 games. And I was getting very nervous that we were going to start selling that and just living off of that for as long as we can. So now that, they've taken the first step and hopefully on a greener pastures, I couldn't be happier. I'll worry about tomorrow.
That's good. Anybody who wants to celebrate on this show today, by all means, take what you can get, at least for now. Even though we know there's a boat to dock here, this is a good first step. Sean in Little Village, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Sean?
Hey, how you doing, guys? So, real quick, I was the guy at the trade deadline who ranted and raved about how bad of a job he was doing. And I just want to say I'm having a kid in November, and if this is what it feels like, that is going to be the best feeling of my life. Praise everyone. Jesus, God, everyone. Thank you. This is the greatest day. I'm feeling so high right now. Thank you, Michael Reinsdorf. We can worry about who they hire tomorrow, but let's celebrate today. I've been listening for the past hour, and I've been hearing stuff, and hey, what if this happened? What if that happened? We can worry about that tomorrow. But today, this is phenomenal. You guys have a great day.
Wait. Hold on now. I want you to name your child, Sean, because you expressed this, that you're comparing the ecstasy of today to meeting your child for the first time. You need G. Thomas to be the kid's name.
Oh. That's good. That's good. But I just want to say very quickly, too, that I called you guys and complained about the Bears. I've been low. I've been high. This is the highest. I called you guys. I can't wait till next season. Let's spend money. Let's figure it out. But I called you yelling, screaming when we traded him, and I'm happy. I hope you guys have a great day.
All right.
But I just want to end this call, but thank you so much.
I want to end the call. Good luck with the
I wish some other callers would take that.
Yeah, I just want to end this call, is what he said. That wasn't me. That's what he said. I just want to end this call.
See, can you believe that the simple firing of AK and Eversley, he's saying that's the biggest high he's had this year?
Is it weird that I don't feel like overly elated?
I get it.
Like to me,
there's so much work to be done.
This feels like they stepped over a sidewalk crack today.
Yeah,
that's right.
Like that's what they did today.
No, I'm with you.
Maybe it's just the scarring of what we've seen, because we thought Garden Pax was being gone and everything was going to get better. It got worse. We thought when the White Sox moved on from Tony La Russa, everything was going to get better. It got way worse. Like, I'm not like over the top excited. Not that I think that I don't think there's positive momentum, but the bar right now for me is so low that something like this doesn't overly excite me. It was such an obvious move.
Yeah, listen, I was excited when they moved on from Matt Eberflus in the middle of the year, but I wasn't beyond, crazy excited until I found out that
You knew how much deeper the problems were than just Matt Eberflus.
Because what happens is over the course of time with your favorite teams is you see them make the same mistake over and over again, and then you become kind of jaded to it. Once they decided to hire Ben Johnson, I was like, okay, now, not only did you make the right decision firing Matt Eberflus, the first time that you've ever fired a coach in the middle of the season, so you finally have changed the way you're doing business there. But now you've become comfortable paying whatever it takes to bring in the best possible candidate for the job. So we need to get to the point where it's Bob Myers or somebody else, where the Bulls announce to you, not only have we made this change, but we've also done this.
But the key, Waddle, there, too, is you said once they decided to hire Ben Johnson. The other side of that is once Ben Johnson decided to come to the Bears. Like, that's the other thing we got to worry about. Like, somebody needs to decide on the Bulls, too.
And then this is why I will applaud you if you're celebrating. Because you have had nothing. And now there's at least an ounce of hope. But I'm also with Tyler. Like, they did what should have been the obvious thing today. And sometimes cheering for the obvious is cool. But here's their track record. They fired Kenny and Rick after years and years and years, and they didn't even conduct a search of the Reinsdorfs. They hired Chris Getz. They fired Gar and Pax after years and years and years. And they hired what was probably the worst front office this city has seen. So the track record isn't exactly good on getting it right on the other side of this, but we will take what we can get for today. I think that's a good way to sum it up.
I wouldn't tell anybody not to be happy, but I'm with Tyler. It's like, you know what? My happy is a little bit diluted by the uncertainty of what's coming next.
Jeff in Wheaton. What's up, Jeffrey? You're on ESPN 1000.
Hey, Mark, I know you're happy today, and I completely understand that. I understand everybody else being happy today. Here is what makes me a little uneasy, or rather what has made me uneasy throughout this whole thing, pretty much this season in particular. We can go on about, where they should tank, whether they shouldn't take. That's irrelevant to this point I'm making. The point is, I follow Bulls social media a lot, and just the division that has taken place within Bulls Nation about whether they should tank, whether they shouldn't take. All it comes down to is what Arturas Karnisovas has done, which is disenfranchise the fan base to the point where people like you have stopped caring, where the city at large has stopped caring. Last time I called, I said I'm one of the few people who's still kind of paying attention or still paying attention watching the games. But the point is, whether you thought they should tank, whether you thought they shouldn't have tanked, it all comes back to disillusionment within the fan base. And now that he's gone, we can finally look forward and start fresh. And hopefully we can finally get to the unification, because I'm tired of Bulls fans fighting with each other about where they should tank, where they shouldn't tank. So that's what I got to say about it.
It's a good call. Yeah, and a lot of us don't care anymore. I won't even get into a fight anymore with anyone or debate. I'm like, really, it's not worth my energy with this team right now. I'd like to get back to a point where it is, where I think like we're watching something and they're trying. And then we can debate real sports stuff. But at this point, there's been nothing to debate in my world.
See Red Fred ever show up on your screen over there?
He is not called today.
Really?
No. Let me take Jay Shep really quick in L.A. Jason, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, my guys? My two favorite radio hosts
God bless
ever.
you. Bless
I
you.
want to say this first. We knew it was over when AK traded literally for the same player. Anthony Simons is the same as Jaden Ivey, is the same as Colin Sexton and Rob Dillingham. They're the same guy. I'm so confused. They're all the same height. They do the same things. That was terrible. But now, Sylvie, I got a bone to pick with you. Bro, we know Billy Donovan cannot coach. He is a clone of Doc Rivers, right? We know Doc Rivers is the poster child of the coach that doesn't make adjustments, doesn't have a scheme or a philosophy. He ended up winning a chip with the Boston Celtics that ultimately had a big three. What did Billy Donovan do when he had two MVPs on his team? He couldn't get it done. So when he actually got a decent amount of talent on the Bulls, they got to a first-round exit. This guy can't coach. He's not good. He does not develop players. There's no philosophy. I don't know if you saw Ayo the other week saying they were
I did. We
people in
played
Minnesota
it.
were lauding him on, shooting mid-range shots. And he was like, well, it was not encouraged. Basically saying Billy said, don't take any mid-range shots. So we're stuck with a coach who can't coach. Like, I want Bulls fans to see that we do not have a coach on this team. So even Will Bond saying, oh, the coaching staff, no, Will Bond, bro, like, the next step is to really clean house, get real talent and a real culture built, because Billy's not the guy either.
All right. Look, I think it's a clean break. I don't exactly agree with you. I would never say Billy Donovan can't coach. I think the proof is in the pudding. I'm not going over the top and saying, look, you got to keep Billy. I believe it's time for a change with everybody. And I called him fine. He's fine. He's you can do worse. He's certainly not to blame for the mess, but I don't know what he's exactly done either to make things better. So
I'm not smart enough to know. All I know is if it was me, I would give whoever's in charge of basketball ops the right to hire whoever he wants. If you don't, you've already created an environment, I think, where the chain of command is marginalized.
All right, we can continue to take these calls. You want to do Waddle's World next? Or at
I
least,
can do whatever you want.
We should also debate. Waddle did something behind our back.
No, that's not true.
You did. This is the definition of doing something behind our back.
Did I do it behind your back?
No,
Tyler?
we did bring it up on the air last week when you were
when I was gone. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think this is dirty pool from Waddle. It has to do with the NCAA tournament.
You're only mad because it's me that isn't going to be penalized.
True. Very true.
And that tells me the whole story.
But we'll continue to take your calls. I do want to assemble, though, and I did have to ask if there are 11 or 12 people in the jury. I'm not sure. We need that amount of people to rule on what you're going to hear from Tom Waddle regarding this penalty of him having the worst bracket. Or now he doesn't have that bracket. And find out how coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes the ball. On the Chicago Bears podcast this week, we're keeping you updated on everything between free agency and the draft. The Bears still got a lot of work to do, and we'll keep you updated on all the breaking news with John Yurkovich, Shay Norling, Courtney Cronin, and, of course, our own Jason McKee. Make sure to tap in wherever you get your podcast, the Chicago Bears podcast. Yeah.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has helped Chicagoland homeowners protect and improve their homes with expert craftsmanship, honest service, and industry-leading warranties, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. From durable roofing to beautiful siding and energy-efficient windows, M&M delivers quality you can trust with clear communication, dependable results, and peace of mind every step of the way. When it comes to your home, trust the company Chicagoland has relied on for over 50 years. Call M&M Home Remodeling today.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salts.
All right. Okay, so here's the story. And then I'll use the second half of Waddle's world for a couple of...
And if you're just tuning in, the Bulls did fire AK and Eversley, and we will continue to take your calls.
God bless them.
But this was going to be our lead until they fired. They fired him.
Last Monday or Tuesday? We were having a conversation about the tournament, which we will, at some point today talk about the tournament because the championship game is tonight. Which, by the way, is kind of weird because this bracket challenge that we have kind of endured on championship game day, it'd be day, we still don't have a verified punishment.
I was going to suggest loser would have to go to the Sox game tomorrow night because it was supposed to be a high of 37 tomorrow, but they moved the game up because of the weather tomorrow.
Well, this is how, unorganized our bracket challenge is. The day of the championship game, we still don't have a penalty.
Yeah, I know, and it was because of Yurko.
It wasn't it was because this group decided.
Carmen told us that he would be for it.
Decided that the penalty was going to be something that we had no confirmation that Johnny would even participate in. So that was
supposed to be a foot rub of Yurko for a half hour on the air.
That was pretty presumptuous of us. So again, it's been kind of a hit or miss, whatever. So anyway, last week we were talking, knowing that we were headed in this direction. I asked Charlie what would it take for him to swap brackets with me. And we discussed the nominal fee, and Charlie kind of said, let's wait till we get there. There was no whatever. So Saturday, as I was deciding to take advantage of the free markets, I texted Charlie, and because Tyler had been on this discussion as well.
And this is before the game when it's just between you and Jesse on the result of that game.
That is correct. So loser, if Arizona loses, I lose. If Michigan loses, Jesse loses. So I advanced the offer to Charlie once again, and I sent Charlie a text with Tyler on it because it was something we were talking about. And I said, Charlie, before tip, this is my offer. I will give you my bracket and $200 cash for your bracket. Charlie thought about it for about 30 seconds and said, done.
Correct.
So what I was doing was just using the open market and the free markets to take advantage of. Now, so Charlie has my bracket at this time and basically Arizona, who's a 1.5 favorite. So this wasn't purchased
There's entirely
after
a world
the game.
where I got $200 and also didn't have to do a punishment.
Correct. That was your upside. Kind of like a prop swap situation. So all I was doing was taking advantage of a scenario where Charlie was a willing participant. I didn't have a gun to Charlie's head.
Now, did you approve this, Tyler? Because I never knew about this.
Well, you were in Cancun.
Well, no, I wasn't in when the date of the trade happened. When there is a loser in a scenario of, hey, the person who fills out the worst bracket has to do something. I don't believe you can do a trade.
Says who? Where's the rule?
That's how I would side.
We don't even have a punishment in the games tonight.
Okay,
How could you?
That's a different topic.
We're a lawless society when it comes to this thing. There are no rules. You were making them up. I thought we had no kings. You just became the king of the bracket challenge. You're making the rules. You already completely got rid of the going to a Bulls game as a penalty. You stamped that. Executive order.
We were deciding. That goes against.
You stamped it. You stamped it.
It goes against my practices. These are my practices.
Swore. I will save it till tomorrow for swearing. That's horse manure. It goes against your practices. Does free trade go against your practices?
Yeah, like if we would say,
stifling free trade. Are you a communist?
You see
what if we said touching another man's feet was against our practices?
You're not talking about the topic at hand.
Sure I am.
The topic at hand here is you buying Charlie
I traded.
to take the penalty.
I traded with Charlie.
I don't believe the essence of what you're pulling an NFL.
And
you know what you're doing? You're pulling a Matt Ryan along. You are going to do exactly what the NFL did, and you're like, hey, there's nothing against this in the laws.
And this is how petty you are. The only reason this bothers you is because it's me that's escaping punishment. Why are you trying to protect Charlie? Charlie's a grown-ass man with $200 cash in his pocket. You don't need to protect him.
No, don't
Charlie,
you think you
are you
should
okay
pay
with
the
this?
group?
Yeah.
Don't you,
Why Charlie?
Charlie, are you okay with this?
Yeah.
Tyler,
You
you
got
are
some
okay
socks.
with this?
I'm fine with it, yeah.
So
You think you go for
What Tyler will do, if you told Tyler to eat a piece of crap right now, he would eat a piece of crap.
That's not true.
That is
That's
totally
not
true.
true.
That might be true for me, though.
Totally true.
By the way, I would say this as well.
It was offered to me, too.
I don't think Charlie would take my offer if the penalty was your assumed rubbing of Jurko's feet for 30 minutes. Would you have?
No.
So
This is
that's
a long
my
time.
point. This is my point. It's like you're trying to stifle free market trade, and I don't understand why. There were no rules with regard to this bracket challenge when the
All right, ring it up. Here, I want.
So I got to listen to Lewis from Lyle. He gets to decide.
Look, we gave our statements. I don't believe it goes within the spirit of the competition.
Oh, kiss
that
my
you
ass.
lost.
The spirit of the competition.
That you should be able to
vetoed a
buy
punishment of going to the final regular season Bulls game because you have this little bull cot. That would have been a perfect punishment.
That you pay your way out of it.
No, it was a trade. Did I pay you for it?
Yes,
it was a trade.
This is the Chicago Bulls with cash considerations. Charlie, you are the Reinsdorfs. You accepted a penalty because you got money into your pocket.
Charlie, don't let him come down on you. You feel good about yourself.
I accepted the risk of a penalty.
Thank you.
Because again, it was
He's just
if
pissed
Arizona
because
won,
it was me that was
I
going to
don't
lose.
think it's fair.
What's not fair? Charlie's the one that is on the hinge.
If Jesse would have done this, I would be equally as upset at Jesse. I don't think that this is. Now, look, you can go back and say, did we do it wrong?
Yes.
Should we have had a penalty in place after Jurko bowed out immediately? I will accept that. That's another debate that I believe that if you wanted to bring up, it's fair. But I don't believe that these two arguments should be intertwined.
Well, I would go back again and say your unanimous canceling of going to a Bulls game as a punishment was you usurping the power of the rest of the group.
We didn't agree to that.
Because you said you wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it.
That's my point.
And all the penalties had to be mutually agreed upon. That's why we're not doing the Jurko thing. Because Jurko stood up and said, I won't do it.
Well, we should not have gone forward with this bracket challenge with something that we knew we couldn't fall or that couldn't be followed up on.
We should have come up with a different penalty immediately. But I don't believe that this falls within the spirit of good, clean competition and good penalties. Can you buy your way out of losing
trade
a bet?
Trade your way.
How is this a trade?
Because I traded.
You bought.
I traded my bracket and
buying.
cash considerations.
No. I agree with Silvy on the stance that you are buying your way out of this.
Well, what happened if Arizona would have won?
Then Jesse loses.
Right.
But you were buying your way by buying his bracket.
This is semantics.
You purchased his bracket.
I traded for his bracket.
Okay, but you guaranteed.
Yeah.
You guaranteed you could not lose.
Absolutely. Good
But I would
decision
say
by
this,
me in a free market environment.
But I would say this. I think that's fine.
Thank you.
It's a risk that Charlie was willing to take on.
Can we get some calls? Let's do rapid reaction on this next. And I will live by the jurors. How many again in a jury? 12?
Once again, time out. You just set policy. You
set policy.
No,
is this a unanimous jury?
You're the one who set policy.
No, because you just said I'm lining up 12 jurors and I will live by whatever they say.
Well, I don't know how they usually side with you.
Who agreed to that? Who didn't agree?
How should we decide?
I don't know.
Pull everyone on the floor?
How about asking the guy I made the trade with whether or not
he accepted it? You should not be able to bribe him.
That's not a bribe.
Bribed him.
He's not a 14-year-old boy. He's a grown-ass man.
Right, but you did not get approval of the entire group. You never reached out to me. Yeah, this was supposed to be unanimous thing.
Said who? What?
Just like with a penalty. We weren't going to do a penalty unless everyone agreed upon it. Correct?
Yes, but you determined that you weren't going to do it.
I was not comfortable with going to a Bulls game because I am boycott. That is like a fundamental thing of me as a sports fan saying I won't go to.
And I think a free market is a fundamental item in what we're doing here. There's no rule.
So you don't want to take the calls?
You can take them, but I don't know why I should live by what Lewis and Lyle may say.
So should we poll like every on-air guy? What should we do? I'll go by anything.
Why is there was no rule?
Because you know you're wrong.
How do I know I'm wrong?
Because you're scared to hear what people want to say.
They are more than willing. I'm more than willing to hear what they have to say. Why would I have to live by the judgment of 12 random people?
Because you simply decided on your own.
I didn't commit a crime.
No, and no one's saying that you committed a crime.
Well, you got a jury.
I think you.
I took advantage of a free market situation.
You took advantage of your pocket. That's what you took advantage of.
I don't understand what you're saying.
You took advantage of the money in your pocket.
Why are you so upset that
it's a big market play?
Why are you so upset that Charlie
I'm not upset. I don't think it goes into the spirit of the fun of paying off.
I had a great time. Did you guys have a good time? I had a good time.
Why don't next time we do one of these challenges, whether it be like gambling challenges where there's a penalty, like when Charlie he's going to have to do the paintball. We'll do it amongst the three of us, and Waddle just gives money to not have to do whatever the penalty is at the end because he won't do it anyway. What's the fun of setting up a losing thing if someone is going to buy themselves out?
Or we can set the precedent that there is no trading of anything.
Or you could just
moving forward.
Charlie could have just said no either.
Right.
Well, he could have, exactly,
Why
but
didn't he?
I don't believe it's Charlie's decision to make.
It totally was.
Well, no,
Charlie's
this was my decision to make.
Charlie is not the commissioner of this.
Who is?
My point is, you shouldn't be able to trade your bracket.
I don't see it.
What's the fun of the competition?
Where's the bylines?
There are none.
I didn't see it. All
right, so let's take some calls.
Yes.
Waddle can live by it or not live by it. 312-332-3776. I really just think, I've never heard this story in a fantasy football league where 12 people take part in a league and the 12th person who finished last bought his way out. I don't think this ever crossed Carmen's mind when Carmen lost the hot dog challenge or the Olive Garden thing, where he could buy his way out of a...
Could trade, yeah. He didn't have the ability to trade.
I like these buzzwords,
But we always say, why is Howie Roseman so great?
Exactly.
Because he's
I'm the
creative.
Howie
He
Roseman
makes the call.
But the trade deadline had come and gone.
No, it didn't. There is no trade deadline.
Exactly. So why is there trades being made? There are no trades when it comes to this.
No, there's no trade deadline. There was no limit to when the trade deadline.
All right, 312-332-3776.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, stand-up citizen and entrepreneur, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop hawkauto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Financing on select models with approved credit.
White Sox fans, take advantage of our unbeatable season-long deals. Enjoy savings with a $5 concessions menu, which includes $5 Miller Lite draft beer, Garrett popcorn, Stadium buttery, Vienna hot dogs or Polishes, Beggar's Pizza, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. Plus, enjoy a fan favorite this season. Get one ticket and 2 beers starting at $24 with Miller Lite Baseball and Brews. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Turn your tax refund into a new storage shed at Menards. Make this the year you check that project off the list. This spring, get organized and expand your backyard storage space. Arrow has you covered with durable steel sheds that offer long-lasting protection and look good for years to come. These sheds are pre-cut and pre-drilled for faster assembly. Plus, don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Whiskey lovers, I've got the weekend for you. Guys, it's Carmen. We Whiskey Fest is back in beautiful Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, April 17th through the 19th. I'm talking 50-plus distilleries, over 150 pours, and an entire weekend of whiskey festivities. And I'll be back for year 3. See you at the Grand Tasting on Saturday, April 18th. Now presented by the Grand Geneva Resort. We Whiskey Fest, one of the best in the Midwest. Get your tickets now at weewhiskeyfest.com and sip responsibly.
Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something. What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with 0 alcohol, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA. You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last 2, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
$2 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured due to negligent lighting. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
Let's go into the People's Court. Doug Llewellyn here. Isn't that the reporter's name?
I'm
Doug
not sure
Llewellyn?
Doug's still with us, but he was back in the day.
Wapner is
not
definitely
with
gone.
us. Yeah,
Doug
no.
Llewellyn, I believe,
How
is the
about
guy.
Judge Judy still around?
And that your guy Harbaugh loves Judge Judy. Who was the bailiff? Was it Rusty the bailiff, or was that? I'm thinking of a different show.
By the way,
I believe it was Wapner, Rusty, and Doug Llewellyn.
By the way, did you see DTF St. Louis, the
I'm
Denny?
halfway through.
The Denny's plan?
I know it's weird. So I was catching up on the second to last episode, which we watched all of. And then I only could get through half, and I was exhausted.
The Denny. Well, go back and watch it from the start. The Denny's plan something else.
I'm halfway through
All
that
right.
one. All right.
It
All right.
starts
So
his
Waddle
BS.
has, quote, traded his
I did.
losing bracket for $200.
When I traded it, I wasn't the loser. I was not deemed the loser because
I assumed the risk.
He assumed the risk.
Right.
Because on the upside,
it was a trade.
Charlie could have had a non-losing bracket and $200.
This is what we're learning in Charge Dogs. I chase upside.
Yes, you do.
Someone said, have to agree with Waddle on this one.
Thank you.
There was no rules or regulations stating you could not make a proposal on trading his bracket and cash considerations.
You signed Howie Roseman.
Alfonso says, Waddle selling his bracket is BS. Let's all be honest here. Listeners want to see the hosts suffer, not the producers or interns. No offense, Chardog.
That's you. That's you. You want to see me suffer instead of somebody else. That's what the motivation for you is. You can hide behind all this. This is fair. This is the spirit. No, this is about winning and losing. That's what sports is about, winning and losing.
Enzo says, I'm with Silvy. Waddle found his AK, a.k.a. Charlie Bevins.
By the way, Arizona was a 1.5-point favorite.
David Cruz says, I don't understand why you're so mad to me. He says, Waddle is doing what all the rich people do, and he bought his way out of this situation. Been doing it long before this, and will be doing it long after.
Okay, however you want to say it. You won because you didn't lose. Now you're fighting the good fight for the little people? Really? That's not you.
No, I'm not fighting the good fight for the little people.
Yeah,
I'm
you
fighting
just want
the
to
good fight for you to be
That's
penalized.
Right. Well, you know what? I found a way to work around the system in a trade.
Jim says, what? You can use capitalism in sports pools now? I can't believe I'm saying this. Tom Waddle is wrong. There's unwritten rules in sports pools.
Unwritten rules.
Sports in general aren't free markets. There's salary caps and stuff. In sports pool, you cannot buy your way out of a penalty.
Says who?
Says Jim. He just
okay. Well, you know what? Jim says so. Tell Jim to give me a full list of rules I also have to follow in other aspects of my life.
Make your ruling. We'll go through these lists. Waddle will not abide by them because he doesn't care what you have to say. We will still take calls.
You know what? That's the smartest and most accurate thing you've said all day.
We will do it for entertainment purposes. Right. Mark in Lincoln Park, the pilot. What do you got, Mark?
What's going on, guys? Well, this pool is flawed because you guys never agreed on the penalty first.
Thank you.
Oh, you know what? I have my finger on...
No, you didn't. You heard that Mark was leaning in my direction, and you decided to dump it.
I'll give you Mark's vote.
I clicked on the mouse too quick.
I can tell you what Mark's vote was. Waddle was in the wrong.
Oh, I don't want to hear his vote. I have no idea.
Physical.
Lewis and Lyle, here it is.
There you go.
I know how Lewis is going to go. What's up, Lewis?
Sylvia, I'm with you on this. And you know what, Waddle? This whole argument of, it's not within the rules. I didn't break a rule. You would have denied the Bears their comp picks, man.
No, I wouldn't. I was arguing for them for the last 2 months.
I have agreed with Lewis and Lyle, so I give you, you're allowed to do it now that Lewis agrees with
then
me.
We're done.
No, I'm kidding. Bill in Vernon Hills, you're on ESPN 1000. What's your verdict, Bill?
Hey, my verdict's with Waddle. He pulled a rule out of Calcutta.
What was that?
He pulled a rule out of the Calcutta game.
So you can trade in Calcutta?
Yeah, he pulled a Calcutta trade.
Of course I did.
It's all fine. You know, all March Madness. It's all open.
Somebody point me to the rule that I broke.
Isn't Calcutta where you're purchasing teams to begin with?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So this is not a Calcutta, though.
But I want to see the written rule.
He purchased someone else's.
Oh, I'm aware.
He traded for dollars.
Okay,
it wasn't a rule that he couldn't, but I'm with Waddle on this.
All right, it's 2-1 against Waddle right now. JT in Bucktown, what do you got? I'm just keeping tabs. I know you don't have to abide by it. What's up, JT?
Yep, I'll go on with a.k.a. Roger Goodell Jr.
Thank
Waddle.
you. Appreciate it.
Because you guys never set rules.
Exactly.
He's the judge and the jury in this, so therefore it's fine. All right, 2-2.
I'm not judge and jury. I'm playing by a set of rules that don't exist. I didn't break a rule. There were no rules.
Ken in Aurora, what do you got, Ken?
I'm with Waddle here. You guys didn't set any rules.
Ken, your phone's breaking up. Ken, your phone's breaking up.
That's what
I can't hear you from Colorado.
Charlie, I may slip you another 100 if you get me a couple other callers on here that agree with me.
Hey, if I screened the calls, I would.
Yeah.
All right, 3-2 in favor of Waddle. Thanks, Ken. Let's see here.
Can't find anybody else that agrees with you? Is that what it is?
Mark in Joliet. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Mark? Hello, Mark.
Yeah, worked out.
I
heard him say Waddle's fully within his rights to
do
what he
wait
did.
A second.
What? Huh? Well, go ahead. Start from the top,
Is-
Mark.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Silverman, you're wrong. You get worked up over things that don't really matter. Hey, Sylvie, just fly the L.
Okay, fly the L. There's a good Wisconsin. Are you a Packer or Brewers fan?
Brewers, yeah, hey there.
Yeah, see ya, Mark.
By the way, they're 7-3. Are they 7-3 so far?
They keep winning. Brett in Moni. You're on ESPN 1000. Hey, Brett.
Hey, Sylvie, I'm with you 100%. Pains me to say it. Waddle, you disappoint me. But you're also missing the point. You have the same authority to veto a punishment, so you can just cherry pick anything you want. But I think you should man up and do it.
That's my appeal. Like if in fact this doesn't go my way, my appeal is I'm just going to nix anything that's hurtful.
Well, you don't have to anymore. John in Naperville. What's up, John?
Sylvie, I hate to say this, but I'm afraid I got to rule against you on this one because you didn't have a bet. There was no stake involved.
Yeah.
And if there's no stake involved, there's no bet. So actually, in the end, I'm kind of ruling against Waddle, too, because he just gave away $200 for nothing.
Oh, that's an interesting point.
You know what?
Now we should not execute any sort of penalty.
I feel satisfied.
Charlie gets $200. There is no penalty, and we must do a better job going forward defining the actual penalty.
Do you know what? That's fine with me. How about that?
I think John solved it.
How about that
That's
as a resolution? Is that Charlie?
You get to keep the $200 for free
Yes,
for not doing anything.
Yes. You shouldn't have to do anything.
Which
there is no penalty.
Which is fine by me because I've already said goodbye to the two $50 bills and the 520s I gave you.
I mean, you got receipts, Waddle. Like, I don't want to,
Charlie. Right here, buddy. Right here.
All right,
we know, Charlie, that we acted within the confines of not just the rules of the game, but the spirit of the game. And it's hence the reason why we also included a witness involved as well, as we had this conversation early last week.
All right, so we've come to a conclusion.
I think I did win.
I think I won, actually.
Yeah, Charlie's the winner.
Yeah.
You're the second
but
winner.
But I do believe that
and we're all losers because now Waddle doesn't have to do some sort of a penalty.
Which is
better
all
next
you
time.
wanted to see anyway.
Well, I think it's fun. I'm looking forward to Charlie paying off the penalty from the the gambling.
It's cover 5, right?
Cover 5. We need to be better. I will admit that. As far as declaring an actual penalty, we should think of our next one.
I think the whole thing was flawed from the beginning when we couldn't come to an agreement on what the penalty was.
All right, coming up next, the Bulls did the unthinkable. Find out what that is coming up next.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
ESPN's The Hot Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, Wednesday night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, and immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yuengling.
That is right, my friend. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is here to help you build a better life at home. And now it's easier than ever. Just hop onto IKEA.us or the IKEA app. Load up your cart with all your favorite furniture and home accessories, and then boom, pick them up right in your neighborhood. Now you can pick up your IKEA favorites near you as soon as the next day with convenient Chicago area pickup points at Loyola, UIC, U of C, and Gurney Mills. So shop it, tap it, and pick it up and start loving your home a little more with IKEA.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
Harry Douglas here. I don't wait for birthdays to celebrate. I grab Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes like rich vanilla birthday cake with buttery funfetti goodness. Seriously, it's unapologetically extra in the best way. And it's sugar-free, so I get all that cake flavor without the guilt. It's tiny, portable, and ready for whenever I need a quick boost. I keep one with me because you never know when you'll need a little party energy. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Medical bills piling up. Insurance is ghosting me after the accident. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We handle it all. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Mark, just with respect to the contracts, why sort of the lack of transparency with both Billy and kind of you and Art Services? Why sort of the lack of transparency about discussing that?
Again, it's just team policy. You've been here longer than I have, and that's always been the case. It's something that the team just doesn't comment on.
That was Eversley. I think that was the only time.
It's the only time I've ever heard him talk.
Yeah, and it was weird. It was a time that he should not have spoken.
I think it was after the draft.
It was, after the draft.
They trotted him out after one draft, and I think after one free agency or something.
Like, like the term was that they wanted to, give him the ability, after not letting him speak for basically 4 years, to it was a big moment for the Bulls. Like, they didn't, they drafted this Senge guy.
God, I forgot about that.
Noah Senge, he's the Bulls' answer to Amagaji, who Amagaji was a third-round pick. But, same thing, hurt and development. Didn't play a game because of it. Now, he wasn't hurt before they drafted him like Amagaji, but he was a guy that you knew at the very least, even if he would have a full season, he'd probably be in the G League most of the year and would really, really have to develop.
Amagaji may end up in the G League. We don't know.
That's right. That's right. So if you're just tuning in, the big story of the day, guys, and we were going to talk about it, would the Bulls do this by Sunday? I thought they should get ahead of it and actually do it this week, and the Bulls actually did the unthinkable. And they fired AK, and they fired Eversley. Now, you say, Sylvie, that's not the unthinkable. We all knew it, and I'm with you. But the Bulls and Michael Reinsdorf and Jerry, they have not done what has been the obvious in the past. It doesn't mean they're going to get this right. But today has been a day where a lot of Bulls fans have been able to celebrate, including me, because it is a step in the right direction. The biggest step comes when ownership declares that we're going to do anything to get the top of the top when it comes to someone who is going to rule in the front office.
Do we know who? The only name I know is Bob Myers. Who else is out there that could be a potential candidate to take over for AK?
Now, who is the former the Toronto
Masai Ujiri?
Yeah, he had success. It petered out in Toronto. I think he still made some decent moves at the end.
The
but
blooms kind of come off the rose with that one.
Yeah, he won a championship. He made that Kawhi deal. He's been out of the league for the last year, hasn't he? Didn't he get fired like a year ago?
Yeah, he's been out for a little bit.
From Toronto, that's one of the few known names.
That doesn't sound overly appetizing.
John Krasinski, who covers the Vikings and Timberwolves for The Athletic, he stated that Wolves GM Matt Lloyd, he's been in the mix for a few of these front office jobs.
So
that
Matt
make a lot of sense.
Let me give you background on Matt Lloyd. When I was covering the Bulls, and when Carmen was covering the Bulls, then after me, in the championship years, Matt Lloyd was like second or third in the Bulls in the PR department. Matt Lloyd was like a great guy in their PR department who would help. And Pax was a big believer in Matt Lloyd and his eye for talent. And I believe, like Theo, like I'm not dismissing him because he started in PR. If you know Theo's track record, and I'm not saying that he's Theo either, but I'm just telling you, Theo, I believe, was an intern for the Padres in the PR department.
I did not know that.
Before he moved into the baseball ops department with San Diego, and then eventually moved up the ladder there and then got hired from Boston. But I believe he originally was a PR guy. And so Matt Lloyd was with the Bulls, then started his climb in the front office. I believe from the Bulls, he went to Orlando. And from Orlando, he went to Minnesota, where he's the GM, but it's not the top decision maker.
Okay.
So he's a guy with former ties to the Chicago Bulls.
I wonder if this job now becomes appetizing for Bob Myers, if he wants that role again, or he's happy with where he is.
I think the answer to that is it depends on what the Bulls are offering him. I think with money and power, you like what you said. I've been really on board with the money, pay top dollar. You've been like, just give him autonomy, give him the keys, let him do what he wants to do.
I'll give him both.
Well, yeah, you have to. And that's why would Bob Myers take a job where he's not getting either? He could be choosy.
Let me ask you a question. If you gave Bob Myers, what would it take? Is 15 too low? 15 million?
I don't have like the proper
What's the top general manager, do you think, in NBA? Let's go nuts. Let's say you'd sign Bob Myers to a $20 million a year contract. How really much is that going to affect their bottom line?
None.
In fact, it may help your bottom line if, in fact, you get more season ticket, commitments. There's more people consistently in there. Because when I see the attendance totals, that's sold tickets, right? That doesn't mean everybody's in the building buying stuff and everything else, correct? So it's just tickets sold. So, I mean, like, I would think if you bring in Bob Myers and he does the job, he'll pay for himself.
I just have a really hard time thinking this is a more attractive job than what Dallas offers. They have more money. They have Cooper Flag. They have their own problems.
Who is scoring 50 points in games already, and he's 19. He should be a freshman this year.
That's crazy. I wrote this down.
Like,
this
the Bulls
was
can't
actually
top
part
that.
of my good, so I can change that. But, like, have you seen the number of games where he's had 40 points?
It's incredible. He is, like, we knew it last year, too. Like, if there was a time to align yourself for tanking, it was for Cooper. He was like, and we've had a couple of these generational players coming out lately, and the Bulls weren't in line for any of them.
He's had 4 games this year where he scored. I mean, these are 4 performances: 42, 49, 45, 51. And a number of 30-plus point games as well.
I was thinking, like, is it possible to hold out until the draft? Like, can this decision wait until the draft lottery and maybe the ping pong balls bounce your way? But it's May 10th.
Or maybe you can get them for the ping pong balls to bounce your way now that they've made a change.
No. The scouting has to start today. You have to self.
Scouting should have already been underway.
Yeah, well, I mean, but with the new guy, like you have to self-scout your own personnel and get to work, and you have to start scouting before even you know where your draft position is. Look, the Bulls can either draft, I think Carm went over this, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 9 or 10 or something like that. Or
I don't think they can draft 4.
He said 4 this morning. You double check on it.
What Tankathon does is it shows you top 4 odds, but that's because the top 3 teams can only fall to 4. So technically they can only draft 1, 2, 3, 9, or 10.
9 or 10.
So what better year for the league to set this up nicely for the Bulls to get back on track. Huh? Seriously? Like, let's set this up for the Bulls. They've got a new front office, potentially. They got $65 million to spend. Like, if we're going to try to get one of the top market teams back on track, this would be a perfect time to deliver the number one pick to the Chicago Bulls.
I'm for that.
I mean, who is going to be the number one overall
You're talking like
selection?
frozen envelope stuff.
Of course I am.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm talking about cheating.
Yeah.
Which I believe the NBA, you convince me that they do it consistently.
I believe they have fixed things. I totally do.
Who's the top pick this year, Tyler?
I mean, it's kind of up for grabs, but it's between AJ DeBanza, Darren Peterson.
Is Acuff in the mix or not?
No, he won't be number one. I don't
The kid from Michigan's not going to be one either, is he? The hurt kid?
No. Because he's like a senior.
What did you think, Tyler? And this goes into the tournament. And if you want to weigh in on the Bulls, 332-3776. Did Wadler show on what day was it? Saturday.
Yeah.
That while he's great, and he could probably be a back of the lottery selection. I don't know where he's projected.
I think he'd be top 10.
Top 10.
Yeah.
That he could certainly benefit from another year.
Well, I think almost everyone can benefit from another year. I think he's close enough where he should just go. Like, if you're going to be a top 10 pick, you should just go.
He shoots righty, but he goes left a lot. Isn't that his thing?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I think he's pretty good with both hands, but
he's pretty strong too for a young kid. Like,
he's got to put some weight on though.
I know, but he gets to the rim and
his physique
handles himself.
Yeah, his physique is he looks weaker, but when he actually gets near the rim, he can finish.
I love
the best
him.
of them.
Yeah. I was just wondering if that game showed that maybe he's good.
No, because I think that's just a one-game sample. I think the overarching body of work from the other 30-plus games that he played in was plenty good to say, yeah, you should go, and you'll be a top 10 pick.
I felt like they leaned way too much on him down the stretch. Like it was all just isolation. Is it what UConn forces everybody into? Because it feels like everybody loses their offensive flow when they play UConn.
Well, they're like you talked about the shooting percentage. I thought Illinois was as sloppy as I've seen them in a long time with the turnovers. Turnovers. And my meathead thought of the day was those rims did not help Illinois. And I know they were for the same rims that UConn played on, but it certainly looks like, you know how we say the benefit of the whistle? They lost the benefit of the rims. Like
those weren't Maui rims.
No, those are the rims that are new because they're not played on all year, and they're as tight as can be. And not only is it hard to shoot in a dome, but they weren't forgiving. And every bounce seemed to go in and out for Illinois.
No, I felt the same way.
Between the turnovers and would they have 3 assists the entire night? Just was not who they had been the previous 3 games.
No, they didn't. I never felt like Illinois ever got into a situation where they were playing good basketball in that entire 40 minutes. I thought if they could, I kept thinking, all right, they're going to turn it on now. They're going to go on one of these runs. And they just never could get in the flow.
Danny Hurley is something else.
He is, isn't he?
Those sets, offensive sets, they never stop moving. There always seems to be an open shooter. He is something. He's something else.
So I pulled the question getting back to the Bulls thing. And I want to hear Bulls fans' opinions on this with them firing AK and Mark Eversley. Billy, they like to keep. Do you think that's a mistake? 332-3776. Here's the poll question, though. It's brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. Will Michael Reinsdorf get the front office search correct? Oh, boy. Yes or no? We've done this before with other teams, whether it's a draft, will they get it right? A coaching hiring. I think at the beginning of the Bears search last year, many people thought the Bears would not get it right.
Well,
they got it right.
History would tell you the answer, the most likely answer is no, right?
Very, very few. Again, these Bulls poll questions get voted on in a very small amount of people compared to some, people are totally out on the Bulls. Oh, yeah. They have killed themselves.
Apathy.
And we only have 266 votes.
Wow.
That's a low of any poll we've ever had.
That's 5 minutes of a Bears vote.
That's a minute in a Bears vote in the middle of the season. This has been up for over an hour. You can vote on my Twitter handle at Waddle and Silvy. Yes, he will get it right is getting 11% of the vote. and 89% of the vote saying no.
I would ask the people that say yes, why? Why do you feel that way? And if you ask me why I voted no, I would say because history has a tendency to repeat itself.
Yeah, they don't pay top dollar for these guys.
No.
They go on the cheap more times than not. And they've done it with the previous hirings that Jerry has gone through after firing his front offices.
I hope so. I hope they do the right thing, but maybe Michael Wilbon had a conversation with Michael Reinsdorf, and maybe Michael Wilbon also had a conversation with Bob Myers, and maybe Michael Wilbon has been able to broker a deal between Bob Myers and Michael Reinsdorf, and maybe Michael Wilbon will pull off the greatest deal in recent Bulls history.
I cited this when I asked Wilbon the question on Friday. We played it earlier. I could share it with you again. When he's like, they have got to fire AK and Eversley. And
I think it could be one of the most definitive conversations we've ever had with Mike.
Yes, because he never. That's why it rings bigger. But I said to him in setting up that question, I go, and I'll never forget this. This is when the Bears were going really bad. I forget which year, because there've been many, and he's been on with us for so many years. I said, if we could send up this tape to George McCaskey, what would you say to George? And he ripped him. He ripped the Bears. He told them how disappointed he was, that he respects George, but he hates the direction of the franchise. And sure enough, do you know who sought out Michael Wilbon? Because of that, it was George McCaskey. Mm-hmm. So when a guy like Wilbon, who's a Chicago guy and has a national platform like he does, it's one thing when it's Carm or me or Kap. They're local. It's a local noise. It's like someone described it as the echo chamber. But when a guy comes out like that, and Michael Wilbon, who says he's friends with Michael Reinsdorf, that they have gotten this wrong, it rings stronger.
Yeah, with no disrespect to you and Carm and Kap, because you guys probably, follow this closer than Michael does at a distance and know more of the ins and outs. There's no question that if you're sitting at that desk, that the sound of somebody who is that well known and regarded nationally is going to resonate more with you than locally.
Here's Wilbon from Friday. And sure enough, 48 hours later, the guys are gone.
I mean, you got rid of Ayo DeSumo and you got Patrick Williams. That is fireable. You should be fired. So I'm not a big guy to go on publicly and say people should be fired. I know these people.
I know you're not.
I often know their families. I'm not into that. AK should have been fired. The moment he extended a 5-year, $90 million contract to Patrick Williams, having seen what we all saw, it means the GM of the Bulls is incompetent. Are we clear on that?
Yes, we are. We are.
If I saw my dear friend Michael Reinsdorf sitting around with me eating a hot dog like I'm likely to go do because I'm so depressed, I need a Portillo's right now in Arizona, even though I'm in Arizona, I would say to Michael, I will buy the hot dog. Fire your GM with some adjectives in the middle. How long are you going to stick with somebody who's so incompetent that he re-signed Patrick Williams to $90 million and got rid of Ayo DeSumo?
Player option as well.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So the dumbness is unbelievable now. And I was one of the ones saying, hey, it's about scouting. Well, scouting can be dumb too. It can be. You can make so many mistakes scouting, and you can make so many blatant mistakes scouting that there's nothing to say other than you're incompetent and you hired a bunch of incompetents. And that is not the case with the coaching staff. It isn't. I had a journalism teacher that always said, say what you mean and mean what you say. I'm saying exactly what I mean. The general manager of the Bulls should have been fired.
Someone has a good call here. That I just saw and then I see Red Fred's on. This is a great line, though. Bobby on the South Side, tell it to us.
Sylvie, yeah, I was telling my buddy in a group chat today, the Bulls fans, we have a better chance of the Bulls hiring Pete Myers than we do Bob Myers. Could you imagine Jerry Reinsdorf going to Bob Myers and telling them, hey, we got to sell this second-round draft pick. We're going to get $200,000 in exchange.
Yeah.
There is absolutely no shot that the Bulls spend $20 million or however much it's going to take to get such a good GM.
And I can't fault you or anybody who's got that thought.
It's such a good statement. But again, all I would say to you is there is precedent here in the city in recent decades, whether it's the Bears with Ben Johnson and Kevin Warren, or like you said, the Blackhawks.
And Theo with the Cubs.
Oh, and Theo with the Cubs.
Most of the teams, the reason why they've won championships in this town is because they made bold moves in the front office. It's always that.
And when they changed course with how they did business, like drastically.
The Bears won in '85, their last Super Bowl, because of Jim Finks.
Yes.
You know, the Hawks won because they pivoted from the worst franchise to wholesale changes on the way they do business. The Cubs changed because Tom Ricketts said, you know, Jim Hendry's a nice guy and he's had some success. It's time for someone new, and I'm not going to hire the next Jim Hendry. I'm going to get someone who's already working for the Red Sox, and slayed one curse. And it should be easier. And the Bears, hopefully the Ben Johnson move will lead to that, where you get a difference maker. It has to be so big. Those guys, I don't understand why it's not adopted by more people. You know, one player who gets $20 million can affect what? Ian Happ gets $20 million. Patrick Williams makes over $20 million. And they're one guy out of 9 in a lineup or 12 on a roster. The new general manager, VP, touches the coach, touches the draft, touches free agency, aligns the way your team plays with a certain philosophy. He touches everything. It's why I told Carmen years ago, Carmen and I had the old argument, who's worth more to the Cubs, Chris Bryant or Theo Epstein? And I said, Theo. Theo is the one who acquired Chris Bryant. Theo is the guy who sets your entire roster. Chris Bryant's one man. Sure, he's on the field, but he's just one guy. You see the way that's worked out? I believe the same with the Bulls. You have to go bold here.
I hope that the next statement that you hear from Michael Reinsdorf is that we will turn over every stone and no expense will be spared, and this decision won't be made because of financial reasons in any way, shape, or form.
Amen. See, Red Fred, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Fred?
What a day! We're back. I just want to say one thing though about Bob Myers. Bob Myers is the most overrated GM in the. How many titles do the Golden State Warriors win if Clay and Steph aren't on the team? He didn't draft either guy. Why are we like, we got to get Bob Myers?
I've seen a lot of people say stuff like that. But look, you're also the same guy who is talking that Isaac Okoro is like the key to the success. So when you come to the table with Bob Myers doesn't matter, I can't buy that as much from you.
Well, I'm just telling you, he didn't draft Clay and he didn't draft Steph. So let's not if we end up hiring Lloyd, who I love, I think that would be a good hire. Don't be disappointed say we didn't spend money on Bob Myers, who didn't draft Steph or Clay. It doesn't matter. Just get the best guy. I don't care if he costs more or less. Get the best guy. And in basketball, you have to draft. The reason Anthony sucked, because he took P. Will at 4. He took Dalen Terry ahead of Walker Kessler. He was horrible at drafting, and everybody will say, well, yeah, we took Io. I was sitting on my couch. You could have paid me $25,000, I would have picked Io because I knew how good he was at U of I. You have to draft well. Reason Pax was here, he drafted well. He took Rose, he took Noah, he took Taj, he took Butler. Those were fantastic drafts. That's why he was here for a long time. You have to get a guy who has an eye for talent. And unless we get that, we're not going to go any further. But it doesn't matter because you could get a donkey from the Brookfield Zoo. He would have done a better job than this guy. Anthony was horrible. Absolutely horrible.
So why were you such a fan of what they were doing for so long?
Right. I like Okoro a lot. Okoro's a really good player. Hold on. We can't just say Okoro for Ball. Lonzo Ball's out of the league. All right. He didn't play basketball for us after the All-Star break ever. In 5 years. And when you get a good defender like Okoro, hey, I'm happy about that. That's one good move. And I was caught in this desperation trying to find good things.
You got to learn from your mistakes and do not give credit until the credit is truly due. Okay.
That's true, but we're back.
All
We're
right,
back.
see,
The nightmare's
we're back.
over.
Now we're back.
The nightmare's over.
It isn't over yet.
No, it's not.
It's a good day to celebrate. But to say that we're back.
That took like 10 seconds.
That's what I mean. Like he's so over the top. And Charlie, look, this is something that you've been preaching with the Bears. You've been preaching two things about draft and develop. You always say, and we all know this, that you have to draft and develop, and you have also preached the more swings, the better. Like the Rams, your Rams take. What is AK lacked? AK not only is bad with his draft picks, he's had few of them. He took as few swings as possible, accentuating the fact that the misses really, really hurt.
Well, whoever takes over is going to have 400 second round swings.
So, all right. So that's the news of the day. We've got the good, the bad, the dirty, a recap of the entire sports weekend. The Bulls have fired AK and Mark Eversley. Do you care? Do you believe they're back? Do you need to see more? 332-3776.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Okay, can I go now?
Let's hear it, Professor.
Join us for Whiskey University, Wednesday, April 15th from 7 to 9 p.m. at Bub City in Rosemont. We'll study Old Forester Bourbon and Glendronach Single Malt Scotch Whiskey.
Not bad.
I don't overanalyze it, Carm. I just know great Scotch when I taste it.
Just continue, please.
Whiskey U! Come sip, enjoy, and learn something new. I mostly just enjoy.
We noticed.
Classes in session, April 15th from 7 to 9.
You forgot one thing.
Oh, yeah. Please drink responsibly.
Bravo. A+.
Turn your dream kitchen into a reality during the IKEA Dream Kitchen event. Now through April 21st, IKEA family members save 10% when they spend $3,000 or more on section kitchen cabinets and eligible appliances and countertops. That's modern style, smart storage, and everyday functionality designed your way. Plus, section cabinets come with a 25-year limited warranty. Not sure where to start? IKEA's expert kitchen planners are here to guide you. Your dream kitchen is closer than you think. So visit IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook today.
Business checking accounts for big business, small business, and most importantly, your business. Republic Bank of Chicago is the bank for business, and we've got what you need to succeed. Business Zelle? Check. Online and mobile banking? Check. More than 60 years serving Chicago? Check. Visit ourbankchicago.com or one of our 20 locations to open your account today. Business checking that takes banking beyond expectations. Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
$2 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured due to negligent lighting. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The good.
It's gone! Oh, my God!
The bad.
That is so bad, that is absolutely brutal.
And the dirty.
I'm talking about nasty. Wow. So many stories are running through my head right now.
Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
It's the good, the bad, and the dirty, and it's brought to you by our great friends at Window Nation, because the only thing better than free windows, 2 free windows, buy 2, get 2 free, plus 0 down, no payments, no interest for 2 years. It's also brought to you by Flight by Yingling. Flight is the next generation of light beer, also a proud partner of the Fighting Illini. So, Waddle, what is your good as we go around the room?
My good is the obvious, and that's Danny Hurley. 2 national titles, 3 trips to the title game. I believe he's 18-1 the last 4 games. Again, I learned more. I'm 59 years old. I learned more about college basketball watching UConn play than any time I think I've ever watched college basketball. What they do is cool. They play hard. They're well coached. They're tough. They're a fun team to watch. I think Michigan has been the best team I've seen in the tournament. Again, I'm not the most educated basketball fan, but I love watching Danny Hurley do what he does with his team.
Do you remember when I came to the office a couple years ago after I met him for the first time? Because my friend Brett Just, who is his agent, there are certain guys that you're in the presence of greatness.
Yeah.
And Hurley.
What was your what did you think you were going to get when you met him the first time?
I wasn't sure. I really wasn't sure. I had no clue. So he brought me. We went back in front of the UConn locker room door, and his agent was waiting for him. So I was standing with him, and I didn't take the kids this time. This was the first time a couple of years ago, and we talked for a good 10 minutes. And he was giving me. I gave you the story on the air. He was giving me the whole, he goes, he found out I worked for ESPN. He goes, are you one of the soft guys like on ESPN? And because he was being criticized at the time for getting on officials. And he goes, I go, no, we need more coaches like you.
Yeah.
And then this past year, I took my kids back there to meet him. And he talked, the famous line that Hurley gave to my kids, one of my sons asked him, what was it like to win back-to-back championships? And he looked at both of them. And he said, it was effing awesome.
Yeah.
And he didn't say effing.
Yeah.
And he just has this presence about him. Later in the show, I want to play you. Did you hear about when he was talking about the booing?
Yeah, I saw that interview with.
But this was afterwards.
Okay.
So this wasn't. Is this the one on the court or afterwards, Charlie?
This is afterwards.
So here, let me play it for you now, since Waddle set it up. The Illini fans and everyone else were booing Hurley after he won and was being interviewed on court, and then he reacts to it in the scrum after the win.
A lot of the booing at the end. You feel like were you really enjoying it?
Who is booing?
I don't know. I couldn't tell. It felt like you were kind of
everybody but UConn.
Pretty much. I mean, it felt like you were really embracing almost like this villainous type role. No.
I mean, not really. I don't want to be. They're once the game is over, that's my encore, alter ego, life or death struggle to do whatever it takes to win the game. You coach it a certain way in practice. It's not who I really am, as a human being. So, again, there's people that write articles about me. Some of you may be standing here. I know that there was someone in there that just wrote one about me that they rarely come to my games. They never spend time around our program. They have no idea. They take viral clips of things they see at a game, and then they attack me either personally or my coaching style. And I think it's a joke. I think that's lazy media. They don't know who I am. Do I deserve the boost? Probably.
I don't know if you could hear all that. That was so. Were you
I
able
heard
to hear?
most of it. Yeah.
Like
he's misrepresented in a lot of ways. All I know is that he is a hell of a coach.
Yes, he is.
Hell of a coach.
Yep. On the other side of it was Brad Underwood. This is my good. I'm still going to give Brad Underwood, after all these years, reached the Final Four. It was 21 years for the Illini. That was a fun team. Unfortunately, they did not play their best game, but Brad Underwood left it all on the court. Listen to how emotional he was after the game.
I can't really talk. It stinks. You don't tell me. Please don't ever judge me for wins and losses. That's not who I am as a coach. Relationships, you want it from them. And it's, yeah, really good.
He was so broken up, and Brad Underwood should be judged in such a favorable light. He took over after John Gross's failure, and he restored a lot of greatness, and I believe the sky's the limit under Underwood.
I always thought he was this red-ass personality because I'd never talked to him and I didn't know. And when we had him on the show and then watching him kind of interact with people, it's kind of like the opposite. I don't know why I had that impression that he was just like this screaming red ass.
Yeah, he's really good. Tyler, what's your good?
My good from the weekend is the White Sox. They swept the reigning AL champion Toronto Blue Jays, and not just that, but outside of one swing from Vlad Guerrero Jr., not only did they sweep them, they looked like thoroughly the better team in all 3 games. I get that there was the one moment in the first game on Friday, the home opener, where you let them back into the game, but then you beat them in extra innings, and you didn't have to score just 1 run to win. You had to score 2.
Yeah.
So I think that's always important context when you're talking about comeback wins and extra inning wins. And they dominated. There's no other way.
They pitched well, too, the entire weekend.
They adopted the opener strategy. Grant Taylor went back-to-back games as the opener for them. I thought Will Venable had himself a really nice weekend. I think the White Sox as a whole had themselves a really nice weekend.
They did, and they're much needed too. 4-5 now. Look, if they play that ball, a few games under 500, I predicted them to win 70, and it restored my faith in making that prediction this weekend after the 1-5 start. Charlie, what do you got? What's your good?
Yeah, my good is Michigan basketball. Just an ass kicking against Arizona. They win that game by 18. I mean, that was supposed to be like the game of the weekend, and it ended up just being a dud because Michigan was far more prepared, and they were just a way better team, and they kind of looked like, they looked like the machine that they've been all season, and they just kind of ride into the championship with an ass kicking against Arizona in a game that was supposed to be kind of the game of the season.
Their coach is solid as well. Is it Dusty May?
Dusty May is the best X's and O's guy.
He's unbelievable as well.
Even better than Hurley.
Yes.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. Watch some of the.
That's a high bar.
And I took notice of it in the 8-9 matchup that they played. Florida Atlantic played against Memphis. This is when Florida Atlantic went on their run to the Final Four. Watch the sets, and I think the television broadcast did a good job of it. Dusty May goes out there and does the work, puts in the work. He doesn't send some director of basketball or some assistant coach out there to scout these guys. He goes out there, he sits out there on the floor, and he watches.
You saw he was at the game, the previous game, UConn and Illinois.
Right up front.
So the thing that I took away from the Big Ten tournament, I told Yerk, I was hosting with Yerk the next day, and I said, Yerk, I know who the champion's going to be. It's going to be Michigan. Because I saw Dusty May bring his entire team to the United Center on an off day. They all sat and scouted. The whole team and the whole coaching staff sat and scouted on an off day for them.
I love that.
You never see head coaches go out there and sit and scout.
Nice.
Charlie, what's your good?
Oh, my good was Michigan.
You brought up Michigan.
My bad was actually Illinois' offense. Their numbers, they were 23% from 3. They were 34% shooting the ball overall. They were 78% from the line. They just offensively, they looked stale at times, and they missed a ton of shots, and they just couldn't find the bottom of the net.
My bad is the Cubs bullpen yesterday. I texted you guys about Ben Brown. I'm not completely out on Ben Brown, but what I'm tired of is the optimism game that we play every year with Ben Brown in spring training, only to be disappointed then in the regular season. He's got good stuff. He throws hard. He just developed that third pitch. He had a really good spring, and then he looked terrible yesterday. And they were up 3-0, blew it. Up 4-3, blew it again. The entire bullpen in game 2. It was a really important, would have been a nice sweep for the Cubs. They're down currently 4-3 against Tampa in the 6th inning. But yesterday really bothered me. That was, like, I understand this is April, and we won't know how good the bullpen is. But in just the singular moment of the game, I was disappointed in what the bullpen brought to the table after they pitched so well in game 1, the entire team. And Cabrera was filthy. Maybe that's going to be someone's dirty, but
it is.
I won't steal that. All right, go ahead. What's your
I'll kind of delve into that world from game 1. My bad is Michael Conforto in right field. He took away what would have been a combined no-hitter.
Yeah.
By misjudging a ball in right field. And I don't know if you guys caught the play earlier, but Matt Shaw had himself a nice little grab out in right field, too, moving back on a ball and jumping.
Today?
Yeah, today.
Yeah,
in
it was
the
great.
second inning.
Yeah.
First or second inning.
Had a couple good catches.
And so why are they still trotting out Michael Conforto? Sylvie, when you were on vacation, I told Waddle, I already know the one guy who's going to piss me off more than anybody else on this Cubs team this year is going to be Michael Conforto. He is driving me up a wall already.
Remember, who were the 2 first basemen a couple years ago?
Eric Hosmer was one of them.
Right. Who was the other one? Who was even
Trey
worse?
Mancini.
I think Mancini pissed me off the most. And he's the version of Trey Mancini this year that will be released soon.
Yep.
There's always
no
one of those
reason.
guys.
There's no reason to have anyone other than Matt Shaw in right field.
I don't even care about like the whole matchup thing. Like Matt Shaw is the workings of what you see with his at-bats, he is a professional hitter. I think the numbers are eventually going to come with him, but he just needs the reps right now. And it's not like you're batting him second. You're batting him anywhere between 7 and 9.
Yeah. It's a good point. Yep. Now, Charlie, you're up. What's your bat?
Yeah, my bat is the Boston Red Sox sitting at 2-7. This is pointed out by somebody who I think is at WEEI. This all goes back to the Devers situation where they ruined that relationship so that they could make Bregman their full-time third baseman. They move on. Like, Bregman is off the team a year later. They also gave the money that they were going to spend on Bregman. They gave that to Ranger Suarez when they had a full rotation. He's got like an 8+ ERA. They made Caleb Durbin their new third baseman, and he's hitting like crap right now. And they also traded Kyle Harrison to the Brewers to get him, who is now like shoving in Milwaukee's farm system. So it's not just the record. It's all these machinations that are going into a pretty disastrous year for the Red Sox, so much so that it's April and we're getting sell the team chance.
You got Maz, Felger, and Bevins.
Oh, that's right. This is what I tell people who call in and say, Silvy, Waddle, you're too tough on our teams. Or the fans are too tough. The fans chase this guy out in Chicago. I've told you before, we are pussycats in this town. Complete. And anyone who thinks we're too hard on our teams, go to Boston, where they've won on the scale that they've won, and those fans are yelling to John Henry to sell the team.
I will say
Philly's different too.
I was going to say, stop by Philly as you're on your
and
way.
they're in Boston.
In the
Go
case
there.
of the Red Sox, I absolutely get it, though, based on like the stuff he's been saying the last 3 years, where he's very open about like, this is just a business venture for me.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm totally fine with it, but I'm just saying their patience is a lot less than our patience. We give guys the benefit of the doubt in this town. So, like, whenever I hear, oh, Silvy, you're too tough on our guys. What do you mean? Like, come on.
Don't spend any time on the East Coast. You'll be quite disappointed. My dirty is Edward Cabrera, who his stuff has been filthy. 11 2/3 innings, 2 hits, 0 runs. And look, he has not been the beneficiary of 2 starts in really horrible hitter weather. His first start, it was 80 degrees and humid.
And wind blowing out.
And he was unhittable. So he's been every bit what you'd hope for through 2 starts and then some.
My dirty is Joe Adele, who, with the Angels, provided the highlights of the weekend. Not 1, not 2, but 3 home run saving grabs, including the last one where you ended up in the stands. Here's the call on all 3 in the same game.
Here, no balls and 1 strike. And here's a drive out to right from Raleigh. Adele's back near the wall. He leaps and he caught it. Joe Adele robs Raleigh of what would have been his first home run this year. There's a drive to right. Adele is back. He's at the wall. He leaps up. He got another one. Whoa. Joe Adele. What a night! 1-run lead. And here's Crawford with a fly ball to right toward the corner. It's Joe Adele again near the foul pole. Leaping up. Did he catch it again? He fell into the crowd. So it's a home run. They called him out. He did it again.
Dirty stuff. And I want to bring up this coming up on the other side after you guys get done with your dirty. Should the third one be ruled a home run?
So that was my dirty.
Oh, is that?
That was my dirty.
It's a good discussion, a debate to have. I saw some people online debating this, and it's a good case. And let's share it with Waddle on the other side, okay?
Will do. All right, but that's my dirty.
My dirty is chess grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. He accepted a selfie with his opponent before the chess match, and then he reported her for having a phone and was basically granted the win by forfeiture.
What a dick.
Unbelievable.
He knew by taking the picture with her that he could get her disqualified for using her phone.
It's kind of like selling your bracket.
That's not true. I don't think so.
All right, coming up next, when a player goes into the crowd and doesn't get feet down on the field with a home run ball, should it still be ruled a home run even though he caught it? Some fans were saying that. I want to share that with you coming up next and see where you guys roll.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Advantage Dealer Group invites you to check out Carmen and Jurko. Carmen and Jurko. Tomorrow morning at 9 on ESPN Chicago.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
That is right, my friend. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Hey guys, Silvy here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute, those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa Iavone, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4million.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Turn your tax refund into a new garage door at Menards. Make this the year you check that project off the list. Increase your home's value with a new ideal garage door. From traditional to modern, Menards has a garage door to enhance your home's appearance. Choose from our large in-stock selection or design your own using our free garage door design program. Check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
You're sitting at a red light or stuck in traffic, and your phone lights up. Maybe it's a text, a video call, a new post, or a quick notification you think you can check in a second. It feels harmless, but the truth is, once your eyes leave the road, you're not really driving anymore. And traffic doesn't pause just because you do. That split second of distraction can throw off everything. Your reaction time, your awareness, your ability to avoid someone else's mistake. You could damage your car, injure yourself, or hurt someone you care about. Or you could get pulled over for a reminder that your phone isn't worth the risk. So before you start driving, make it easy on yourself. Put your phone on silent. Toss it in the glove box. Set it to Do Not Disturb. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Windy City Smokeout returns to the United Center July 8th through the 12th with Blake Shelton, Hootie and the Blowfish, Lainey Wilson, Jordan Davis, Treaty Oak, Revival, and so many more. Secure your wristbands now at WindyCitySmokeout.com.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on Twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
All right, we'll take your phone calls on the Bulls firing AK and Mark Eversley. That's been the story of the day, and it's a big one. Bulls fans finally get their wish, but it's Billy Donovan. I think I read this from Kap a couple hours ago. Per our guy Joe Colley Hoops, the Bulls' first priority is to do whatever it takes to keep Billy Donovan long-term with the franchise. Like I said earlier, Billy's fine. But when you have finally now moved off of this regime after 6 years of nothing, is anyone whatever it takes category?
I think it's kind of a standard feeling I have, a rule. If you're going to hire a new general manager, you have to give that person the autonomy. One of the most important decisions he will make is the decision of who's going to coach the team or manage the team. And to take that away from an incoming general manager, I think and maybe that guy decides Billy's the best option. Let him make the decision.
Yeah, 312-332-3776 to get in on that. How do you guys rule on this? Like, I could be...
What is the rule? What is the official Major League Baseball rule?
I watched something today, Tyler. I don't know if you did. Some guy that randomly on my Instagram came up where he said he went into the rule book, and I believe there is no rule.
Oh, really?
Regarding falling, like there's stuff about being able to go up on the tarp, making a catch, go up on railings are allowed to make catches. But what the point is, and maybe this was your point, Tyler, it's like 2 feet in bounds when making a catch. It's one thing if you catch it on the field and your momentum flies into the stands. It's another thing, the ball landed on a fly over the fence. Now, granted, it was in his mitt. So should it be a catch or a home run?
Such a good question.
Well, now this is stupid because if there's no rule for it in the rule book, there's also no rule in the rule book that defines what a swing is either. Those feel like pretty critical things that you should be defining.
Yeah.
So I always think if you have to go into the stands, and I only feel this way for home runs. I don't feel this way about foul balls. And maybe this is very meatheadish of me, but I think there should be different precedents set for foul balls versus home runs, even though you're kind of dealing with the same thing. If you go into the stands for a foul ball and you catch it, it should be an out because...
Sort of like going over the railing of a dugout as well.
Right. It should be an out. Now, if you insert yourself into the stands to make the catch, like let's say you jumped over the railing and went inside the dugout or something, or went down the dugout stairs.
What if Adele jumped over the fence in the first row and caught the ball there?
That's got to be a home run.
And I think it is a home run if that were to happen.
I don't think you can jump into the dugout and catch a ball.
No,
either.
you can't. But you can fall into the dugout to make a catch. I think with the home run, if you land over the wall, it should be a home run. The ball left the yard. Even though it's in your glove, you had to go over the side of the wall to make the grab.
That's what some people like you are arguing, that what is a home run? The home run is when a ball lands on the other side of the fence.
Right.
On a fly. Now, it was in his glove.
But he said land.
Yeah.
It didn't touch down either. So this, I think both arguments are good.
This is where we need to apply what I call the sick as hell rule. Was that sick as hell?
I love it.
Yes? All right, it stands.
It's interesting.
I love it.
It's interesting, like, or how about you just make sure that in every stadium, the wall in the outfield is high enough that you're not going to flip into the stands for everybody's safety.
Yeah.
Because there's only a handful of stadiums that have that, right? The Red Sox,
I can think
Fenway's that way.
I can think of a couple Red Sox plays where the guy makes it and gets leveled by the dugout.
But how many other stadiums have a right or left field where you can get, like your whole body would end up over there? The Red Sox, where was Adele playing?
They were in L.A.
Yeah. So it was in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just thought that was interesting. Yeah. It's obviously not the big story of the day. Kap texted both of us in relation to his tweet. And I'll read you the series of tweets, and then Wilbon's going to hop on a day early. I was texting with Wilbon, a matter of fact, on my drive-in today, voice texting. So I wasn't texting about Bob Myers before I knew that AK was going to be fired. So what does Wilbon think about this? Just a few days after he was on with us on Friday, with the Bulls making this move. Can't miss with Wilbon. Your reaction. Did the Bulls get this right? And will they get it right now that they did the obvious? The hard part starts. Hiring the right person. 332-3776. We'll talk to Michael Wilbon next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8000000, and win with Wallner.
Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to create your own milkshake. The winner will work with the Chicago White Sox head chef to create and name their own milkshake that will be sold in the ballpark. As an added bonus, the winner will also receive 20 tickets to a White Sox home game to share the experience with friends and family. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
At Great Clips, they use clip notes to save your haircut details. So no matter which stylist you see or Great Clips salon you visit, it's easy to feel like the best version of you. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Don't miss Wee Whiskey Fest in Lake Geneva, April 17th through the 19th. I'm talking 50-plus distilleries, over 150 pours, and an entire weekend of whiskey festivities. See you at the Grand Tasting on Saturday, April 18th. Get tickets at weewhiskeyfest.com and sip responsibly.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
With Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup with live games, daily sports coverage, and expert analysis. And now, the ESPN Unlimited plan is available at no additional cost, giving you access to additional ESPN content in the ESPN app, including more must-see action like WWE premium live events, on-demand programming, and originals to explore. Visit Xfinity.com/your-subscriptions to activate ESPN Unlimited access. Then start watching in the ESPN app. More from ESPN, all in one place.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle, all delivered with a seamless, transparent experience. Visit Advantage Acura of Naperville or start online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Guess what today is?
It's Wilbon Day. Woo-hoo! Chicago native Michael Wilbon, host of Pardon the Interruption with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
He's a hero that we've all needed. He demands the Bulls fire their front office, and 72 hours later, they do just that.
It's a powerful guy.
Wilbon was on with us on Friday, and he talked about it. We've played it a couple of different times, and sure enough, if you're just getting into your car, this afternoon at about 1:40, the Bulls, the story came out first by Shams, then the rest. Michael Reinsdorf released a statement that both AK and Mark Eversley are out. They're trying to keep Billy Donovan. We'll see what happens there. Wilbon is brought to you by
HawkAuto.com. Looking for a newer pre-owned vehicle? Shop HawkAuto.com and search over 3,000 vehicles at 9 convenient locations. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com.
Well, thank you for getting that done with the Bulls, Michael.
No. And I tell you what, I wasn't thinking about firing the front office. Maybe a year ago, I would have kept Mark Eversley, moved him into the spot, and fired AK. So I don't think that this falls at the feet of Mark Eversley. This falls at the feet of AK, who, in his public utterances, and there aren't many, was a guy who was awfully cocksure of himself. So let him bear the brunt of it. Why must the GM do it? And you can say, well, they're locked to the hip. Not necessarily. That's why assistant coaches or people in the organization often move up, because people recognize that they've got fresh sets of ideas of their own. So getting rid of Mark Eversley, to me, is not part of the issue. And this is something I'm sure, when I say I'm sure, I had not talked. I said, I made plain to say when I talked to you guys on Friday, I had not talked to Michael Reinsdorf, and I hadn't. And I hope to sometime soon.
Have you since?
They had to see it. I'm not the only one who sees that the organization had become more irrelevant than ever. As a matter of fact, it's the first time that the Bulls have ever had a sustained period of irrelevance through the franchise.
Did you hear from Michael after the weekend or during the weekend?
No, I did not.
So you did not speak to him then?
No, I did not. Have not talked to Michael.
What?
And this was coming. It had to come.
Mike, I admittedly, I have no idea what Mark Eversley was in charge of. But if you're going to move on from the general manager, don't you have to kind of clear out the whole front office?
Not necessarily. Depends on what you. First of all, they could have been having damn near fistfights over decisions in the office. Why do coaches get fired all the time and people move up assistants, right? And so what would be the difference there?
Well, and I guess it would be easy for me to also suggest, hey, if you don't like your job, step away. But there's only so many of these. So I guess, I don't know. Like I said, I'm so confused by what they have done and who was responsible for what. I'm just happy today that change is on the horizon or change is here. But now the hard part starts, finding somebody that can do a hell of a lot better job than the group that they just got rid of.
Well, and if you're dismissing everybody, and again, you'd have to be stupid to question Billy Donovan's bona fides. Well, why would a new general manager, why would a new regime come in and keep Billy Donovan? Wouldn't they have their own ideas about who they want to bring in as a coach? The answer to that, let me answer it, is yes. If I was a new general manager, if I'm coming in and Billy Donovan's there and he's just been there through about a 6-year period of, not 6 years. How long has Billy been in now?
6, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He brought him in immediately and fired Jim Boylan when he took over.
That's right. So what are we talking about? I mean, no. If you're going to start over, if you're going to start over, you feel like you got to get rid of Mark Eversley, then why are you going to keep Billy Donovan?
And
get rid of everybody.
I asked that too, and I'm with you. Like I've said, Billy Donovan's a fine coach. If you think he's good, whatever. Like I don't blame what's gone on with Billy, Michael, but this is Waddle's general philosophy. I believe you limit your search, and I want them to go. And I texted you this earlier. I said, there is no expense too high to get the right guy to run the organization. Because
and you are dead right about that.
Because it doesn't count against the cap. They touch everything and everybody in the organization. They set the culture. They do everything. So if a guy wants the keys, if a guy wants the keys, and the first thing they say is, but we got our coach already fixed. Like, you limit yourself.
That's not happening. No, it's not happening. You're 100% right. I now know from just reading stuff that Bob Meyer's name has come up, my friend and colleague, and good if his name has come up. His name ought to come up. His name ought to come up. You need the Bulls front office needs expertise. And they need experience, and they need people who've done this and proven that they can set that, hit that reset button establish a culture, and start moving toward winning with drafts and trades and attraction of free agents if possible. That's the third and least likely. But, yeah, you want a guy like Bob Myers. Bob Myers should be real high on anybody's list who's serious.
Mike, how desirable is this job? They've got $65 million, I think is much or more than anyone in the NBA in free agency access.
Yeah.
They possibly are going to have 2 first-round picks. I know you've said to us in the past, free agents aren't coming here. It's just not the destination. Guys are going other places. So if you have all of that as the backdrop, how desirable of a job is it to be the general manager, the man making all the decisions in the front office?
Very. Very. It is a place that is not, devoid of winning. And even when the Bulls didn't win, they were in there contending. Like I said the other day, whether you look at the Bulls before Michael, in those years that they won divisions and couldn't quite get far enough, got to a conference final but couldn't win, they were contending. And then in the Derrick Rose years, we know that they were on the verge of something. And they're not the first franchise to have a catastrophic injury change things around. So I think the Bulls have a very desirable situation on their hands. And it's up to the team, to the franchise now. It's up to the Reinsdorfs to attract that person and go out and say, here's what our philosophy is going to be. And this is not an organization where ownership meddles and embarrasses itself and does things that people don't want to work for. That is not the history of the Bulls or the Reinsdorfs.
Do you have other guys who you've heard of? It's tough to keep track in the NBA of who the up-and-comers are, or who are the guys who have done it besides Bob Myers who are not working currently in the front office. The NBA front office doesn't get talked about as much, Michael. Is there any other guys that you're keeping your eye on to see if he has interest?
I haven't, even though we knew this was coming. I hadn't started that whole let me asking who are the hot young candidates available. They're all kinds of guys some of whom I'm not aware of anymore because I'm not doing that sort of daily reporting now and keeping up with who's available, who do people think has enough experience to go in and take over. I don't know that Chicago is the place where you want to put out that you have a 7-year plan. I don't know that we're that place. How long is a rebuild are we talking about? It's going to have to be a rebuild. They got to hit a restart button. That's the deal. So I don't know who's ready for that. If maybe there's somebody ready to jump ship. That would not shock me. The job has got to be really attractive, and not because of just the money. We're not flush with picks. I'd be looking at somebody on Sam Presti's staff, I'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, first of all, how do we know Sam Presti's not restless? Ready to go, he probably wants to see it through and win some more championships.
Yeah, right.
How
He's
do we
got a good thing going.
Did he himself, look at how the Cubs do this?
They hired the best.
Only a few years ago, I was saying, I think I was trying to convince him. I literally had a conversation with Theo one day saying, I think he should do this. And
this was before he took the Cubs job?
No, after. After.
You said
why go back to Boston or the league or any of that stuff? Do the Bulls.
Oh, you said to Theo do the Bulls?
Yes.
What did he say?
I'm sure he laughed at me and told me to, shut up.
Nobody does that to you, Mike.
But that's the kind of person I'd like to see. That's why I mentioned Sam Presti. You look at the places where this is done and you go, okay, let's have big game hunting. Would the Bulls do that? No, it's never been their way. They never hire a coach who's ever had any experience. Even Phil Jackson was with the CBA and had been, Doug's assistant for a year. The Bulls don't do that. They don't go big game hunting. And I don't expect that to change now.
I like what you said about Bob Myers. The Bulls need an expert. They need someone who is an expert in this field. We've had some people, and because I've been big on the Bob Myers bandwagon when he was on the ESPN stage sitting next to you. People, and we had a caller today say, he didn't draft Steph. He didn't draft Clay. He's overrated. What do you say to the people who say that Bob Myers isn't all that we make him out to be?
They're idiots. Bob Myers there's more than just drafting. And this is what people don't know. Sorry, it's what most callers and people who just think they know a lot about sports don't know. How do you have a mix of characters like Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala? Do they think that these things and these people in their situations and their roles aren't massaged every day? Do they think that you don't have a bridge between coach and locker room? The people are stupid. Sorry, they are. And they don't understand what somebody like Bob Myers has to do on a daily basis. Not just Bob, other people too, who may be really skilled and they don't quite get it done. Maybe they don't have the roster. But even if you have the roster, a million things have to be done to cultivate that situation and those group of people. And if you don't know that, you're an idiot.
Mike, how convinced are you that the Bulls are just all in terms of winning championships? We played the clip from Jerry. I think he was Rachel Nichols did an interview, and Jerry references, sometimes finishing second, third, or fourth isn't bad.
Should I play them?
Yeah, and then I want to have Sylvie play Joe Lacob's statement, and you can differentiate between the two programs.
Let me play you both of these. Let me play this. So this is first Jerry talking to what he strives for as far as an owner of a team, and this is from a few years ago. So this was his response, and then after that, I'll play you Joe Lacob.
Sports is a business of failure. Only one team is going to win every year. But the fact that you finish second or third or fourth, it doesn't mean you had a bad year. And I think the important thing to fans is while they want you to win championships, they want to know that when you get down to the last month of the season, you still have a shot. You're still playing meaningful games. If you can do that consistently, you'll make your fans happy.
That's our owner. Here's the owner of the Golden State Warriors.
Our job is to win championships, period. And I'm going to expect that. We're going to expect that this year, next year, 3 years from now, 5 years from now. That's just, there's no point in doing this if you're not trying to win the championship. We're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game. And our game is to win games and to win championships.
How do you feel about, from the perspective of a Bulls fan, to hear the Bulls owner say what he says and then compare that with what, Golden State owners are saying?
Well, the Bulls owner is also, I'm turning you guys over. Can you still hear me? I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
The Bulls owner is also a baseball owner. The Bulls owner was describing a baseball season. These are apples and oranges. I mean, the Bulls owner, who is, let's face it, we know how much he identifies with the White Sox. He was answering a question about baseball.
But
he and Joe Lacob are not. They're in wildly different places and perspectives. So I don't spend a lot of time doing that. Would Jerry have answered that question the same way in 1990? I don't know that he would have. These are men of different ages. They got different ambitions at this point. Now you can if you I'd like to hear Michael Reinsdorf answer those questions, because I think some of those answers I know those answers would be different. So I'm not putting a lot of stock. I put less stock in, say, than others. And you can say what Joe Lacob said. I know Joe Lacob. You can say what Joe Lacob says when you've won 4 championships already. How easy is it to say that? Who's going to doubt it? Who's going to push back? But what I care about is not asking Jerry or Michael about championships. It's about what the reset button here. What is it you expect to do? What is it you think you can do? Are you all in from? Let's talk about how much money is spent for the top 6-8 teams in the league and how much money the Bulls spend. I'm not talking about salary. I'm not about salary cap. That's
Do we still have you, Michael?
structure.
Yeah.
Yes, are you still?
Yeah. You just broke up for a sec.
I'm sorry. I'm not talking about salary cap spending. I'm talking about front office. The Bulls don't operate on the same full, all-in front office commitment in terms of people, staff. They're not where other organizations are. Where are they on that kind of thing? What's their answer on that kind of question? Those are the things I would be interested in, other than just anybody can answer flying over the top of trees at 30,000 feet what their philosophy on winning is. I don't care about that. I care more about how are you going to climb back into the ring?
Yes.
What is it you're going to do? Who is it you're going to hire to do that?
And like when Michael meets I think he's going to meet the media tomorrow. And when Michael Reinsdorf speaks, okay, does he win the press conference, or if he doesn't, that is neither here nor there. I want him to show us with his actions, getting back to the point that you brought up in the beginning, that I brought up in the beginning. You cannot overpay for a great VP. You know,
a great VP and
show me.
Staff.
Show me.
And
yes.
Staff, his or her staff. These are the places now you have to start. Look, we talked about this the other day. We made a joke about it. We made a joke about this. The University of Illinois basketball program is spending more in European scouting, Eastern European scouting, than a couple of NBA teams I know. So what? Let's talk about that commitment. I don't need the pie in the sky commitment just yet. Let's walk. Let's have some baby steps here. Who are they going to hire? How committed are they going to be? What are they going to do in confronting tax issues in first apron? Right? What's the philosophy going to be for a franchise that has never attracted a free agent? What about drafting when the last few years in the AK era have been dreadful with the draft? How's that going to change? Don't tell me Bob Myers can't change that, even if he didn't draft Steph Curry. So there are a lot of questions to be answered before we get to the big pie in the sky one. A lot of questions to be asked and answered.
You know, the Reinsdorf family, they have a history of hiring guys that they know, they trust, and have, like, even worked for them in the past. Like, they'll circle back to Tony La Russa like they did. You know, Ozzie is filled many roles for the White Sox as a player, as a manager. Pax has worn many hats in the Bulls organization. If they hire the general manager and the general manager deems Tom Thibodeau the best fit as a coach to change the culture and work environment and developing players, because as I pointed out, Michael, not only has he won games, he's developed players in this league, many of them which had their best years when Tom Thibodeau coached them. Would you be in favor of that?
It depends. I mean, I don't know that I would be in favor of it in terms of it being a long-term strategy. I mean, let's face it, Tibbs has been great in a lot of short-term situations, but not really long-term, not as the head coach. As an assistant, sure, worked in Boston to the tune of a championship. But, you know, it's all got to work in concert. And I don't know about these single answers. And it's kind of like I just answered you on the notion of how Jerry answered that question versus, you know, the Golden State's owner. Who's with Tibbs? Who's with him? Is there Tibbs needs a stronger number two with him. It seems to me that's somehow missing. When Tibbs had that balance of a guy, they hit their sweet spot with he and Doc Rivers, that worked. Did it work as well with the Bulls and the Knicks? No, it didn't, although you can't convince me it wouldn't have worked with the Bulls because I think it would have. And Tibbs' tenure would be seen differently. But, I don't know that I can't answer that question in a vacuum. I got to know who else is going to – again, this is no one-person deal. What is the staff of the VP going to look like? And if that person hires Tibbs, who else is being hired? What else is the plan? And how do they acquire some more draft capital? Don't tell me to trade for a bunch of second-round draft picks, including stupidly dealing Io for one of them, is the way that you're going to get back into contention.
If not Tom Thibodeau, and if Billy does move on, are there other names Michael, that intrigue you with regard?
I'm listening. I'm not into the star game. And I know that's what our business often is, and we'll all talk about that. My text change. No, there are people I don't know. There are people I don't know yet. And if I was doing the legwork that I used to do, that I was paid to do as a reporter, I would know some of those people. And I'd say, we got a couple of people over here who look pretty good. I'm not looking for a star. I'm looking for results.
Mm-hmm.
And so it doesn't matter to me. When I say big game hunting, that suggests that I'm being contradictory here, that I'm being a hypocrite. I think there are people that you can go big game hunting with. Sam Presti wouldn't just be a name. When I suggest that big game hunting, that would be somebody, you talk about proven. Well, it's proven at least once, but proven he knows how to acquire and build a team that can get to the point of being a serious contender year in, year out.
Yeah, I would love that. I mean, that would be something worth celebrating. A couple other side notes. Cubs just lost 6-4 to Tampa. Are you concerned about their slow start?
Yeah, not because it's a slow start. I just, I think that the Cubs don't do well with expectations. I think we know that historically. And people can say, well, these players went around historically. Yeah, but we talk about culture. Players have to go to dinner and go to the dry cleaners and take their kids to school. And they're not in a bubble, not in Chicago, not playing at Wrigley Field. And we don't do well with expectations. The Cubs don't. Let's face it. Last year, there were no expectations coming out of spring training. This year, there are plenty, including talk and people like me believing it that the Cardinals are in a total rebuild and Milwaukee is tweaking it and going to spend at least half a season here till the trade deadline. And the Cubs should take advantage of that. And, getting off to a slow start doesn't make you feel any better. It's not the slow start. I worry about the set of expectations. And is it just Bregman? Like, who in that clubhouse is up to, sort of reissuing that challenge among the players and getting positive responses from them? People talk about culture in media and fan bases. They have no idea what the hell culture means.
And then a final question for you. A fan reached out and wanted to know your opinion, and we didn't ask you on Friday. What do you make of what Tiger Woods is going through yet again?
I've talked about it quite a bit on PTI. It's sad. It's sad. And yet again, people say, what was my response that day we had to react to it, Tony and I did on PTI? And I said, again? That was my immediate response. And I'm glad. I hope that the notion of him playing golf at some professional level is foolish. It's preposterous. It's laughable. Get your life together, bruh. What are we talking about? Get your life together. Don't let us hear of you driving a car under the influence of painkillers anymore. And I understand he needs whatever prescription meds he's got. Okay, then don't get behind the wheel. This is not about golf. This has nothing to do with golf. This has to do with his life. And luckily so far, he has not harmed his own beyond the injuries that he suffered. But most importantly, it doesn't seem to have harmed anybody else's behind the wheel. And those are the only thoughts I have. They're about him and his life and what the hell he's doing. He's still a young man at 50 years old. And I don't look to see Tiger Woods on a golf course and know, is he going to play at the Masters? Stop. Please stop, people. Stop being stupid. No, he's not. And that, I don't know. I mean, maybe he can play senior tour, what they call Champions Tour now. Maybe he can get himself together in time to do that. If he can, great. If he doesn't, he's still with Tiger Woods.
Yeah. Michael, great stuff. Thanks for your time, being available today.
Hey, sure, you guys. Listen, I didn't know. We knew that was coming. Didn't know it was going to be this quickly, but it should have been before now. And I'm interested to hear what Michael. You said Michael's going to talk tomorrow.
I think so. I think that they're that's what they're thinking. I don't know if it's a for sure deal, but someone that I talked to in the organization thought maybe tomorrow he'd be ahead of availability. We have put in the request for Michael Reinsdorf as well. I would love to talk to him.
I was going to put in a request for Michael to meet me at Portillo's in about half an hour.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Great stuff. We appreciate you.
All right, you guys.
Thanks,
Be
Mike.
safe.
There you go. So it's. I'm glad he agreed with us on Billy Donovan. I just don't. I think it's a flawed mentality that if you make this grand change, like to then just say, we're doing everything we can to keep Billy, like you're already slowing things down on the search. You're putting a governor on all this. And it's not like this guy has won, division championships, conference championships, playoff games. And I know it's not his fault. He's been here for 6 years. I just don't think that this is a guy that you do anything to try to keep. You respect him, you thank him, but then you also say, now we start with our vice president, and we'll get to you, and we don't blame you if you want to leave now, but there's no guarantee that you're staying because we're looking for the best VP of basketball operations. And until we cross that bridge, we can't think about the coach.
Who's ever in charge of the front office, it's his decision to make. Otherwise, your chain of command, I don't think works. The other thing I would say real quick that I do disagree with Mike on is I don't care if Jerry Reinsdorf is talking about his baseball team or his basketball team.
Oh, yeah. It's a known philosophy.
The perspective of the owner. You're either in this to approach it like Joe Lacob or you're not. And I would just prefer whether it's George McCaskey or it's Danny Wirtz or it's Michael Reinsdorf, whoever it is, I would hope that if you're going to get in the professional sports business as a fan, you're in it to have the same mentality as Joe Lacob out on the West Coast.
Yeah. All right, Tyler's got Aki's A-list. If you want to react to the Bulls news today, 332-3776. I have a question for you guys, too, about what I saw in the Cubs game, too. And, this surprised me. We'll get to all of that coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop hawkauto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume, so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Believe in a world of wellness. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story. As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care, where you need it, when you need it. This is David Kaplan. I am proud to partner with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
You've never donned the green jacket. You probably never will. You're known for your slice and your ability to miss the green. But that doesn't mean you aren't serious about your golf game. Take your practice to a serious level with Golf Center Displays. Practice until midnight. Play night golf like you've never seen before. Try an automatic 300-yard driving range that reloads a ball once you've smacked it. Even in bad weather, Golf Center Displays has you covered. Literally. Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Save big money on your interior stains and finishes now at Menards. Provide exceptional color to your staining project with Minwax Color Series. It applies evenly and dries fast with just one coat. Get a quart of Minwax Color Series wood stain in over 240 colors. On sale now through April 12th. Visit our paint desk and let our helpful team get you everything you need for your stain project today.
Save big money at Menards.
Smalls here. Did you know there are many ways to do your taxes with H&R Block? You can go to a local office and get expert help in person, or you can choose virtual tax prep and get expert help without leaving home. Or you can even do them yourself online with live human help standing by. Whatever you choose, you can file with confidence, having H&R Block's 70-plus years of tax expertise in your corner. Switch today and file your way at hrblock.com.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Chicagoans take pride in their city, so why not protect it from smog? Unleaded 88 gasoline, also called E15, burns cleaner than standard gasoline and helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions around the city we love. It's been reviewed by the EPA and approved for all of us to use to clean up the air and help us breathe easier. Better for the environment and supporting local farm families right here in Illinois. Visit UNL88.com to find a pump near you.
The 5 o'clock hour of Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by Steinhoffels with 7 Chicagoland locations, including their newest in Maryville, Indiana. Shop in-store today or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
That's right. It's time for Aki's A-List. I was telling Waddle, Tyler, too, as I went to the water cooler and I started doing a little walking and thinking.
The water cooler.
I went to the water cooler, yeah. Where am I going to fill up the water? But I went for a water cooler walk, and I started getting more pissed off.
Now what?
Well, I was going back to my thinking of the dynasty. Huh? Now what? I know, that's what a lot of fans think. I was going back to the dynasty, and I covered those last 3 Bulls championships. I started covering the Bulls on a daily basis in 1995. Never once did I hear Jerry Reinsdorf or Jerry Krause say, we will do anything to keep Phil Jackson. But yet, I'm hearing, after 6 years of Billy Donovan, it being uttered through Kap and Joe Cowley that the Bulls, and my source told me that they are making a play for Billy. Now, all of a sudden, when they are looking for a new front office, they'll do anything to keep the coach?
That's a good point.
Michael, leave. It's fine.
I was just going to bring up Michael.
You know, Scotty, doesn't matter. Big hurt? No worries. Go play for another team. But Billy Donovan is where we draw. You fired Tibbs. You traded Ozzie. All these guys like this.
Jimmy Butler.
Oh, Jimmy, Derek, Joe. They all played for different teams. Now we're doing anything to keep Billy Donovan? Nothing against Billy Donovan. That's not where I say.
That's not who we're moving heaven and earth for.
Oh, my goodness.
It's like Billy, Kenny Williams was like that for he was there for 20 plus years.
Am I going to be. By the way, the celebration seems to have subsided pretty quickly.
Well, we said right at the beginning.
We're waking up. We're like, oh, man, we sent some weird texts last night.
Yeah, that's good. That's right. That's right.
Been
there, done that, Charlie. Been there, done that.
Am I going to be punching air if Billy Donovan's back next year? No.
But
am I going to be super inspired? No. But it just kind of is what it is.
Just do like we always say with the process. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
I don't think it's the end of the world. Now, here's the thing. This is one of the questions I was going to bring to you guys because
right out of the gate, I don't think anyone's expecting whoever the new GM is to be vying to compete in year one, because I think that would be a mistake. I think whatever GM is taking this job understanding this is a 3 to 5 year process. And this is kind of my lean and my feel about who the next head coach, I don't have an individual name, but it's going to be a very Vinny Del Negro type where this guy's not going to be, he's a bridge coach for you.
You think so?
He's an A to B guy. He's not your B to C guy.
If you build it, they will come.
Who was the Cubs manager, the first one before Joe Madden?
It was
Ricky.
Dale Swain. No, it was Dale Swain first, then Ricky.
But I have a feeling it's going to be some sort of bridge guy who's not going to be here very long.
But do you think when Theo hired Dale Swain, he thought he was a bridge guy? I thought he liked him. I think he just got it wrong.
I don't remember vividly much of the Dale Swaim era. How do you say Swaim?
Swaim, yeah.
I don't remember much of that era.
It looks like Swaim, but it's pronounced Swaim.
Swaim.
But I've kind of, if it's not Billy, I have a feeling it's going to be some sort of bridge guy.
From my seat, I don't care who it is as long as it's
what coach is signing up for this?
It's the choice of the general manager, and it's not someone that Michael Reinsdorf just wants to keep. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're going to hire somebody and give them the opportunity to try and win for you, give him the full autonomy to do his job.
Yeah. I think what you said is the most important at the front end of that, Tyler, is just because we're frustrated over what the last 3, 4, 5 years have looked like, don't try and patchwork this thing to just win games in year one. Do the rebuild the right way, with the right person drafting, making the smart, right moves. Do it like Detroit did. It's going to take time, but don't, like a lot of people, it's your first year, so do it like it's the first year. Don't worry about the frustration and the pardon my dust stuff.
You could say that was one of AK's biggest blunders, was that he did,
He
right
cut
out of the
corners.
gate, he actually did a pretty good job of building a win now type of team. And then you had the Lonzo injury and everything sort of fell apart after that. But he went out guns a-blazing, and that's why in the infancy of his tenure here, people celebrated him.
Right.
Like once upon a time, we thought he was the best exec in town.
At least he took a swing.
Yeah, he took a lot of swings.
Yeah.
He went out in free agency. He made some bold moves, gave out some bold money there, made the Vooch trade, and was like, all right, this seems like a guy who's got his you-know-what together and is this forward-thinking basketball guy. And now as it comes to a close, we're all thinking, hey, this is maybe the worst exec this city has ever seen. Not just the franchise, but the entire city has ever seen.
By the way, this was a huge win for Bulls fans today. Wins with Wallner, brought to you by Wallner Law. Wallner Law handles the toughest car accident cases in Chicago. Call them at 312-8-million, 312-8-million. John Wallner, big Chicago sports fan. I believe he's a Michigan man as well. So go blue to John Wallner. Wallner Law, win with Wallner.
Speaking of that national title game tonight, I just want to ask you guys simply, who do you got? Is it Michigan cutting down the Nets tonight, or is it UConn?
Can I take UConn in the points?
I believe it's, 7? 6.5, 7?
Does that allow them to cut down the Nets, though?
No, it doesn't.
I want UConn to win, but I believe Michigan will win. They have been unstoppable.
Michigan's run this year kind of reminds me of the run that UConn went on in like 23 and 24, where they weren't just winning, they were obliterating everyone in their path.
Yeah, I did not expect, after seeing UConn play live, after watching the Big East, because I've been following DePaul, I did not expect UConn to be in this championship game.
They struggled with Fordham, right? Was it?
Yeah.
No, who was it?
No, it was Fordham.
Was it Fordham?
No,
it wasn't
Furman.
My bad. But like they're just that type of team. I don't think they blow out a ton of teams, do they? Upper level teams?
Yeah, upper level teams, not really, no. But in this tournament, they've been living on the knife edge.
I like watching them play. I don't know why. It seems like Michigan's got another gear than they do, but.
Yeah, Michigan's definitely the more talented team, but
a lot of people were talking about Illinois being the more talented team as well.
I thought Illinois is the more talented team, and that didn't matter in that game. I would say Duke was the more talented team. UConn won. Michigan State was probably the more talented team. UConn won.
Yeah.
So That's just the way that this tournament run's kind of gone for you.
Wouldn't you say this has been a really entertaining tournament?
Oh, I've loved it. I've loved the tournament. This is probably, and again, it can change moving forward, but this has probably been my favorite season of college basketball.
It's been one of the best. The only disappointment I had, and it was one game, is that second game. That second game on Saturday. It just was, I went away from it then. I was just like, you know what? I made stream a show.
That game sucked, but for me, in my eyes, that was the de facto national championship game because I think Michigan's going to go out and take care of business today. But, if that's how Michigan plays against Arizona, then I just kind of have to accept that for what it is. And it's just you tip your hat. Michigan was that much better today. And
they've got some young guys, some guys that'll be back next year too, don't they?
Michigan?
Yeah.
They're a pretty old team.
They are?
Yeah.
I thought there was one kid that was just knocking threes down.
Trent McKinney.
Yes.
Yeah, or Trey McKinney. Yeah, he'll be back. So
You just never know, though, with the portal.
Well, this is the thing is I think they're a little upset that they've had to unleash him as much because he didn't play a ton during the regular season. But when LJ Case and their backup point guard went down, they were kind of hoping he'd be one of the best kept secrets. And now all of a sudden he's had to play a lot. And now all of a sudden there's going to be a lot more suitors for him.
That big dude, too, can play. I mean, he's not just a big body that just puts the ball, just stuffs the basketball because he's 7'4". He's actually athletic and can actually play.
Yeah. He's much different than what Zach Edey was, even though people probably look at them very similarly because they're both 7'4" plus.
I got to tell you, this sounds really stupid, but it feels like there's more 7'2" and taller guys in college basketball than there's ever been before.
I think there may be, and in all basketball, and they play differently than the old 7'2" guy. They're just greater athletes.
I mean, there's more 7-footers in college basketball now than ever before, isn't there? I mean, it's crazy.
Probably.
But by the way, tomorrow, in case you missed the news, the Sox game has been pushed up. So it was originally supposed to be a 6:40 start, 6 o'clock pregame. Because of weather, they moved the game to an afternoon game, 2 o'clock. For those who aren't aware, that we still do our YouTube show during the game. It's a scheduled game, I believe, on Wednesday when we were going to do our YouTube show. We'll be on YouTube tomorrow, normal hours, 2 to 6. So if you want the White Sox and you're looking for them, what is this? They're going for 4 in a row? Or tonight they're going for 4 in a row.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll be going for 5 in a row tomorrow. So we'll be on our YouTube page, youtube.com/@Waddle Silvy, @ESPN 1000 Chicago. Put it in your Bluetooth. If you want the Sox game, normal spot for the Sox game, ESPN 1000, the ESPN Chicago app. But starting tomorrow at 2, when the Sox are on the radio, we will be on our YouTube channel. Do you have another one?
Yeah, I got one more for you guys. And this Cubs lost today, 6-4 to the Rays. And I know there's a lot of concern with the pitching. And I think part of the pitching concern has to do with injuries because we'll probably get a little more clarity on Cade Horton in the next couple of days. And then Matthew Boyd, for those who aren't aware, hit the IL today with a left bicep injury.
Yeah, and didn't he just pitch really well in his last outing?
Mm-hmm.
So it just flared up in between starts?
That must be what it was. But my thing with this team that I think is frustrating me more than anything right now is the bats. Because right now you currently have 3 guys with an OPS plus and a weighted runs created plus over 90. That's terrible. This is a team who has well-compensated hitters, and I get that this thing ebbs and flows, but between that and the number of home runs that this team has allowed is really alarming so far.
I thought today was a day, I said it at one of the breaks, that I thought the Cubs bats would come alive. They scored 4 runs. They only had 4 hits. 4 hits is all.
And they've kind of been like a home run or bust type of team. Now, today was a little bit different. Shaw homered today. But yesterday, their contributions were an Ian Happ home run and a Dansby Swanson home run. And it feels like
they're 6 straight strikeouts, I think, by Happ.
Yeah, no. I mean, if they had won that game, it would have been the, wow, that's just baseball type of day for Ian Happ.
I don't want to sound the alarm bells, but I will say, watching these last couple days of PCA, he looks like the same guy. As far as his eye, those pitches out of the zone that he just swings at, and he hasn't brought the power yet. I think he's homerless, isn't he?
He has not hit one.
He is slugging 237. His on-base percentage is 250. It is very early. Struck out 2 more times. Went 0 for 4 today.
They dropped him in the lineup several games ago.
I keep hearing about his bats.
He drops against lefties.
I keep hearing about his bat speed too, and he said it himself. Like, the reason my bat speed is up is because I'm late on everything. So like yeah. So like even that even that is just a byproduct of something not going right.
Nico's the only guy off to a really good start. Bregman.
You know who else I think has had a good start? Amaya.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a big hit the other day. But like Bregman, I've seen a lot of Cubs fans panic on Bregman. I'm probably looking the wrong places though. But I still think Bregman will get going. I want to see some of the other guys. I want to see Michael Busch get going a little bit more. I want to see PCA get going.
Bregman's BABIP is below 150 right now. I hope so. Like, that should bounce back.
Well, my thing with Bregman though is he is doing a lot of things that he was doing in Houston and in Boston. That if in those parks, those are either long singles or doubles off the wall.
His hard hit rate is really good despite his batting average.
But he's been able to play a little bit of racquetball off of those left field fences for most of his career. Yeah. He doesn't get that at Wrigley.
Oh, yeah, with the short porches in both stadiums.
This was one of my biggest concerns with bringing in Alex Bregman. Again, I wasn't anti-bringing in Alex Bregman just because of the bigger picture of what it signaled with the Ricketts. I thought it was a bigger victory on the Ricketts front than maybe on the Cubs production front for this upcoming season. But it was always my big thing is he's been able to play racquetball off of those left field walls, and he can't do that at Wrigley.
All right, Meller's coming up. I want to ask you one thing about the crowd in Tampa today. Was today their opener, by the way?
Yes.
I want to bring this up then coming up next. It's Waddle and Silvy.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the ball. On the Chicago Bears podcast this week, we're keeping you updated on everything between free agency and the draft. The Bears still got a lot of work to do, and we'll keep you updated on all the breaking news with John Yurkovich, Shay Norling, Courtney Cronin, and, of course, our own Jason McKee. Make sure to tap in wherever you get your podcast, the Chicago Bears podcast.
Yep. Guys, now's the perfect time for new windows from Window Nation with springtime hopefully arriving here shortly, or when we get these rains. Are your windows leaky? Are they still drafty on cold nights? When it is nice and warm and I see 70s on the forecast, when you open your windows and you get the fresh air in, is it almost impossible to open or close your windows? That happened to me, and that's why I called Window Nation, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com. I just met a fan out to breakfast with my mom the other day, and he came up to me and goes, "Hey, Silvy, thanks for the tip on Window Nation." He loved his new windows. I love my new windows in the living room, in the kitchen, in the master bedroom, and in the kids' room. You're going to love it, too. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. 45,000 5-star reviews. Right now, it's the more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, no interest for 5 full years. Think about all the money right back into your pocket. It's the perfect time with spring arriving. Call them today, 866-90-NATION. Get a free in-home estimate. See all they have to offer at windownation.com and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
I can't believe the deal we got on these seats for the game.
Wow, they must be pretty high up here. I think my ears just popped.
Yeah, here, put this on.
Is that an oxygen mask?
An official team oxygen mask.
Well, I can kind of see the field.
Good, your senses are still sharp. You're going to need them for phase 2 of the ascent.
Don't save money by sitting in the nosebleeds. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If you run a residential construction business, you're always looking for ways to boost profit margins. Between managing change orders, crews, billing, and timelines, it's easy to miss out on high-margin service work. That's where Service Titan comes in. It's the all-in-one software both for service and construction, giving you real-time visibility into project profitability and powerful membership templates that help drive recurring revenue. See how the most successful new build contractors in HVAC, plumbing, and other trades run their entire business on Service Titan. Visit ServiceTitan.com to learn more.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Big day today with AK and Eversley out. Bulls will conduct their search while trying to keep Billy Donovan. I don't know how that makes sense. Nothing against Billy. By the way, I saw in Tampa, so it's their opener. Now, I understand it's Tampa, and I understand that place is a dump, and they just renovated it because of the storms and everything. Did I see this correctly? What was the whole upper deck closed? It looked like there was not, like, usually there's some people saying it looked like the entire upper deck was empty. I remember back in the day, before the Cubs were the Cubs on the north side, before 84, there were games where they would close the upper deck at Wrigley. Probably no one remembers that, but this happened. Wait, is that on opening day? Is that the case in Tampa, or did I just see?
Attendance was listed as 25,000 and change.
Yeah, I wasn't looking closely at that, so I don't know. But
they did like a full field shot, and look, the bottom was all full, but it wasn't like there was sporadic people in the upper deck. It was empty.
Cubs pitchers gave you plenty of opportunities to look at the upper deck too.
You would have thought reopening the Trop. I get that it's not like the most aesthetically pleasing, but like it feels like it's signaling progress in some way with the franchise that reopening this park, there would be more people there, but
especially on the opener, yeah.
It says the Trop is finished and ready for baseball, so there shouldn't be any exclusions in terms of seating.
Right. It wasn't like, oh, it's still not safe to go on the upper deck.
Remember that one year Wrigley didn't have the bleachers open because they were renovating the bleachers?
It was 15, yeah. The first year that season started, and it was just empty. It was odd, but I thought that was weird. Cubs lost today. The Sox are coming up. They're looking for 4 in a row. Meller's got your pregame show, and again tomorrow is going to be a Waddle and Silvy. The next 2 days,
FAFO.
That's right, and it stands for it's uncensored. Just be aware of that. We take your calls. We do. We try and. I guess we try to have fun every day, but I think we work in some different things than we do on the regular show, and it's always available on the podcast.
Hell yeah.
So make sure you check that out tomorrow. Our YouTube channel, if you've not subscribed yet, youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago. And our personal one is youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy.
You are so right, Charlie. Today was a JMO day. That means that they don't even sell upper deck bleacher seats.
For safety reasons?
For safety reasons. Or if you do, you get a free helmet.